Volume 3. Chapter 201, I, by Xiaochun. Chapter 201, I, by Xiaochun. Dawn was approaching, and even as Bai Xiaochun crept along cautiously, thinking about possibly leaving Middle Peak, a blood-colored butterfly appeared right in front of him. His eyelids twitched, and without any hesitation, he leapt off in another direction. Booms rang out, along with numerous cold snorts. You think you can flee Middle Peak? Impossible. Night Crypt, young lady Shueme ordered you dead. Since she's going to take responsibility, there's no way you'll escape. The Foundation establishment cultivators' killing intent surged, and the light of magical items rose into the sky as everyone attacked Bai Xiaochun. Seeing that he was surrounded and incapable of fleeing, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth. By now his eyes were completely bloodshot. You people push things too far, he said, letting out a powerful roar. At the same time, the mountain-shaking bash appeared in his mind, a divine ability that could be unleashed after reaching the first level of the undying Heavenly King. Before, he hadn't been able to use it, but considering his recent accomplishments, he decided he might as well utilize it. I can't use techniques from the Spirit Stream sect. But since these people are trying to kill me, I can try to kill them. Unfortunately, I'm all alone, which puts me at a pretty big disadvantage. Despite how he was roaring at the top of his lungs, he was actually thinking of how to escape. Suddenly, his flesh and blood quivered, and he unleashed explosive power. That explosion was a convergence of all the power he had at his disposal, transformed into a bashing attack that could crush anything in its path. Blood-colored light emanated from Bai Xiaochun, and rumbling sounds could be heard as he barreled forward. He vanished into a blur, and then, one of the Foundation establishment cultivators who had just been about to launch a divine ability let out a miserable shriek. Bai Xiaochun bashed into him, along with 3 other nearby Foundation establishment cultivators. It almost looked as if the group of 4 was one person. Bai Xiaochun's bashing attack caused them all to cough up mouthfuls of blood. They tumbled backward through the air, looks of shock and fear appearing on their faces. They landed 300 meters away, where they coughed up more blood and forcibly shook off the power of the attack that had just hit them. Everyone else in the area gasped at the way Bai Xiaochun had opened a path for himself. In the blink of an eye, he was off of Middle Peak, much to the shock of everyone present. I can't believe this Night Crypt is so strong. Is he really an early Foundation establishment? He just bashed Elder Brother Zhou, and he's in mid-Foundation establishment. Who would have thought we would offend someone like that? Well, we can't let him escape. Young lady Shueme said that he must die. Everyone exchanged glances, and then Master God Diviner gritted his teeth and gave chase. A moment later, the rest of the dozens of cultivators joined him. A whole line of people raced after Bai Xiaochun as he sped through the Bloodstream sect. When he looked back and saw them, he got even angrier than before, and finally gritted his teeth. I'll go to Corpse Peak. The Grand Elder there likes me, and according to sect rules, the people from Middle Peak don't have any authority on another mountain peak. Eyes flashing with determination, he turned his head and then pointed at the Middle Peak Foundation establishment cultivators. If you people think you're tough, you'd better keep chasing your Lord Night Crypt. Anybody that doesn't chase me is a wuss. His words caused the killing intent in their eyes to grow even more focused, and they chased him with greater speed than before. However, none of them were a match for Bai Xiaochun's speed as he headed toward Corpse Peak. As soon as he arrived, he waved his hand and produced a jade pendant, which emanated fluctuations that let him pass right through the protective spell formation and onto Corpse Peak itself. The people from Middle Peak didn't have such qualifications, and were prevented from entering Night Crypt. Gritting their teeth, they could only glare in rage at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place, stuck his chin up and then looked at the group standing outside of Corpse Peak. Come on. I'm standing right here waiting for you. Bring it on. Let's fight to the death. His wording was very domineering and arrogant, causing the Foundation establishment cultivators' killing intent to intensify. However, there was nothing they could do. Unless they had a special command medallion, they couldn't enter Corpse Peak without requesting special permission. AI. Well, if you don't dare to fight me to the death, I guess there's nothing left to do. Shaking his head, he flicked his sleeve, ignoring them as he headed up Corpse Peak. Of course, the higher-ranking leaders of the Bloodstream sect saw what was happening, but didn't interfere. In fact, some of the Prime Elders on Ancestor Peak found the whole thing very amusing. It's been a long time since we've had a good commotion in the sect. That bashing attack looks similar to the things they do on Lesser Marsh Peak. That kid Nightcrypt is pretty amusing. I can't believe he got so many people to chase him. Not bad, not bad. I'm a bit surprised he fled to Corpse Peak. If the kid stays alive, he might become another chosen in the Bloodstream sect. Xiaochun sped along on Corpse Peak. Whenever he encountered local Dharma protectors, he would show them his jade pendant. After looking at it for a moment, they would ignore him. Eventually, he reached the upper finger, passing quite a few corpse refineries on the way. Overall, Corpse Peak was filled with quite a sinister air. Thankfully, he had his jade pendant, otherwise it would have been a very dangerous situation. Soon he was standing outside of the Immortal's cave belonging to Corpse Peak's Grand Elder. Nightcrypt seeks an audience with the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, he said loudly, clasping hands and bowing. A moment later, the door opened and two attendants appeared. After seeing it was Xiaochun, they motioned for him to follow. It only took a moment for Xiaochun to identify the two young servants as refined corpses. Heart pounding with nervousness, he took a deep breath and momentarily considered fleeing. But then, he put a respectful expression onto his face and entered the Immortal's cave. Before long, he was standing in front of the cross-legged Grand Elder. He looked at Xiaochun, smiling, a thoughtful expression in his eyes. He had also been watching the case play out earlier. What do you think? Corpse Peak is far superior, don't you think? Didn't I say before that you should pick us? We have everything you could need. Besides, Middle Peak is completely out of control. Standing behind the Grand Elder was a pretty young woman with an expressionless face, who was currently massaging his shoulders. Xiaochun instantly identified her as another refined corpse, and a high-level one at that. Strangely, Xiaochun couldn't see a single hair on her head, making him wonder if perhaps she had hair growing elsewhere. Although he was curious to know the truth, he didn't dare to ask any questions. Those people are outrageous, he said in response to the Grand Elder's words. I was just working on one of my techniques, and they wanted to stop me. They even tried to kill me. If I hadn't run fast enough, I might have lost my poor little life. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. That's just how we do things in the Bloodstream sect. They wouldn't really have killed you, just severely injured you. Although, I have to say, it's not very often you see someone in the Bloodstream sect get so many people to chase them. You little brat. A single glance is all I need to see what a little devil you are. Well, in any case, just stay here on Corpse Peak. There's no need to even go back to Middle Peak. The more the Grand Elder saw of Xiaochun, the more he liked him. Xiaochun was very moved by how well the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak treated him. He didn't even need to ask for what he wanted, the Grand Elder took the initiative to give it to him. Taking a deep breath, he quickly nodded. After a moment of thought, the Grand Elder looked at Xiaochun and in a very serious tone said, by the way, those Foundation Establishment Dharma protectors don't matter. But you can't provoke Xu. She has a powerful background. Just stay out of her way and do not aggravate her under any circumstances. Xiaochun was a bit irritated about that. If he didn't have to keep a low profile and conceal his true identity, he would point out that he was a prestige disciple of the Spirit Stream sect, the Legacy Echelon Designate, and a Heavendao Foundation Establishment expert. Any one of those would be enough to shock the wench Xu so badly her mask would fall off. Poof. She has a powerful background? He grumbled inwardly. My background is terrifying even to me. With that he stood up a bit straighter, making himself look even more haughty than before. The Grand Elder could see that Bai Xiaochun was a bit irritated. Chuckling, he went on to explain to Bai Xiaochun about some of the medicinal incense that was used in corpse refining. It was only when night fell that he let him go and told him to go do some research of his own, after which one of the attendants took him to an immortal's cave on the lower finger. Bai Xiaochun was very moved. Life on Corpse Peak was already much better than Middle Peak. 2 months went by, and Bai Xiaochun never left Corpse Peak. He continued to practice his cultivation and absorb blood qi. As he became more and more familiar with the practice of converging blood qi, he built up more and more undying sword qi. Now, when the blood qi spread outside of him, it would form the outline of a large sword, and quite rapidly at that. Of course, the amount of blood qi he required only grew. By this point, though, he didn't need to go out and about to get what he needed. He could simply remain in his immortal's cave and draw the blood qi toward him. Eventually, the Foundation establishment Dharma protectors on the lower finger frowned as they realized what was happening. Although there was no sudden reduction, the gradual reduction of blood qi in the area reduced their cultivation speed. Soon, their patience began to grow thin, and their killing intent began to increase. Such feelings spread until even Bai Xiaochun became aware of it. Whenever he went out, his heart would pound because of the malevolent glares leveled at him. He suddenly had the feeling that if he did even the slightest thing wrong, their killing intent would explode in the form of action. These people are terrifying. Even saying a wrong word will cause them all to attack. They have no patience at all. I should probably just leave. He spent 2 more nervous months on Corpse Peak before coming to the conclusion that matters on Middle Peak had most likely calmed down. One night when no one was paying attention, he slipped away from Corpse Peak and headed back to his immortal's cave on Middle Peak. There, he carefully began to practice cultivation. He was careful not to absorb too much blood qi, which caused his progress to slow. However, considering that he was on the verge of a major breakthrough with the blood sword, he could deal with the slight reduction in speed. Another half-month passed. One day, Bai Xiaochun was sitting there with eyes closed as he cultivated the blood sword, when all of a sudden, he made a breakthrough with the blood annihilation world. His eyes snapped open, and he took a deep breath. Eyes shining brightly, his hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and he waved his finger out in front of him. Blood annihilation world. As his voice echoed out, the blood qi around him seethed. Blood qi also erupted out from inside of him, transforming into a blood mist that filled the immortal's cave. As it swirled, Bai Xiaochun's double-handed incantation transformed, and a piercing wind swept through the room, accompanied by cracking sounds. Soon, the mist began to converge together, transforming into the tip of a sword. Blood qi swirled from the tip down, quickly forming the blade, and then the hilt. In the end, it was a complete, blood-colored sword. It was bright red, and seemed strong enough to cut anything in its path. It radiated an ancient pressure that shook the soul. Anyone who looked at it would feel like they were wading in a sea of blood. From what Bai Xiaochun could tell, its power exceeded that of early Foundation establishment. In fact, he was sure that if he fueled it with Heavendao power, even mid-Foundation establishment's cultivators would be shocked at the sight. It worked! He said, laughing out loud. The sight of the enormous blood sword filled him with excitement, and convinced him that his months of hard work were worth it. Bai Xiaochun, he instantly closed his mouth. Slowly turning his head, his eyes went wide as he looked at something in the corner of the immortal's cave. Then, he began to sweat. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Greetings, fellow Taoists. This chapter is coming out a few hours earlier than usual, the reason being that the Deathblade clan is heading to South China for a mini vacation. I'm taking my laptop with me, so there will be no interruption in the chapter flow, although the timing of the releases might differ from usual. Don't forget about the By Xiaochun comic strip contest. Check out the rules here and check out the current entries here. There are a couple entries in already, one of them being very appropriate for this chapter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 202, The Rabbit Gets Nervous. Chapter 202, The Rabbit Gets Nervous. By Xiaochun was certain that he had just looked over at that corner and seen nothing, but now, there was a rabbit standing there. Even more frightening was that the rabbit's ears were clearly pointed directly at By Xiaochun as if it had been listening to him just now. Most terrifying of all was that the rabbit was staring directly at him. From the look in its eyes, it was waiting for him to finish his sentence. He and the rabbit stared at each other for a moment, and then the rabbit burst into motion, speeding toward the main entrance of the Immortal's cave. By Xiaochun shouted and leaped to block its path, but the rabbit was too fast. By Xiaochun could only stare with wide eyes as it vanished out the door. By this point he felt like he was about to go crazy. He knew that he could very well lose his head over this. If the talking rabbit said the wrong thing, and people found out he was By Xiaochun, he would definitely be killed. Although he'd only spoken half of a sentence, that half sentence was very dangerous, and he didn't even dare to think of what the consequences might be. Sweat began to drip down his face and neck. He almost considered staying inside and just letting the rabbit say what it wanted. He could scarcely believe that, despite how careful he had been, and how often he had checked his surroundings, the rabbit would manage to show up so unexpectedly. He wasn't even sure how much of what he'd said it had heard. "I'm gonna kill you," he cried, bursting out of his Immortal's cave. However, even as he emerged, he saw the talking rabbit standing on top of a nearby tree, speaking. "Night Crypt, you two-timer. Did you forget our pledge of undying love? Did you forget our affection for each other? Why did you change so much?" The talking rabbit's voice was quite loud, and echoed out in all directions, causing quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators to look over in shock. By Xiaochun's jaw dropped. He wasn't sure who might have said such a thing, but he was now certain that the rabbit had been following him around for quite a while. Spine tingling in fear, he howled, throwing all caution to the wind. Instantly, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pointed out, causing blood chi to transform into sword chi that sped toward the rabbit. It was no ordinary sword chi, it was By Xiaochun's undying sword chi, and as soon as he unleashed it, the blood chi in the area was thrown into chaos. At the same time, the sword chi sped through the air, slashing into the tree and completely destroying it. In the nick of time, the rabbit flew out of the tree and sped off in the opposite direction. Outrageous! The rabbit bellowed as it raced along. "It's just a bit of blood chi, isn't it? I'm a Foundation establishment cultivator of the Bloodstream sect. I can't believe you people are trying to kill me. Are you trying to get me to leave the sect?" Bellowing, By Xiaochun flew after it, unleashing another blast of sword chi, which slammed into a blood cistern that the rabbit was passing, destroying it. HMMMPHHH. If I absorb this blood chi secretly, nobody will ever realize it was me. It looks like this Immortal's cave is vacant. They're trying to kill me. They're trying to kill me. The rabbit continued to spit out lines of dialogue as it ran along. At the same time, rumbling sounds echoed out as By Xiaochun chased after it, unleashing one blast of sword chi after another, destroying everything around the rabbit. The plants and trees were slashed to pieces, and even buildings were destroyed. Middle Peak was instantly thrown into chaos. Foundation establishment Dharma protectors poured out, to find By Xiaochun chasing a rabbit and unleashing countless blasts of sword chi. Some of them were slow to react, and when the rabbit ran by them, were hit by the blasts, causing blood to spray from their mouths. "What are you doing, Night Crypt? Damn it! Do you have a death wish, Night Crypt? I let you get away alive all those months ago, and now you dare to show your face. The foundation establishment cultivators were enraged, and yet, so was Bai Xiaochun. "Shut the hell up, all of you!" he bellowed, his eyes bloodshot. By this point, he had decided that he must kill the rabbit no matter what happened. Hands flashing in a double-handed incantation gesture, he unleashed more blasts of sword chi. The rabbit dodged back and forth, scurrying about in such a fashion that not a single bit of sword chi touched it. As for the foundation establishment cultivators, they flew up into the air to attack Bai Xiaochun. Master God Diviner was in the crowd, smiling coldly. As far as he was concerned, Night Crypt was obviously a fool to have gotten so worked up over a mere rabbit. "I like this rabbit," he murmured to himself. "It's very interesting. I wonder whose pet it is." Some distance away, Song Ke was in secluded meditation beneath the blood waterfall. Suddenly, his eyes opened, and he frowned. A moment later, though, he simply closed his eyes again and continued meditating. At this point, the rabbit suddenly stopped next to a random immortal's cave and yelled out in a voice even louder than before. "Bai Xiaochun," it almost seemed to roar the words at the top of its lungs. The surrounding foundation establishment cultivators looked on in shock, and their pupils constricted. Bai Xiaochun was quite famous in the Bloodstream sect, and virtually anyone would try to kill him if they got the chance. Killing a chosen from the Spirit Stream sect, especially one who had reached Heavendao Foundation establishment, would count as a huge service to the sect. To hear this rabbit suddenly talking about Bai Xiaochun caused everyone to look at it eagerly, hoping to hear what it would say next about him. However, the rabbit simply stood there with a blank look on its face, not saying another word. Trembling inwardly, Bai Xiaochun bellowed, "I, Night Crypt, cannot stand to live under the same sky as Bai Xiaochun. How dare you mention him in front of me? Tell me this instant where Bai Xiaochun is." With that, he waved his right hand, causing another blast of sword chi to shoot out. This one was even more powerful than before. As it closed in on the rabbit in a beam of bright light, the rabbit blurred into motion to dodge it. As a result, the immortal's cave behind it was struck by the sword chi and immediately began to collapse. Inside the immortal's cave was a blood bottle and a spell formation. Thanks to the massive blow, the blood bottle immediately shattered. Of course, that immortal's cave belonged to Xiaochun, and was the location where everyone had recently attacked Bai Xiaochun. Afterward, Xiaochun had stabilized the blood bottle to keep it safe, but now it had been destroyed. "I, Bai Xiaochun," the rabbit bellowed. However, it didn't say anything beyond those 3 words. Blinking, Bai Xiaochun's mind raced to come up with an idea of what to do. Trying to look as furious as possible, he shouted, "Keep talking. What comes after that?" Then he continued to chase the rabbit, unleashing sword chi that slashed into the ground, destroying Immortal's caves, but not harming the rabbit. Bai Xiaochun of the rabbit was starting to get anxious, and yet, it had nothing else to say. Bai Xiaochun was starting to relax. "Damn it! Why won't you finish that sentence?" he shouted. All of a sudden, he realized that he had pulled a fast one on the rabbit, who was now unable to say anything other than the first 3 words of the sentence. Bai Xiaochun," howled the rabbit, its eyes bright red. "Tell me immediately." Bai Xiaochun raged. "Is Bai Xiaochun in Bloodstream sect territory? My grudge with him goes all the way back to the fallen sword world. I can't live under the same sky as him. Bai Xiaochun must die." Inwardly, he was feeling very proud of himself, and he couldn't help but be pleased at how smart he was. With that, he unleashed another blast of sword chi, destroying another immortal's cave. Tell me right now. What comes after the first part of that sentence?" Bai Xiaochun had thrown all of Middle Peak into complete chaos. As for the rabbit, it was getting very anxious, and had even started trembling. Finally, it started to say more than the 3 words. "I, Bai Xiaochun. Xiaochun, I dreamed of you last night. One of these days, I, Master God Diviner, will definitely make you mine. I, Bai Xiaochun. Elder Fong, stop it. People might see us. By Xiaochun. Song K is in charge here, Aunt. The position of Blood Master belongs to me. And I'm in charge of you too, Xiu. The words being spoken by the rabbit caused all of Middle Peak to be rocked with astonishment. The Foundation establishment Dharma protectors and elders looked on with odd expressions, and soon, everyone went completely quiet. Only the voice of the rabbit could be heard, echoing about. Bai Xiaochun also looked shocked, and suddenly he worried that he had pushed the rabbit too far. Master God Diviner was there in the crowd, and to him, it felt like a cold chill was running up his spine. Suddenly, he also wanted to exterminate the rabbit. Shut up! That's complete nonsense! As soon as Master God Diviner lunged forward, Bai Xiaochun looked over at him with a strange expression, surprised at the information that the rabbit had just revealed. Did Master God Diviner really fancy the masked shrew Xiu? That's right, he cried, this rabbit is full of crap, . Master God Diviner wasn't the only one to leap into action. Everyone who the rabbit mentioned began to tremble, and then flew out to kill it. Even Song K came speeding out from the blood waterfall, howling at the top of his lungs, looking like a blood-colored god as he unleashed deadly power. Shut up! When Song K thought about the fact that everyone on Middle Peak had heard what the rabbit just said, he was filled with the desire to rip the thing to pieces. The rabbit actually took advantage of the frenzy to vanish. Even after searching for it for some time, Bai Xiaochun couldn't find it. Although he was feeling much better than before, he made sure that his expression turned grimmer and grimmer. That rabbit is an abomination, he said loudly. I can't believe it never finished that sentence. Relieved, he was just about to head back to his immortal's cave when he suddenly got a very uneasy feeling. That was when he realized that all of the Foundation establishment cultivators who had been chasing the rabbit were now staring at him. Song K's eyes brimmed with murderous intentions. Although he hated the mysterious rabbit, the person he hated more was the one who had obviously forced the rabbit into unleashing a torrent of dialogue, Nightcrypt. Master God Diviner had a similar look on his face. Many of the other cultivators present had either been injured or had their immortals' caves destroyed by Bai Xiaochun's sword chi. As of this moment, their desire to kill Nightcrypt was raging out of control. Nightcrypt, you destroyed my immortal's cave. It's about time we settle accounts. You escaped last time, but now, you're gonna die. Nightcrypt. New grievances piled onto old ones. The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators unleashed the power of their cultivation bases and prepared to eradicate Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 203, You really think I'm scared of you people? Chapter 203, You really think I'm scared of you people? There weren't even 100 Foundation establishment cultivators surrounding him, only a few dozen. Furthermore, most of them were in early Foundation establishment, although a handful were in mid-Foundation establishment. Thankfully, the mid-Foundation establishment cultivators only had grim looks on their faces, and didn't actually attack. They had a different status than the early Foundation establishment crowd, and for them to join everyone else in trying to attack Bai Xiaochun would be too much of a loss of face. Even without them, though, there were still dozens of Foundation establishment Dharma protectors and elders, who were powerful enough to shake heaven and earth. Furthermore, in the Bloodstream sect, there was no such thing as debate and discussion, there was only the law of the jungle. Provoke me, and die. It was completely different from the Spirit Stream sect. Here, the only thing that mattered was strength. Bai Xiaochun's actions had enraged the people from Middle Peak, and now they were attacking him with deadly force that far surpassed anything from the Qi condensation stage. Divine abilities burst out, blood Qi surged, and blood swords unique to Middle Peak all appeared. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 blasts of sword Qi descended directly toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was just calming down from the incident with the rabbit, but now, he began to shiver uncontrollably. It was as if every part of his body were screaming at him that he was in deadly peril. Booms echoed out, shaking everything in the area. The dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators all attacked at once, making it very difficult for Bai Xiaochun to dodge. In the blink of an eye, more than 10 blasts of sword chi slammed into him. "Let me explain," he said, staggering backward. Because of the blood chi he had absorbed, his undying gold skin emanated blood-colored light. In combination with the undying Heavenly King, he was stronger than ever, and his defenses were even more ridiculously strong than before. The Foundation establishment cultivators gaped in shock, and many eyes went wide. This night crypt has been secretly cultivating a body refinement technique. No wonder he was able to survive the fallen sword abyss. It was all thanks to that body refinement technique. His fleshly body defenses are so strong. Even our combined attack couldn't shake him. Their expressions turned very serious, and yet, they showed no signs that they would cease attacking Bai Xiaochun. The stronger he seemed, the more they wanted to kill him to stave off any problems from cropping up in the future. Cold gleams flickered in their eyes as they once again unleashed a combined attack. More than 10 beams of sword chi slammed into Bai Xiaochun. No matter how he tried to evade or dodge, the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators stayed hot on his tail, unleashing constant attacks. Booms rang out. Some people even went and destroyed his Immortal's cave. "Run if you want, Night Crypt, you won't escape this time." Rumbling sounds filled the air as divine abilities and magical techniques slammed down. By this point, Bai Xiaochun was in a sorry state, having been repeatedly hit by numerous blasts of sword chi. Even with his undying live forever technique, blood still sprayed out of his mouth, until finally, he looked up, eyes bloodshot, expression vicious and even murderous. What people saw was Night Crypt, awe-inspiring, bloodthirsty, merciless, and completely enraged. As of this moment, his blood chi was bursting, and his killing intent surging. "Enough running," he said, wiping the blood from his mouth. "You buffoons have tried to kill me 3 times already. Things have gone too far. Do you really think I'm scared of you people?" His hair was in disarray, and his clothing ripped nearly to shreds. From the moment he had arrived in the Bloodstream sect, he had been on edge and nervous, and now, all of that anxiety had reached a bursting point. He was tired of being wound so tight. These people wanted to kill him, and weren't holding anything back. Their intentions were clear. Murder. The intense sensation of deadly crisis caused Bai Xiaochun to throw his head back and roar at the top of his lungs. Then he took a step forward, appearing directly in front of a young man in the early Foundation establishment stage. Bai Xiaochun's expression was vicious as he unleashed the mountain-shaking bash. Blood sprayed out of the Foundation establishment cultivator's mouth, along with a miserable shriek as he was sent tumbling backward like a kite with its string cut. At the same time, 7 or 8 blasts of sword chi shot toward Bai Xiaochun. However, his own blood chi erupted out, shoving them away. Rumbling sounds could be heard as he blurred into motion toward 2 middle peak Dharma protectors. In the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint, he was right in front of them, his arms outstretched. The 2 Dharma protectors' eyes widened, and they immediately unleashed their reserves of blood chi. Their hands flashed with incantations gestures, causing their chi to take form and rush forward to block Bai Xiaochun. However, his hands were filled with boundless power, and blasted through the blood chi as easily as a hammer smashes through ice. As the chi shattered, Bai Xiaochun's hands latched onto the arm of each Dharma protector. "Screw the hell off!" he shouted. Then he jerked his hands to the side, and the 2 arms exploded into a cloud of blood. Agonized shrieks rang out as the 2 Dharma protectors flew through the air to slam into a nearby Immortal's cave. Middle Peak was descending into chaos. Meanwhile, the disturbance to the blood chi in the sect caused quite a few Foundation establishment cultivators from Nameless Peak, Corpse Peak, and Lesser Marsh Peak to look over in surprise. Even the Grand Elders turned their heads to see what was happening, as did the Blood Masters, who looked toward Middle Peak from within their temples. On Ancestor Peak, the Prime Elders send out streams of divine sense to observe Bai Xiaochun fighting against the crowd on Middle Peak. Who is that kid? What a devilish personality. Look at how many people he got to attack him. Ha ha ha. Now that's how we do things in the Bloodstream sect. It doesn't matter how young you are, when people try to kill you, you have to fight back. As the cultivators from the other mountain peaks watched the excitement, Bai Xiaochun crushed one Foundation establishment cultivator after another. All of them were completely shaken, and left coughing up blood. Night Crypt. At that point, a cold snort echoed out as Song Ke transformed into a blood-colored mountain peak, complete with 3 30-meter-long blood-colored streams of sword chi that caused the entire area to shake. Sword chi? I have some too. Eyes bloodshot, Bai Xiaochun waved his right hand, unleashing the blood annihilation whirl technique. A stream of undying blood chi poured out from him, which he sent speeding toward Song Ke with the wave of a finger. This was no ordinary stream of blood chi. Close examination would reveal that it was laced with a golden color. As soon as it appeared, an indescribable aura erupted out. Massive rumbling sounds filled the air, and all of the blood chi in the area trembled as though a king had appeared, and even raced toward it at top speed. As the local blood chi was sucked into the sword chi, the image of the sword grew larger. In the blink of an eye, it became like a 30-meter-long mountain shooting up into the sky. Compared to this sword chi, all other sword chi was like filth. Only Bai Xiaochun's sword chi was the true and proper type, but a domineering air seemed to fill it, like it was the ruler of all swords in the world. The sky shook, and everyone present felt their hearts pounding in their chests. The sword chi almost seemed impossible to control, as if it could shake everything in existence, even their cultivation bases. Everyone was completely and utterly shocked. What's going on? What kind of sword chi is that? Heavens! This night crypt has also been cultivating the blood annihilation world. When the sword chi appeared, even the mid-foundation establishment elders were shocked. Under the astonished gazes of all the onlookers, the spectacular sword chi shot towards Song Quebec. Song Ke's face fell, but he had no time to react. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumbling sounds echoed out as his 3 blasts of sword chi were completely destroyed. Even his mountain peak form was destroyed, and he was revealed, blood spraying out of his mouth, a look of astonishment on his face as he was sent tumbling backward. Impossible! Song Ke's scalp was tingling in astonishment. Bai Xiaochun's sword chi left him completely and utterly shaken. He had never even seen sword chi like this. It was so mighty that it exceeded anything he could imagine. Even the sword chi he had developed by cultivation in the blood waterfall was completely cowed by it. He wasn't the only one who was shaken. Everyone in the area felt their minds reeling. Bai Xiaochun's domineering use of sword chi left their eyes wide and their scalps numb from the shock. The crowds on Lesser Marsh Peak, Nameless Peak, and Corpse Peak were also looking on with wide eyes. The Grand Elders of the 3 peaks were left gasping, and the Blood Master's eyes shone with intense light. Cries of astonishment could even be heard on Ancestor Peak. The level of that sword chi, its blood chi plasma. That kid's name is Night Crypt? What a genius! I can't believe he reached such a level completely under the radar. In the blood annihilation world, everything comes down to refining the blood. The 4 levels are refined blood chi plasma, inverse blood ancestral awakening, and blood chi tribulation. Even more streams of divine sense arrived on Middle Peak to observe the chaotic fighting. The highest echelons of the Bloodstream sect leadership were now observing Bai Xiaochun's sword chi. It was at this point that Master God Diviner suddenly cried out, "Kill Night Crypt! If he doesn't die, he'll definitely try to get revenge on us in the future." With that, he performed an incantation gesture and attacked. Everyone else seemed to agree, as they all joined forces to attack Bai Xiaochun. Something's off about this guy. Song Ke shouted, glaring murderously at Bai Xiaochun. That's not the Middle Peak's blood annihilation world. He wasn't sure why, but after exchanging blows with this night crypt, his heart was filled with deep, profound hatred for him, hatred that seemed completely irreconcilable. It was a sudden and inexplicable feeling, but there it was in his heart. Bai Xiaochun dodged the attacks, and then looked around at the brutal, vicious expressions on the faces of the people surrounding him. Suddenly, he began to laugh with rage, and his eyes burned with murderous coldness. You think this isn't the blood annihilation world? Well, I think I need to show you people what the blood annihilation world really looks like. With that, he leaped high up into the air. Even as the Foundation establishment cultivators turned into beams of light to follow him, he waved his hand in the direction of Middle Peak. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 204, Inverse Blood Ancestral Awakening. Chapter 204, Inverse Blood Ancestral Awakening. Blood Qi, gather. Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and roared. As his hand waved through the air, something completely and utterly shocking occurred in the midst of the Foundation establishment cultivators. Throughout the entire lower finger of Middle Peak, countless strands of blood qi seemed to answer Bai Xiaochun's call, almost as if they were related to him. They almost seemed to possess intelligence as they sped through the air, radiating something like joy. Countless strands of blood qi shot toward Bai Xiaochun, merging into him. Every plant, every immortal's cave, every blood cistern, every blood waterfall, every inch of the ground emitted blood qi, which then raced toward Bai Xiaochun. Ru yu yu umbul. It was a heaven-shaking, earth-shattering scene of shocking nature. Everything turned bright red as matchlessly strong blood qi blotted out the sky. A blood mist rapidly formed around Bai Xiaochun, a mist that rose high into the air above him. It was as if Bai Xiaochun had become the king of all the blood qi in the area, as if a single word from his mouth would cause it all to rush to his side. All of the blood qi in all of the lower finger of Middle Peak was churning in response to his words. However, the effect wasn't limited to the lower finger area. Even the blood qi in the upper finger was stirring into motion. A massive column of blood-colored light surrounded Bai Xiaochun, shaking everything around it as it shot into the sky. All of Middle Peak was devolving into complete and utter chaos. When the surrounding dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators saw what was happening, they were flabbergasted, and began to shake in terror as they realized that the blood qi in their own bodies was on the verge of bursting out into the open. Even the mid-Foundation establishment cultivators had looks of utter disbelief on their faces. At the same time, beams of light shot up from the upper finger as numerous late Foundation establishment experts appeared. Each and every one seemed completely and utterly taken aback. What kind of freak is this guy? I can't believe the blood qi is heeding his commands. Damn it! How could Night Crypt be so powerful? Why didn't he reach Earthstring Foundation establishment? The cultivators on Lesser Marsh Peak, Nameless Peak, and Corpse Peak were all struck speechless. Even the Grand Elders of the three other mountain peaks all had looks of complete awe on their faces as they watched events playing out on Middle Peak. This is the mere sight of it. The blood masters from the three other mountains had all emerged from their temples to watch what was happening. They were all young men, each of whom radiated enigmatic auras. Serious expressions could be seen on their faces, and their hearts trembled because of the waves of shock which battered them inwardly. On the upper finger of Middle Peak, Grand Elder Song Junwan was in the middle of an important meeting with the mountain's 9 Bloodstreak elders. Although they had been aware of the fierce fighting going on in the lower finger area, they hadn't been paying too much attention. But now, the sudden eruption of blood qi left them all completely shocked. That was especially true when the blood qi in the upper finger began to stir into motion. A look of complete incredulity appeared on Song Junwan's face. Without even formally adjourning the meeting, she flew out, followed by the 9 astonished Bloodstreak elders. The 10 of them saw all of the blood qi on Middle Peak erupting in an unheard-of fashion, and then saw Bai Xiaochun hovering in midair, hair flying around him, eyes shining with coldness, surrounded by a boundlessly somber and desolate air. He looked like a blood devil. This. Heavens! All of the blood chi on the whole mountain peak is gathering around him. The Bloodstreak elders were completely shaken, and Song Junwan was beginning to pant. At the same time, even more divine sense converged on the area from the prime elders on Ancestor Peak. None of them could remain even the least bit calm. Inverse blood ancestral awakening? How is this even possible? I can't believe young Nightcrypt has such destiny. He's reached inverse blood ancestral awakening. Damn it! Who tested this kid's latent talent in the beginning? If we'd known he could pull off inverse blood ancestral awakening with his blood sword cultivation, we would have definitely made sure he reached Earthstring Foundation establishment. As the Prime Elders reeled in shock, an even stronger stream of divine sense appeared, something which completely surpassed the Prime Elders. It was so powerful that all heaven and earth seemed to distort because of its mere presence. An ancient voice suddenly echoed out into the minds of the Prime Elders: inverse blood ancestral awakening can be stumbled upon by chance, but can never be pursued directly. Among 100,000 cultivators who practice bloodstream sect techniques, it would be difficult to find even one person who can build up the reserves necessary to have such a unique ancestral awakening. An opportunity like this has only presented itself twice in the past. Few people could ever have detected this within him ahead of time. As everyone watched in shock, blood chi surged like mad into the trembling by Xiaochun, who let out a long, piercing cry. The amount of blood chi visible was shocking. Bai Xiaochun was like a black hole, sucking it all in, and as he did, his undying skin shone with dazzling light. As of this moment, there was nothing golden about that light, it was utterly and thoroughly the color of blood. That blood color was a symbol that anyone could identify as the hallmark of the bloodstream sect. There was no better way for someone to show that they were using the techniques of the bloodstream sect than to do exactly what Bai Xiaochun was doing. As the blood-colored light spread out in all directions, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and bellowed, and an enormous figure appeared behind him, a creature with green skin, vicious-looking facial features, and long, protruding tusks. It had claws sharp enough to tear down all walls, a pointed horn that could rip open the heavens, and a long, scale-covered tail that could sweep across anything and everything. That creature was none other than the legendary Berserk Ghost. The sudden appearance of the Berserk Ghost indicated that Bai Xiaochun had finally completed the first level of the Undying Heavenly King. The instant the image of the Berserk Ghost appeared, the eyes of Lesser Marsh Peak's Grand Elder went wide. As for the Blood Master from Lesser Marsh Peak, he was shaking visibly, and his eyes were glowing with bright light. Lesser Marsh Peak must have this Nightcrypt, shouted the Blood Master. The Grand Elder from Lesser Marsh Peak had the same reaction, and simply couldn't contain his excitement. On Lesser Marsh Peak, they had a secret magic that had come from years of research into the hand of the Blood Ancestor, a secret magic that was based on a totem tattoo that depicted the Berserk Ghost. Shockingly, Bai Xiaochun's ancestral awakening caused an actual projection of the Berserk Ghost to appear. Everyone on Lesser Marsh Peak was being driven to complete madness. At the same time, Bai Xiaochun hovered in midair, roaring at the top of his lungs, absorbing all of the blood chi in the area. After flowing into him, the blood chi then emerged behind him to form the shape of an enormous blood sword. At first, only the tip was fully formed. But as he absorbed more blood chi, the blade began to form, and then the hilt. Although all of this takes a bit of time to describe, it was accomplished in only a few breaths worth of time. In the end, an enormous, blood-colored sword appeared. Everyone gasped as Bai Xiaochun raised both hands and grasped the hilt of the sword. "This is my blood annihilation world," he shouted. "You people want to kill me? Well, what if I kill you first?" Then, he slashed the sword down, sending an arc of blood-colored light shooting toward the dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators below. As the massive sword descended, more blood chi in the area rushed toward it, merging into it, causing it to grow larger and larger. In the blink of an eye, it was over 30 meters long, radiating an explosive aura of extermination. The Foundation establishment cultivators' faces went pale. Howling, they joined forces, unleashing all of the power at their disposal to defend themselves, even their trump cards. Boom, dot. When the sword hit the cultivators in the front line, they screamed, and their bodies began to tremble on the verge of collapse. Apparently, it started a chain reaction which quickly spread to the cultivators behind them. The blood sword attack which they had just sustained was now threatening to destroy them all. Song Ke was in the group, and a vicious look appeared on his face for the second time as he prepared to put his life on the line to counterattack. However, it was at this point that a cold snort echoed out. Enough is enough. Blood Qi, disperse. The words echoed out like thunder, causing the blood sword in by Xiaochun's hands to tremble, and then rapidly begin to fall apart and disperse. All of Middle Peak trembled as a powerful force swept over it. At the same time, countless spell formations and magical symbols appeared on the surface of the ground, which had been placed on the hands specifically to control the blood qi. Bai Xiaochun's eyes widened as he sensed the blood qi responding to the voice which had just spoken. It was no longer under his control, almost as if that voice were its true master, and had a much higher level of control over it than he did. However, moments later, he realized that the truth of the matter was that this person's control over the blood qi was being exerted by outside force, in sharp contrast to himself. After all, he was related to the blood qi. Rage filled Bai Xiaochun's heart. At the moment, he didn't care who that voice belonged to, he couldn't hold back from saying, "No, enough is not enough. When they tried to kill me, how come you didn't intervene then? Now I'm trying to kill them, and suddenly you say enough is enough? I refuse to accept this." From the moment he'd arrived in the bloodstream sect, he'd been running around with his tail stuck between his legs. Now he was finally taking some action, only to receive the short end of the stick. At the moment, his desire to kill these Foundation establishment cultivators only continued to grow. "This is their fault," he cried, eyes bright red. Although he knew what he was doing might not be the best choice, he exerted all his power to call out to the huge hand, all with the intention of throwing the bloodstream sect into chaos. Even if he had to flee the sect afterward, this was his choice. As the blood qi dispersed, as intense pressure weighed down, as the Foundation establishment cultivators gasped, he burst into motion. In the blink of an eye, he was in front of one of the Foundation establishment Dharma protectors, whereupon he clenched his hand into a fist and punched out. That cultivator had just been breathing a sigh of relief. Too slow to react to what was happening, he was struck directly by the fist strike, causing blood to spray out of his mouth as his heart and blood vessels began to explode. His eyes went wide, and before he could say anything more, he was dead. Everyone devolved into chaos and began to flee. Bai Xiaochun was tired of being wronged, and had thrown caution to the wind. His expression was grim, and his eyes radiated killing intent as he attacked once again. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 205, What a Great Sect! Chapter 205, What a Great Sect! Bai Xiaochun's eyes were bright red. He had already dealt with people who wanted to kill him back when he was being chased by the Luochen clan. That was when he came to realize that the only option in such a situation was to be more vicious than his opponents. Furthermore, he had to kill them before they killed him. That was the only way to stay alive. He transformed into a beam of light, causing heaven-shaking, earth-shattering rumbling to fill the area as he appeared next to another of the Foundation establishment Dharma protectors who had attacked him moments ago, and directly bashed into him. A boom echoed out, and the Dharma protector screamed miserably as his body shattered into pieces. Bai Xiaochun shot through the blood and gore, then suddenly sped backward and grabbed a hold of the neck off another cultivator who had been preparing to launch a sneak attack. The man screamed as he was subsequently ripped to shreds. Bai Xiaochun was already soaked in blood, his breath coming in ragged pants, and his eyes bright red. "Come on!" he bellowed. "What are you running for? Didn't you want to kill me? Bring it on!" He blurred into motion, appearing behind a terrified, fleeing Foundation establishment cultivator. In the blink of an eye, Bai Xiaochun's hand clasped onto the man's shoulder. Howling, the man tried to perform an incantation gesture, but before he could, Bai Xiaochun's other hand grabbed his neck and squeezed down hard. A cracking sound echoed out, and the man was dead. As Bai Xiaochun turned back around, the other Foundation establishment cultivators fled like mad, faces filled with terror. Some dove into their immortals' caves and activated the defensive spell formations, others simply tried to get as far away as possible. Some of them had banded together and were erecting a giant defensive spell formation to prevent Bai Xiaochun from getting to them. Song Ke and Master God Diviner were in that group. "You're not even human. I've never seen a fiendish devil like this before. Heavens! Nightcrypt is terrifying." Bai Xiaochun's explosive burst of violence left them completely shaken. To them, he seemed like a fiend, a monster, his clothes soaked in blood, his expression vicious and filled with murder. Such brutality, such madness, left the minds of all cultivators present completely reeling. Even Song Ke was gasping, and as for Master God Diviner, he was completely scared out of his mind. These were all Bloodstream sect disciples, people who disciples from the other sects viewed as wildly brutal. However, as of this moment, those very disciples were looking at Bai Xiaochun and thinking that his brutality was beyond description. Surprisingly, whoever had just spoken out to stop Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything further. Even the Prime Elders and the others were simply watching, clearly moved, and yet doing nothing to intervene. In fact, some of them even approached in person to watch the slaughter unfold. Breathing heavily, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the group in the spell formation, then grinned coldly as he shot toward a nearby immortal's cave. In the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he used his fleshly body power alone to batter the cave open. Moments later, he emerged from the cave dragging the corpse of the Foundation establishment cultivator who had been hiding within. He tossed the corpse out in front of the spell formation, then sat down off to the side, exhausted. Wiping the blood off of his face, he looked up at the onlookers hovering in midair. Suddenly, he blinked. Waves of exhaustion spread out through him, wrapping around his muscles and causing them to go slack. At the same time, he felt fear and regret. Although his outburst had allowed him to give vent to his anger, he was now getting nervous. "I didn't use any spirit stream sect techniques," he thought, trembling inwardly, "only stuff from the bloodstream sect. Technically speaking, my body refinement magic is connected to the bloodstream sect. Maybe they'll punish me, but they won't kill me. Will they?" Although he thought calling out to the giant hand to try to destroy the bloodstream sect, he wasn't confident at all in being able to succeed. Middle Peak was completely silent. Even in the bloodstream sect, slaughter like this was a rarity. To see such a fight left everyone completely shocked, and at the same time, changed their understanding of Nightcrypt. The silence was broken by the ancient voice. "Finished killing people?" At the same time, a blurry figure slowly materialized in front of Bai Xiaochun. It was a middle-aged man wearing a long, blood-colored robe. He had his hands clasped behind his back as he hovered there, looking coldly at Bai Xiaochun. He radiated a sensation of terrifying blood qi, something that seemed to resonate with heaven and earth, to connect with Middle Peak itself. That blood qi became a mighty pressure that caused even Bai Xiaochun's spiritual seas to vibrate. When the man looked at Bai Xiaochun, it felt like he could see right through him, peer into his very depths, see past all illusions. Bai Xiaochun shivered. Thankfully, the mask he was wearing was a precious treasure from the mysterious sect, and still managed to conceal him. After a moment, the man muttered to himself and retracted his vision. With that, he waved his right hand, sending a small bottle flying toward Bai Xiaochun. Exceptional innate talent. Inverse blood ancestral awakening. Even better than that, a devilish personality. Sadly, you're only at Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. There are 3 spirit blood pills in that bottle. They should heal your injuries and also make you more sensitive toward blood qi. With that, the man sighed, turned, and took a step forward. A wind blew past, and he was gone. "Ha! Bai Xiaochun looked around in shock. He had been fully prepared to be punished, but instead, the man had gifted him with a bottle of medicinal pills. Up in midair, the grand elders of the mountain peaks looked down with shining eyes. The reason none of them had spoken up earlier was because of the arrival of the patriarch. Nightcrypt's transformation had been so monumental that the patriarch had personally come to inspect the situation. Considering he had found no problems, the Grand Elder's passions now burned even hotter than before. Not only did Nightcrypt have incredible natural talent, he had killed several people in very rare fashion. Even the patriarch said he had a devilish personality. All of the Grand Elders were impressed by Nightcrypt's genius. Then they thought back to how domineering he had been in the fight over the Foundation establishment pills, and their admiration grew stronger. Although killing was against sect rules, they didn't really care. In the Bloodstream sect, the law of the jungle prevailed. Not a single one of them could claim to have hands free of blood. When people didn't know what was best for them, and provoked powerful experts, then the fault for their deaths lay at their own hands. When it came to low-level cultivators, the sect rules were more strictly enforced, but that was for their own protection. Foundation establishment cultivators and the powerful experts above them respected strength and strength alone. Furthermore, Bai Xiaochun's ability to piss people off was quite moving. There was a big difference between making everyone like you and making everyone hate you, but in the end, the result was the same as far as the leaders of the sect were concerned. When it came to success in those matters, the former would be champions of justice, the latter, devils. Considering he had such a devilish personality, if Nightcrypt could stay alive, then once his cultivation base improved, he would be a champion of the ages. Either he would conquer everything under the heavens, or the heavens would conquer him. The Grand Elder from Lesser Marsh Peak, the tall, burly cultivator, flew out with a smile on his face. Junior brother Nightcrypt, come with me to Lesser Marsh Peak. With that body refinement technique of yours, it would be a huge waste for you to not come to Lesser Marsh Peak. If you agree, I'll let you reside on the upper finger. Come. I guarantee you'll make incredible, unheard-of achievements in body refinement. Bai Xiaochun was a bit stunned by the sudden outpouring of words from the Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak. Before he could even react, though, the Grand Elder from Corpse Peak stepped forward. Ignore him, Nightcrypt. Join us on Corpse Peak. Corpse Peak will be your home for all eternity. Come. You can have your pick of all the colorful corpses we have. Junior brother Nightcrypt, they're not being sincere, cried the dwarf from Nameless Peak, who was ready to go all out to win over Bai Xiaochun with his inverse blood ancestral awakening. Come to Nameless Peak. I'll let you join the circle of Bloodstreak Elders. With the power of Nameless Peak behind you, no one will ever dare to provoke you again. Bai Xiaochun was at a loss for words. He had caused a huge disaster, killed 7 or 8 Foundation establishment cultivators in a row, caused chaos to Middle Peak's blood chi, and had completely ignored that middle-aged man. Although he didn't know who that man was, he assumed he was a prime elder, or maybe even a patriarch. If he had defied someone like that back in the Spirit Stream sect, and also been responsible for such a disaster, according to the sect rules, he would have been sent to the Hall of Justice to be skinned alive, bereft of his cultivation base, and then destroyed in body and soul. However, in the Bloodstream sect, everything was the opposite. As he stood there stupefied, a flirtatious laugh echoed out as the bewitchingly beautiful Song Junwan appeared. A fragrant breeze accompanied her arrival, and a gleam of deep praise could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Bai Xiaochun as though he were a priceless gem. She came to a stop right in front of him, then turned to face everyone else. This is Middle Peak. Are you people here to openly undermine me? Bai Xiaochun blinked at the sight of Song Junwan standing in front of him. She was dressed as audaciously as usual, her skirt had a long slit up the side, revealing her milky white legs, a sight which caused Bai Xiaochun's eyes to go wide. Before he realized what was happening, he was staring. The other 3 Grand Elders could see exactly what Song Junwan was doing, and they also noticed how Bai Xiaochun was staring at her. They sighed at Song Junwan's trickery, but could do nothing about it. Sighing longingly at Bai Xiaochun, they turned and left. After they were gone, Song Junwen's smile vanished, and her face became very grim as she looked around at the Foundation Establishment cultivators of Middle Peak. As her gaze passed over them, they trembled and bowed their heads silently. Song K seemed more scared than anyone, and didn't even dare to look up. From a young age, he had always feared his aunt. "You're all dismissed," Song Junwen said coolly. "Don't forget to come back later and clean this place up." Everyone breathed sighs of relief, and then left respectfully. Soon, the area was silent once again. Song Junwen turned her attention back toward Bai Xiaochun, an enigmatic smile on her face as she leaned forward and lifted his chin with her fair, jade-like hand, forcing him to look her in the eye. "Seen enough, little bro Nightcrypt?" Blushing, Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat and stood up straight, then clasped hands and bowed. "Greetings, big sis Song. You need to be a bit more careful in the future. The Bloodstream sect is a chaotic place, and it always has been. Maybe if things were different, we would be stronger in some ways, but there is nothing that can be done about it. All you can do is continue to find powerful enemies to defeat to impress people. As long as the patriarchs are around, the sect will remain whole. They can suppress the chaos when necessary. For now, stay on Middle Peak. You'll be safe here, and the stronger you get, the more respect you will be shown." She smiled, and it was a smile like a blooming rose, making her somehow more indescribably beautiful than ever. After a moment of hesitation, Bai Xiaochun asked, "Big sis Song, was that a patriarch just now?" "That was Patriarch Limitless," she replied softly. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's shocked reaction, she covered her smile with her hand and then left in a gust of fragrant wind. Bai Xiaochun stood there for a long moment before taking a deep breath. So, that was the consummate chosen from 800 years ago, Master Limitless. Bai Xiaochun looked around again, shaken. The more time that passed, the more he marveled at how well the Bloodstream sect treated him. Back in the Spirit Stream sect, he was always punished for causing disasters. Here, they not only withheld punishment, they actually rewarded him. All of the mountain peaks were fighting over him, and to top it off, Grand Elder Song Junwen was a smoking hot babe. This place was the perfect location to cultivate the undying live forever technique. It was his own personal holy land, filled with blood chi. What a great sect! Shaking his head, he realized he had to adjust his way of thinking. He was from the Spirit Stream sect, an enemy of the Bloodstream sect. And yet, he couldn't shake the feeling that the Bloodstream sect was really great. Chapter 205, What a Great Sect! If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 206, Dazzlingly Ferocious Reputation. Chapter 206, Dazzlingly Ferocious Reputation. By now, evening had fallen, and the moon hung high in the sky. Outside the Bloodstream sect, that moon appeared as white as ever, but looking at it from inside the sect, it was crimson. Blood-colored light bathed the sect, making it look even more grim and sinister than before. Disciples from other sects would shake in fear at such a sight, but Bai Xiaochun had been in the Bloodstream sect for long enough that he'd grown used to it. He was currently walking along a moonlit mountain path. Everything around him lay in waste. The ground and trees were destroyed, the Immortals' caves collapsed. However, it was very quiet. News about Bai Xiaochun's battle during the day on Middle Peak had already begun to spread like wildfire through the rest of the sect. In the Bloodstream sect, the law of the jungle prevailed, and people only showed respect to the powerful. During that spectacular fight, Bai Xiaochun had showed a brutal strength, a madness, a bloodthirstiness that struck everyone deep into their hearts. He alone had stood up to dozens of Foundation Establishment cultivators, and had even killed 7 or 8 of them. It was a rare thing even in the Bloodstream sect, and to many people, Bai Xiaochun had already become the stuff of nightmares. Not a single person suspected that he wasn't a Bloodstream sect disciple, and if anyone had dared to make such an accusation, no one would have believed them. I really don't like fighting and killing. Bai Xiaochun thought, sighing. After returning to his immortal's cave and finding that it had been completely destroyed, he sat down off to the side and decided that tomorrow, he would go pick a new immortal's cave. The night passed uneventfully. However, the cultivators of Middle Peak sat in the darkness, hearts pounding with fear. The events during the day were truly like a nightmare, and all of them feared that Bai Xiaochun would come for retribution. They sat restlessly in their immortals' caves, spell formations active. There were even some who fled Middle Peak altogether. Of course, word rapidly spread about the madness on Middle Peak, and Bai Xiaochun's violent outburst. Some of the Foundation establishment cultivators on Lesser Marsh Peak, Nameless Peak, and Corpse Peak had personally witnessed the event, whereas others only heard about it after the fact. All of them were shocked. He personally fought back against dozens of Foundation establishment cultivators? He actually defied the orders of a patriarch? Everyone just stood by and watched while he killed 8 people? The survivors were forced to hide together behind a spell formation? Word spread like mad through the 4 mountain peaks of the Bloodstream sect. Even the inner sect disciples on the back of the hand soon caught wind of Bai Xiaochun's actions. All of them were astonished. People had already come to view him as a bloodthirsty fiend, and now, the inner sect disciples could only imagine a variety of terrifying images regarding what had occurred. Nightcrypt is incredible. He ripped people apart, then drank their blood as he killed the other bystanders. I heard he's not even a cultivator. He's actually an evil, green-skinned hobgoblin in disguise. He has superhuman strength. A single bump from him can shake an entire mountain. All sorts of rumors began to spread. It only took a single night before countless people in the Bloodstream sect learned about a new person that nobody could provoke, a person named Nightcrypt. At dawn, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and went to take a walk. By that time, word about him had spread throughout the sect. Even the outer sect disciples had heard the stories. In fact, the disciples used various methods to spread the word, and it wasn't long before the cultivator clans in the area had heard the tales. It was easy to imagine how quickly the other major sects would learn of Nightcrypt's name. It went without saying that the news spread faster in the Bloodstream sect than it would have in the Spiritstream sect. After all, the Bloodstream sect disciples always walked around on edge to begin with, and never had much entertainment. Coupled with the fervor they felt toward powerful experts, it ensured that they were always very interested in newly risen chosen. Bai Xiaochun almost immediately came to experience that himself. Whenever Foundation establishment cultivators saw him coming, their expressions would flicker. Those who hadn't participated in the fighting the day before would smile broadly and clasp hands in greeting. Bai Xiaochun was moved. Now that he had proven himself, he finally got the same feeling he did when he walked around in the Spiritstream sect. His initial reaction was to smile and nod back to them in greeting. However, in response to his smile, the other Foundation establishment cultivators' eyes would go wide with disbelief. Many of them would even subconsciously take a few steps back, hesitant expressions on their faces. At first, Bai Xiaochun was shocked. But then he put on a cold demeanor and stared icily at them, and the Foundation establishment cultivators would sigh in relief. To them, that expression seemed much more befitting of Nightcrypt. I'm such a good person. Bai Xiaochun thought to himself, sighing inwardly. Having no other option, he maintained a cold, indifferent expression, glaring here and there. That earned him much more respect. As he walked along, his eyes started to get tired from all the glaring. Eventually, he reached the pavilion where he could select a new immortal's cave. The old man who had previously treated him with cool indifference suddenly rushed out and offered greetings. When he realized that Bai Xiaochun had come to choose an immortal's cave, he was at first shocked, but then quickly changed his attitude. Eyes burning with passion, he produced a scroll map and opened it to show Bai Xiaochun. Junior brother Nightcrypt, what do you think about this one? This immortal's cave has wonderful surroundings, and the blood chi there is incredible. Or what about this one? A prime elder once lived there. I usually don't point that out to anyone. There's also this place? If I remember, there are a few puppets that come with that one. Although Xiaochun was moved by the old man's passionate introduction to the Immortal's Cave, his face remained icy and ruthless. Eventually, he frowned. Although the open Immortal's Caves were better than his old destroyed one, they still weren't as good as the ones with a lot of blood chi. Seeing Xiaochun frowning, the old man seemed like he wanted to say something, then hesitated. He looked at Xiaochun for another moment, then thought about the fight from the day before. Finally, he gritted his teeth and lowered his voice. Junior brother Nightcrypt, you don't need to come here to select an Immortal's Cave. Huh? Xiaochun blinked thoughtfully. Deciding to make things more clear, the old man lowered his voice further. Remember, in the Bloodstream sect, we respect the strong and powerful. Many people don't officially select Immortal's Caves, they just take them. If you see one you like, kick the old owner out, and it becomes yours. Xiaochun's eyes began to shine brightly. The truth was that he had lived for so long in the Spirit Stream sect that, deep inside, he wasn't at all like the Bloodstream sect people. Sometimes it was hard to think the way they did. Otherwise, he wouldn't have needed the old man to remind him. Clearing his throat, he maintained his icy exterior, and nodded coolly to the old man. Then he swished his sleeve and turned to leave. Inside, he was filled with the excitement that came from being able to violate a taboo. The old man watched Xiaochun leaving, and sighed. As far as he was concerned, it was a big pity that Nightcrypt was only in Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Otherwise, he might have had an extraordinary future. Of course, even though he was merely in Mortal Dao Foundation establishment, he was still a brutal fiend who couldn't be provoked. Xiaochun walked along, feeling more and more excited, his heart pounding as he looked around. What a feeling! I can just take whatever I like. Nothing matters except that I'm stronger, so I can have whatever I want. He licked his lips in anticipation. This was something that could never happen in the Spirit Stream sect. It was like finally being able to eat forbidden fruit. He scoured Middle Peak for half a day, and around noontime identified an Immortal's Cave he liked. It was rather large, and the grounds around it were covered with blood trees. It was almost like a whole world unto itself. The blood trees all had faces on them, and although their eyes were closed, they seemed completely sinister and bizarre, the type that would strike fear into the hearts of anyone who got near them. In fact, the only path leading to the door had been overrun by the sinister blood trees. Even from a distance, it was possible to see the faint blood mist that filled the area. Just barely visible through the blood trees was a blood cistern with dense blood chi. The area was paved with limestone, and there were some refined corpses wearing suits of armor who stood guard. Next to the cistern was the entrance to the Immortal's Cave, a huge white door that was carved with intricate spell formations. The spell formations were currently active, flickering with bright light that ensured that the entire area was shielded. Looking at the scene, Xiaochun licked his lips, and his eyes began to shine. What a great location! He had secretly absorbed blood chi from this location in the past, and vaguely remembered that it was Master God Diviner's Immortal's Cave. He had asked Imposter Nightcrypt, and learned that Master God Diviner was only in the early Foundation establishment stage, but as he was very adept at divination and augury, he was very important to the sect. In the Lone Hell Pocket Realm, he had reached Earthstream Foundation establishment, but had only achieved a few tide flows. Even still, it was enough to set him on the path to fame in the Bloodstream sect. Therefore, it was no surprise that he had occupied such a nice Immortal's Cave for such a long time. Eyes shining, Xiaochun sped forward toward the Immortal's Cave. As he neared, faces on the blood trees opened their eyes, which shone with killing intent. However, as soon as they recognized Xiaochun, they began to scream in high-pitched voices. Night Devil is here! It's Night Devil! Heavens! Night Devil is here for revenge! Master, save me! Inside the Immortal's Cave, Master God Diviner gritted his teeth. He both hated and feared Bai Xiaochun, and when he thought about the brutal events from the previous day, he was sure that Bai Xiaochun had come to get revenge. Then he heard the voices crying out from the outside, and his eyes went wide. Sure enough, he's here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 207, Night Devil's Name Spreads. Chapter 207, Night Devil's Name Spreads. Night Devil? When Bai Xiaochun heard what the blood trees were screaming, his jaw dropped. He had no way of knowing, but because of the brutality of the previous day's events, quite a few people had taken to calling him Night Devil. Annoyed by the shrieking trees, he snorted coldly and said, "Shut up." His voice was accompanied by a brutally murderous air that scared the blood trees so much that they started trembling and lapsed into silence. Terrified, the trees that had planted themselves onto the path leading to the Immortal's cave pulled up their roots and cleared the way. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back, stuck his chin up, and coolly said, "Master God Diviner, get out here." Everyone who heard him was completely shocked. Inside the Immortal's cave, Master God Diviner's face went ashen, and a crazed look appeared in his eyes. Gritting his teeth, sweat popping out on his forehead, he cried, "Nightcrypt, don't push things too far." Bai Xiaochun didn't step into the forest of blood trees. The pressure from the spell formation was too threatening. However, in response to Master God Diviner's words, he smiled grimly and then unleashed some blood chi. In the blink of an eye, all of the blood chi in the area began to churn, transforming into a dense mist. The faces on the blood trees began to quiver, but they didn't dare to scream. They simply began to huddle together in shock. The Foundation establishment cultivators in the area could sense what was happening, and saw the shocking blood chi building up around Bai Xiaochun. Inside the Immortal's cave, Master God Diviner sat there with ashen face, chuckling bitterly. The madness in his eyes grew, and just when he was about to jump out and fight to the death, Bai Xiaochun's cruel voice once again filled the area. "I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get the hell out of there," he said proudly. "I want this Immortal's cave." With that he flicked his sleeve. Master God Diviner had been ready to unleash the power of the spell formation to fight to the death with Bai Xiaochun. But when he heard his words, his eyes went wide with surprise. He almost couldn't believe it. "You think I'll risk my life based on your kindness, Nightcrypt? What makes you think I'll believe you?" Sticking his chin up, Bai Xiaochun replied, "Calm down. I'm a man of my word. If I say I'm going to take your Immortal's cave, then I'm going to take your Immortal's cave." Even as the words left his mouth, the door to the Immortal's cave opened, and Master God Diviner flew out at top speed, flying off into the air. As he did, his voice echoed out, "Nightcrypt, the Bloodstream sect is a devilish sect, but we keep our promises. If you go back on your word in front of all these fellow Taoists, you'll be hated by everyone. No one will ever believe you again." Master God Diviner was truly afraid. He feared that Bai Xiaochun was intentionally drawing him out of his Immortal's cave to attack him. Even as he flew off, he tossed down the jade pendant to the Immortal's cave. Never could he have imagined that Bai Xiaochun really had just come for the Immortal's cave, and not his life. In fact, he still couldn't believe it, and his heart pounded with the feeling of having nearly escaped a deadly catastrophe. As he caught the jade pendant, Bai Xiaochun stared at the fleeing Master God Diviner. Only then did he understand what was going on. Sighing, he ignored Master God Diviner and then stepped into the blood tree forest. As soon as the blood trees realized they had a new master, they were all smiles, and even began to lavish him with praise. "Master Night Devil is mighty and extraordinary, invincible under the heavens. Master Night Devil is a master strategist. He can succeed with even the most difficult tasks." Bai Xiaochun looked at the fawning blood trees with a somber, cold expression, and yet, a gleam of encouragement could be seen in his eyes. At first, the blood trees had been very nervous, but when they saw the encouraging look, they mustered their courage and heaped more flattery upon him. Bai Xiaochun sighed and shook his head. "I really am quite outstanding," he murmured. No matter where I go, people are always trying to flatter me. It's annoying, and yet, I can't really stop them either. His size caused the blood tree's flattery to increase. Compared to Night Devil, no other devils exist in the world. With a single glance, Night Devil causes all the female cultivators to swoon. When Night Devil sighs, the heavens turn dim. As the blood trees went all out with their praise, Xiaochun happily stepped into Master God Diviner's Immortal's cave. The blood chi here didn't seem any less strong than that near Song Kei's blood waterfall. Xiaochun felt even more satisfied than before. There were 7 or 8 puppets present which all offered formal greetings. He quickly sent them over to his old collapsed Immortal's cave to bring his belongings over. Soon, the fact that Xiaochun had occupied Master God Diviner's Immortal's cave spread through all of Middle Peak. Yet again, a whole new set of stories regarding Night Crypt's brutality were told. Half a month went by, during which time the stories of Night Crypt grew more and more wild. All of the cultivator clans in the area already knew about him. Soon, everyone was aware that a new, savage figure had appeared in the Bloodstream sect. He had single-handedly fought an entire group of Foundation establishment experts, and even killed 7 or 8 of them. He had drawn upon all the blood chi of Middle Peak to form an enormous, shocking blood sword. And then there was his inverse blood ancestral awakening, which left everyone completely astonished. He has a strange personality, and is completely unpredictable. One second he'll be slaughtering people left and right, the next, he's calm and lets everyone off the hook. It's impossible to figure him out. I heard that, according to Patriarch Limitless, it was Night Crypt's devilish personality that enabled him to escape alive from the Spirit Stream sects by Xiaochun. Night Crypt has obviously been extraordinary for some time. Not even Song Kei is a match for him. It's too bad he's only at Mortal Dao Foundation establishment. Otherwise, he'd be even stronger than he is now. That's nothing. I heard that the Grand Elders of all 4 mountain peaks fought over him. In the end, he chose Grand Elder Song Junwan of Middle Peak. What a pity. Of course, news leaked from Bloodstream sect territory into the territory of other sections. Eventually, even the warring Profound Stream sect and Pill Stream sect had heard of Night Crypt. The Spirit Stream sect was closer than they were to the Bloodstream sect, so they were privy to more details. Eventually, both the north and south banks of the Spirit Stream sect were abuzz with the topic. Ghostfang was in secluded meditation, but even he heard some of the stories. Frowning, he thought back to the fallen Sword Abyss, but couldn't recall a Bloodstream sect disciple with that name. Night Crypt? I don't remember him. Shangguan Tianyu was also in secluded meditation. After thinking the matter over, he couldn't recall any information about the person in question. But that didn't matter. He wasn't happy about anyone being stronger than him. When it came to the chosen of any generation, they knew that the only way to maintain their place was to keep getting stronger and stronger. Night Crypt. Zhou Xinqi took a deep breath. The Spirit Stream sect paid very close attention to the affairs of the Bloodstream sect. Zhou Xinqi was very shocked by the news, especially when she heard that he had fought a battle with an entire group of Foundation establishment experts. Gritting her teeth, she focused even harder on her cultivation. It was the same with Beihan Lai, Lu Tianlei, Su Song, Gongsun Yun, and many other chosen. The stories about Night Crypt spurred them into even greater focus. As for the sect leader and the other high-level leaders, they also took note, but what interested them more was the inverse blood ancestral awakening. If this Night Crypt keeps getting stronger, he could turn into quite the calamity. Put more resources into the search for Xiaochun. Ever since the kid left, not even a shadow of him has turned up. Even the people we sent to watch over him haven't been able to turn up any clues. The Spirit Stream sect chosen and leadership figures were shaken. As for the ordinary inner sect disciples, most of them weren't very impressed with the stories they heard. What the hell is a Night Crypt? Can he even come close to sect Uncle Bai? Yeah, exactly. If sect Uncle Bai fought him, this night crypt would be turned to ash in a second. That was what many people were saying, especially Ho Xiaomei and Big Fatty Zhang. Su Baokai was especially fervent in his opinions as well. In fact, to confirm her theory that the newly famous night crypt would be completely destroyed by the simple wave of Bai Xiaochun's finger, Ho Xiaomei went to consult with Ho Yunfei, who was in secluded meditation. After a long moment of thought, Ho Yunfei smiled and said, "Night crypt?" There were too many people attacking Xiaochun at the same time. I don't really remember them all. I knew that guy was a nobody. Big bro Xiaochun is the awesomest. At first, Ho Xiaomei was very happy. However, her mood quickly soured. Where do you think Xiaochun is now anyway? How come nobody can find him? I hope he's not in trouble. Ho Yunfei tousled her hair and looked off into the distance. Don't worry about him, he said with a slight smile. No matter where he ends up, the people who'll end up in trouble are the unlucky folks around him. Who knows how many folks he's driven crazy so far? Ho Xiaomei thought back to all of the past events Bai Xiaochun had been involved with, and smiled. Finally, she took a deep breath. Eyes filled with determination, and cheeks flushed, she decided that she had to work hard at her cultivation. Without doing that, there wasn't any hope at all of anything happening between her and Bai Xiaochun. As stories of night crypt spread, Bai Xiaochun was sitting by the blood cistern, working on his cultivation. With the help of the strong blood qi in the area, he was already working on the second level of the undying Heavenly King. By now, more than half of the Heavenspan river water had merged into his first spiritual sea. Before long, the process would be complete. That would signify that he had begun to break through from early foundation establishment. It would also represent another step of progress with his human controlling grand magic. At that point, he would be able to experiment in ways that he had only been able to dream about before. Although he hadn't come across an opportunity to use his Heavenspan Dharma eye, he was confident that when he opened it, it would be even more powerful than before. Then there was his mountain-shaking bash. He continued to practice with it, which caused booming sounds to echo around his immortal's cave as he grew more and more familiar with it. He didn't give up on his work with proto-magnetic power either. Although he hadn't mastered it, he was convinced that it was an extraordinary magic, and his heart thumped with anticipation at being able to use the powers of gravity and repulsion. If I could completely come to understand it, then if someone stronger than me was chasing me, I could just wave my finger, and they wouldn't be able to get close. As for anyone weaker than me, I could just wave my hand, and they would fly toward me. When he thought about that, his eyes glittered like diamonds. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 208, Save Me Big Sis Song. Chapter 208, Save Me Big Sis Song. Being able to force people to come and go as I wish. Now that is a level unto itself. The more Bai Xiaochun thought about it, the more he looked forward to it. He could almost imagine what it would be like when he mastered proto-magnetic power, and could reduce things to ash with the wave of his hand. The swish of a sleeve could send enemies far off into the distance, and simultaneously bring friends close by to protect them. It was such an entrancing idea that Bai Xiaochun looked at his sleeve for a moment, and then decided to perform some more tests. He worked hard for more than half a month. One night, in the middle of his proto-magnetic power research, a blood-colored palanquin trundled along toward the sect, carried on the shoulders of 8 gargoyles. On either side of the palanquin were hosts of palace maids carrying blood-colored lanterns that caused blood-colored light to spill out in all directions. Inside the palanquin was Xueme, wearing her mask, staring grimly at a jade slip she held in her hand. She had left the sect a few months ago on a mission. After killing some profound stream sect spies in one of the local cultivator clans, she was now on her way back to the sect. Night Crypt. Looking over at the sect, her eyes flickered with killing intent. About a month ago, when she was still in the middle of her mission, she had heard some of the other disciples talking about Night Crypt. She knew about the chaos on Middle Peak, and also knew that her immortal's cave had been destroyed. Now, more killing intent roiled in her eyes than before. In the past, she hadn't thought much about Nightcrypt. To her, he was like an ant, someone who could be killed at the drop of a hat. If it weren't for the fact that she had been out on a mission, she would have arranged to have him exterminated. Even the fact that he had been hiding on Corpse Peak wouldn't have mattered. Of course, she wouldn't have done the deed herself. But then Nightcrypt had the gall to actually destroy her immortal's cave. After that came the news that he had fought with a whole group of Foundation establishment cultivators, and had even drawn upon the blood chi of all of Middle Peak for his inverse blood ancestral awakening. It was truly a spectacular accomplishment. However, if Xiaochun wanted him killed, she could still do it. Waving her hand, she said, to Middle Peak. In response to her words, the palace maids and gargoyles changed direction. Instead of heading toward Ancestor Peak, they were now moving through the darkness of night toward Middle Peak. Her arrival caused pressure to spread out that many of the Foundation establishment cultivators could detect, whereupon they saw the blood palanquin. As for the cultivators who had teamed up to fight by Xiaochun, their eyes shone with delight. That was especially true of Master God Diviner. He was now living in a relatively simple and crude immortal's cave, and when he saw Xiaochun's palanquin flying through the air, he began to tremble with excitement. Let's see how you hide this time, Nightcrypt. Everyone else is too scared to attack you. Even Patriarch Limitless approved of you. But young lady Xiaochun reached 9 tide flows, and she's Patriarch Limitless' beloved daughter. If she wants to kill you, not even the Patriarch would stop her. You're dead, Nightcrypt. Although it was very quiet on Middle Peak, if you listen carefully, you would be able to hear numerous cultivators doing their best to stifle their breathing. It was like the calm before a storm. Soon the blood palanquin was hovering in the air above Xiaochun's immortal's cave. When Xiaochun saw the rubble down below, she began to breathe heavily. Transforming into a beam of blood-colored light, she shot down toward the immortal's cave. The wave of her sleeve sent countless rocks and bits of rubble flying away to reveal a destroyed spell formation, and the shattered remnants of her blood bottle. As she stared at her bottle, her murderous aura grew more and more intense, until it formed an explosive energy around her. Astonishingly, 9 vortexes could be seen surrounding her. Those were the manifestations of the 9 tide flows of her Earthstring Foundation establishment. They spun rapidly until they were like 9 enormous tornadoes, causing widespread shock among the cultivators in the area. A moment later, Xiaochun's voice echoed out, filled with boundless killing intent. Where is Nightcrypt? Master God Diviner had been paying close attention to what was happening, and as soon as he heard her words, he burst out into the open and flew over. Clasping hands and bowing deeply, he excitedly said, Young Lady Xiaochun, please take charge here. Nightcrypt is matchlessly vicious, a thug who commits every imaginable misdeed. Not only did he destroy your immortal's cave, he killed many fellow members of the sect. Then he stole my immortal's cave. That's exactly where you can find him right now. I'll lead the way, young lady. Xiaochun looked at Master God Diviner, and her gaze caused his heart to pound. Averting his gaze, he quickly led her toward Bai Xiaochun. Quite a few other Foundation establishment cultivators were in the area secretly watching, and they began to follow along. Cruel looks could be seen in their eyes as they anticipated the scene of young lady Xiaochun slaughtering Bai Xiaochun. Nightcrypt is dead. Humph. Let's see him be arrogant and aggressive this time. He can bully us, but he'll be like an bug in front of young lady Xiaochun. Young lady Xiaochun reached 9 tide flows, shaking the entire eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. Other than the legendary Bai Xiaochun, who could possibly be a match for her? They followed along excitedly until they were outside of Bai Xiaochun's new immortal's cave. Young lady Xiaochun, Master God Diviner said through gritted teeth, the hoodlum is right here. After everything that had occurred, Master God Diviner hated Bai Xiaochun down to his very bones. Xiaochun looked at the immortal's cave and the blood trees with the vicious faces. The blood trees opened their eyes, and immediately began to tremble. None of them dared to even speak. Apparently they could sense how much more terrifying young lady Xiaochun was than Nightcrypt. Not only did they not say a word, they uprooted themselves and moved off to the side, revealing the blood cistern and the immortal's cave. Xiaochun's killing intent slowly transformed into blood qi, which swirled around her as she began to stride forward. It only took a moment for her to be hovering directly above the immortal's cave. There, she lifted her right hand, which turned blood red before she then shoved it downward. All of Middle Peak trembled in response, and the same spell formation appeared that had appeared when the Patriarch made a move not too many days before. Massive amounts of blood qi swirled together, converging beneath Xiaochun in the form of an enormous, blood-colored plum blossom. Then, the plum blossom began to drop down toward the immortal's cave. The cave's spell formation was activated, and attempted to fight back, but the blood-colored plum blossom was too shockingly powerful. It had been converged from all of the blood qi in the area, and seemed capable of completely dominating the spell formation. The spell formation only managed to hold out for a few breaths worth of time before it faded away. Then Xiaochun's attack continued to descend. Incredible rumbling echoed out in all directions. The crowd looked on excitedly as Bai Xiaochun's immortal's cave began to collapse, sending rocks and rubble tumbling in all directions. Young Lady Shui is almighty. Ha ha ha. Nightcrypt, you're. Although everyone was cheering at first, they quickly discovered that, unexpectedly, the immortal's cave was empty. Xiaochun snorted coldly, then waved her finger toward the blood cistern. Instantly, blood qi erupted out, slamming into the cistern, which collapsed with a boom. At the same time, someone shot out from inside the cistern, that person being Bai Xiaochun himself. He had been practicing cultivation happily at the bottom of the cistern when he suddenly heard the commotion up above. Before he could even take the time to check what was happening, the top of the cistern had been destroyed. He wasn't injured, but he was certainly shocked. He also wasn't sure what type of mysterious treasure she was using to create such an overpowering aura. That was the only explanation why he hadn't detected her earlier. Listen, we're all chosen, so please just listen to what I. Xiaochun looked over at him calmly. There were some people in life that she didn't view as insects, but Nightcrypt wasn't one of those people. She waved her finger again, and Bai Xiaochun immediately felt a sensation of imminent crisis. It was the explosive power of 9 tide flows. She only waved her finger once, but it contained layer upon layer of power, all of which was bearing down on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun was angry. In his opinion, they were all chosen, so there was no reason they couldn't sit down and discuss things reasonably. Why did they have to instantly resort to deadly fighting? However, at the moment, he had no choice but to unleash his own blood qi. Raising his hand up over his head, he grabbed the blood sword that formed, and then slashed it out in front of him. A boom echoed out, shaking everything in the area. As the shockwave spread out, Bai Xiaochun's hair flew about wildly. For the first time, a brilliant light shone in Xiaochun's eyes, and she snorted coldly. Not bad after all, she said coolly. But external power is nothing more than external power. Blood qi seal. Her right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and then she pointed her finger out, and the same thing that had occurred when the Patriarch appeared happened again. All of the blood qi around Bai Xiaochun began to tremble and disperse. Bai Xiaochun looked around, and immediately realized that there were the signs of a spell formation in the ground. Although she couldn't control all of Middle Peak like Patriarch Limitless could, she could control a smaller area. As of this moment, she said placidly, "You are nothing more than an ant." Then she began to speed toward Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun's face fell. The blood qi in the area had been suppressed, but if he wanted to, he could seize control back, just like he had done before. Unfortunately, if he did that now, it would reveal some secrets that he didn't want other people to know about. A boom rang out as they slammed into each other. Bai Xiaochun staggered back, his rage growing. As for Xiaochun, intense killing intent could be seen in her eyes. She once again performed another incantation gesture, summoning a blood-colored plum blossom which shot toward Bai Xiaochun. A fierce look could be seen in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. Xu Mei was far stronger than Song Ke, and was in fact the most powerful enemy he had encountered since reaching foundation establishment. Even as he was trying to decide how to deal with her, a flirtatious laugh suddenly echoed out in the area. "What foul-wined blue young lady Xu Mei over here? What's wrong? You don't like my junior brother Nightcrypt?" Another casual laugh floated through the area as Middle Peak Grand Elder Song Junwan appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun. She was wearing a different outfit than before, but it was just as incapable of containing her voluptuous physique as the other, almost as if she had to breath out just to fit into it. Curves were visible everywhere, along with milky white skin. She was truly explosively sexy. As soon as the words left her mouth, the blood-colored plum blossom stopped in place in midair. Song Junwan's hair floated around her, and a fragrant aroma spread out. She was like a ripe peach that caused all of the other foundation establishment cultivators to gasp with desire. Tongues sticking to the roofs of their mouths, they bowed their heads to avoid looking at the fatally attractive image in front of them. Only Bai Xiaochun dared to stare. Then, he spoke up, sounding wronged and bullied. "Big sis Song, if you'd been even a bit later, I would have lost my poor little life." Chapter 208, Save Me Big Sis Song. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 209, Silenced in Death. Chapter 209, Silenced in Death. "You're always looking at me like that, you lecherous little rascal," Song Junwan said with a flirtatious smile. "What exactly do you think you're going to do?" Although she didn't seem to technically be flirting, her spectacular beauty and sparkling eyes would stir the emotions of anyone who saw them. In his heart, Bai Xiaochun wanted to tell her that she was a vixen. However, if he didn't somehow manage to become Grand Elder himself, then the only way to get the relic of eternal indestructibility would be to sneak in through her bedchamber. Therefore, he looked down shyly, lowered his voice and said, "Big sis Song, you're peerless and sublime. I don't know why, but I just can't stop myself from staring." With that, he stared at her a bit more. The way he treated her differently was exactly what Song Junwan found so amusing. Their flirtatious exchange caused all of the foundation establishment cultivators to grumble bitterly inside. In addition to the hatred they felt for Bai Xiaochun, there was also a bit of envy. That was especially true of Master God Diviner, whose eyes widened into a near glare. Panting, he suddenly wished he could switch places with Bai Xiaochun. He wanted to be the one standing in front of Song Junwan, the Middle Peak Grand Elder who was in fact a rare beauty. He wanted to be the one flirting back and forth with her. Xu Mei looked at the two of them, and the coldness in her eyes grew more intense. Snorting coldly, she said, "I'm also curious about something. What foul wind was it that brought Song Junwan over here? Get out of my way." With that, she waved her hand, and the blood-colored plum blossom suddenly began to move again. Song Junwan's smile suddenly turned icy. "Do Xu Mei, this is Middle Peak. Don't let your presumptuousness get the better of you. 1. She waved her right hand, and the spell formation that covered the area suddenly flared to life. Earlier, Xu Mei had just barely forced some of it to work, but now, the entire thing was in motion. The blood-colored plum blossom shattered, transforming into massive amounts of blood qi. Most of it scattered, although some of it was absorbed back by Xu Mei. Xu Mei stuck her chin up and arrogantly said, "I'm in the middle of something here, why don't you mind your own business?" The expression on her face when she looked at Song Junwan was different than when she looked at others. It was one of derision, and even intentional provocation. "This is my business. I dare you to do something to Nightcrypt. Try it, and see what happens." Laughing coldly, Song Junwan's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and she waved her finger toward the ground. Instantly, the spell formation expanded, and in the blink of an eye, all of the lower finger was lit up. Song Junwan's eyes shone with just as much derision and provocation as Xu Mei's. Moved, Bai Xiaochun remained behind Song Junwan, glaring hatefully at Xiaochun. Xiaochun took a step forward, and her cultivation base erupted with power, becoming a tornado of 9 vortexes that stretched high up into the sky. This was the awe-inspiring power of Earth String Foundation establishment and 9 tide flows. I'd originally planned to simply sever his hands to teach him a lesson. But since you're protecting him now, I think I'll end his life. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and inwardly, he despised Xiaochun even more. If he could reveal his Hebendao Foundation establishment, then the snap of his finger would leave her shocked into a daze. Other people might fear your status, but not Song Junwan. I couldn't care less. If you harm a single hair on Nightcrypt's head, I'll cut off one of your fingers. Song Junwan also took a step forward and unleashed the power of her cultivation base. Although she didn't have the vortexes of 9 tide flows, she was in the great circle of late Foundation establishment. The quality of the power at her disposal couldn't match up to Xiaochun's, but the sheer volume was overwhelming. Cracking sounds emanated out as the power from the two slammed into each other. Plants and trees in the area were shredded to pieces, and as the shockwave spread out, the Foundation establishment cultivators' hearts trembled. Xiaochun was clearly not a match, and after their initial clash, she staggered backward. Bai Xiaochun was so shaken that he didn't know what to do or say. He almost couldn't believe that the beautiful Grand Elder was treating him so well. For him, she had offended Xiaochun and even put herself on the line. Although Bai Xiaochun was of the opinion that one of his hairs was worth a lot more than a finger, he was still very moved by the Grand Elder's goodwill. She's really treating me too well, he thought. What am I supposed to do? Feeling a headache coming on, he hovered behind Song Junwan and stared somberly at Xiaochun. Xiaochun gave a cold harumph. Eyes burning with fury and killing intent, she waved her right index finger, causing a white beam of light to shoot out from her bag of holding. It transformed into a little white bell which had a smiling face engraved on its surface. Upon closer examination, however, the face almost seemed to be crying. If you started at it for too long, your scalp would begin to tingle, and your heart would fill with fear. As soon as the bell appeared, a bizarre aura spread out in all directions. As it merged into the 9 tide flow vortexes, the tide flow power erupted, and massive rumbling sounds filled the area. Strangely, the power from the bell seemed to be combining with the 9 tide flow vortexes. Instantly, the energy in the area skyrocketed, and the bell began to grow larger until it was fully 30 meters tall. As it hovered there in midair, it radiated boundless might and pressure. Xiaochun's eyes flickered. Thanks to the assistance of this magical item, her cultivation base power was rising until it was on the same level as Song Junwan's. Apparently, the ringing sound of the bell could influence the emotions of those who heard it. The faces of the onlookers flickered, and even Song Junwan's pupils constricted. This was clearly not a magical item designed for Foundation establishment cultivators. Considering Xiaochun's status, it was obvious to everyone that this was a precious treasure which had been gifted to her by her father Patriarch Limitless. It was only possible to imagine how powerful of a precious treasure a patriarch would give to his beloved daughter. Song Junwan gritted her teeth. She had never gotten along with Xiaochun, and both of them were currently engaged in a broader struggle for power. Although their mutual dislike had festered for years, Song Junwan currently had a far more powerful cultivation base than Xiaochun. And yet, a precious treasure provided by Patriarch Limitless was enough to fill her heart with fear. However, Xiaochun's heart also trembled in fear. She might have her precious treasure, but in terms of cultivation base, she wasn't a match for Song Junwan. Furthermore, when it came to official status in the sect, she couldn't really compete. The two of them stared at each other, both of them scared, and neither one willing to make the first move. Bai Xiaochun remained off to the side, shocked, staring in amazement at the precious magical item. The two women stared at each other for a while before Song Junwan finally chuckled coldly. Smiling a beautiful smile, she spoke words that cut as deeply as a razor-sharp blade. You wear a mask all day, and a mask carved with a plum flower at that. You might as well carve your own ass on that mask, Xiaochun. You're obviously so ugly you don't dare to show your face in public. Everyone in the area gasped. It was almost as if they were listening to a stranger, and not the Grand Elder. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped, and he looked over at Xiaomei, wondering how she would counterattack. Xiaomei snorted coldly. Completely ignoring Bai Xiaochun, she glared at Song Junwan and said, "Oh yeah? Well, your good looks are probably why you're so easy. The only way you got to be Grand Elder of Middle Peak was by losing your virtue in 10,000 affairs. Everybody in the sect knows it. I wouldn't be surprised if you'd sleep with 100,000 people to become a blood master. Wouldn't you? Countless gasps echoed out, and the cultivators of Middle Peak stared with wide eyes. As of this moment, Xiaomei also seemed like a complete stranger. Xiaomei's counterattack struck Bai Xiaochun mute. Gasping, he couldn't decide which one of them was superior. They actually seemed to be evenly matched. However, something seemed odd about the situation, and suddenly, he wondered if he had felt moved for no reason. By now, the two shrews seemed to be completely ignoring him, and were consumed by hatred for each other. Hey, hold on. He thought. I'm supposed to be the center of attention. Did they forget about me? Blinking, he decided to remind them of what was going on. Listen, ladies. However, before he could finish, both Xiaomei and Song Junwan snapped, "Shut up, Dot." Bai Xiaochun was initially frightened, but then enraged. However, before he could say anything else, Song Junwan laughed coldly. "Shut your ass up, Du Xiaomei. I'm not the easy one. The easy one was your mother. She had to do a blood test just to figure out that Patriarch Limitless was your father. That's the truth, and everybody knows it. Other people might not dare to say it out loud, but go ask any of your father's friends. They all know." Song Junwan laughed coldly. This time, there were no gasps. Everyone was completely dumbstruck. Considering that a patriarch had just been mentioned, they felt almost like they had been struck by thunder. There were even some who started to slowly edge away. Obviously, in a brutal organization like the Bloodstream sect, a secret the likes of which had just been mentioned was the kind that people got killed for hearing. Song Junwan might not be afraid, but that was because one of the Bloodstream sect patriarchs was from her clan. Nobody else present had such a background. Not willing to be outdone, Xiaomei spat, "Slanderer. You think I don't know the truth about you? Song K is your love child. And Nightcrypt is your secret lover. If that weren't the case, you never would have showed up so quickly. You probably stepped out the back door and then just hurried back, didn't you? You disgusting slut bucket." The second batch of unverifiable news caused the scalps of all onlookers to tingle in fear. Moments ago, people had been edging away quietly, but at this point, they didn't dare to hear anything more. Hearts pounding, they fled, convinced that if they listened any further, they would end up dead. Bai Xiaochun was also trembling in terror, and was wondering if he would also be silenced in death to keep the news from spreading. He began to carefully sneak away, hoping to put as much distance between himself and these two women as possible. The truth was that, in this moment, he was just as scared as he had been back in the Luochen Mountains. Even as he prepared to flee at top speed, Song Junwan and Xiaomei continued to curse each other, revealing even more explosive bits of information. Bai Xiaochun's skin crawled as he heard all sorts of sordid history regarding the Bloodstream sect. By this point, the Bloodstream sect patriarchs were aware of what was happening. Eventually, it seemed they weren't interested in hearing anymore, and one of the patriarchs cleared his throat. The sound transformed into rumbling thunder, and a lightning bolt even split the sky overhead. Song Junwan and Xiaomei knew what that meant. Neither of them wanted to back down, but they had no choice. With a final vicious glare at each other, they snorted coldly and parted ways. One flew up to the upper finger, the other left middle peak. Unexpectedly, neither of them spared a second glance for Bai Xiaochun. Soon, everything was quiet. Bai Xiaochun hovered there in shock for a moment before looking around inside. There were few things in life as terrifying as two women who hated each other. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Only a few days of the contest left. Check out the rules here and check out the current entries here. Hey everyone, the Deathblade clan is heading back to North China tomorrow. We have a super early flight that interferes with my normal chapter release time. As a result, chapter 210 will come a few hours later than normal. If there are flight delays or anything else that changes the situation, I'll mention in on Twitter. 1. At this point you can now see why it's Xueme and not Xueme, because Xueme is her given name, with her surname being Du, since I'm sure people will ask. Yes, it's the same Du character as Du Lingfei. Don't forget that a shared surname doesn't necessarily confirm a relation or connection. For example, Su Xiaochun and Su Baokai share the same surname, but that doesn't necessarily mean they're from the same family. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 210, Grand Elder, please behave yourself. Chapter 210, Grand Elder, please behave yourself. Bai Xiaochun sighed and looked down at his immortal's cave, pondering his miserable existence. Since arriving in the Bloodstream sect, he'd had 2 immortals' caves destroyed. These people are savages. One slip of the tongue and they destroy your immortal's cave. Shaking his head, he looked over furiously at the blood trees. The blood trees had been completely useless. They'd been so scared that they didn't even offer a warning. Now that he was glaring at them, they were shivering and attempting to look as ingratiating as possible. Bai Xiaochun was not in a good mood. After glaring at the trees well and good, he warned them that if something like this happened again, he would tear them up by the roots once and for all. After the trembling trees promised that they would behave better in the future, Bai Xiaochun finally let them off the hook. It took the rest of the night to clean up the mess that was the remains of his immortal's cave. Around dawn, he used spiritual power to repair some of the damage, and then used the rest of the day to recover. As he sat there cross-legged in the immortal's cave, he thought about the situation, and came to the conclusion that Xueme probably wouldn't come back for him anytime soon. As long as he stayed on the mountain, he shouldn't have any trouble. Just wait until I get that relic of eternal indestructibility, he said, snorting coldly. Then I'll show that hussy Xueme how awesome I really am. Then he thought about all the secrets he'd heard, and was suddenly worried again. It should be fine, right? He thought, trying to comfort himself. However, 3 days later, he happened to hear that a random disciple had been summoned by the Grand Elder, and had been punished severely for no apparent reason. Bai Xiaochun immediately started to get more nervous. From what he remembered, that disciple had been one of the group who heard all of the secrets. Another day went by, and Bai Xiaochun heard about a disciple who had somehow provoked Xueme. Apparently, she had punished him by tossing him into blood prison. Bai Xiaochun began to pant in shock. I'm finished. Kaput. The shrews are starting to tie up all the loose ends. Bai Xiaochun anxiously tried to get more information about what was happening. During that time, he heard plenty of rumors about cultivators being imprisoned by Xueme or dispatched by the Grand Elder to the Profound Stream sect or Pillstream sect on spy missions. Most unbelievable was a tale about one of the cultivators who was summoned to the upper finger for an audience with the Grand Elder, and then was suddenly killed. That cultivator must have been a complete idiot, Bai Xiaochun thought. After hearing everything that was happening with the cultivators who had heard the secrets, Bai Xiaochun trembled with fear. He even thought about simply fleeing, but couldn't bring himself to do so. It wasn't my fault that I heard that stuff. AI. He didn't want to hear the secrets of Xueme's past, or know how many people Song Junwan had been in relationships with. After a few more days passed, no more stories popped up about people being punished, and Xiaochun started to relax. The next day, as he was in the middle of cultivating the undying live forever technique, his expression flickered, and he suddenly turned his head. Outside of his immortal's cave, a cold voice suddenly rang out, "Nightcrypt, the Grand Elder has requested your presence." As soon as Xiaochun heard that, his heart seized. Trembling in fear, he opened the door a crack to look at the person outside. Beyond the trembling blood trees stood an old man wearing a blood-colored robe decorated with complex golden designs. He had his hands clasped behind his back, and from the fluctuations of his cultivation base, he was in the late foundation establishment stage. When Xiaochun saw the blood-colored robe and the golden designs, he knew exactly who this person was. He occupied a position second only to the Grand Elder, and definitely much higher than Dharma protectors or regular elders. He was a Bloodstreak Elder. A Bloodstreak Elder. See, could he be here to silence me? Usually there were 10 or so Bloodstreak Elders on every mountain, and they cooperated with the Grand Elder to maintain order. Xiaochun looked like he was about to cry. His mind replayed all of the stories he'd heard about the cultivators who had been punished over the past weeks, and he got so nervous that his face went pale. What do I do? What do I do? The Bloodstreak Elder was starting to get impatient, and called out, "Nightcrypt, what's with the dilly-dallying? I'll give you 3 breaths of time to get out here." Grimacing, Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but finally realized there was nothing he could do. Gritting his teeth, he walked out of the Immortal's cave. The Bloodstreak Elder glared at him, clearly displeased with Xiaochun's slowness. With a cold snort, he led the way toward the upper finger. Xiaochun followed along, mind racing with plans for how to deal with the situation. His nervousness only continued to mount as he followed the Bloodstreak Elder to Song Junwan's Immortal's cave. The grounds were expansive, and covered with blood-red roses that filled the air with a fragrant aroma. 9 blood waterfalls could be seen in the area, which poured into a blood lake. A stone path led across the lake to the area behind the waterfalls, where a mysterious Immortal's cave was located. Only after passing through the waterfalls would one be able to actually see the door of the Immortal's cave, which was pitch black. 4 young attendants stood there silently on guard. Within the waters of the blood lake, it was possible to see strange fish swimming about. When they occasionally leaped out of the water, vicious teeth and spined fins could be seen before they splashed down out of sight. "Go in, the Grand Elder is waiting for you," the Bloodstreak Elder said coolly. Then he sat down cross-legged off to the side. Xiaochun looked around nervously. Of course, it wasn't lost on him that this location was his ultimate goal in the Bloodstream sect. The relic of eternal indestructibility was located beneath this very Immortal's cave. Sighing, he walked carefully along the path, his heart pounding in his chest. Eventually, he passed through the waterfalls, and was in front of the door. The 4 young attendants looked at him coldly, but didn't say anything. Xiaochun gritted his teeth, and tried to convince himself that the patriarchs knew who he was, so if Song Junwan wanted to make a move against him, they would surely intervene. After all, he had already accomplished an inverse blood ancestral awakening, Clearing his throat, he clasped hands and bowed. "Nightcrypt is here to offer greetings, Big Sis Song." Song Junwan's voice drifted out from the Immortal's cave in response. "Come in." Her voice sounded as lovely as ever to Xiaochun, but there also seemed something vaguely sinister about it. Having no other choice, he braced himself, pushed open the door, and entered. A delicate fragrance met him as he stepped into the luxuriously decorated Immortal's cave. Glowing pearls were inlaid in the ceiling, while the floor was green and scintillated like a gem. There was strong blood qi, as well as abundant spiritual energy, so much so that it made everything a bit hazy. It was impossible to say how many side rooms there were, but the grand hall in the middle had a hot spring, from which steam rose up into the air. Floating there in the water was a woman, her body just barely visible underneath the surface. She almost looked like a mermaid as she swayed back and forth, her curves so prominent that Xiaochun's tongue immediately stuck to the roof of his mouth. Vixen, he thought. Don't even think of making a pass at Bai Xiaochun. You can't fool me. This is obviously a trap. If I stare at you, you'll accuse me of offending you. Gritting his teeth, he forced his gaze down, refusing to look at her. Come on in, Song Junwan said. Bai Xiaochun walked forward, head bowed, until he was at the edge of the water. At that point, it became impossible to look down, so instead, he looked up to study the glowing pearls overhead. Expression somber, he could just barely see her body out of the corner of his eyes. Heart trembling, he yet again cursed the vixen. Song Junwan could see what he was doing, and chuckled flirtatiously. Then, the sound of rippling water could be heard as she swam to the edge of the hot spring and stepped out. Draping a blood-red bathrobe over herself, she walked over to Bai Xiaochun, then reached out with her jade-like finger and tugged his chin down. What's wrong, little bro night crypt? No lewd stare for me today? Her breath smelled like an orchid, and considering how close she was, it was impossible for him not to see her milky white skin. It was a very enticing scene, something almost impossible to describe with words. Anyone who laid eyes on her in this situation would surely be struck mute. Her eyes sparkled like spring rain, and were both profoundly deep and endlessly charming. It almost seemed like looking into them would leave a man eternally lost within their depths, unable to think, unable to free himself. Song Junwan slowly leaned over and blew gently into Bai Xiaochun's ear, and her hot breath made him shiver all the way down to his bones and even his soul. He almost couldn't take it. He shivered under the intense stimulation, and even started to pant. By this point his eyes were completely bloodshot. Song Junwan appeared to be smiling, and yet, there was something disdainful and cold in her eyes. Just when she seemed to be on the verge of saying something else, Bai Xiaochun took a few steps back. Instead of looking up at the ceiling, he stared directly into her eyes. His own eyes were bloodshot, his face distorted almost as if with pain. Grand Elder, he said, almost growling, please behave yourself. A look of disappointment appeared in his eyes, something like bitter heartbreak. He almost seemed like he couldn't believe what he was seeing. Song Junwan, who had been on the verge of speaking, suddenly stared back at him in shock, and the coldness in her eyes vanished. Grand Elder, in my heart, you are holy, like the moon in the sky, eternally sacred, so beautiful that even someone who spotted you from afar would be envious. He looked hurt, and although his words were spoken softly, they filled the whole immortal's cave. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 211, The Ultimate Vixen. Chapter 211, The Ultimate Vixen. Grand Elder, I refuse to believe the things that Xu Ma said. Not one little bit. In my heart, you are as holy as a lotus, something the filth of the world can't even come close to touching. You are as beautiful as a sea immortal, completely beyond the sordid dirtiness of the world around you. As he got more emotional, the pain in his eyes grew more intense. Grand Elder, allow me to tell you what kind of person you are in my heart. I dream of you night and day. You are an eternal safe haven for my soul, the ideal immortal goddess, something pure and sacred that I must protect for my whole life. Bai Xiaochun's sorrow and despair was making him shake, and the disappointment he felt in his heart was turning into a madness that was exploding out as if it had been suppressed for far too long. He swished his sleeve, and a bit of a murderous aura began to emanate off of him, as if he couldn't suppress it any longer. It was as if he had climbed a mountain of corpses and waded through a sea of blood to get where he was. Even his veins of steel began to show through. I, Nightcrypt, can't even count how many people I've killed in my life. I am as vicious as they get. I've lost touch with my humanity, with my feelings, with my passion. I am like an empty shell filled with nothing but the coldness of slaughter and brutality. However, in the emptiness, there is a spark of light. And that light sparked into being when I first laid eyes on you, Grand Elder. A tremor ran through Song Junwan's beautiful frame. She almost seemed to be in a daze as she stared at the disappointment in Bai Xiaochun's eyes. There was pain and grief there, as if something beautiful and holy which he had been completely attached to had collapsed. It was as if his entire world had fallen apart, and he was now descending into hysteria. I didn't choose Middle Peak, Grand Elder, I chose you. You talk about my lewd stare, but you are mistaken. I have never looked at you in such a way. Every time I look at you, I just want to protect you. By this point, his bloodshot eyes overflowed with pain as he shouted, Grand Elder, the person standing in front of me right now is not you. Put on your clothes. Get that look off your face. Enough with the flirting. I want to see the pure and unsullied Song Junwan that exists in my heart, the person that I, Nightcrypt, wish to protect for my whole life. Return to me that which is the light of my life. From Bai Xiaochun's twisted expression, he almost seemed to be going insane. His roaring voice echoed about in the immortal's cave, causing the hot spring waters to vibrate. It almost seemed as if he were giving vent to his deepest emotions. Imposter Nightcrypt's soul was shaken as he observed the actions of Bai Xiaochun, stupefied by how realistic his wording was, and how his emotions seemed so real. The immortal's cave was quiet for a moment, but then Bai Xiaochun began to chuckle hoarsely. Sounding disappointed and hurt, he quietly turned away so that he wasn't looking at Song Junwan. He was trembling, although the truth was that it was from fear. As soon as he had stepped into the immortal's cave, he had sensed the intangible coldness inside, and he realized that nothing he had planned on the way over would work. He could only improvise. As soon as Song Junwan emerged from the water, he knew that he had to exercise utmost caution, lest he be finished. This stinking shrew was completely nefarious. Bai Xiaochun really felt as if he'd gotten the short end of the stick. How could he ever have imagined that Song Junwan would be so vicious? Clearly she knew that the patriarchs liked him, and that he was also very famous in the sect. That was why she had chosen to use such tactics on him. It's a good thing Bai Xiaochun is no fool, he thought. Let's see what trick she pulls next. Remaining completely vigilant, he waited for Song Junwan to make her next move. Song Junwan's mind was spinning, and she was trembling visibly. Bai Xiaochun's words had stabbed deep into her heart, like the sharpest of blades. Now that she stood there looking at his back, he seemed taller than ever, as though he could support heaven and earth on his shoulders. She wasn't even sure what to say. Nightcrypt had completely shaken her to the core. It felt like a mountain had fallen onto her, something that broke down all the barriers in her mind and left her soul exposed. She could only stand there quietly trying to calm the chaos in her heart. Her original intention had been to call Nightcrypt over to try to find a reason to punish him. If she could lock him up in blood prison, then she could definitely stop any gossip from spreading. Furthermore, it would make it impossible for Xu Ma to kill him, which would mean that she would have won the competition between the two of them. Who would have ever thought that the seemingly lewd Nightcrypt would fall to pieces because of her clothing and her actions? She was especially moved by his last words, when he asked her to bring back the real Song Junwan. That left her thoroughly moved, and suddenly caused something different to appear in her eyes when she looked at him. Song Junwan took a deep breath. Slowly, the flirtatious expression she usually wore faded away. She waved her hand, and a more conservative garment flew over and settled onto her. She adjusted her hair and straightened up a bit, and suddenly seemed very different. Instead of looking seductive, she seemed truly dignified and beautiful. She wasn't very old to begin with, but with this attire, she seemed completely different than before. Inside and out, she radiated a natural grace and charm that made her seem dazzling. Her skin was fair and white, and without all the makeup, she seemed like clouds reflected on snow. Her hair was now coiled together into a beautiful bun, and as she looked at Bai Xiaochun, her eyes glistened like deep pools of pure water. Her teeth were smooth and white, her lips plump and red. Anyone who looked at her would think they were seeing the beauty of humanity personified. "You can turn around now," she said softly. Remaining ever vigilant, Bai Xiaochun slowly turned around, making sure to keep the disappointed expression on his face. At the same time, his veins of steel were visible as he laid eyes on Song Junwan. Almost immediately, he was shaken to the core. He had seen beautiful women before, such as Ho Xiaomei, Zhou Xinqi, or the missing Du Lingfei. They were all exquisitely good-looking. However, there was something graceful and elegant to Song Junwan that few women could compare to. Her previous flirtatious look had turned into something very dignified, and the change left by Xiaochun completely taken aback. It was a pure, clean beauty, like a hibiscus flower glistening in the morning dew. Completely and utterly astonishing. Despite being completely tongue-tied and anxious, Bai Xiaochun's vigilance didn't reduce in the slightest. On the contrary, it grew stronger. This Song Junwan, she's the ultimate vixen. Seeing Bai Xiaochun's reaction, Song Junwan covered her smile with her hand. There was nothing coquettish about it this time. It was actually very charming, and the look in her eyes caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to leap. What's she doing now? He thought, so nervous that his heart was pounding in his chest. For some reason, this latest tactic of hers seemed far more powerful than her opening move. Presumably, she would be making her counterattack at any moment. Was she moving in for the kill? She smiled charmingly, and before he could respond, she continued on in a serious voice, "Very well, I'm giving you back the Song Junwan that exists in your heart. Happy now? The reason I asked you here was to tell you something. Go back and pack your bags. We'll meet tomorrow at dawn, at the base of Middle Peak. You'll be joining me as I go with one of my Song clan's patriarchs to visit the Spirit Stream sect. That Song clan patriarch is also one of the 8 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect." Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and when he heard her mention the Spirit Stream sect, his heart trembled. A diplomatic mission to the Spirit Stream sect? Bai Xiaochun was taken aback. The idea of going back to the Spirit Stream sect as Night Crypt was strange to say the least. Song Junwan looked at him and smiled. "What's wrong? You don't want to go? I didn't originally plan to take you. However, if I leave you behind, that slut Xueme might cause problems. Since I can't stay to protect you, then I'd prefer to take you with me. You need to be very careful whenever you see that whore. She's ruthless, and also reached 9 Earth String tide flows. Her father is Patriarch Limitless, and she herself is a potential future matriarch of the sect. There's nothing she won't do to reach her goals. She and I have never gotten along. The slut thinks that she can rely on her status to steal my rightful spot as Blood Master of Middle Peak. But how could I possibly let her do such a thing?" Almost as soon as Song Junwan mentioned Xueme, her eyes flickered with cold light. However, seemingly worried that such a look wouldn't conform with Bai Xiaochun's image of her, she suddenly felt the need to explain further. From generation to generation, there have always been 4 Blood Masters. By now, the Blood Masters of the other 3 mountain peaks have already been selected. Only Middle Peak has none. Blood Master is a very high position, similar to that of Prime Elder. After reaching core formation, Blood Masters become Blood Rippers, which are second only to the Patriarchs. Of course, in order to become a Blood Ripper, you have to first become a Blood Master. The position of Middle Peak Blood Master has belonged to the Song clan for many, many years. But this time, Xueme reached 9 tide flows, and thinks she can steal it away. If I fail, then the Song clan's power will weaken in the sect, and I can't let that happen. Having finished her explanation, Song Junwan looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Then, after a moment of thought, he asked, "Why exactly are we going to the Spirit Stream sect?" Song Junwan hesitated for a moment. Before what had just happened, she would never have divulged the secret. But now, after a moment of thought, she waved her hand, activating her cave spell formation, and sealing the 2 of them in alone. Then she began to explain. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 212, The Hesitation of the Bloodstream Sect. Chapter 212, The Hesitation of the Bloodstream Sect. Song Junwan looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, "You and I won't be the only ones going with the Patriarch on the diplomatic mission to the Spirit Stream Sect. There will be others. However, Middle Peak will be in charge. There are two purposes to the mission, one primary and one secondary. Let's start with the secondary purpose. We want to get a first-hand look at Bai Xiaochun." When Song Junwan spoke Bai Xiaochun's name, her eyes flickered with intense coldness. Bai Xiaochun's nervousness mounted, especially when he saw that cold look. From the way she was looking at him, it seemed as if her killing intent were rising to explosive levels. He gritted his teeth. "Killing intent overflowing," he said, "back in the fallen sword abyss, Bai Xiaochun and I sparked the greatest of enmities. My hatred for him runs as deep as the sea. I refuse to live under the same sky as him. You had better not, under any circumstances, allow me to run into him, otherwise I'll do everything in my power to kill him." Of course, he really felt that he was getting the short end of the stick in this situation, and hoped that Song Junwan wouldn't be offended. Song Junwan nodded. Sighing, she said, "Bai Xiaochun stole Kair's Heaven String Foundation establishment, and destroyed all of the Song clan's plans. The clan paid a very heavy price to get that chance. We bought the secrets of the Heavendao cultivation base from Patriarch Limitless, all for the purpose of Kair becoming Middle Peak's Bloodmaster. But now, it's too late for that. Kair only reached 8 tide flows, and can't possibly fight Shueme. Now I'm the only one who has a chance at the Blood Master spot." As of this moment, she seemed more than ever like she wanted to kill the Spirit Stream Sect's Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then began to nod deeply as if he approved of what she was saying. "Yeah, that's right," he said, feeling quite proud of himself. If it weren't for Bai Xiaochun, Kair would definitely have reached Heavendao Foundation establishment. He couldn't help but imagine the glorious expression Song K would have on his face if he were present to hear himself called Kair. Song Junwan continued in a soft voice, "The main reason for the diplomatic mission, though, is to see if war is really going to break out between the Bloodstream Sect and Spirit Stream Sect." As she spoke, it almost seemed as if she could see the future war playing out. Bai Xiaochun's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. Although he had always known that war was likely to break out between the Bloodstream Sect and the Spirit Stream Sect, he didn't want that to happen. War was a brutal thing, and if it truly occurred, many people would die. The Profound Stream Sect and the Pill Stream Sect have already been fighting for some time. The Pill Stream Sect is weak, and have already begged the Bloodstream Sect for help. However, at the same time, it is highly likely that the Profound Stream Sect and the Spirit Stream Sect have been in secret negotiations regarding an alliance. If they're doing that, then so can we. The most interesting thing of all is that the Profound Stream Sect also hinted to us about an alliance in the past. However, that seemed a last-minute thing, something doomed from the beginning to collapse. From all of this, we can see how much scheming and plotting is going on. In the end, the sects can only trust and rely on themselves. Although Song Junwan's eyes seemed to contain a bit of cynicism, there was an icy coldness deep within that. Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything at first. This wasn't the first time he'd heard about the war between the Profound and Pill Stream sects. From the rumors he had caught wind of in the sect, the war had already reached a very brutal level, with countless casualties on both sides. It's hard to see where the true battlefield lies. Although the Profound and Pill Stream sects are fighting each other, for all we know, they might end up as allies in the end. It's always difficult to tell who your true enemies are. Determining the identity of your true foe is the most critical aspect of war. Considering the importance of what is at stake, the stream sects are going crazy. Nightcrypt, war is not too far off. It could break out at any moment. Furthermore, biding time and waiting for the outbreak, waiting until the battle lines are drawn, is not necessarily the best decision. If too much time goes by, it's possible that two of the other sects could form an alliance. Maybe even all three of them. They might all join forces to defeat the Bloodstream sect. After all, we are the strongest sect. As the saying goes, once you start riding a tiger, it's hard to get off, so we need to take advantage of the moment before true war breaks out to seize the advantage. Song Junwan sighed and looked at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun smiled wryly. From the perspective of the Bloodstream sect, this was exactly the right move. If they let things progress too far along without making a move, the other three sects might form an alliance. In that case, the Bloodstream sect would be at a distinct disadvantage, and might even suffer a bitter loss. This time, there will be a war. And the Bloodstream sect must rise up to become a Middle Reaches sect. At this point, Song Junwan went on to explain matters regarding the Sky River Court in the Middle Reaches. For the most part, her explanation matched the explanation given by sect leader Zhang Yuandong of the Spirit Stream sect. Bai Xiaochun listened quietly and didn't ask any questions. If war breaks out, she continued, we really have only one option, and that is to fight the Spirit Stream sect. After all, the four great sects are located on the tributaries in the following order: Blood, Spirit, Profound, Pill. The closest to us is the Spirit Stream sect. If we do start fighting, the Bloodstream sect is confident of winning. But that doesn't mean the Spirit Stream sect can be underestimated. They are adept at hiding their resources, and have profound reserves built up. Although we would suffer heavy losses, the Spirit Stream sect would be destroyed in the end. But then we would have to face the advance of the Profound Stream sect. Even if we came out victorious against them, there wouldn't be many survivors. If all of the sects ended up suffering heavy casualties, there would be no hope of being powerful enough to take out the Sky River Court. Any chance of rising up to a higher position would be dashed. Song Junwan frowned. By now, she was divulging information that an ordinary Dharma protector would never have access to. Only the higher echelons in the leadership of the Bloodstream sect would be privy to such matters. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. After coming to the Bloodstream sect, he had become very familiar with how powerful and savage they were, and was certain that if war erupted, the Spirit Stream sect wouldn't be a match for them. He could only imagine what it would be like to see so many faces he knew awash with blood, never to open their eyes again. The war would be one in which the Spirit Stream sect was wiped out, and the Bloodstream sect suffered severe losses. The truth is, we don't actually want such a war to happen. If we could prevent it, and maintain the full strength of the Bloodstream sect, then the Profound Stream sect and Pill Stream sect could be easily wiped out. Then, we would be much more confident in maintaining the strength necessary to defeat the Sky River Court. At this point, Song Junwan's eyes shone with a mysterious light. Our biggest concern is this: when the Bloodstream sect finally moves to take out the Sky River Court, what would happen if the Spirit Stream sect suddenly allied with the Sky River Court? Then we would be wiped out for sure. No amount of promises, not even oaths sworn to the Tao of the Heavens, can be trusted when it comes to matters affecting the entire sect. Therefore, after much discussion, the patriarchs have chosen to send a diplomatic mission. If the Spirit Stream sect agrees, then we will promise not to fight them. The Spirit Stream sect will not be exterminated, nor will the Bloodstream sect suffer heavy casualties. To hear such words coming from Song Junwan's mouth caused Bai Xiaochun's heart to tremble. As far as he was concerned, the best outcome would be no war at all between the two sections. However, that agreement would involve the Bloodstream sect setting up an enormous spell formation on the Spirit Stream sect's portion of the Heavenspan River. That spell formation would seal their sect for 1,000 years. During those 1,000 years, anyone would be able to enter, but no one would be able to leave. Disciples of the Spirit Stream sect would be unable to go out into the Eastwood continent, and the Spirit Stream sect's portion of the Heavenspan River would waste away to some degree. Their spiritual energy would grow weaker. However, it would only be for a short 1,000-year period. Afterward, the Bloodstream sect would be in a stable position in the Middle Reaches, and would undo the seal. That is the only circumstance in which we could trust the Spirit Stream sect, and the only way to prevent war between the two of us. Not a single person from the Spirit Stream sect would die, and the Bloodstream sect would definitely succeed in rising up to a new level. By the time Song Junwan finished explaining everything to Bai Xiaochun, she was almost panting. As for Bai Xiaochun, great waves of shock filled his heart. From what he knew, it seemed unlikely that the Spirit Stream sect would agree to such terms. To be sealed for 1,000 years was basically a prison sentence. Most frustrating of all would be the situation after the 1,000-year period ended. However, from the standpoint of the Bloodstream sect, there seemed to be no other options. They didn't want to go to war, but there was no way they could put faith in simple promises or agreements. They could only trust a powerful magical seal. Bai Xiaochun was a bit at a loss. It was a weighty matter, so much so that he felt almost as if he were being suffocated. He wasn't sure what choice the Spirit Stream sect patriarchs would make. Would they go to war? Song Junwan smiled. Very well, there's no need to think too much into the deep things. The patriarchs will handle everything. In the end, there will be war, the question is only who will fight. After chatting a bit longer about trivialities, she could tell that Bai Xiaochun was a bit stunned. She didn't seem upset. After all, it was only natural to react in such a way to news like this. In fact, when she had heard the information a few days ago, and realized that bitter war would be coming, she had also been shaken for some time. With that, she dismissed him. However, even as he turned to leave, Song Junwan suddenly seemed to remember something, and said, Xueme was lying. For the entire time I've practiced cultivation, I've never had any Taoist partners to pick from. In fact, I've never even had a Taoist partner. She wasn't really sure why she felt the need to explain such a thing, and after the words came out of her mouth, she found them to be so outrageous that her face immediately turned bright red. Ha! Bai Xiaochun said, stopping in place and looking back at her. When he saw her flushed cheeks and lovely dimples, she looked even more charming than before. Another deadly move, he thought, gasping inwardly. Ducking his head, he hurried out of the Immortal's cave. The whole time, he was thinking that the two moves she had used after her transformation were quite formidable. In fact, he had felt almost powerless to resist them. Sometime later, he was back in his Immortal's cave, where he sat down cross-legged to think about everything that Song Junwan had told him. Finally, he sighed. Is there really no other way? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 213, Piddling Master Coldsnort. Chapter 213, Piddling Master Coldsnort. 3 days later at dawn. Bai Xiaochun was not in a very good mood. The more he thought about war breaking out between the two sects, the worse he felt. On top of that, he now realized that the only reason he was going along on the diplomatic mission was because of his own stellar performance to the Grand Elder. Were it not for that, he could have taken advantage of her absence to sneak into her Immortal's cave and search for the relic of eternal indestructibility. However, after reminding himself about how strictly guarded it was, he shook his head. Inwardly, he was scowling miserably, but to everyone who looked at him, he simply looked cold and sinister. After leaving his Immortal's cave, he went down to the bottom of Middle Peak, where a few cultivators were already gathered. There were a dozen or so there, many of whose faces went grim as soon as they laid eyes on him. A few had no reaction, though. Master God Diviner was one of the cultivators in the group. As soon as he saw Bai Xiaochun, his expression flickered. Suddenly seeming to remember something, his eyes turned icy, and he gave a disdainful snort. Before, he had been scared of Bai Xiaochun, but considering the Tao oath he had made to young lady Xueme, making him one of her subordinates, his fear had been significantly reduced. Everybody is backed by someone powerful, he thought, chuckling coldly. Let's see you try to cause trouble for me now. Bai Xiaochun wasn't paying attention to the various looks given him by the other cultivators. He chose a spot near the back of the group to sit down cross-legged. There had been a couple others sitting in the area, but as soon as he arrived, they respectfully made room. Nightcrypt's name had already spread near and far. Before much time passed, more beams of light appeared. There were people in all levels of the foundation establishment stage, and after enough time passed for half an incense stick to burn, Grand Elder Song Junwan appeared, escorted by 2 Bloodstreak elders. Everyone rose to their feet and clasped hands in greeting. However, it was to the shock of everyone present that the previously smoking hot Grand Elder Song Junwan was wearing different clothing than usual. She no longer seemed overtly sexy, but rather, somewhat conservative. Of course, her fundamental good looks hadn't changed, and in fact, her new style made her seem, not less beautiful, but more so. All of the cultivators present were surprised, and many of them looked at her with wide eyes. Song Junwan smiled faintly, her eyes glistening. Many people were dazzled, and as for Bai Xiaochun, his heart began to beat faster. Song Junwan looked over the group, and when her gaze came to rest on Bai Xiaochun for a moment, her eyes suddenly widened into an angry glare. Another tricky move, he thought, even more nervous than before. He immediately upped his level of vigilance. He was coming to find that Song Junwan was really hard to figure out. 3 days before, she had been smiling like a flower, but now she was glaring at him. Even before he could begin to analyze the situation, Song Junwan's voice echoed out for all to hear. All of you will be accompanying the Patriarch on a diplomatic mission to the Spirit Stream sect. Be on your best behavior, and don't lose face for the Bloodstream sect. She was no longer smiling, and her serious tone provoked nods of response among the crowd. It was at about this time that a blood cloud appeared near Ancestor Peak. Thunderous rumbling sounds could be heard as the cloud rapidly grew to 300 meters in size. Then it began to float down in their direction. Standing atop the cloud was an old man wearing a violet robe. He had a tall crown on his head, and despite his age, stood ramrod straight. He seemed threatening without being angry, and had a shocking aura that filled everyone with a sensation of madness and profundity. The Song Clan Patriarch. Bai Xiaochun thought, a tremor running through him. He immediately bowed his head. The old man seemed completely impossible to judge, as though a single strand of divine will from him could cause unending torment. The other cultivators in the area were also shocked, and clasped hands respectfully. Greetings, Patriarch. Everyone has assembled, I see, the Song Clan Patriarch said. Very well. It's about time to leave for the Spirit Stream sect. As his voice echoed out from the cloud, he looked down at the group. That simple gaze caused everyone to feel as if winter were raging inside their bodies, as intense coldness seeped into the depths of their hearts. Bai Xiaochun was a bit shocked. Including this old man, he had now seen 2 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect, the first one being Patriarch Limitless. Of the 2 of them, Bai Xiaochun was of the opinion that Patriarch Limitless was not quite as frightening as the Song Clan Patriarch. Oh, that's right, he thought. Patriarch Limitless just recently became a patriarch. He's not as strong, and is also younger than the Song Clan Patriarch. This guy is an old hand, his cultivation base must be terrifyingly powerful. He's probably lived for years and years. Suddenly, he gasped as he realized that his body had been grabbed by some invisible force, and was now flying through the air. Up he went, and in the blink of an eye, was on top of the blood cloud. To his surprise, although the surface of the cloud was fluffy, it was resilient. Looking down, he could see all of the Bloodstream sect below him. A moment later, the blood cloud shot off into the distance. Soon, the ground was speeding along down below. From what Bai Xiaochun could tell, even if he went all out, he couldn't even go a third as fast as this. So, this is a patriarch, he thought, swallowing hard. Looking around, he saw all of the other Middle Peak cultivators around him, including Master God Diviner. None of them seemed to be taking things in stride as well as Bai Xiaochun. Their faces were ashen, and they were clearly shocked. Only Song Junwan and the 2 Bloodstreak elders seemed calm. Sitting cross-legged at the very front, surrounded by a spinning vortex, was the shocking and enigmatic Song Clan Patriarch. He was close enough now that they could see his flowing white hair and wrinkled face. There were even some brown age spots on his face. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, Bai Xiaochun became accustomed to the speed, and examined his surroundings more closely. There was a defensive spell formation set up that protected the surface of the cloud, ensuring that only a bit of a breeze lifted his hair, and nothing more. For some reason, he felt a very mysterious excitement at the idea of being able to go back to the Spirit Stream sect as Night Crypt. He suddenly started thinking about everyone he knew. I wonder if I'll see Big Fatty Zhang, he thought. Will he recognize me? Ha. And what about Ho Xiaomei? What if I went and called her little sis as Night Crypt? And there's Zhou Xinqi, Su Baokai, and Ghostfang. The more he thought about everyone, the more he smiled. Even as he reveled in his excitement, a cold snort broke his train of thought, and he looked over to see Master God Diviner sitting not too far away, a disdainful and cold expression on his face. What are you looking at, Master Snortlaugh? Bai Xiaochun said coldly. As soon as the words left his mouth, everyone's ears perked up. They had been feeling a lot of pressure because of the Patriarch and the Grand Elder, and hadn't dared to do anything other than sit quietly. Now that they saw something going on between Night Crypt and Master God Diviner, they instantly started to get excited. That was especially true considering the sarcastic words Bai Xiaochun had just uttered. Many of them gaped in shock, temporarily unsure of how to react to hearing the words Master Snortlaugh. What did you just say? Master God Diviner snapped, rage burning in his heart as he glowered at Bai Xiaochun. You don't like that name? Bai Xiaochun replied coolly, his expression indifferent. Oh, I'm sorry. I thought you liked to snort. You've already snorted a bunch of times at me so far. If you snort one more time, I'm going to call you Master Snort. Of course, his words were just bait. Master God Diviner ground his teeth, and as for the other cultivators, some of them actually started laughing out loud. A moment later, Master God Diviner chuckled coldly. You? Humph. So what if you have some sword chi? You and your clowning around make it impossible for anyone else to practice cultivation. You piece of garbage. It's only a matter of time before you get killed by young lady Xuemei. Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up proudly. You claim you have skill in divining things, you charlatan? You're nothing but a scam artist. Divining my ass. Let me tell you what. Night Crypt knows everything about the starry sky and the Yellow Springs. With one glance, I can figure out everything there is to know. With one flick of my sleeve, I could turn Master Snort into dust. With a Patriarch present, no one would dare to start fighting. Bai Xiaochun loved it when talking was allowed but fighting was not, and in such situations, feared no one. As soon as the biting words left his mouth, eyes went wide among the onlookers. Only now did they understand how gifted Bai Xiaochun was with the tongue, although they couldn't help but look down on his bragging. As for Master God Diviner, everyone could see that, despite his rage, he was no match for Bai Xiaochun in a war of words. How shameless of you! Humph! Gritting his teeth, Master God Diviner snorted coldly, but before he could say anything else, he was interrupted by Bai Xiaochun. See? You snorted again, didn't you, Master Snort? Listen, we need to talk this through. Stop with the snorting, okay? If you're snorting all the time at the Spirit Stream sect, people might think you're a pig transformed into human shape. That would be a big loss of face. He sighed. You. Master God Diviner wasn't sure why, but every time he ran into this person, his rage burned almost beyond control. The fact that he was tongue-tied in front of so many people got him so mad that he leapt to his feet. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed coldly, and he waved his right index finger, already starting to converge blood chi. When Master God Diviner saw that, his heart seized with shock. He had only stood up, he never imagined that his opponent would attack just because of that. It was in that instant Grand Elder Song Junwen's cold gaze flashed over toward them. Enough! She said coolly. Master God Diviner, sit down over there. Night Crypt, you sit next to me. Taking advantage of the moment, Master God Diviner sat down. He was just about to snort coldly when he thought back to Bai Xiaochun's words from just now, and held back. Inwardly, his hatred grew. Everyone else sat straight and tall, inwardly envious of Bai Xiaochun. Not only did he get to sit next to the Grand Elder, that got him closer to the Patriarch. As of this point, all of them realized that they should try to seize opportunities more often in the future. Grand Elder, I'm fine right here. Bai Xiaochun said, shrinking back a bit. Why don't I just? Before he could finish, Song Junwan stared at him icily and interrupted, Get over here. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 214, I'm back. Chapter 214, I'm back. Bai Xiaochun could do nothing more than glare one final time at Master God Diviner, and then begrudgingly stand up and walk over to the Grand Elder. Further up ahead, the Song clan Patriarch sat there, his back straight, radiating the sensation of a vicious wild beast. Bai Xiaochun couldn't help but sweat and get even more nervous than before. Big Sis Song, you look really pretty today, he said quickly. The two Bloodstreak elders sitting nearby looked over with strange expressions on their faces. Even the Song clan Patriarch seemed surprised, and frowned. Song Junwan blushed slightly, then glared at Bai Xiaochun. Enough with the smooth talk. Sit down and be quiet. Bai Xiaochun was growing increasingly confused by Song Junwan's odd behavior. It was very different than how she had acted 3 days ago. After much thought, he still couldn't come up with any reasons why she would be behaving in such a way. Finally, he just sat there looking around, and occasionally glancing down at the ground. Soon, he saw a boundless mountain range down below. From this vantage point, the towering mountain peaks seemed to make up a spell formation. The Luochun Mountains, he thought. This was the area that lay between the Bloodstream sect and the Spirit Stream sect. More accurately, it was the border of Spirit Stream sect territory. I can't believe we got here so quickly. Shocked, he looked down at the blood cloud. As it sped through the Luochun Mountains, powerful fluctuations seemed to rise up from the mountains, surrounding the blood cloud, locking down onto it, and following it as it proceeded along. Clearly, the Spirit Stream sect was in control of the Bloodstream sect's movements now. The Song clan Patriarch's expression was the same as ever as he sat there meditating. Bai Xiaochun thought about it for a moment, and came to the realization that the Bloodstream sect's diplomatic mission must have come about only after initial communications with the Spirit Stream sect. As the blood cloud sped along, Bai Xiaochun watched the familiar scenery speeding past. He saw a huge giant, a rock-like bird, and an enormous crocodile splashing in the Heavenspan River, only half of its gigantic body visible. When the gigantic creatures saw the blood mist, they shied away from it, as though it contained some powerful entity that terrified them. Shocked, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the Song clan Patriarch. However, he didn't say anything. The familiar scenery whizzed by, and soon they were closing in on the Spirit Stream sect. Bai Xiaochun's heart instantly leapt. Even as Bai Xiaochun reveled in his excitement, Song Junwan's voice drifted into his ears. I heard that you had quite a few girlfriends in the Bloodstream sect over the years. Is that true? Her voice was cold enough to pierce his bones, like a chill air that left Bai Xiaochun shivering. He looked over in shock at Song Junwan, who simply snorted coldly. Rising to her feet, she ignored Bai Xiaochun as she walked over to confer with the Song clan Patriarch. The Bloodstreak elders did the same thing, and suddenly, Bai Xiaochun's anxiety increased. Feeling more wrong than ever, he now realized why Song Junwan had treated him so coldly. It's only been 3 days, and that shrew actually did a background check on me. Sighing in his heart, he thought back to the romantic escapades of imposter Nightcrypt, who hadn't even been able to accurately recount how many there had been. Before long, the blood cloud began to slow down, and the Spirit Stream sect spread out in front of their eyes. The Bloodstream sect disciples rose to their feet, radiating brutality and power as they looked coldly at the Spirit Stream sect. At the same time, pillars of light shot up from the 8 mountain peaks of the Spirit Stream sect, creating an enormous vortex in the sky. Deafening rumbles echoed out as heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy surged. The south and north banks of the Spirit Stream sect both erupted with power, making heaven and earth seem like a raging sea filled with towering waves. Within the vortex, an eye appeared, which radiated boundless pressure as it stared at the Song clan patriarch on the blood cloud. The people from the Bloodstream sect became like rowboats on a stormy sea, hovering on the verge of collapse because of the surge of energy of heaven and earth. Their faces flickered, except for that of the Song clan patriarch, whose expression remained calm the entire time. Slowly, his eyes opened, and in that instant, 2 beams of explosive light shot out. Mountain-toppling, sea-draining power spread out, and as the patriarch rose to his feet, he flicked his sleeve and took a step out into midair. When his foot landed, he was in front of the heavenly vortex up above. Apparently, he was single-handedly resisting the boundless power therein. A white-robed, middle-aged man stepped out from the turbid eye in the middle of the vortex. Clasping hands, he smiled and said, "Fellow Taoist Song Yunwen." Bai Xiaochun immediately recognized him. It was the same man who had appeared to offer assistance on the day Bruiser had come to life. He was one of the patriarchs of the Spirit Stream sect, a man with unfathomable energy that seemed roughly equivalent to the Song clan patriarchs. "Fellow Taoist Li Zimo." The Song clan patriarch smiled as he clasped hands in greeting. The 2 of them exchanged a glance, and then stepped into the vortex. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Although he'd always taken the Song clan patriarch to be amazing, it was now extremely clear how incredible he was. Obviously, he wouldn't have come to the Spirit Stream sect alone if he weren't completely confident in his own strength. As the patriarchs entered the vortex, beams of light shot out from both the south and north banks of the Spirit Stream sect as numerous figures gathered in front of the blood cloud. The person in the lead was not Zheng Yuandong, but rather Su Mei Xiang. Next to her was the old woman from Iris Petal Peak, who was flanked by Beihan Lai and some other young woman that Bai Xiaochun had never seen before. Next to Su Mei Xiang were Big Fatty Zhang and Lu Tianlei. Further back were several dozen Foundation establishment cultivators from the south and north banks. Virtually all of them were familiar to Bai Xiaochun, especially those whom he had assisted in the Fallen Sword Abyss. "Middle Peak Grand Elder, you have come from afar to visit," Su Mei Xiang said with a smile. "The sect leader is in secluded meditation, so I've come to receive you. Please, follow me." Su Mei Xiang's gaze swept over the crowd and seemed to linger on a few particular individuals, Bai Xiaochun included. Song Junwan smiled slightly and replied, "Peak Lord Su, there's no need for such courtesy. Please lead the way." With that, she stepped off the blood cloud. Bai Xiaochun and the other cultivators from the Bloodstream sect followed close behind. The gazes of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators were not welcoming. Although the Bloodstream sect cultivators had their murderous auras, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators' eyes flickered with killing intent. Clearly, this generation of Foundation establishment experts from the Spirit Stream sect had all experienced fighting and bloodshed. They had a large number of Earthstream Foundation establishment cultivators, and although Song Junwan had been aware of this fact, the sight of it caused her eyes to widen. Song Junwan and Su Meixiang took the lead, chatting conversationally, but simultaneously probing each other for information. As for the 2 Bloodstreak elders, they were accompanied by the old woman from Iris Petal Peak. The other cultivators were all escorted by various people from the Spirit Stream sect, who seemed to be forcibly restraining themselves. Bai Xiaochun was joined by no ordinary cultivator, but rather, by North Bank chosen Beihan Lai. His expression was somber, his gaze penetrating, and he seemed to be constantly on guard as he proceeded along next to Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun sighed. For some reason, he suddenly felt the intense urge to call out greetings to everyone he knew. The group flew into the Spirit Stream sect to Mount Daoseed. After landing, the people from the south and north banks stared icily at the group from the Bloodstream sect. A somber, murderous aura was slowly building up. "Ah, it's so great to be home." especially when nobody can recognize you. Bai Xiaochun looked around excitedly, and his gaze was drawn repeatedly back to the unfamiliar young woman who accompanied the old woman from Iris Petal Peak. She was strikingly beautiful, and Bai Xiaochun was surprised that he had never seen her before. Looks like the North Bank must have some new blood, he thought, feeling more than ever like a member of the senior generation. Sighing in satisfaction, he looked over at Big Fatty Zhang. I can't believe Big Fatty Zhang is in the 10th level of qi condensation, he thought, sighing emotionally. However, every time Bai Xiaochun turned his attention to a different person, Beihan Lai would get very nervous, and would tense up vigilantly, and seem to radiate a brutal, bloodthirsty air. He couldn't help but be shaken by the various stories he'd heard about this night crypt. According to the rumors, this night crypt is particularly vicious, he thought. He cuts people down like scything wheat. He's quite the womanizer, and apparently has very low standards. People say he loves the taste of human blood, and demands to drink it every day. Furthermore, he won't rest until he's sated his desire for women. On a daily basis. This guy is a complete and utter devil. Not only does he have a multifarious personality, he's completely and utterly brutal. Damn it! He's looking at junior sister Fong and Big Fatty Zhang. Just what is he planning? Even as Beihan Lai's anxiety grew, Bai Xiaochun looked over at him and smiled. To Beihan Lai, Night Crypt's smile seemed cruel and ferocious. But then he realized that even as Night Crypt smiled at him, he raised his eyebrow, almost as if he were flirting. Beihan Lai gasped, and his expression flickered. No need to get nervous, Bai Xiaochun quickly said. If he hadn't said anything, nothing would have happened, but since he did, Beihan Lai's right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and a magical item shimmered into being. He wasn't the only one to react in such a way. Other Spirit Stream sect cultivators could detect what was happening, and looked over menacingly at Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun frowned. As far as he was concerned, he had just been saying hello to an old friend. However, even Song Junwan and Su Meixian could sense what was happening. When they looked back, Su Meixian's eyes widened. Big Fatty Zhang and Lu Tianlei looked over with grim expressions, and even the old woman from Iris Petal Peak reacted similarly. Everyone from the Spirit Stream sect had heard information about the infamous Night Crypt, and had even seen pictures of him, so they immediately recognized him. That was especially true of Lu Tianlei. With a challenging gleam in his eyes, he flew over toward Bai Xiaochun, whereupon he took his place next to Beihan Lai. Clearly, Night Crypt's reputation in the Spirit Stream sect was one of complete and utter ferocity. Bai Xiaochun glared at Lu Tianlei. Things weren't like they had been long ago in the Spirit Stream sect, and Bai Xiaochun couldn't believe that Lu Tianlei would actually have the gall to challenge him openly. Who might that be? Su Meixiang said, pretending not to know. That's my junior brother Night Crypt, Song Junwan replied with a smile. Then she changed the subject. I've heard that the Spirit Stream sect's legacy echelon designate reached Heavendao Foundation establishment? Would it be possible to pay Bai Xiaochun a visit? If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 215, Divination with the Snap of a Finger. Chapter 215, Divination with the Snap of a Finger. Even as Bai Xiaochun was staring in shock at Lu Tianlei, he heard Song Junwan mention his name, and his ears twitched. He wasn't the only one. The other cultivators from the Bloodstream sect went completely silent and looked over at Song Junwan. Bai Xiaochun was completely infamous in the Bloodstream sect. Not only had he stolen Heaven String energy from Song Ke, he had slaughtered countless of their fellow disciples in the fallen sword abyss. For these and other reasons, he was a very important figure who was quite well known. Grand Elder Song, your timing is a bit off, Su Meixiang said sadly. Junior brother Bai is currently in secluded meditation. Song Junwan smiled. Shaking her head, she sighed wistfully and said, I heard Bai Xiaochun is a mysterious and enigmatic figure, a unique genius. What a pity that I won't be able to meet him. Her good looks combined with her display of emotion made her seem extraordinarily attractive. Although Su Meixiang was gorgeous in her own way, she seemed almost average in comparison to Song Junwan. The crowd from the Bloodstream sect were well aware of how terrifying Song Junwan could be, so they quickly bowed their heads. However, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators hadn't been prepared for Song Junwan's beauty, and couldn't help but look over at her, somewhat dazed. Lu Tianlei's eyes shone especially brightly. Su Meixiang's eyes glittered as she said, "Grand Elder Song, with a natural-born charmer like you in the sect, how do Bloodstream sect disciples on Middle Peak ever focus on cultivation?" Her words instantly shook the Spirit Stream sect cultivators out of their reveries. By Xiaochun sighed. Feeling more proud than ever, he suddenly wished he could rip off his mask and tell the vixen Song Junwan, "Enough with your scheming, Song Junwan. Lord Bai is right here." He looked over a bit contemptuously at Lu Tianlei, who still seemed to be partially in a daze. Then he congratulated himself on his wisdom of getting Song Junwan to change clothes. If she had worn the smoking hot outfit she used to wear, Lu Tianlei would likely have coughed up mouthfuls of blood. Even as Bai Xiaochun sighed inwardly, Song Junwan covered her mouth with her hand and laughed lightly. Seemingly unaware of the sarcasm in Su Meixiang's words, she looked over at the south bank of the Spirit Stream sect and said, "I heard that Bai Xiaochun started out on Fragrant Cloud Peak. Peak Lord Su, do you think it would be possible to go take a quick tour?" Su Meixiang had no reason to refuse. In fact, her mission was to show the Bloodstream sect people around. With a nod, she led them toward Fragrant Cloud Peak. As they neared, a beam of light flew toward them, within which was a young woman. She wore a long blue gown, and was exceptionally good-looking. She almost looked like a celestial goddess. She was none other than Zhou Xinqi. Many of the Bloodstream sect disciples recognized her, and their expressions turned very serious. "Greetings, Peak Lord," she said calmly, hands clasped respectfully. Then she looked over at the people from the Bloodstream sect. Su Meixiang smiled and said, "Xinqi, this is Grand Elder Song Junwan from Middle Peak in the Bloodstream sect. Would you mind showing us around Fragrant Cloud Peak?" Zhou Xinqi nodded, then led the group onward. They started at the foot of the mountain, taking a route that had already been planned out in advance by the sect. Everything that the Bloodstream sect was able to see had been specially arranged by the Spirit Stream sect for certain reasons. Even the disciples who they encountered along the way had been placed there by special arrangement. Bai Xiaochun looked around at Fragrant Cloud Peak, at all the plants and trees, at Zhou Xinqi as she led them along, and sighed inwardly. "I, Bai Xiaochun, really have become too famous. Everybody has heard about me. Even Song Junwan came from far, far away just to meet me. I really need to keep a lower profile. Being famous is really annoying." He sighed the whole way. Eventually, about halfway through the tour, Song Junwan frowned slightly and said, "Peak Lord Su, fellow Taoist Zhou, since Heaven Dao Foundation establishment expert Bai Xiaochun started out on Fragrant Cloud Peak, do you think it would possible for us to take a look at his old Immortal's Cave?" Zhou Xinqi frowned and looked at Su Meixiang. Su Meixiang's eyes glittered, and she returned Song Junwan's gaze with a smile. "I've heard of someone from Middle Peak in the Bloodstream sect," she said, "someone called Master God Diviner, an expert in consulting the heavens. Considering the excellent reputation of this fellow Taoist, what do you say we let him perform some divinations to locate the Immortal's Cave of my junior brother Bai?" Su Meixiang looked over at Master God Diviner. Master God Diviner's expression was cold and aloof, and inwardly he was feeling very proud of himself. Song Junwan's eyes narrowed slightly, but after some thought she turned to Master God Diviner and nodded. Master God Diviner cleared his throat, reminding himself that this was his chance to shine, and that he had to take advantage of it. He had to show off his abilities to the fullest extent. "I might not have powerful combat magic, but when it comes to divining things from the heavens, I'm the best there is, and nobody even dares to call themselves second in line to me." Glancing contemptuously over at Bai Xiaochun, Master God Diviner took a few steps forward. As everyone from both the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect looked on, he lifted his right hand and performed an incantation gesture. At the same time, his eyes seemed to flicker with the shining light of augury. Muttering to himself, his hand flashed faster and faster, and images seemed to be flickering through his eyes. But then a mist seemed to cover his eyes, making it impossible for him to see clearly. So, it's protected by a spell formation, Master God Diviner said, chuckling coldly. Apparently he was prepared for this. Slapping his bag of holding, he produced a great chunk of bone that radiated the power of time. Pressing down hard onto the piece of bone, he performed more auguries. Gray wisps of smoke rose up from the bone, which Master God Diviner breathed in. Off to the side, Xiaochun and everyone else was watching with bated breath. Master God Diviner's face slowly turned very pale, and beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Moments later, his eyes opened wide. To his surprise, none of his efforts so far had produced any results. Not even his ancient chunk of bone was capable of penetrating the Spirit Stream sect's terrifyingly powerful spell formation. It was so strong that it resisted all intrusive augury magics. In fact, he could tell that if he performed any further auguries, he would be hit with a backlash that would severely drain him mentally, and potentially even wither him to the point of death. Not daring to continue any further, he gave up. Eyes flashing, he looked over at Xiaochun, who seemed to be enjoying the show. Killing intent rose up inside of Master God Diviner. Stepping back, he turned to Song Junwan and clasped hands formally. Along the way here, junior brother Nycrypt said that he knows everything about the starry sky and the yellow springs. He said that he could wave his sleeve and figure out everything there is to know. Although I, Master God Diviner, cannot determine the location of Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave here on Fragrant Cloud Peak, perhaps junior brother Nycrypt can divine its location. With his immortal divination magic, he will surely be able to succeed with little effort. Isn't that right, junior brother Nycrypt? With that, he stared coldly at Xiaochun. Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. He had merely been enjoying the show, and had never imagined that the shameless Master God Diviner would pull him into the matter after his own failure. Master God Diviner's pale, sweaty face made it clear how difficult, and even dangerous, it would be to perform auguries here. Xiaochun looked over curiously at Xiaochun. Zhou Xinqi's gaze was ice cold, and the others from the Spirit Stream sect had very serious looks on their faces. As for the group from the Bloodstream sect, all of them seemed very interested in what would happen next. Song Junwan frowned, and was about to say something when Master God Diviner laughed coldly and said, "Junior brother Nycrypt, on the way here you said you knew everything about everything. What's wrong? Too scared to perform auguries now? Could it be that everything you said before was mere boasting? If you can divine the location of Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave, then I, Master God Diviner, will gracefully concede defeat. In fact, I'll even bow to you as an inferior." In response to Master God Diviner's words, silence reigned. The Spirit Stream sect seemed pleased to see the infighting between members of the Bloodstream sect, especially between two famous individuals like Nycrypt and Master God Diviner. As far as they were concerned, it was a good thing. On the Bloodstream sect side, they were just as willing to see Nycrypt make a fool of himself. That was especially true considering how Master God Diviner had worded things, which ensured that none of them would say a single word to intervene. Song Junwan's eyes narrowed further. She was not happy at all about what Master God Diviner was doing, and it caused her eyes to shine with cold light. Seeing everyone looking at him, Xiaochun blinked. How could he not know the location of his own Immortal's Cave? Furthermore, it wouldn't hurt at all to take everyone over to see it. There was nothing inside to look at anyway, considering it had long since been reduced to ruins. Therefore, he probably stuck his chin up and looked contemptuously over at Master God Diviner. Clearing his throat, he took a few steps forward and coolly said, "Fine. I, Nycrypt, have always preferred to keep a low profile. I was never interested in revealing my true skills and abilities here in the Spirit Stream sect. After all, once I do, it will surely lead to countless headaches. However, since Master God Diviner is taking things so seriously, then I guess I have no choice than to perform some divination. Waving his sleeve, his eyes began to show with a profound light, and he seemed to seethe with explosive energy. His hair suddenly whipped about in the air, but instead of performing incantation gestures or muttering to himself, he simply closed his eyes and raised his hands into the air. It almost seemed as if he were communing with heaven and earth, becoming one with the world around him. The sight caused Master God Diviner to chuckle coldly under the belief that Bai Xiaochun was simply trying to dazzle everyone with meaningless tricks. I couldn't detect even the slightest fluctuations, he thought. What makes you think you can divine anything? One breath of time after another passed. After about 20, Master God Diviner's smile grew even colder, and the surrounding cultivators were starting to feel a bit skeptical. But then, Bai Xiaochun's eyes snapped open, and they shone with bright, mysterious light. Without any hesitation, he pointed off into the distance. There! Follow me! Striding forward, he led the crowd through fragrant Cloud Peak until they reached a location that seemed to be nothing more than a pile of rubble. This is Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave, he declared proudly, his voice so decisive that it could sever nails and chop iron. Are you joking? Master God Diviner said in a bitingly cynical voice. This pile of rocks is Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave? Even as he began to laugh coldly, he suddenly felt as if something were off. Looking around at the Spirit Stream sect cultivators, his eyes widened. Zhou Xinqi's jaw had dropped, and Su Meixiang was gasping. Big Fatty Zhang trembled visibly, and the other Spirit Stream sect cultivators seemed equally taken aback. All of them were looking at Bai Xiaochun, their eyes shining with indescribably bright light. Obviously, they were surprised, shaken even, by the enigmatic performance of Night Crypt. That was especially true of Zhou Xinqi and Su Meixiang. They were familiar with the workings of the spell formation, and couldn't imagine how powerful a divination magic would have to be to penetrate it. When the Bloodstream sect people saw the expressions on the faces of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators, they realized that Night Crypt had correctly divined the location of Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave. Instantly, their hearts swelled with shock. Although most Bloodstream sect cultivators could perform a bit of divination magic, most of them were complete novices. It was rare for someone like Master God Diviner to come along who could master the arts. And yet, Night Crypt had just completely crushed Master God Diviner. It was a completely shocking turn of events. Song Junwan was equally stunned. Looking over at Bai Xiaochun, her expression grew more complex than before. Never could she have imagined that he would actually successfully perform the divination. Master God Diviner was flabbergasted, and began to tremble in disbelief. Impossible. This is impossible. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 216, All-Knowing. Chapter 216, All-Knowing. Off to the side were Beihan Lai and Lu Tianlei, who had taken responsibility for keeping an eye on Night Crypt. Their pupils constricted from the pure shock they felt at seeing the power of his divination magic. The area went deathly quiet, and all eyes were riveted on Bai Xiaochun. Bai Xiaochun stuck his chin up proudly, reveling in the astonishment. Master God Diviner seemed nearly shocked to death, and was trembling on the verge of collapse. His discomfort and incredulity was like music to Bai Xiaochun's ears. How dare you try to compete with me, puny Master Snort, he thought. Humph. In any other sect it would have been impossible, but the Spirit Stream sect is my home. Don't tell me you're going to try to get me to do some more divinations? I could walk around with my eyes closed and not get lost. Bai Xiaochun felt more wonderful than ever. His dream of always being the center of attention was being realized now more than ever. Just when Bai Xiaochun was about to step down from his pedestal of triumph, Master God Diviner's face twisted into a vicious expression, and he shrieked, "Hold on a second. Nightcrypt got lucky just now. Anybody can see that the violet qi rising from this immortal's cave is beyond ordinary. I refuse to believe that he found it by divination." All of a sudden, Song Junwan frowned, and the group from the Spirit Stream sect hesitated, and began to wonder if a divination had truly been performed. Bai Xiaochun immediately stopped in place and glared at Master God Diviner. "Don't believe me, huh? Fine. I'll just have to convince you." Snorting coldly, Bai Xiaochun closed his eyes. This time, he took even longer than before, and even as people's suspicions deepened, he suddenly opened his eyes, which overflowed with bizarre, swirling light. His expression seemed even more solemn than before, and he even radiated a deathly, somber aura. His gaze settled onto a nearby immortal's cave, which he pointed at and said, "That immortal's cave was struck by lightning in the past." Zhou Xinqi's pupils constricted. The immortal's cave that he was pointing at had been hers when she was in the inner sect, and had been destroyed by lightning because of Bai Xiaochun's pill concocting. She wasn't the only one that realized this. The other cultivators from Fragrant Cloud Peak all remembered what had occurred, and their expressions flickered. The Bloodstream sect cultivators were once again shocked. They couldn't see any signs that lightning had struck the area, and yet clearly, the Spirit Stream sect cultivators' silence spoke volumes. Shockingly, Nightcrypt had yet again performed a successful divination. Master God Diviner gritted his teeth and was about to offer a response, but Bai Xiaochun wasn't finished. Expression flickering with odd light, he looked more closely at the immortal's cave and then took a deep breath in through his nose. "I can sense the lingering aroma of makeup. If my divinations are correct, this immortal's cave was not only struck by lightning, it belonged to a female disciple." He swished his sleeve proudly. Then, to the shock of the surrounding cultivators, he performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and declared, "Furthermore, my divinations reveal that the female disciple was a top beauty in the sect." "Hold on. Let me divine her name. She was a young woman surnamed Zhou." He abruptly spun in place to look at the shocked Zhou Xinqi. After examining her closely, he pointed at her. "You. This was your immortal's cave." The Spirit Stream sect cultivators immediately cried out in shock and disbelief. Beihan Lai and Lu Tianlei gasped, and Big Fatty Zhang trembled even harder than before. Su Meixiong's eyes flickered with cold light. She wasn't sure whether this Bloodstream sect cultivator had actually performed a divination, or whether he had access to inside information. Either option was shocking in its own way, and killing intent toward Nightcrypt suddenly rose up inside of her. After a moment of silence, Zhou Xinqi's gaze turned icy, and she nodded. That nod caused the Bloodstream sect cultivator's eyes to widen even further. As for Master God Diviner, he felt like his mind was being struck by lightning, to the point where he didn't know what to say. How could this be possible? He thought, trembling, mind reeling. He still couldn't believe that what he was seeing was the truth. After all, he hadn't sensed even a trace of a divination aura, and yet, Nightcrypt had obviously divined the information correctly. Song Junwan looked more enlivened than ever. Her background check into Nightcrypt had revealed that he occasionally performed divinations as an inner sect disciple, and yet, she could never have imagined that he would be even more powerful than Master God Diviner. Bai Xiaochun felt more proud of himself than ever at the reactions he was getting. Enlivened, he stepped forward and took the initiative to lead the group through Fragrant Cloud Peak. That role should have been taken by Su Meixiong or Zhou Xinqi, but now, Bai Xiaochun would close his eyes, take a few steps, then open them and explain matters that left the Spirit Stream sect in shock. Of course, Bai Xiaochun was careful to only reveal appropriate information, and nothing confidential. Stopping near a crack in a boulder, his expression turned serious, and he said, "And here. The cracks in these stones seem odd. Hold on, let me perform a divination." Yes. It seems that snakes once emerged from these rocks. Lots of them. Tons, in fact. This place over here was also struck by lightning. Heavens! How many areas on Fragrant Cloud Peak got hit by lightning? He led the group along, stopping here and there to point out various locations. Eventually he reached 10,000 Medicines Pavilion. Looking around with a sigh of admiration and utmost respect, he said, "I can sense a powerful aura here." Apparently, some consummately powerful individual once stood in this exact spot, looking down upon all creation. He must have been the #1 master of plants and vegetation. Soon, they were at the missions office, whereby Xiaochun let out an exclamation of shock. Aha! This must be the missions office. At some point in the near past, a domineering individual swept through the missions here. I can sense the aura of a bird here, some sort of a huge bird. Something seems very odd here. According to my divinations, many chickens went missing from this location. As he led the group through Fragrant Cloud Peak, offering commentary here and there, the group from the Spirit Stream sect was left more and more stunned. Everything he said was correct, without even a single mistake. It was almost as if Nightcrypt had once lived in the Spirit Stream sect. Zhou Xinqi was left panting. Lu Tianlei and Beihan Lai saw the expression on her face, and were more shocked than before. As for Su Meixiang, the coldness in her eyes grew more intense. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak was equally shaken. The things that Nightcrypt were describing were all trivial matters, and yet it was still shocking that he knew so much information. People began to guess how he was doing it, and some of them even speculated that he might have infiltrated the Spirit Stream sect at some point in the past. However, the Bloodstream sect cultivators were aware that Nightcrypt had never been to the Spirit Stream sect, which left them all completely shaken. Master God Diviner felt like he was being inundated by lightning. He was completely taken aback. He could tell that the Spirit Stream sect's grand spell formation was activated, and would prevent even the slightest bit of augury magic. Even when he tried to release a bit of it, he felt like he was being suffocated. And yet Nightcrypt was so powerful that he could walk alone performing auguries the entire way. Furthermore, he was using some sort of magic that Master God Diviner couldn't even detect. The casual way he went about it was completely and utterly shocking. Master God Diviner even started to doubt his own abilities. To the people from the Bloodstream sect, there was only one explanation: Nightcrypt had skill in divination that could shake heaven and earth. After touring the length and breadth of Fragrant Cloud Peak, Bai Xiaochun felt more pleased than ever. Everyone else seemed to be in a daze, even unsettled. It was at that point that Big Fatty Zhang looked over at Su Meixiang and noticed a certain look in her eyes. Without any further hesitation, he stepped forward and pointed at Bai Xiaochun. "Senior Nightcrypt," he growled. "Since you're so good at divination, why don't you reveal some information about me?" Everything went completely silent. The Bloodstream sect cultivators looked over at Bai Xiaochun, and Master God Diviner's eyes suddenly began to shine. Divining information about inanimate objects is easy. Master God Diviner chuckled inwardly. Divining information about people is much more difficult. I refuse to believe that Nightcrypt could be so ridiculously powerful when it comes to divining information about people. Bai Xiaochun looked at Big Fatty Zhang, a strange expression on his face. Realizing that he couldn't just back down now, he closed his eyes, and his expression turned solemn. Big Fatty Zhang was inwardly very nervous. However, Su Meixiang had clearly indicated that he needed to test out Nightcrypt. As he looked at Nightcrypt there with his eyes closed, Big Fatty Zhang's heart began to pound. After about 10 breaths of time passed, Bai Xiaochun opened his eyes and looked over at Big Fatty Zhang. "Voice cool," he said, "you have a good life, young man. You come from a rich family, and will have incredible good fortune in the future." Big Fatty Zhang was a bit taken aback. Bai Xiaochun hadn't said much, and actually, there was no way to refute any of his words. Big Fatty Zhang looked over anxiously at Su Meixiang. Although Su Meixiang seemed to be smiling, her wariness of Nightcrypt was only growing. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators. The words spoken by Nightcrypt just now had been pleasing to the ear, and were virtually impossible to criticize. Gritting his teeth, Big Fatty Zhang said, "Your divination is." "You used to be fat," Bai Xiaochun interrupted. "Very fat. You started out in the ovens, and then by chance you became an outer sect disciple." Let me divine some more information." "Yes. You faced many twists and turns along the way, and came to be an outer sect disciple because of matters pertaining to profit." Big Fatty Zhang gasped, and his hair stood on end as he looked at Bai Xiaochun. Almost all of his secrets had been instantly seen through. Everyone else from the Spirit Stream sect stood there in shocked silence. Seeing how Nightcrypt had single-handedly astonished all of the Spirit Stream sect cultivators, Song Junwan covered her mouth and laughed charmingly. "Everyone says that Bai Xiaochun from the Spirit Stream sect is breathtaking and peerless with his Heavendao Foundation establishment," she said. "However, from what I can see, Nightcrypt from the Bloodstream sect, with a mere mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivation base, seems a complete match. Regardless of whether it's his shrewdness, his cultivation base, or his latent talent, he seems just as stunning as Bai Xiaochun. What a pity that Bai Xiaochun is in secluded meditation, otherwise they could have a bit of a competition to see who is more spectacular." Bai Xiaochun's heart immediately began to pound. How could he possibly have a competition with himself? Have his left hand fight his right hand? Looking down at his hands, he blinked a few times. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 217, Beast King. Chapter 217, Beast King. The Spirit Stream sect cultivators' expressions were the same as ever, but inwardly they were laughing derisively. As far as they were concerned, what made Bai Xiaochun the most powerful was not his cultivation base or his battle prowess, but his disastrous medicinal pills. But Big Fatty Zhang looked over contemptuously at Nightcrypt and thought, "You can tell at a glance that this monster Nightcrypt is good at nothing more than fighting in augury. How could he possibly compare with Bai Xiaochun? If they competed, Bai Xiaochun would toy with him like a cat toys with a mouse. Bai Xiaochun would just toss out some medicinal pill, and Nightcrypt would be wiped out of existence so cleanly you couldn't bury him." Bai Xiaochun felt a bit embarrassed as he looked around at the Spirit Stream sect cultivators. There was no need for him to even speculate what all of them were thinking, and it made him sigh sadly. Having two identities is a real headache. I guess you can only blame my outstanding nature. Bai Xiaochun shook his head and sighed. Su Meixiang smiled slightly, but didn't take the bait. Instead, she led the Bloodstream sect cultivators on a simple tour of Violet Cauldron Peak and Green Crest Peak. No matter what anybody said, Bai Xiaochun refused to perform any more divinations. He followed along at the end of the line, allowing these two mountain peaks to impress the Bloodstream sect people with their might. By this point, the Bloodstream sect was starting to understand how powerful the Spirit Stream sect was. After completing the tour of the South Bank, they headed toward the North Bank. At that point, Su Meixiang relinquished the lead to the old woman from Iris Petal Peak. The old woman was relatively reticent, and didn't say much as she led the way. However, before Song Junwan and the Bloodstream sect cultivators could even step onto the North Bank, the battle beasts threw their heads back and roared. Heaven and earth trembled as an enormous shockwave rolled out. Expressions of shock appeared on the faces of the Bloodstream sect disciples, and Song Junwan's eyes widened. To have so many countless battle beasts releasing such explosive auras was something none of them took lightly. Although the battle beasts didn't actually appear in the open, their aura was so powerful that it created an intense pressure that weighed down on the Bloodstream sect forces. It actually made it impossible for them to proceed on to the North Bank, leaving them stuck between it and Mount Daoseed. "My apologies," the old woman said coolly, her eyes flashing with cold light. "The North Bank of the Spirit Stream sect is a bit lacking in manners. Diplomatic missions usually go to the South Bank. Your request to visit the North Bank caught me a bit off guard, Grand Elder Song. Bai Xiaochun felt somewhat shocked. Looking at things from the perspective of an outsider, the Spirit Stream sect clearly seemed to be soft on the outside, but as hard as steel on the inside. That dichotomy was epitomized by the South and North Banks. The South Bank seemed soft and warm, but the North Bank was hard and tough. They complemented each other, using different methods to threaten and unnerve the enemy. Song Junwen's face was a bit pale. She knew the Spirit Stream sect was strong, but had never imagined that they would be this powerful. Back on the South Bank, the spell formation seemed to pulse with soft warmth, and yet, was filled with biting power. It had been very shocking. In contrast, the North Bank was impossible to even enter. The strength emanating from the battle beasts made it such that any person who desired to go to war with the Spirit Stream sect would clearly need to be prepared to pay a heavy price. And that was only what the Spirit Stream sect was allowing the Bloodstream sect to see. They are gentle and reserved, but also powerful and unyielding, Song Junwen thought. Clearly they are capable of being merciless. How threatening! Plus, they certainly have unfathomable powers held in reserve. Behind her, the others from the Bloodstream sect were speechless, their hearts filled with pounding waves of astonishment. Bai Xiaochun suddenly felt proud of the Spirit Stream sect, including both the South and North Banks. Furthermore, he couldn't help but grin inwardly when he looked over at the North Bank and began to search among the various auras for bruisers. "Please don't take offense," the old woman said. "Fellow Taoists from the Bloodstream sect, I'm afraid we really can't continue on with a tour of the North Bank. The North Bank is a bit crude, and it would be horrible if the battle beasts got out of control and started eating people." She smiled, although to the people from the Bloodstream sect, it seemed quite intimidating. After a moment of thought, Song Junwen said, "That's fine." However, even as she smiled, a howl rose up from the North Bank that instantly caught the attention of everyone present. It seemed to crush the auras of most of the other battle beasts, and as it spread out, the North Bank disciples were shocked to discover that their own battle beasts began to tremble in response. The beasts looked up, seemingly more violently agitated than before, more brutal, and more energetic. It was as if they were being incited as a group, their spirits rising as they howled. A powerful energy caused a mountain-toppling, sea-draining force to rumble toward the Bloodstream sect forces. The massive blast caused the faces of the Bloodstream sect cultivators to fall. As they edged backward, Song Junwen's pupils constricted, and she also fell back. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak also seemed shocked as she looked over at the North Bank. From the jungle beneath the 4 mountain peaks, a violet beam of light shot up into the air at high speed. A moment later, an enormous beast appeared in midair. It was fully 30 meters long, with the body of a horse, the head of a dragon, the scales of a lizard, and the feet of a pangolin. More shocking of all was that its teeth radiated a 7-colored glow. As for its solitary horn, it looked just like the heaven horn ink dragons, long and sharp. Even more astonishingly, violet flames roiled out from its 4-clawed feet. A single glance at the flames would shake one down to the soul. They roiled out in all directions, covering an area of 300 meters, creating a huge violet sea of flames. Anyone who looked at the beast within that sea of flames would be shaken to the core, and would most likely gasp in alarm. It seemed like the king of battle beasts, and its appearance caused all of the other battle beasts on the North Bank to howl at full force. It seemed almost as if they would heed the call of this king of beasts to charge into battle at any moment, regardless of what their masters ordered. They seemed to be hovering on the brink of losing control. This beast who had just appeared was none other than Bruiser. Bai Xiaochun's Bruiser. The instant Bruiser appeared, the cultivators from the Bloodstream sect felt their minds reeling. Gasps could be heard, and expressions of disbelief appeared on their faces. That was especially true of Song Junwen, whose face fell. One of the Bloodstreak elders gasped, "Beast King! How could this be happening? I can't believe a Beast King has appeared. Heavens! In the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world, there are only two beast kings. One sleeps beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River, the Heavenspan divine crocodile. The other is a death beetle that lives in the depths of the earth. That's not a beast king. It's only a juvenile. But once it grows up, it will definitely be a beast king. I never heard of any sect raising its own beast king. The group from the Bloodstream sect felt their scalps going numb. Even Xiaochun was shocked. Rubbing his eyes, he looked at Bruiser, whose cultivation base was unexpectedly comparable to the early Foundation establishment stage. He remembered that when he'd left the Spirit Stream sect, Bruiser had been roughly in the 10th level of chi condensation. Clearly, he had made a lot of progress since then. Furthermore, all of the battle beasts of the North Bank seemed willing to take orders from him. Although Xiaochun had sensed something to that effect was possible, now it was more clear than ever. Even the old woman from Iris Petal Peak hadn't been prepared for Bruiser to make an appearance. The truth was that Bruiser's current state was only a sign of what was to come for the North Bank. Back before he had reached the Foundation establishment level of power, he had been incredible. And yet, he had completely surpassed all expectations, and reached Foundation establishment smoothly and naturally. He hadn't required any assistance, be it a Foundation establishment pill or Earthstring energy. He just naturally progressed to an energy and battle prowess comparable to Foundation establishment. Even the patriarchs had been shocked, and realized that they had underestimated Bruiser from the beginning. At that point, they realized that he didn't have a 6th order bloodline, he actually had a 7th order bloodline. In the lands of Heavenspan, such creatures were called beast kings, but if Bruiser kept maturing, there was a high likelihood that he would become a true beast king in the future. The matter had shaken the entire Spirit Stream sect, and they had even arranged for a new place for Bruiser to live. However, he refused to move out of the Beast Conservatory. That was his home, and that was where he enjoyed romping about and playing. However, he would often stare off into the distance. All the Spirit Stream sect disciples knew that he was waiting for someone to return. The woman from Iris Petal Peak was shocked, but couldn't bring herself to scold Bruiser. Normally, Bruiser would stick to the Beast Conservatory, caring for it like a watchdog. Even when he emerged to play, he wouldn't erupt with such fearsome energy, and he definitely wouldn't fly up into the air like a king. Before the shock in the hearts of the cultivators could fade, Bruiser threw his head back and roared. The flame beneath his feet flared, and it was with a wild joy that none could detect that he charged toward the group from the Bloodstream sect. As he closed in, flames surging around him, the countless battle beasts from the North Bank burst into motion, flying up into the air to join Bruiser as he charged the group from the Bloodstream sect. From a distance, they were so numerous that they blotted out everything beneath them. The Bloodstream sect cultivators' scalps began to tingle as intense sensations of deadly crisis rose up in their hearts. Song Junwan began panting. Even though she was in the late Foundation establishment stage, seeing a beast king like Bruiser left her completely shocked. The Spirit Stream sect really does have a beast king. The truth was that the matter wasn't a huge secret. Word of the Spirit Stream sect's beast king had spread to some degree. Because of Song Junwan's status, she had long since received reports on the matter. However, to see it in person gave her a completely different feeling of threatening danger. The old woman from Iris Petal Peak seemed shocked and immediately attempted to intervene. "Bruiser, what are you doing? Back down." However, her words seemed to do no good. There was only one person in Bruiser's eyes. His father. Despite the fact that Xiaochun was masked and in disguise, there was something inside of Bruiser that enabled him to instinctively identify his father. There was no person more dear to him in the world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 218, Negotiations Fall Apart. Chapter 218, Negotiations Fall Apart. Xiaochun looked at Bruiser in shock. Beneath his mask, he was smiling warmly, the fact that Bruiser was so powerful left him elated. Furthermore, the exclamations of shock around him got him even more excited. As of this moment, he wished that he could loudly announce, "That's my Bruiser." However, Bai Xiaochun knew that such a thing wasn't possible. He remained within the group of Bloodstream sect cultivators, giving Bruiser a look that only the two of them would be able to understand. "Be a good boy and go back. Dad has a few matters to handle, then he'll come for you." Bruiser suddenly halted in place. He was smart, and had been well trained by Bai Xiaochun. It only took a moment of thought for him to understand what Bai Xiaochun wanted. He bared his teeth at the Bloodstream sect people, radiating an air of incredible ferocity. Then, his gaze shifted to Song Junwen's chest, where it lingered for a long moment. Although few people present knew what that look meant, Bai Xiaochun understood, and he couldn't help but sigh one more time and then glare at Bruiser. Growling, Bruiser bowed his head and then turned and left. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. The other battle beasts let out powerful howls and then returned to their masters' sides. The mountain-toppling, sea-draining energy from moments ago faded away until it couldn't even be detected. In that moment, something else happened that no one else detected. Someone in the crowd on Iris Petal Peak was looking up at Bai Xiaochun and the Bloodstream sect forces. It was a pretty young woman in plain and simple clothing. A very strange look could be seen in her eyes, and her face was very pale. However, none of that lessened her beauty, it only made her seem more worthy of pity. The young woman smiled, but covered it with her hand as she murmured to herself, "So, big bro, you're in the Bloodstream sect." A strange flicker of light passed through her eyes. That girl was none other than Gongsun Wanner, who had gone missing in the fallen sword abyss. During the time that Bai Xiaochun had been spending in the Bloodstream sect, she had returned to the Spirit Stream sect. In the moment that Gongsun Wanner looked at Bai Xiaochun, the Heaven Dao aura within him stirred. Sensing that someone was looking at him, he glanced down to try to determine who it was. At the same time, the old woman from Iris Petal Peak smiled, thinking to herself that all of her years of spoiling Bruiser had finally paid off. A single order from her had sent him away. "My apologies," she said. "Ladies and gentlemen, I think it would be best if we stayed away from the North Bank." Although her expression was somber, she was inwardly delighted. Song Junwen took a deep breath to calm herself. Although she had been aware that the Spirit Stream sect possessed a Beast King, seeing it with her own eyes left her shaken in a completely different way than before. According to the secret reports, the Beast King was raised by Bai Xiaochun, she mused to herself. He reached Heaven Dao Foundation establishment, and gained enlightenment of the Water Swamp Kingdom. Who exactly is this guy? If only he were a cultivator of the Bloodstream sect. Song Junwen wasn't in the mood for any more touring. Just when she was about to respond to the old woman from Iris Petal Peak, a cold snort echoed out from the sky above. An enormous vortex appeared, out of which strode the Song clan patriarch, surrounded by flickering flames. He was followed closely behind by Li Zimo, who had a look of regret on his face. Expression grim, the Song clan patriarch looked back into the vortex, and then at Li Zimo. "Make no mistake, fellow Taoists from the Spirit Stream sect. If war breaks out, the fighting will not stop until the bitter end." The person to respond to the Song clan patriarch wasn't Li Zimo. An ancient, somber face appeared within the vortex, a face that seemed to radiate boundless years of time. When he spoke, the mere sound of his voice caused ripples to spread out in all directions. "Your demands are too harsh, fellow Taoist Song. The Spirit Stream sect would rather go to war than be slowly strangled for 1,000 years." This man was none other than the first-generation patriarch of the Spirit Stream sect, Frigid sect. The Song clan patriarch snorted coldly and looked away. Swishing his sleeve, he summoned a blood cloud, and then waved his hand at the Bloodstream sect cultivators. "We're leaving," he said. Bai Xiaochun and all the others flew up into the air and landed onto the blood cloud, which seethed as it shot off into the distance. A moment later, not a trace of it could be seen. Everything happened so quickly that the people from the Spirit Stream sect were completely taken aback. The face which had just appeared in the vortex watched as the blood cloud shot away, and his expression turned grimmer by the second. "Should we stop Old Man's song?" Li Zimo asked slowly. A moment later, the first-generation patriarch replied, "Old Man's song has an extraordinary cultivation base. Among the 8 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect, his battle prowess rates in the top 3. The fact that he visited us alone indicates that he came prepared, especially for tricks. If we provoke him, he certainly won't be bound by morality in his counterstrike." Whether the most important factor was the first or the second, no one could tell. Li Zimo hesitated for a moment. Unable to bear the thought of how many casualties war would bring, he softly said, "Brother Frigid sect, the Bloodstream sect doesn't want to go to war either. You can see that from their demands. They've already backed down as far as they can. Why don't we?" "Zimo, you're being too soft-hearted. At the moment, soft-heartedness won't benefit anybody. I know that many lives will be lost if we go to war. The Spirit Stream sect doesn't want such a catastrophic event to occur. That was why I initially agreed to Song Wenyun's demands that we not go to war. Even if it means missing out on a huge opportunity, we could avoid the destruction of our sect, and the loss of many lives among the younger generation." Frigid sect's ancient voice seemed tired, although no one could hear his words other than Li Zimo and the other patriarchs. "We agreed not to attack the Bloodstream sect, nor to join forces with the Sky River Court. Those are demands we could meet. However, there is no way we could agree to the erection of a spell formation on the Heavenspan River. If we allowed the Heavenspan River to dry up in our area, all in order to prevent a catastrophe, the spiritual energy here would grow scarce. Over the course of 1,000 years of being sealed, the cultivation bases of everyone inside the seal would stagnate. Progress would be impossible, and it would only take a few hundred years out of that 1,000-year period for the Spirit Stream sect to wither away into death. Even if the sect still existed 1,000 years later, we would be weak beyond compare. We would simply be giving up our own right to decide our fate and allowing anyone to come along and destroy us. Fate would be like a sword hanging over our necks. Besides, in 1,000 years, the Bloodstream sect would be completely different than they are today. They would be a great sect in the Middle Reaches, far more powerful than they are now. At that time, they might feel pity on us, and honor their agreement from before. But if they didn't feel like it, they could destroy us as easily as turning over their hand." Within the eyes of the founding patriarch, it was almost possible to see all those future deaths. His voice sounded very grim. Being sealed for 1,000 years would avoid deaths in the moment, but the truth is, it would only be delaying our inevitable destruction. We're actually in a much better situation now, with all the different variables at play. If we do go to war, we might not to be able to defeat the Bloodstream sect on our own, but with the cooperation of other forces, we would have a chance. Zimo, sometimes we patriarchs have to look at the bigger picture, not just the events playing out right in front of us. We have to take the future into consideration. It would be better for the Spirit Stream sect to go out fighting in battle, than to gasp and wheeze our way into death 1,000 years from now. Clearly, there is only one path for us. The founding patriarch seemed very tired. After he was finished speaking, he faded back into the vortex. Soon, the vortex itself dissipated. Li Zimo hovered there silently for a moment, the desire to do battle slowly building up in his eyes. Just as the founding patriarch had said, standing and fighting held the hope of survival, whereas hiding away only ensured a tragic end later on. Eventually, orders from sect leader Zhang Yuandong were sent to both the south and north banks. The sect's grand spell formation will be activated, along with all the formations in the Luochen Mountains. All disciples must return to the sect immediately to begin preparing for war. Meanwhile, the blood cloud shot along at top speed in the air between the Spirit Stream sect and the Bloodstream sect. The cultivators from the Bloodstream sect were scared witless. Even the Song clan patriarch's face seemed ashen as he sat at the front of the cloud, frowning in thought. When everyone pondered the words spoken by the Song clan patriarch when he left the vortex, they realized that the discussions with the Spirit Stream sect had not ended well. Apparently, war between the two sects could break out at any moment. That in turn made the return trip to their own sect seem that much more fraught with danger. Master God Diviner's face was pale as he looked down into his lap and performed auguries. Bai Xiaochun also maintained his silence. He knew the big picture, and he knew why the Spirit Stream sect had made their choice. He sighed inwardly. Huge matters that affected the entire sect were things that he didn't qualify to participate in or interfere with. He could only turn his head and look back at the Spirit Stream sect, his heart aching with worry. Song Junwan sat next to the Song clan patriarch at the front of the cloud, her face a mask of vigilance as she scanned the road ahead for potential danger. Everyone else on the cloud simply sat there silently. Time passed. Eventually, the cloud passed through the Xiaochun mountains to arrive in Bloodstream sect territory. At that point, the Song clan patriarch's eyes snapped open, and they shone with profound coldness. Not a single ambush had occurred, and in fact, the instant they left Spirit Stream sect territory, the Xiaochun mountains began to rumble, and a cascade of light shot up into the sky. A huge barrier now existed, clearly demarcating the boundary between the two sections. After a moment, the Song clan patriarch murmured, "Well played, Spirit Stream sect." Deep in his eyes could be seen both regret and respect. He suddenly waved his sleeve, and 3 motes of light flew out, which transformed into 3 shadowy figures. There was one that Bai Xiaochun recognized immediately. It was none other than Patriarch Limitless. So they didn't intercept us? Those 3 figures were illusory projections of patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect. As soon as they appeared, the cultivators on the cloud clasped hands in formal greeting, Bai Xiaochun included. Then he looked up, shocked at the strange fluctuations emanating from the shadowy figures. "I put myself up as bait," the Song clan patriarch said softly. "Whether because of their righteousness or their suspicions, they allowed me to leave. That in itself is a type of domineering fearlessness. The Spirit Stream sect is indeed a worthy adversary." The other 3 patriarchs maintained their silence. As for Patriarch Limitless, he looked off in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect and shook his head. Sighing softly, he said, "It's too bad. We can't trust them, nor can they trust us. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 219, Mid-Foundation Establishment. Chapter 219, Mid-Foundation Establishment. The blood cloud seethed and churned as it shot back to the Bloodstream sect. Everyone was wrapped up in their own thoughts, and no one spoke. Bai Xiaochun was most taciturn of all, although he would occasionally turn to look back in the direction of the Spirit Stream sect. By the time he got back to his Immortal's Cave on Middle Peak, it was evening. He sat there quietly until it was late in the night and the moon hung high. Unfortunately, the matter of war between the two sects was something he had no say in. It was a game being played between the patriarchs of the two sections. He felt tired. He didn't even like to think about fighting and killing, but he also knew that sometimes certain things couldn't be avoided, no matter how much you wanted to. He shook his head in frustration. The only thing he could do now was get to the relic of eternal indestructibility before the war started, and then get back to the Spirit Stream sect. He took a deep breath and calmed himself down, then began breathing exercises. Blood chi began to rise up and flow toward him as he continued to advance through the first level of the Undying Heavenly King. That first level was the 10 Mammoth's Berserk Ghost Body, and because of his constant cultivation, he was growing more and more powerful. By now, he had the power of 2 Berserk Ghosts. After the power of 10, he would break past the first level and transform his Berserk Ghost Body into the Heavenly Demon Body. At the same time, the heaven-span river water in his first spiritual sea was continuously being absorbed. By now, less than half remained, and from the look of it, it wouldn't take much longer before that portion was fully absorbed. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, 2 months went by. During that time, the Bloodstream sect continued to make preparations for war. Of course, war was no laughing matter. Once it started, it would be difficult to stop, and everyone knew that the future of the two sects were involved. The Bloodstream sect wasn't completely united in its desire to wage war. There were 8 patriarchs, and of that group, 4 were of the mindset that war should be avoided if possible. That group consisted of the Song clan patriarch, Patriarch Limitless, and 2 other patriarchs. However, one faction, made up of 3 patriarchs, were staunchly for the war. One of the patriarchs, Taoist sage Droughtflame, had similar standing to the Song clan patriarch, being one of the most powerful experts of the older generation. His words carried much weight. Taoist sage Droughtflame and the other 2 patriarchs in his faction were very much for declaring war. The fact that the Song clan patriarch and his faction had so many problems with the war led to friction between the 2 groups. The person who had the final say in the Bloodstream sect was the arch-patriarch of the generation, and he hadn't said a word on the subject. His opinion on the matter was of vital importance, but even he seemed to be hesitating. As the discussions and friction between the patriarchs persisted, the Bloodstream sect as a whole continued to prepare for war. Eventually, the day arrived in which the final bit of Heavenspan River water merged into Xiaochun's first spiritual sea. Rumbling sounds filled him that only he could hear. He began to shake, and could sense that his first spiritual sea was shining with boundless golden light. Cracking sounds emanated out, and a moment later, his first spiritual sea began to crystallize. Crystallized spiritual sea. Xiaochun shivered. Panting, he performed a double-handed incantation gesture and then pushed his hands down onto his Dantian region. Instantly, the crystallization process sped up, and the cracking sounds grew more intense. Moments later, his entire first spiritual sea had become solid. Instead of liquid, it now was a mirror-like crystal. In the instant that it completely crystallized, it erupted with a power 10 times the level of the original spiritual sea. That power filled Xiaochun, causing him to tremble, and making him feel completely different than before. In Mortal Dao Foundation establishment, there was only one spiritual sea. In fact, there was so little water in it that it was more like a spiritual lake. Only Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators could use tide flows to form multiple spiritual seas. The difference between spiritual lakes and spiritual seas was one reason for the huge disparity between Mortal Dao and Earthstring Foundation establishment. When it came to advancing through the Foundation establishment stage, the crystallization of the spiritual seas was the hallmark of mid-Foundation establishment. The crystallization was a major transformation that caused the basic foundation to become 10 times stronger. Because Earthstring spiritual seas were already vastly more powerful than Mortal Dao spiritual lakes, the disparity between the 2 levels of Foundation establishment only grew greater from that point on. At the same time, the number of Earthstring tide flows affected the number of spiritual seas, and that in turn made the difference between those different levels even more clear. When it came to Earthstring Foundation establishment, 3 crystallized spiritual seas marked the mid-level. To reach late Foundation establishment, one had to reach 6 crystallized spiritual seas. The Great Circle of Foundation establishment was 9. Of course, people with 9 spiritual seas were as rare as phoenix feathers or qilin horns, so the above standard would apply only to them. The same general principles applied to the other levels of Foundation establishment. For example, in Mortal Dao Foundation establishment, the Great Circle was a single crystallized spiritual sea. However, that level of power was, at best, the same as a single crystallized spiritual sea of Earthstring Foundation establishment. That was one of the main reasons why it was virtually impossible for any Mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivator to reach core formation. It was the same with Earthstring Foundation establishment cultivators who only completed a single tide flow. However, because they had a true spiritual sea, it was theoretically possible for them to crystallize it and break through to the next cultivation stage. However, the likelihood was very small. When it came to 2 spiritual seas, that likelihood increased. 5 spiritual Cs was considered the standard, and anyone with 7 was deemed highly likely to succeed. 8 spiritual Cs was very rare, and even more likely to break through, and those with 9 were considered 90% likely to break through. However, all of that pertained to Mortal Dao and Earthstring. When it came to the extremely rare peak of Foundation Establishment, those cultivators who used Heaven String energy to create a Heaven Dao aura were not only 10 times as powerful, but their crystallized spiritual Cs could crush Earthstring Foundation Establishment. That was especially true of Bai Xiaochun, who had achieved 9 tide flows. Essentially, he could crush any and all fellow Foundation Establishment cultivators. In early Foundation Establishment, the disparity wasn't as obvious. However, mid-Foundation Establishment involved an explosive increase in power, and once in the great circle of Foundation Establishment, he could be called invincible. Crystallizing the C is the sign of stepping into mid-Foundation Establishment. Excited, Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. The crystallization didn't stop with the first spiritual C. It continued on into the second spiritual C, which immediately began to show signs of solidifying. Intense cracking sounds filled his mind for the following several hours. His cultivation base grew explosively, and soon, his second spiritual C was crystallized, and the process progressed to the third. Ru Yu Yuumbul. The process continued until the following morning. As the first rays of sunlight landed on the earth below, rumbling sounds filled Bai Xiaochun, and his eyes snapped open. At that point, he could feel a level of spiritual power coursing through him that vastly exceeded what it had been before. Now that he had 3 crystallized spiritual Cs, every breath he took seemed to fill his surroundings with thunderous booms. He now felt like the simple wave of his hand could crush everything around him. Furthermore, his forehead tingled with pain, as though his heaven-span Dharma eye wished to open. Bai Xiaochun had the intense premonition that if he did open that eye, it would erupt with shocking fluctuations. Eyes glittering, he burst into motion. Spiritual power surged through him, and rumbling sounds could be heard as he turned into nothing more than afterimages. A moment later, he was outside in front of one of the blood trees. The blood tree shivered and began to rattle off fawning praise. Unlike usual, Bai Xiaochun didn't pay any attention to the tree. Instead, his right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he pointed out, causing streams of blood chi to converge into a blood sword. I can form blood swords way faster than before. Excited, he mentally recalled Middle Peak's secret magic, the blood annihilation world. After performing another incantation gesture, he waved his hand, and even more blood chi converged in the area, and another blood sword appeared. Things weren't over yet, though. A third blood sword appeared, swirling around him, causing the entire area to surge with a bloody, murderous aura. Intense pressure also weighed down in the area, causing all of the blood trees to tremble. In mid-Foundation Establishment, I'm not limited to 1 blood sword. I can summon 3. And furthermore, I can even combine them together into 1 larger sword. Eyes flashing, he performed another incantation gesture with his right hand, and the 3 blood swords merged together into a gigantic blood-colored greatsword. Even when the blade was still forming, its energy fluctuations were filled with brutality and madness. Everything in the area trembled, and even before it could finish forming, Bai Xiaochun waved his hand to dispel the sword and the pressure. According to the description of the secret magic, if I can summon 6 swords, I'll be able to step into late Foundation Establishment. Although I cultivate the Violet Chi Heaven Span incantation, because of the Undying Live Forever technique, once I reach late Foundation Establishment, I can use the Blood Annihilation world along with it. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with how quickly had progressed from early Foundation Establishment to mid-Foundation Establishment. Some of that was because of the medicinal pills the mysterious sect had given him, but another reason was the blood chi in the Bloodstream sect. Not only could he rapidly cultivate the Undying Heavenly King, it also provided benefits to his cultivation base. Bai Xiaochun clasped his hands behind his back and stuck his chin up. Looking very proud of himself, he thought about how incredible he was with his 3 crystallized spiritual Cs. Of course, if he could reach 6 or 9, then he would be even more powerful. Chapter 219, Mid-Foundation Establishment. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 220, Holy Pill Wall Fragment. Chapter 220, Holy Pill Wall Fragment. Taking Advantage of the Darkness of Night, by Xiaochun left Middle Peak. Going down to the bottom of the giant's hand, he actually left the Bloodstream sect and went to the bank of the Heavenspan River. Considering his current status and level, getting some Heavenspan River water wasn't very difficult. All he had to do was make up a random reason, and the cultivators guarding the way would let him pass. After arriving, he collected 10 drops of water. Soon, he had a small cup full, which he carefully took back to his immortal's cave and then began to absorb. A few days later, the water was inside of him, above his fourth spiritual sea. At that point, he ended this session of cultivation. Next, I need to fully merge the Heavenspan River water into my spiritual sea. Once that happens, I can step into late foundation establishment. Excited, he left his immortal's cave, hands clasped behind his back as he soliloquized proudly to himself. Now that I'm in mid-foundation establishment, I'm even more awesome than before. Becoming a Grand Elder doesn't seem so impossible now. He looked up at the upper finger of Middle Peak. It was really depressing to know exactly where the relic of eternal indestructibility was, but be unable to reach it. He had long since given up any aspirations of somehow sneaking in to get the relic of eternal indestructibility. Song Junwan's immortal's cave was too well guarded, and he had no confidence in being able to succeed. How can I actually become the Grand Elder? Challenge Song Junwan? Bai Xiaochun rubbed his chin thoughtfully. The challenge would only be secondary, though. First, I'd have to win over the masses. Plus, I need to convince the leadership that I'm important, that I'm a crucial member of the sect. That's the only way that I could successfully challenge Song Junwan and then take over her position. Nodding to himself, he decided that this was definitely the right track to follow. With that, he stuck his chin up proudly. I'm already halfway there. If I want people to think I'm important, though, I need to do something that leaves everybody completely shaken. As far as he was concerned, it wouldn't be too difficult to do such a thing. He had already been in the Bloodstream sect for some time, and knew quite well that apothecaries were few and far between. The leadership of the sect placed a high value on them, and had even established certain sect rules to encourage disciples to walk that path. However, the very nature of the Bloodstream sect essentially doomed such efforts from the beginning. The Bloodstream sect was fundamentally a devilish sect, and most disciples viewed concocting medicine as a waste of time. They would much rather study techniques to increase their battle prowess. If they needed medicinal pills, they could simply go rob people from the Pillstream sect. If they needed magical items, they could take them from Profound Stream sect disciples. If they needed spirit beasts, they could get them from the Spirit Stream sect. Therefore, few people focused on concocting medicine. There were some who could, such as Imposter Nightcrypt back in the day, but in a huge sect like this, they were completely insufficient to meet the needs of the sect as a whole. It's been a long time since I've concocted any medicine. Having reached this point in his train of thought, he began to chuckle. As his laughter drifted out into the night, the blood trees began to tremble, apparently because of the sinister nature of the laughter. However, before I actually concoct any medicine, I need to solve one problem. I did a bit of medicine concocting earlier, but if I suddenly do something too incredible, people will get suspicious. I need the right opportunity. With that, his eyes narrowed. Supposedly, the Holy Pill Wall fragment here was actually robbed from the Pillstream sect 10,000 years ago, for the express purpose of allowing disciples to seek enlightenment of the Tao of medicine. Oof. I can just pretend to gain enlightenment there, and then start concocting some medicine. Then nobody will be suspicious at all. Once again, he laughed out loud proudly. He'd actually planned to do this for quite a while, and now, the timing seemed perfect. The following morning, he left his immortal's cave without the slightest hesitation. Leaving Middle Peak, he headed toward the area in the inner sect district where the Holy Pill wall fragment was located. Soon he arrived in front of the enormous stone stele that was as tall as 3 people put together. This was his second time coming here, the first being when he'd seen Xiaochun. At that time, Xiaochun had looked at him as if she were eyeing a bug. This was his second time, and even from a distance, he could see a few inner sect disciples sitting below the stele, looking at it thoughtfully. His appearance caused the inner sect disciples' expressions to flicker. They quickly rose to their feet and offered formal greetings. Not daring to be near him, they left, and by the time he was actually in front of the stone stele, he was completely alone. Rubbing his chin, he coughed dryly and sat down cross-legged. Feeling very comfortable with this sort of situation, he looked up at the wall fragment and reviewed what Imposter Nightcrypt had told him. 8,000 years ago, a genius rose up in the bloodstream sect who was very adept in the Tao of medicine. After seeking enlightenment from this wall fragment, his ability to concoct medicine improved significantly. I guess that means the shrew Xiaochun was here to try to get some enlightenment, huh? He couldn't help but feel a bit disdainful of the idea. He was of the belief that although certain degrees of enlightenment were required when it came to medicine concocting techniques, it wasn't something that could come overnight. Constant practice was required, along with gradual progress. That was the way to achieve mastery. Although it was possible that enlightenment could be gained from this wall fragment, Xiaochun was certain that it would be useless to a disciple who didn't have a basic understanding of medicine concocting to begin with. It should be enough to just put on a bit of a show so that people think I'm gaining enlightenment. Xiaochun cleared his throat and then focused on the wall fragment, trying to reach the same mental state he'd stumbled into when he'd gained enlightenment from the beast statue in the Spirit Stream sect. I just need to imitate what happened back then, he thought. With that, he did his best to imitate his past facial expression. He opened his eyes wide, staring at the wall. Strangely, as he stared at the wall, it felt as if his mind were being drained. Although he was surprised, he did nothing to stop it from happening. 3 days went by. Quite a few inner sect disciples passed the wall fragment, and when they saw Xiaochun, they noticed that his eyes were bloodshot, and his hands seemed to be moving. His expression was completely blank, which created quite an odd picture. Senior Nightcrypt, are you? Is he really gaining enlightenment? Heavens! It's been a really long time since anybody actually gained enlightenment here. Is Senior Nightcrypt really pulling it off? The inner sect disciples were shocked, and soon, word began to spread. Foundation establishment cultivators from all of the 4 peaks heard the news, and many went over to see for themselves. Another 7 days passed, during which time Xiaochun's vision began to swim. In order to make sure everything looked as real as possible, he continued to stare at the wall for 10 days and 10 nights. Soon, he started to look as if he were in a daze, and actually, it was no farce. He really was zoning out. It was a deep and profound daze that actually looked like enlightenment, to the point where no outsider would be able to tell the difference. His mind was weakening. After all, he had just broken through into mid-foundation establishment, and had no way to quickly recover at the moment. The time he spent in a daze increased, until eventually he realized that he had spent almost half the day in such a state. By this point, he decided that he'd probably put on enough of a show. Just when he was about to finish up and put on a show of reaping some amazing reward from his efforts, a tremor ran through him. Before he could look away, his eyes went wide, and he suddenly stared fixedly at the wall fragment. He began to pant heavily, and his pupils constricted. He wasn't sure if he was hallucinating or not, but moments ago, just as he had been about to look away from the wall, he'd seen a blurry figure that appeared to be concocting medicine. From what he'd seen, the method was different from what he'd learned about the Tao of medicine. Whoa! A tremor ran through him. Settling down, he once again stared at the wall fragment, focusing all of his attention, which drained him even more rapidly than before. Moments later, his soul seemed to leave his body and enter the wall, to appear right next to that blurry figure. Upon closer inspection, Bai Xiaochun was certain that he was looking at someone concocting medicine. He wasn't sure of the exact type of spirit medicine that was being concocted, but the apothecary's methods were fantastic. Apparently, he wasn't even using a pill formula. He casually selected 2 types of medicinal plants, and then called upon the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression, not to force out the impurities, but cause transformations. A new type of medicinal strength appeared, a power which he imbued into other medicinal plants to alter them. He did everything in a completely smooth and natural way. Occasionally, the ingredients in the pill furnace would explode with force, at other times they were calm. Sometimes they seethed, sometimes they were as quiet as death. Regardless of the transformations or the eruptions of power, the apothecary maintained full control the entire time. He controlled every aspect with skill and deftness. This style of medicine was very different from what Bai Xiaochun had learned in the Spirit Stream sect. The apothecary in the wall fragment was on a completely different level. It almost seemed like the Spirit Stream sect style of medicine was for amateurs, whereas what this apothecary was using were the methods of an expert. He's not concocting medicine, he's actually creating plants and vegetation. Bai Xiaochun forgot about the passage of time. He was completely focused on watching the shadowy figure in the wall fragment. Eventually, the figure finished concocting the batch of medicine and opened the pill furnace. What appeared in his hands was a green medicinal pill that actually looked like a plant. Bai Xiaochun's mind filled with rumbling, along with faint comprehension. Before concocting medicine, you have to refine the plants and vegetation. Depending on the medicinal strength you seek, you search through countless medicinal plants. If you can't find what you're looking for, you make your own. The limits of the Tao of medicine rely only on the limits of your imagination and your skill in concocting medicinal plants and vegetation. Bai Xiaochun felt like his mind was being struck by lightning, and he even began to shake physically. It was with deep and utter excitement that he immersed himself within the images in the wall fragment. At the same time, the holy pill wall fragment began to emit a green light. As the light grew more and more intense, it transformed into a green pillar that shot high up into the sky. The entire bloodstream sect was being shaken to the core. Translator, Deathblade. Chinese language consultant, ASI aka Beerblade. Editor, GNE. Memes, Logan. Meme archives, Toxin. Transcendent patrons, Taoist Elder N, BLE, Tree 208. Greetings, fellow Taoists. Today is baby Deathblade's 2nd birthday. Can you believe it? How time flies. The Deathblade clan is off to take some family pictures, as is our tradition around this time of the year. If you would like to support me directly and help with BDB's college fund, you can do so on Patreon. I don't like to constantly promote my Patreon, but once a month I provide a free high-resolution wallpaper featuring scenes or characters from AWE. The new wallpaper is up, so now is the perfect time to jump on as a patron. This wallpaper features the cast of characters from Book 1, including Bai Xiaochun, Sect Leader Zhang Yuandong, Peak Lord Li Qingho, Ho Yunfei, Ghost Fawn, Du Lingfei, Bruiser, The Black Dog, Song Ke, The Talking Rabbit, Subakai, The Thoughtful Monkey, Beihan Lai, Gongsun Waner, Shangon Tianyu, Zhou Xingqi, Nine Elves, Su Xiaoshan, Fong Lin, Elder Zhou, Peak Lord Su Meixiang, and the girl in white dress. Check it out here. Now that the wallpaper is out, I'm about ready to announce the winners of the Bai Xiaochun comic strip contest. I'll do that within the next couple chapters. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 221, The Tao of All Creation Plants and Vegetation. Chapter 221, The Tao of All Creation Plants and Vegetation. The green pillar of light shot up into the heavens, causing everything to tremble. Even the blood chi in the area was blasted away. Instantly, the whole bloodstream sect was shaken. Middle Peak Grand Elder Song Junwan was in the middle of meditating when suddenly, her eyes opened. Shocked, she rushed out of her immortal's cave to look at the green light, and quickly realized that it was coming from the holy pill wall fragment. Nightcrypt is over there seeking enlightenment. Don't tell me. Heart trembling, she flew into the air. It wasn't just her, numerous beams of light sped from the various mountain peaks toward the holy pill wall fragment. There were even streams of divine sense that flowed out from Ancestor Peak. Instantly, everyone saw Bai Xiaochun in a deep trance, expression blank. He even seemed to be somewhat intoxicated. Anybody who looked at him could tell that he was in the middle of being enlightened by the wall fragment. Every few hundred years, someone succeeds in gaining enlightenment. But nobody has ever caused green light to shoot up from the wall fragment. I remember reading in the ancient records about how the Taoist blood sage received enlightenment 800 years ago. Green light appeared back then. Could it be that this is the same kind of enlightenment? I can't believe Nightcrypt is so gifted in the Tao of medicine. I remember him concocting medicine a few times in the past. If he can gain enlightenment from the wall fragment, then in the future, the Bloodstream sect might have another Grandmaster Apothecary. It wasn't just the Prime Elders who took note of what was happening. Two pairs of eyes flashed like lightning as they looked over at Bai Xiaochun. One of them belonged to Patriarch Limitless, the other, to the Song Clan Patriarch. Strange light could be seen in those eyes, and they seemed moved. Soon, it became apparent that countless figures were converging on the wall fragment, so the Song Clan Patriarch quickly said, Song Junwan, stand as Dharma protector for Nightcrypt. If anyone tries to interfere, kill them immediately. The Song Clan Patriarch's voice was as cold as ice, and rang out for all to hear. Immediately, the cultivators nearby Xiaochun backed up, hearts pounding in fear. Some of them had actually been contemplating whether or not they should interfere, but now they pushed such thoughts aside. Song Junwan took a deep breath. Clasping hands in respect toward Ancestor Peak, she took a few steps forward and sat down cross-legged next to Bai Xiaochun to serve as Dharma protector. Other cultivators who were under the personal command of Song Junwan also sat down cross-legged, forming a wider perimeter, staring coldly at the other surrounding cultivators. With Song Junwan serving as Dharma protector, and a warning having been uttered by a patriarch, the crowd began to thin. Soon, the area was very quiet. Word spread about Nightcrypt gaining enlightenment from the wall fragment. During the following month, cultivators would come on a daily basis to observe what was happening. As for Song Junwan, her eyes were increasingly bloodshot, and she also seemed in a daze, as if the only thing that existed were Bai Xiaochun and the wall fragment. Nightcrypt reached inverse blood ancestral awakening, she thought, and also has terrifying abilities in divination. Now it seems he's a genius in the Tao of medicine. Lots of disciples study this wall fragment, but very few people can succeed, and even fewer provoke a reaction from the wall. Just what Tao of medicine is Nightcrypt gaining enlightenment of? Her eyes glittered even more profoundly than before as she realized that yet again, her earlier assumptions about Nightcrypt had been incorrect. He seemed simple enough, as if he could be judged at a single glance. However, Song Junwan had to admit that what she had seen, and what she knew, was just the tip of the iceberg. How could a person like this slip through qi condensation completely unnoticed? Did he really spend all that time building up and preparing? No matter how she considered the matter, she couldn't come up with an answer. At the same time, the gleam in her eyes as she looked at Bai Xiaochun continued to deepen. Time passed. Another month went by, and Bai Xiaochun had forgotten about himself. He was completely focused on the apothecary, and his process of concocting medicine. He watched him over and over again, and the closer he examined him, the clearer the figure became. Eventually, the image turned into a different person, and soon, the concocting methods were different again. Generally speaking, theories regarding the Tao of medicine were the same. However, when it came to the plant and vegetation pills, or the pill concocting methods, they changed from person to person. The people changed, the methods changed, but the foundation was the same. A tremor ran through Bai Xiaochun as he saw one figure after another concocting medicine. Each one used the same general principles to form the exact type of medicinal strength they needed. It was as if a huge door were opening in by Xiaochun's mind. At a certain point, he subconsciously extended his hands and began to mimic what he was seeing inside the wall. As his hands moved, a green field of light appeared around him, which attracted the green light shining from the stone wall. Soon, the two were connected. Bai Xiaochun's mind filled with rumbling sounds as countless bodies of knowledge regarding the Tao of medicine flowed into his mind through the light. The group on Ancestor Peak was shaken, and based on the levels of their cultivation bases, they could actually sense what was happening. A legacy. No wonder the Pillstream sect has tried so hard over the years to get that wall fragment back. If the Taoist blood sage hadn't expressed his dying order to never return the wall for all eternity, it would probably have been sent back long ago. So this wall contains a legacy of the Pillstream sect's Tao of medicine. Now that I think about, doesn't the Pillstream sect also have a wall fragment? The Bloodstream sect patriarchs exchanged glances, and all of them could see how deeply moved the others were. Bai Xiaochun's mind was racked with pain as he accepted the legacy. He was left trembling, his eyes completely bloodshot, and he even cried out at the top of his lungs. However, he wasn't willing to give up. Even a glimpse at the knowledge of the Tao of medicine he was receiving was completely shocking. Use heaven and earth as the pill cauldron. Use all creation as the plants and vegetation. Bequeath soul seeds. Create medicines of good fortune. Bai Xiaochun's mind was battered by towering waves of shock. Suddenly, he thought back to the Pillstream sect disciple he'd killed, Fang Lin. The heaven-earth furnace cauldron he'd used was obviously what was referred to in the first line of the wall fragment legacy. He also thought back to what had occurred when Fang Lin died, and the face of the young man he'd seen, which resembled a yin-yang symbol. Apparently, Fang Lin had unknowingly been infected with a soul seed. 1. Back in the heat of the moment, Bai Xiaochun had mostly ignored that young man with the yin-yang face. However, he hadn't forgotten the incident, and had always remained suspicious about it. Now, he realized that what he had seen was a manifestation of soul seed bequeathal. Furthermore, the legacy he was receiving now was the technique of all creation plants and vegetation. Heaven-earth furnace cauldron, all creation plants and vegetation, soul seed bequeathal. These three divine abilities were the fundamental Tao which served as the foundation of the Pillstream sect. Unfortunately, the Bloodstream sect had robbed them of half of their wall fragment. Perhaps the lack of the all creation plants and vegetation technique was why the Pillstream sect had been in a state of gradual decline for so long. By using all creation as plants and vegetation, the transformations of the plants and vegetation can be used to form any type of medicinal effect. A Tao of medicine like this is unimaginable. Bai Xiaochun was panting. Never could he possibly have guessed that his attempt to pretend to get enlightenment would result in him actually receiving a legacy magic. As the legacy was passed on, the light shining up from the wall fragment grew weaker and weaker, and the green glow around him grew stronger and stronger. A few days later, the light around the wall faded, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes snapped open. The intense green light around him caused rumbling like that of thunder to echo out. At the same time, the images of countless plants and vegetation swirled around him, continuously merging with each other, continuously transforming. The bizarre signs that the disciples of the Bloodstream sect were seeing left them shocked. It was easy to imagine how, even as soon as the following day, Nightcrypt's name would once again rock the Bloodstream sect. Even the other sects would surely hear about what was happening, and Nightcrypt would become even more famous in the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world. Nightcrypt. Song Junwan murmured, rising to her feet. An expression of concern could be seen in her eyes as she looked at Bai Xiaochun. He was much thinner than he had been before, his face sunken in a bit, seemingly little more than flesh and bones. And yet, his eyes shone with brilliant light. He looked over at Song Junwan and nodded. Before she could say anything, he said, "I need to concoct some medicine." He needed to take the information that was sinking into his mind and apply it to medicine concocting as soon as possible, to firmly fix the sensation of the all creation plants and vegetation technique into his heart. Under the eyes of all present, he flew into the air toward Middle Peak. Even the patriarchs on Ancestor Peak had expressions of anticipation on their faces as they watched him go. Back in his Immortal's Cave, he immediately went into secluded meditation. He didn't have a lot of plants and vegetation on him at the moment, but it was without hesitation that he produced a pill furnace and began to concoct, not spirit medicine, but plants and vegetation pills. Through this process of concocting, he became much more confident in manipulating the plants and vegetation to produce specific levels of medicinal strength. The legacy branding in his mind grew deeper. He was so focused that he completely ignored matters like sleep and eating. At the same time, the exact effect he had hoped to produce within the sect could be seen. The Song clan patriarch arranged for large quantities of plants and vegetation to be delivered to him, along with piles of bloodflame stones. All of the resources of the Bloodstream sect were being called upon to ensure that Xiaochun quickly mastered the legacy he had received. Many of the medicinal plants he was given were very rare, and would fetch exorbitant prices on the outside, or even be the subject of fierce fighting. But now, it was without hesitation that the sect handed them over. They even sent over an apothecary attendant, who respectfully said, "Grandmaster, the Patriarch sent me to explain that this is only the first set of ingredients. More medicinal plants are on the way." Because of the steady flow of medicinal plants, Xiaochun experienced no delays in his mastery of the legacy. As he concocted more plant and vegetation pills, his eyes shone with more intense light. At the same time, his skill in the Tao of medicine advanced by leaps and bounds. Xiaochun was even delighted to discover that there were aspects of the frigid school medicine manual that he didn't understand before, but were now clear. In fact, there was an entire section on the first page that now made complete sense. I have the feeling that I can finally concoct a Tier 4 medicinal pill. Maybe even Tier 5. Tier 4 medicinal pills were a dividing mark between journeyman apothecaries and master apothecaries. 1. Fong Lin died in chapter 160. Incidentally, when I first translated that chapter, I misinterpreted the yin-yang face description as being figurative. I've since changed the wording in chapter 160 a bit, and tinkered with a few other parts. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 222, I must concoct medicine. Chapter 222, I must concoct medicine. I must concoct medicine. Xiaochun's eyes shone with intense focus. The enlightenment he had gained from the Holy Pill wall fragment, and the abstruse information from the frigid school medicine manual, caused his skill in the Tao of medicine to break through from the point of being able to concoct Tier 3 medicines. He was now fairly certain he could concoct Tier 4 medicines. In the eastern lower reaches of the cultivation world, Tier 4 spirit medicines were virtually priceless. Foundation establishment cultivators absolutely required them, the most obvious example being foundation establishment pills. Foundation establishment pills were Tier 4 spirit medicines, and were very difficult to concoct. In fact, anyone who could successfully concoct them would be viewed as a master apothecary. Master apothecaries were rare. The Bloodstream sect had been home to a few in the past, but not anymore. It was the same with the Profound Stream sect. Obviously, the Pill Stream sect had them, and in fact, they even had Grandmaster apothecaries, who were on a similar level as Prime Elders. Other than the Master apothecaries in the Pill Stream sect, the only other one was in the Spirit Stream sect, and that was Li Qingho. But now, Xiaochun was at the peak of the Tier 3 level, and was on the verge of breaking through to the Tier 4 level. Theoretically, the knowledge he possessed already gave him what he needed to break through. Taking a deep breath, he extended his right hand and opened the bag of holding that the sect had provided, which contained all sorts of plants and vegetation. Almost immediately, he gasped, and the more he studied the contents of the bag, the more shaken he was. Is this dragon spirit root? I can't believe it's over 700 years old. This is peace devil leaf. More than 400 years old. Revelation fruit. Tao immortal blossom. It seemed like each of the medicinal plants he'd been given was more valuable than the one before it, and more rare. From the plants and vegetation he was being given, it was obvious how important the bloodstream sect viewed him to be. It actually exceeded his expectations. He couldn't help but feel a bit conflicted. On the one hand, the bloodstream sect really had treated him amazingly. On the other hand, he couldn't forget that he was from the spirit stream sect. Even as he wavered back and forth about what to do, he looked at the most recent delivery, which included 2 bags of holding. One of them contained pill furnaces, the other contained the bloodstream sect's unique bloodflame stones. Bloodflame stones were similar to the earthflame crystals from the spirit stream sect, except even more domineering. The intense heat they emitted was a necessity for medicine concocting, and although they were unique to the bloodstream sect, after some examination, Xiaochun confirmed that they could produce 3-colored flame. Although he would have preferred fuel for 4-colored flame, 3-colored flame was still satisfactory. Finally, he made his decision. He would concoct pills, and secretly keep some of them for himself. As for the 4-leaf clovers he had harvested some time back, he still had them in his bag of holding. However, he didn't dare to use the turtle walk in the bloodstream sect, for fear of mishaps. After looking closer at the bag with the pill furnaces, Xiaochun was even more shocked than he had been by all of the valuable medicinal plants. "Eyes wide," he said, "how many pill furnaces are in here?" Mind reeling, he counted over 100 pill furnaces. There were large ones and small ones, new ones and old ones. The mere sight of them left Xiaochun's vision swimming. There were even a few dozen pill furnaces which were clearly magical devices, and others contained strong medicinal aromas that indicated they had been frequently used by apothecaries in the past. Did they rob all of these? He thought, rubbing his eyes. After further examination, he realized that almost all of the pill furnaces were marked with a symbol like a cauldron, which was the sign of the pill stream sect. Obviously, these were pill furnaces that the bloodstream sect had robbed from pill stream sect disciples over the years. In addition to the pill furnaces, there were some jade slips in the bag of holding. After examining them, Xiaochun's mind was yet again sent spinning. It actually took quite a while for him to recover. Those jade slips were clearly incredibly valuable. They were inscribed with countless medicine formulas. Some of them were even Tier 5 formulas. Xiaochun sighed emotionally, and his eyes shone with intense light. To have so many medicinal plants and so many pill furnaces right there in front of him left him completely excited. Rubbing his hands together, he immediately pulled out a pill furnace and some bloodflame stones. After igniting the stones with some spiritual power, a blood-colored flame lit the room. Concoct medicine. Must concoct medicine. He didn't start with the foundation establishment pill. Instead, he studied the formula for something called a spirit-tempering crystallizing pill, after which he began to concoct it. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, half a month went by. Xiaochun never went outside even once, and soon his hair was completely disheveled. He was completely immersed within his medicine concocting. He failed over and over again as he built up experience and performed experiments. He pursued new trains of thought, and every time he came up with a new idea, he would laugh out loud with joy. As his laughter echoed out of the immortal's cave, the blood trees shivered, and any Middle Peak cultivators who happened to be passing by would be surprised, but mostly dismissive. Most of the cultivators on Middle Peak had some sort of beef with Xiaochun, although none of them would ever dare to reveal that publicly. However, as time passed, all sorts of gossip spread. So what if he gained enlightenment of the wall fragment? Does he really think he's going to concoct some sort of amazing spirit medicine? Poof. I heard that all of the plant and vegetation resources in the whole sect were sent over to Nightcrypt. He's just digging his own grave. He's going to fail completely, or at best concoct some ordinary spirit medicine. Either way, he's screwed. Who cares about medicine concocting? I don't even understand why the sect thinks it's important. However, Song Junwan and the 3 other Grand Elders, as well as the prime elders on Ancestor Peak, were filled with anticipation. Even the Song clan patriarch felt the same way, and was constantly looking over toward Middle Peak. 10 days passed. Bai Xiaochun's extended time in seclusion was being viewed with increasing derision by the Middle Peak cultivators. Of course, most of that was jealously. They were jealous of his relationship with the Grand Elder, jealous that the sect cared so much about him, and jealous that he was being gifted with so many plant and vegetation resources. However, his overall level of power was extraordinary, and everyone knew it. Because of the inverse blood ancestral awakening, he had already surpassed the power of a Mortal Dao Foundation establishment Dharma protector. The Earth String Foundation establishment elders were starting to feel threatened, and even the late Foundation establishment experts were worried. Another 3 days passed. Bai Xiaochun had been working at medicine concocting for a full month straight. Inside his immortal's cave, he was working like mad, his eyes bloodshot as he paced back and forth around the pill furnace. He never stopped concocting. He would draw upon the plants and vegetation he had access to as he aimed for the medical strength he desired. Each time he failed, he would see new hope for success. "This time I'm definitely going to succeed," he said hoarsely, licking his lips and staring at the pill furnace. Several more hours passed, and then the pill furnace began to tremble. A medicinal aroma spread out, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with anticipation. Moments later, though, his excitement turned into fear. "What's going on?" he said, eyes widening. In the instant that the spirit medicine was supposed to emerge, the pill furnace suddenly began to heat up. Apparently, the strength of the pill was causing instability, which was affecting the pill furnace itself. Even the blood flame stones were being influenced, which was causing the heat spike. Instantly, a sensation of intense danger filled Bai Xiaochun's heart. Cracking sounds rang out, and the pill furnace began to shake violently. Fissures spread out across its surface, which were filled with shining, blood-colored fire. From the look of things, the pill furnace was about to explode. A shocking force was building up inside, causing the pill furnace to bulge dramatically. "It's gonna blow," he gasped, his scalp tingling. This was a Tier 4 spirit medicine, something far beyond Tier 2 or Tier 3 medicines. Even an exploding Tier 3 spirit medicine was completely shocking, but the idea of how much force the detonation of a Tier 4 spirit medicine would release caused Bai Xiaochun's pupils to constrict. From the aura that was emanating from the pill furnace, Bai Xiaochun could tell that it had force comparable to a Foundation establishment cultivator. There was no time to sit around thinking about what to do. Shrieking, Bai Xiaochun reached out and grabbed the bulging furnace, then drew upon the full power of his cultivation base to burst outside and hurl it up into the air. "Everybody watch out!" he cried at the top of his lungs. The pill furnace sailed up above Middle Peak, and then exploded, releasing a thunderous boom that shook heaven and earth. A shockwave also blasted out, sweeping over everything in sight. As the pill furnace exploded, medicinal dregs shot out in all directions. Even more terrifying was that the burning shrapnel created by the exploding furnace rained down in all directions. Countless Middle Peak disciples were badly frightened, and rushed out to see what was happening. "What's wrong? What happened? Is the Spirit Stream sect attacking us?" In their shock, they looked up and saw flames streaking through sky like falling stars to land in various locations around Middle Peak. As each bit slammed into the ground, booms echoed out. Soon, cries of alarm rose up into the air. Wherever the destroyed remnants of the pill furnace landed, flames rose up. There were even some unfortunate cultivators who caught on fire and began to scream at the tops of their lungs. All of Middle Peak was thrown into chaos. Song Junwan was shaken, and when she rushed out, she saw Middle Peak engulfed in flames. She could smell the acrid odor of a destroyed medicinal pill, and could also see the chunks of the pill furnace raining down. "Is this what happens when you concoct medicine?" she thought with a gasp. "I can't believe medicine concocting is so terrifying." In her mind, medicine concocting should be a calm, peaceful activity, and even if something went wrong, there shouldn't be a huge disaster like this. If disciples of the Spirit Stream sect were present, they would definitely understand what was happening, and would probably even feel bad for the Bloodstream sect and say, disaster strikes once sect uncle by starts concocting medicine. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 223, Flying Furnaces Fill the Firmament. Chapter 223, Flying Furnaces Fill the Firmament. Bai Xiaochun's heart was pounding with nervousness. The exploding pill furnace had not only been shocking, but also a very close call. If I had been just a bit slower, it would have blown up my immortal's cave. But that's not the scariest part. I might have lost my poor little life. That would have been a tragedy. Bai Xiaochun ducked his head down, trying to look apologetic to the furious crowd around him. He quickly made some adjustments to the cave spell formation and then hurried back inside. There, he braced himself to face a mob, but after an entire day passed, nothing happened. Surprised, he waited even longer, but no one ever showed up. Weird. Oh well. I guess it doesn't matter. I'll just keep concocting. Now why did that pill furnace explode? Sitting down cross-legged, he rubbed his chin thoughtfully. What he didn't know was that the reason nobody came looking for him was because of how people called him Night Devil. He was already completely infamous, and although people wanted to go call him to account, the way he had slaughtered people with the blood sword left them no choice but to grit their teeth and endure. Another reason was that, although the explosion had been a powerful one and caused a lot of fires, other than that, it didn't really influence anyone negatively. 3 days later, Bai Xiaochun slapped his thigh. In the past, my Tier 3 medicines also exploded. But this time, the explosion happened for a different reason. When Tier 4 spirit medicines are in the final stages of condensing into a pill, they absorb chi from their surroundings, which leads to instability. It doesn't have anything to do with the blood flame stones. The pill is being destroyed from the inside out. Panting, hair in disarray, eyes shining with enlightenment, he quickly rolled up his sleeves and produced a new pill furnace to work with. The concocting process went much more quickly this time. A day later, and the spirit medicine was already taking form. As it did, he paid close attention, and was also fully prepared for any outcome. Suddenly, the pill furnace began to turn bright red, and cracks started to spread out across its surface. A violent eruption was obviously building up, and the pill furnace even began to bulge in shocking fashion, even more dramatically than last time. Bai Xiaochun gasped. Waving his sleeve, he collected up the pill furnace and then raced outside, or he threw it high up into the air. Unfortunately, he didn't have time to call out a warning this time. A deafening boom echoed out as the pill furnace exploded, sending shrapnel in all directions, along with waves of violet-colored flames. Booming thuds then rose up as the pieces landed on the ground. At the same time, enraged roars could be heard. Again? What are you doing, Nightcrypt? Nightcrypt, are you really concocting medicine? If you want to kill us, why not just fight us? What pill is he trying to concoct? There were about 10 cultivators who were directly affected, and despite their rage, they didn't do anything other than gnash their teeth. They didn't dare to cause any problems for Nightcrypt. Bai Xiaochun remained in his immortal's cave, terrified. However, after some time passed and nobody came to complain, he sighed and looked off into the distance. You people understand the situation, and choose not to cause problems for me. Don't worry. I promise this will be the last time. Taking a deep breath at how sincere he was in his efforts, he once again began to concoct. 3 days later. Damn it, what's wrong? Feeling like he was going insane, he rushed outside and threw the pill furnace up into the air. Boom! 5 days later, boom! 7 days later, boom! 10 days later. How could this be happening? He felt like he was going completely mad. This time, he threw an especially large pill furnace up into the air. Boom! During the 10 days that passed, Middle Peak was driven insane. Every day or two, another pill furnace would explode, raining down shrapnel and fire. Many places on Middle Peak were scorched to the ground. Many newly erected Immortals' caves were burned to ash, and one cultivator after another was left screaming in rage. Eventually, not a single blade of grass or plant on Middle Peak was left unscorched. Although Master God Diviner's Immortals' cave wasn't harmed, he did catch on fire at least once. The killing intent of the Middle Peak cultivators continued to build until it seemed like it might explode. The situation was a bit better on the upper finger. However, the fires eventually spread that far too, and the mid and late Foundation establishment cultivators there were slowly building up into a rage. All of Middle Peak was turning into a ticking time bomb. Night Crypt, are you looking to die? If I don't kill Night Crypt, then I'm not human. Damn it! Does Night Crypt want to burn Middle Peak to the ground? He's not concocting medicine, he's trying to kill us, The unusually large pill furnace that he threw up into the air didn't actually explode until it landed. After it smashed into one of the blood waterfalls, a huge boom rang out, and masses of blood and water surged out in all directions. A miserable shriek rang out from Song Kei's mouth as he emerged, engulfed in flames. His hair and eyebrows were almost immediately burned away. Night Crypt! He howled, shooting toward Bai Xiaochun's Immortals' cave. His actions caused the suppressed emotions of the other cultivators to erupt, and they joined him in shouting at the tops of their lungs. Kill Night Crypt! If Night Crypt doesn't die, then we'll all be killed. First he messed with the blood chi, then he chased that rabbit, and now he has these exploding furnaces. Night Crypt is a walking disaster. You're dead, Night Crypt. You destroyed my Immortals' cave during the blood chi incident, then again because of the rabbit, and now again with a pill furnace. Never before had the cultivators of Middle Peak been united in such a way. 90% of the cultivators, from early to late Foundation establishment, raged with murderous auras as they shot toward Bai Xiaochun's Immortals' cave, intent on joining hands to destroy it. Even if the sect prohibited such action, they didn't care. They were convinced that the sect wouldn't cause problems for all of the Foundation establishment cultivators on Middle Peak because of a single person. When Bai Xiaochun saw what was happening, his scalp began to tingle with fear. Even though he was already in the mid-Foundation establishment stage, and was sure he could easily crush even a large group of opponents, it was a shock to see so many Foundation establishment cultivators racing toward him, including both Mortal Dao and Earth String types, from the early to the late stage, all of them bristling with killing intent, and many without any hair or eyebrows. Song Kei was leading them all, a pack of hornets whose howls shook the mountain peak like thunder. Listen to me, people! Bai Xiaochun cried, face ashen from fear. Backing up, he tried to offer explanations, but his voice was drowned out by the howls of rage. As the people closed in, their cultivation bases surging with shocking power, they became like a wave of rage, upon which the rowboat which was Bai Xiaochun teetered on the verge of death. That was when a cold snort echoed from Ancestor Peak, a snort filled with frigid iciness. It pierced into the maddened minds of the mob, and all the cultivators who had been planning to attack Bai Xiaochun were instantly shaken to their souls. Only a prime elder or a patriarch would be able to calm down such a large group of people so quickly. It didn't matter who it was that had just snorted, it left everyone shaking. Simultaneously, Grand Elder Song Junwan appeared in front of Bai Xiaochun. Looking around coldly at the group of cultivators, she frowned and said, "Enough is enough. Night Crypt didn't do any of this on purpose. It's hard to avoid accidents when connecting medicine." The surrounding Foundation establishment cultivators could say nothing in response. However, despite the fact that they feared and respected the Grand Elder, they were haughty and arrogant people by nature, and inwardly, were still just as angry as before. Even their eyes radiated a brutal coldness. The Patriarch agrees on this point. Song Junwan continued coolly, her eyes radiating cold light. When the Foundation establishment cultivators heard that, they had no choice but to sigh bitterly. Biting their tongues, they turned to leave. Of course, their hatred for Bai Xiaochun still burned hot inside of them. All of them were thinking the same thing: you can't keep this up. The patriarch's patience has a limit, and sooner or later, you'll meet a bitter end. Inwardly, they chuckled coldly, filled with expectation for the day that Nightcrypt would be punished by the sect. After the crowd dispersed, fear still lingered in Bai Xiaochun's heart. Looking over at Song Junwan, he slapped his chest and said, "Those people were being so unreasonable. I'm concocting medicine for the sect." Song Junwan, who had already been turning to leave, looked back at Bai Xiaochun with a strange expression on her face. Then she shook her head. Even she would never have been able to imagine that pill concocting could prove to be so dangerous. After a moment of hesitation, she said, "Nightcrypt, you had better end up concocting a pill that pleases the patriarch, but." With that, she gave him a deep look and then left. She didn't want to go into any more detail than that. She was sure that Nightcrypt would understand her meaning. The leadership of the Bloodstream sect cared about the result, not the process. If, in the end, Nightcrypt was able to concoct a pill that pleased the patriarch, then everything that happened along the way wouldn't matter. As long as he didn't go too far, they wouldn't just ignore the mishaps, they would shield him from the consequences. However, if he failed to produce a satisfactory medicinal pill, then he would be viewed as useless, and the sect would demand restitution. Essentially, the more useful he was, the more they would use him, and the more powerful he would be in the sect. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered. Naturally, he understood what was going on. He had come to understand the way the Bloodstream sect did things way back on Corpse Peak. They look at the result, not the process. He sighed. What a great sect! Coughing dryly, he returned to his Immortal's cave and continued concocting. Back on Ancestor Peak, the Song clan patriarch was sitting in a large hall. Looking away from Middle Peak, he smiled at the two prime elders who were there to accompany him. All of them seemed quite pleased. Aren't Nightcrypt's concocting methods a bit excessive? One of the prime elders said with the shake of a head. The other prime elder chuckled. Sounding a bit sarcastic, he said, "That's what Bloodstream sect disciples are supposed to be like. Don't concoct pills like everyone else. You can see at a single glance that he walks a devilish path. Everyone else concocts pills as if they're drinking warm water. He concocts them with explosive flair. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 224, This Isn't Betraying the Sect, Is It? Chapter 224, This Isn't Betraying the Sect, Is It? 10 days passed. On 2 occasions, pill furnaces exploded, but there was nothing Bai Xiaochun could do about it. Reducing the medicinal strength seemed to be the only option. As far as Bai Xiaochun was concerned, these pill furnaces were simply too weak. After reducing the medicinal strength, and utilizing the all-creation plants and vegetation technique, he was gradually able to stabilize things, and in the end, managed to successfully concoct a batch of Tier 4 spirit-tempering crystallizing pills. Although only 5 pills came out, and they were all low-grade, they still contained far more spiritual energy than any other spirit medicine that Bai Xiaochun had concocted in the past. He could even feel the spiritual energy pulsing inside of them when he held them in his hand. They almost seemed intelligent. That was one of the unique characteristics of Tier 4 medicinal pills. After examining them closely for a bit, Bai Xiaochun started to get even more excited than before. Although he was confident that a pill like this would please a prime elder, it probably wouldn't be good enough for the Song clan patriarch. I need to increase my success rate significantly. Then the Song clan patriarch will definitely be convinced. Sticking his chin up proudly, he continued concocting with the techniques he had already perfected to some degree. He wanted more control over Tier 4 spirit medicine, and a higher success rate, similar to what he had with Tier 3 spirit medicines. It was with complete focus that Bai Xiaochun proceeded to ignore the outside world, and immerse himself in the Tao of medicine. Next, he selected another classic Tier 4 spirit medicine formula, Misty Spirit Incense. A few days later, a fragrant aroma rose up from the new batch of spirit medicine, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes immediately began to shine. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the pill furnace opened, causing a stream of green smoke to rise up into the air. Ha! What shocked Bai Xiaochun most wasn't the green smoke, it was the fact that no spirit medicine could be seen inside. What went wrong? He thought, shocked. He inspected the pill furnace carefully, but there was nothing inside, not even any medicinal dregs. It was almost as if the spirit medicine in the pill furnace had vanished into thin air. Thinking about the smoke, he looked around the immortal's cave, but didn't see anything out of the ordinary. Frowning, he started working on another batch, determined to identify the source of the problem. The same thing happened with the next batch. It turned into green smoke again? Green smoke rose up, and within a few breaths of time, had completely vanished. No matter how he tried to capture it or prevent it from dissipating, it faded away. Interesting. Every Tier 4 spirit medicine seems to have a unique property to it. He wasn't discouraged. Quite the contrary. For the following month, he tried numerous methods to solve the problem. However, the dozen or so batches he completed during that time all resulted in a green smoke which quickly faded away. As Bai Xiaochun continued his research and study into the misty spirit incense, the cultivators of Middle Peak were finally awakening from the nightmare that had been the exploding pill furnaces. However, before they even had a chance to rejoice, they found themselves sinking into another nightmare. The first cultivator to be struck with misfortune was Master God Diviner. About 10 days before, in the middle of the night, he had been performing an augury for someone when suddenly his face fell. To the surprise of the cultivator sitting in front of him, Master God Diviner rushed out of the room, face bright red. That night, he felt like he was about to fall to pieces. The following morning at dawn, his face was ashen. What's going on? I haven't eaten food for more than 10 years. How could I be having diarrhea? Clutching his abdomen, he tried to perform a divination, but before he could finish, a growling sound echoed out from inside of him. Soon, one cultivator after another was affected. Regardless of whether they were in their immortal's caves or not, anyone on Middle Peak who breathed in the aura caused by the green smoke would be stricken with diarrhea. It didn't matter when or where they were. If it were an ordinary case of diarrhea, it might not have been a big deal. However, days passed, and the situation only continued to worsen. The ones who had it best off only ended up visiting the restroom 10 or more times per day, but for others, it was over 100. The cultivators of Middle Peak were starting to go crazy, and couldn't even imagine what sort of poison could be causing the situation. Some of the Foundation establishment cultivators couldn't handle it, and began to collapse unconscious. Someone's poisoned us. Damn it! What exactly is going on? This couldn't be night crypt, could it? A plague of diarrhea had struck the lower finger of Middle Peak. There was an invisible poison mist that seemed to affect any cultivator who encountered it, regardless of the level of their cultivation base. Soon, Middle Peak was virtually a ghost town. Everyone was on the verge of going completely insane, and yet barely had the energy to move. Unfortunately, it wasn't a problem that simply went away after a short time passed. Song K lay prone, listless and weak. He had visited the restroom so many times that by this point, he almost felt like a mortal. What's happening? People moaned. It must be night crypt. He's concocting medicine, and the aura is spreading out and doing this to us. More and more people began to come to the same conclusion. However, no one could even go to investigate. The diarrhea had gotten so bad that most people couldn't even leave their immortals' caves. Soon, the upper finger was being affected. Song Junwan simply left, shaking in fear at the thought of medicine concocting. Just what kind of concocting is he doing? She sighed, looking down sympathetically at Middle Peak. How could it be so terrifying? Eventually, word spread to the other 3 mountain peaks, and the cultivators there began to laugh and joke about the matter. Some of them went over to the vicinity of Middle Peak to investigate for themselves, but they quickly returned and went into secluded meditation. Eventually, the cultivators of Middle Peak began to leave. Unfortunately, they could only crawl, so that was how they made their escape. They crawled slowly away, unwilling to remain behind any longer. Sadly, they had been severely poisoned, so even after leaving, the symptoms lingered. Everyone teetered on the verge of collapse, glaring in terror at Bai Xiaochun's Immortal's Cave. If they had to choose between this and exploding furnaces, they would pick the furnaces. Nightcrypt is so vicious. He's definitely getting revenge on us. Damn it. We shouldn't call him Night Devil, we should call him Plagued Evil. Nightcrypt the Plagued Evil. As time passed, and the Foundation establishment cultivators simmered in suffering, their hatred for Bai Xiaochun dissipated. Most of them resolved that in the future, they would do anything possible to avoid provoking him. He was truly a terrifying figure, and his tactics of cutting down his enemies with invisible medicinal pills was truly mind-numbing. Furthermore, quite a few cultivators changed their mind about the Tao of medicine, and decided that they should spend more time studying it. Even Ancestor Peak took note of what was happening. Of course, Bai Xiaochun had no idea what was going on. Because he cultivated the undying live forever technique, he wasn't affected at all, and was completely consumed in the Tao of medicine. A month later, he finally solved the problem of the green smoke, and succeeded in concocting the misty spirit incense. Then he went on to concoct some other tier 4 spirit medicines. Eventually, he raised his success rate to 70%. By that point, he had run out of medicinal plants, and was forced to take a break. Spirit medicine in hand, he sighed and walked out of the Immortal's Cave. It was a bright, sunny morning, but for some reason, everything seemed unusually quiet. Bai Xiaochun looked around and found that Middle Peak was completely empty. At first he was shocked, but then he was pleased. He had finally managed to concoct some medicine without affecting people in the area. Sighing again, he began to walk along through Middle Peak. Before long though, he started to get nervous. Why is it so quiet? He thought. Something seemed off. By the time he reached the bottom of the mountain, he hadn't seen a single person, or even detected any signs of life. All of the Immortal's caves seemed empty. Where is everyone? Blinking, he started to get even more nervous, and then picked up his pace. Soon, he caught sight of one of the Middle Peak Foundation establishment cultivators, hobbling along with the help of 2 inner sect disciples. When the cultivator looked up and saw Bai Xiaochun, a tremor ran through him, and his eyes widened as if with fear as he raised a trembling finger to point at Bai Xiaochun. Are you finished concocting? He asked. Huh? Bai Xiaochun replied, a bit confused. Yeah, I'm finished. As soon as the words left his mouth, the cultivator shivered, then turned toward the inner sect district and yelled as loud as he could, "You can all come out now. Let's go back to our Immortal's caves. Plagued Evil is finished concocting medicine." Soon, cries of relief rang out from numerous Immortal's caves in the inner sect as countless figures appeared, supported by inner sect disciples. They all looked gaunt and sallow, their expressions simultaneously listless and excited. Are you serious? Plagued Evil finally finished with his medicine concocting? The heavens do have eyes. We can finally go back to Middle Peak. Song K was in the crowd, his legs trembling as he glared at Bai Xiaochun. He was unlike the rest of the crowd, he had not been cowed into fear, and still wanted to kill Nightcrypt. Bai Xiaochun scratched his head guiltily as the crowds of inner sect disciples helped the Foundation establishment cultivators on their way back to Middle Peak. For the time it takes an incense stick to burn, he watched hundreds of people passing him. Then Song Junwan flew by overhead, and then circled around to land in front of him, mixed emotions on her face. Big sis Song, he said carefully. Finished concocting? She asked with a wry smile. Give me the spirit medicine, I'll take it to the patriarch. Bai Xiaochun quickly pulled 5 tier 4 spirit medicines out of his bag of holding. They were only a portion of what he had concocted. The rest he kept to himself, naturally. Song Junwan accepted them, and after examining them briefly, was clearly moved. She gave Bai Xiaochun a deep look, then smiled. Telling him to wait for her, she flew toward the top of Middle Peak. Bai Xiaochun was already feeling very nervous. He knew the rules in the Bloodstream sect. Although he was confident that he had done enough to impress the leadership of the Bloodstream sect, he was still a bit anxious. He waited for the time it takes an incense stick to burn, whereupon Song Junwan returned. A strange look could be seen in her eyes as she handed him a command medallion, then lifted his chin with her finger. Her breath smelled like orchids as she said, "The Patriarch wanted me to tell you that from now, as long as you don't betray the sect, you will be treated like a direct descendant of the Song clan." Bai Xiaochun's eyes sparkled at the thought of being to do virtually anything he wished in the sect. Feeling extremely proud of himself, he looked back at the lovely Grand Elder, and then reached out and lifted her chin with his finger. "Does this count as betraying the sect?" he said with a chuckle. Song Junwan's eyes went wide. In all her life, she had never encountered anyone who dared to flirt with her in such a way. She instantly blushed, but then her eyes flickered with cold light. "It seems I need to teach a bit about why Grand Elders are supposed to be respected. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 225, Come Back Home With Me, Night Crypt. Chapter 225, Come Back Home With Me, Night Crypt. The command medallion was a gift from the Song clan patriarch, and was a guarantee that as long as he didn't betray the sect, he could do virtually anything he wanted in the sect. He could even kill people with impunity. Unfortunately, it was useless when dealing with Song Junwan. It didn't matter that he was in mid-foundation establishment, there was no way he was a match for someone like her, a top expert who was on the verge of reaching core formation. Of course, Song Junwan didn't attack him, she merely glared at him for a moment before turning and leaving. Over the course of the following days, news about Night Crypt successfully concocting a Tier 4 spirit medicine spread throughout the entire Bloodstream sect. Everyone, Prime Elders included, heard about the matter. Even the Blood Rippers, who were almost always in secluded meditation, caught wind of the name of Night Crypt. It was the same with the rest of the patriarchs. The Song clan patriarch seemed to take him especially seriously, and his attitude determined the attitude of the Song clan. Of course, the Song clan was a major force in the Bloodstream sect, with roots that ran very deep. Eventually, news about Night Crypt and his medicine concocting leaked out of the sect to the cultivator clans. Word even reached the Spirit Stream sect. Ho Yunfei and Bai Xiaochun's other friends were all struck speechless. Some of them couldn't help but think of Bai Xiaochun, but the idea that the two of them were connected seemed so preposterous that they quickly dismissed such notions. Either way, the stories about Night Crypt caused the other sects to view him as an even more important person in the Bloodstream sect. Some people even placed him on the same level as Song Quebec. Of course, in the Bloodstream sect, things were different. A lot of people already viewed Song K as being inferior to Night Crypt. Not only did Night Crypt have terrifying battle prowess, he was also brutal, vicious, and had a devilish way of concocting medicine. Few people dared to even approach him. The fact that a pestilence of diarrhea had struck an entire mountain caused countless hearts to be struck with even more fear than before. His nickname soon changed from Night Devil to Plague Evil. The mere idea of how he would cut people down without even shedding blood was terrifying. Bai Xiaochun actually enjoyed the change in attitude. Most of the cultivators on Middle Peak were dead set on avoiding him at all costs. None were willing to provoke him, and although some still resented him, no major issues arose. As for the inner sect disciples, they thought of him as some sort of vicious wild beast. The mere thought of him would cause their legs to go weak, and based on the stories that circulated among them, he was the type of person who could wipe out an entire mountain peak if he wanted. However, Bai Xiaochun's life only went smoothly for a few days. Calling upon her authority as the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, Song Junwan issued a whole series of orders to him. She had him sweep all of the paths on Middle Peak, had him go repair all of the destroyed Immortals' caves, and told him to do other similar things. She found plenty of ways to control Bai Xiaochun, to the point where he was left scowling on the verge of tears. So I slipped up one little time. Bai Xiaochun huffed. Just when he was finishing sweeping Middle Peak, he got another order from Song Junwan. He was now to scrub all garbage receptacles on Middle Peak. I can't believe she's being such a bully. How come she can make a pass at me, but I can't do the same thing back? Bai Xiaochun was brimming with anger. How could he go around scrubbing garbage receptacles, considering his status in the sect? It was at around that moment that a beam of light appeared off in the distance, which circled around and headed toward Bai Xiaochun. When he looked up, he realized it was the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak. "Hey there, Night Crypt, old boy," the Grand Elder said, laughing heartily. Landing near Bai Xiaochun, he walked over and saw the broom Bai Xiaochun was holding. "Eyes glittering," he said, "being punished? I can't believe you actually dared to make a pass at Song Junwan." Although he was the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, he knew that Night Crypt was an extraordinary person who would likely become a patriarch. He had virtually limitless potential, and was also haughty and arrogant. Therefore, the Grand Elder had long since come to view him as a cultivator of the same generation as himself. "Yeah, so what?" Bai Xiaochun replied, glaring and sticking his chin up. "She made a pass at me first." The Grand Elder looked around carefully, then lowered his voice and said, "Night Crypt, old boy, you listen to me. Do you know what kind of person Song Junwan is? She's a damn scorpion, that's what. Of all the guys who have dared to provoke her over the years, not a single one met a good end. In fact, years ago, when she was in the chi condensation stage, I personally witnessed how she dealt with someone who treated her improperly. She gutted him alive." "Gutted him alive?" Bai Xiaochun asked, gasping. The Grand Elder looked around furtively for a moment before continuing. "Did you ever hear about Blood Master Sidahao from Lesser Marsh Peak? A few years ago, he harbored malicious intentions toward Song Junwan. She chased him all the way to Nameless Peak, and almost managed to gut him too." "She guts Blood Masters?" Bai Xiaochun felt his scalp tingling like mad. He knew that in the Bloodstream sect, Blood Masters occupied a very high position, similar to the sect leader. In fact, in some ways, they were even more powerful than the sect leader. The sect leader couldn't directly issue orders to the cultivators of a mountain peak, but a Blood Master could. Furthermore, only by reaching core formation and becoming a Blood Master could someone ever have a chance of becoming a Blood Ripper. Blood Rippers were the most important force in the sect next to the Patriarchs. For various reasons, Blood Masters were people who could drive countless other members of the sect into madness. Bai Xiaochun was more nervous than ever. After glancing up at the upper finger, he looked back at the Corpse Peak Grand Elder and said, "What are you doing here anyway? Trying to scare me?" "Why would I want to scare you, Night Crypt, old boy?" he replied, smiling broadly. "I'm just telling you the facts. Hey, we've been friends since your days in the inner sect, haven't we? Such good friends. In fact, I even went to the sect leader and asked if it would be alright to invite you to Corpse Peak to concoct some medicine. If you do, then you won't have to follow any orders from that ogress Song Junwan, right? How about this, take as much time to think it over as you need. Don't worry, I'll provide you with all the medicinal ingredients. Actually, they've already been prepared. After you're finished, you'll have my profound thanks." "Oh, right. The Corpse Peak Blood Master said that if you agree to concoct medicine for us, he'll give you that emerald zombie you refined as a gift." The Corpse Peak Grand Elder slapped his bag of holding and produced a command medallion, which was none other than the device to control the emerald zombie. Bai Xiaochun looked at it and confirmed that it was the very control device which he had handed over, the one that controlled the emerald zombie. Of course, if he wanted to, he could invalidate the command medallion with a mere thought at any time. However, the idea of concocting medicine at Corpse Peak to evade the punishments of Song Junwan seemed like a wonderful idea. He didn't agree right away though. Instead, he put a hesitant expression onto his face. "You know," he said with a wince, "whenever I concoct medicine, fellow sect members often suffer. I'll personally kill anyone who complains," the Grand Elder responded immediately. "Nightcrypt, old boy, rest at ease and concoct to your heart's content. As long as you can make me a Tier 4 inverse blood corpse refining pill, then anything goes." Bai Xiaochun cleared his throat. He was about to continue to play hard to get when suddenly, a cold snort echoed out from the upper finger. "Nightcrypt, why haven't you started scrubbing yet? And then there's you, old fogey. What are you doing off of Corpse Peak? Why are you always interfering in my business on Middle Peak?" It was none other than Song Junwan. As soon as her voice rang out, Bai Xiaochun grabbed the arm of the Corpse Peak Grand Elder. "I agree. When do we leave?" "Now," replied the Grand Elder, elated. Throwing his head back and laughing uproariously, he unleashed the power of his cultivation base, taking Bai Xiaochun with him as he shot toward Corpse Peak in a beam of light. At first, Song Junwan's jaw dropped in shock. But then a strange fire began to rage in her heart, and she flew out to block the path of the Corpse Peak Grand Elder. "Where do you think you're going, Nightcrypt?" However, it was at that very moment that a blood-colored beam of light shot out from Corpse Peak. It was a middle-aged man with a mane of blood-colored hair, wearing a long, blood-colored robe. Even his skin was the color of blood, and eyes shone with piercing light. Clearly, he had a foundation establishment cultivation base, and yet he emanated an energy that was no weaker than that of a prime elder. A single step put him directly in front of Song Junwan. Junwan, junior brother Nightcrypt, is a famous person in the sect. Even the patriarchs like him. It's fundamentally wrong to force him to do such menial, humiliating tasks. Junior brother Nightcrypt has agreed to come to Corpse Peak to concoct medicine, so just calm down, we won't treat him badly. The man waved his right hand, and Corpse Peak trembled, as though it were resonating with him. At the same time, incredible pressure weighed down in all directions. "Wyncliffe, I don't care if you're the blood master of Corpse Peak, what gives you the right to interfere in Middle Peak's affairs?" Song Junwan's eyes flickered with killing intent as she stared at the blood-colored figure, who was none other than Blood Master Wyncliffe from Corpse Peak. "I'm not a useless piece of crap like Sita Hao. You're not getting past me." Wyncliffe took another step forward to block her path while the Grand Elder sped along toward Corpse Peak with Bai Xiaochun in tow. "Nightcrypt, come back home this instant!" Song Junwan shouted lividly. Seeing that Song Junwan's path had been obstructed, and knowing that he was now safe, Bai Xiaochun shook his head vigorously and shot back, "I'm not going back, no matter what you say, but are you coming or not?" she cried, stamping her foot in fury. "Not," he retorted with another shake of the head. "Oh, look at you, Nightcrypt. Think you're tough stuff now, huh? If you don't come back this instant, then you can forget about ever coming back." With that, she turned angrily and headed back toward Middle Peak. "Fine," Bai Xiaochun said with an angry snort. "I'm never going back." Then he turned and headed toward Corpse Peak. By this point, the Grand Elder was sweating as he looked first at Bai Xiaochun, and then back at the equally furious Song Junwan. "You too," he said hesitantly, starting to wonder exactly what had gone on between them. The exchange that had just gone on left the Corpse Peak Grand Elder, as well as Blood Master Wyncliffe, blinking in shock. Something about the whole conversation seemed a bit off. They weren't the only ones to have such a reaction. Any other cultivator who heard their argument couldn't shake the feeling that they were hearing a fight between a husband and wife. It was like a husband angrily storming out of the house and the wife cursing him the entire way. Note from Deathblade: since I always tend to get confusion when I include the notes from Airgen, I want to make clear that the following note is from Airgen, when the chapter was originally released. Note from Airgen: this chapter is coming out on Chinese Valentine's Day. I hope that all fellow Taoists have someone who will say, "Dear, come back home with me." If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 226, Don't Worry About Anything. Chapter 226, Don't Worry About Anything. Song Junwan returned to the upper finger of Middle Peak, her face a mask of rage as she flew over her blood lake and toward her immortal's cave. Before the door could even swing open like it usually did, she kicked it as hard as she could. A huge boom echoed out, and the door trembled as cracks spread out across its surface. That lousy night crypt. Thinks he's all grown up now, does he? How dare he say he won't come back home with me? She kicked the door again, and it collapsed into pieces, whereupon she stormed into her immortal's cave. The 4 attendants outside were shivering in shock. They had never seen the Grand Elder this angry. She had actually destroyed the door to her own immortal's cave. Soon, more bangs and crashes could be heard from inside as Song Junwan threw things to the ground and smashed them into the walls. However, she was only partially done venting her anger. She sat down where she was, her face flickering with a certain hidden bitterness that even she didn't realize was there. "Night Crypt, you ignoramus. I had you sweep the paths on Middle Peak and repair the Immortal's Cave so that people wouldn't hate you so much. When someone makes a big scene like you did, people are bound to get jealous. Okay, so maybe asking you to scrub the garbage receptacles was a bit excessive, but all you had to do was come ask me, come beg me, and I would have let you off the hook." Song Junwan was only getting more and more mad. "But then you decided to collude with outsiders. I can't believe you ran away. You say you're not gonna come back? Fine. Don't come back for the rest of your life." She grabbed a nearby jug of alcohol and smashed it on the ground. The attendants outside exchanged embarrassed looks, then simply looked down at their toes and pretended they hadn't heard anything. Meanwhile, in Corpse Peak's Bloodmaster Temple, Xiaochun was sitting there stewing in fury. In his opinion, Song Junwan was being far too overbearing. What right did she have to ask him to do all those things? Was she in charge of whether or not he concocted pills for people? That shrew's temper is ridiculous. He grumbled. Bloodmaster Wincliffe was sitting there in front of him, a strange half-smile on his face. The Grand Elder was also nearby, an equally odd expression on his face. The two of them exchanged a glance. By now, both of them were convinced that something was going on between Nightcrypt and Song Junwan. "Take a deep breath, junior brother Nightcrypt," said Bloodmaster Wincliffe, smiling. "Why don't we talk about the medicine concocting situation?" Xiaochun looked up. This was his first time actually getting a look at Wincliffe. After examining him for a moment, he nodded. Recently, he had realized that, considering how famous he was, he should act a bit more arrogantly. "First things first," he said, sticking his chin up. "If anything bad happens while I'm concocting the pill, you people have to take responsibility. Don't worry about anything," Wincliffe said. Smiling, he handed a bag of holding to Xiaochun. Not only was he not put off by Xiaochun's show of arrogance, he actually approved of it. What he cared about was the Tier 4 spirit medicine. As long as Nightcrypt could concoct it, then it meant his own refined corpses could become more powerful. The Grand Elder laughed heartily. Come, Nightcrypt, old boy," he said. "Let me show you to the Immortal's Cave we've prepared for you. If it's missing anything, just say the word, dot." With that, the Grand Elder gave a look to the Bloodmaster and then led Xiaochun out of Bloodmaster Temple. Corpse Peak viewed Nightcrypt as someone very important, and had arranged a special location just for him on the border between the lower and upper fingers. It was in a wide open area that had already been cleared of other cultivators. Of course, news that Nightcrypt had come to concoct medicine had already begun to spread through Corpse Peak. Upon hearing the news, many of the Corpse Peak cultivators blanched in response. After thinking about the tragic fate of Middle Peak, they decided to be more vigilant than ever. I heard that the Blood Master and the Grand Elder personally invited Nightcrypt over to concoct medicine. We definitely need to watch out. Nightcrypt is also called Plagued Evil. The terrifying way he concocts medicine is the talk of Middle Peak. There were some cultivators who didn't take the matter too seriously, assuming that the stories were mere exaggerations. Who cares about medicine concocting? Could it really affect us that much? That whole diarrhea thing only happened because they got careless. As long as we're on guard, nothing bad could possibly happen. Humph. Let's see what heaven-shaking, earth-shattering things happen when this Nightcrypt concocts medicine. Regardless of the various reactions on Corpse Peak, the Blood Master and the Grand Elder issued orders that the area around by Xiaochun's concoction cave was forbidden. No one was allowed to get close. Bai Xiaochun was very pleased with all the preparations, especially the Immortal's cave they had prepared just for him. After the Grand Elder left, he sat down cross-legged in front of another hulking cross-legged figure, a green-haired corpse. Surprisingly, its hair wasn't incredibly long anymore. However, its fangs were just as razor-sharp as before, and it also had bone spurs sticking out of its skin. It had long, wicked-looking claws, and radiated a murderous aura that was completely shocking. This was Bai Xiaochun's Emerald Zombie. Clearly, the zombie was much stronger than it had been when he had first created it. Its skin looked tougher, and overall, it seemed more brawny and powerful. It had green eyes, and emanated an aura that made it seem strangely intelligent. Just looking at it caused Bai Xiaochun's hair to stand on end. Although he had personally created the Emerald Zombie, he still found it terrifying. "Not cute at all," he said, glaring. "Put those fangs and claws away, and shorten that hair a bit." As soon as the words left his mouth, the Emerald Zombie shivered. Its fangs and claws, as well as the bone spurs, all vanished. As for its hair, it shrank down until it was almost invisible. Its murderous aura also faded a bit. It was still green, but now it looked a lot more normal. After a moment, it looked over at Bai Xiaochun, seemingly a bit sluggish. "That's better," Bai Xiaochun said, pleased. With one last glance at the area outside of the Immortal's cave, he opened the bag of holding the Blood Master had given him, which was filled with a large amount of medicinal plants. Although there weren't as many as the Song Clan Patriarch had given him, they were equally valuable. There were even some plants which were more valuable than the ones the Song Clan Patriarch had provided, and of higher quality. It seems that Corpse Peak's Blood Master has quite a bit of resources on his hands. There were also plenty of bloodflame stones and pill furnaces in the bag of holding, as well as a jade slip that had the medicine formula for the inverse blood corpse refining pill. Bai Xiaochun took the medicine formula and began to study it. Soon his eyes widened. The medicine formula was actually not very easy to understand, and there were many areas where the explanations were quite vague. Without true knowledge of how to concoct Tier 4 spirit medicine, it would be impossible to understand. In fact, even with such skill, the formula was still difficult. Thankfully, Bai Xiaochun's skill in the Tao of medicine had already reached the point where he could concoct Tier 5 spirit medicine. Therefore, after studying the formula in detail, he started to understand it. Eventually, he took a deep breath. This inverse blood corpse refining pill uses corpses as furnaces to brew corpse pills. 49 corpses have to be withered into the form of corpse pills. Then, the 49 corpse pills are combined together to make the inverse blood corpse refining pill. This is not a pill designed to be consumed by the living. It's meant to be fed to a refined corpse. With this pill, a shadow zombie could be upgraded to a core formation level flying ghoul. Strange light gleamed in his eyes as he looked at the medicine formula. This isn't a Tier 4 spirit medicine, this is more like Tier 6 medicine, which has been simplified to some extent by some almighty practitioner of the Tao of medicine. Only by splitting it up into 49 smaller processes can it be successfully concocted by someone at the Tier 4 level. A simplified spirit medicine like this would be much weaker than the original, and would have a limited success rate. However, in combination with certain other techniques, the success rate could be pushed a bit higher. So, spirit medicines can be concocted in this way too, huh? Bai Xiaochun almost couldn't believe it, so he decided to continue to study the formula. Muttering to himself, he would occasionally look up at the emerald zombie. After years of refinement performed by the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak, the emerald zombie had reached a battle prowess equivalent to the great circle of chi condensation. If it could make a breakthrough, it would be like a shadow zombie, equal to the foundation establishment stage. It would be a big waste to give a spirit medicine like this to the Blood Master. It would be way better to concoct it and use it on my own zombie. But in that case, how would I explain things to Corpse Peak? I can only imagine what bad things might happen then. Rubbing his chin, he looked at the medicine formula. Eyes shining, he continued to do more research. Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Xiaochun suddenly looked up, panting. Eyes shining, he began to cackle maniacally. If I keep the first steps the same, but make some alterations to the final steps, I should be able to make a synchronization blood corpse refining pill. After refining the 49 corpses into pills, I can use my emerald zombie to serve as an enormous pill cauldron, and in the end reverse its blood flow. After the pill is finished, it will produce a secondary pill, a synchronization pill. I could give the synchronization pill to the Blood Master, and if he used it to successfully refine his corpse and breakthrough, then my emerald zombie would be able to control it. Bai Xiaochun slapped his thigh, then threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Hair in disarray, expression one of excitement, he simply couldn't wait to try out this concoction method. After looking around, he began to chuckle derisively. So, this part was just a test, huh? You can't even create inverse blood corpse refining pills with a pill furnace. After some thought, he decided that the medicine formula really was a test. If he couldn't understand it, then naturally, he wouldn't be able to concoct it. Only after truly understanding the formula would he be able to truly concoct the medicine. With that, he rose to his feet and called over Corpse Peak's Grand Elder. When he arrived, he said that he needed 49 corpses, as well as more blood flame stones. The Grand Elder didn't seem surprised at all, but rather, began to laugh excitedly. He quickly performed an incantation gesture, and then waved his finger at the Immortal's cave. Rumbling sounds echoed out as a passageway appeared. Shockingly, the passageway led to an underground necropolis. Inside the necropolis was a lake of blood, surrounded by 49 zombies, all of which radiated murderous auras. Bai Xiaochun looked around. Hands clasped behind his back, he stuck his chin up and tried to look displeased. The Grand Elder clasped hands respectfully and said, "Night Crypt, old boy, this is the true place to concoct the medicine." By this point, he was completely convinced of Bai Xiaochun's skill in the Tao of medicine. The truth was that the Blood Master had given that very same medicine formula to many other apothecaries, and yet none of them had truly understood it. It was only because he and the Grand Elder had access to certain ancient records that they were aware of the true concocting method. And yet, Night Crypt had only used half a month to see through to the critical aspects. The Grand Elder was very excited. Seeing that Bai Xiaochun didn't look very happy, he politely clasped hands again. After offering an explanation, he handed over a large collection of medicinal plants, whereupon Bai Xiaochun's expression softened. "Please leave," he said coolly. "Without my permission, no one is to enter. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 227, Mysterious Black Smoke. Chapter 227, Mysterious Black Smoke. Corpse Peak's Grand Elder clasped hands and then hurried away, more confident than before that Night Crypt might be able to concoct the inverse blood corpse refining pill. However, after leaving, he hesitated for a moment, and then sat down cross-legged nearby. "I should stand guard myself to make sure there are no accidents." Having made up his mind, he even summoned Corpse Peak's 10 Bloodstreak Elders over to stand guard with him. This was treatment that normally only a Blood Master would receive. Bai Xiaochun ignored what was happening on the outside. Deep in the necropolis, he paced about excitedly. In all his years concocting medicine, he had never concocted a major pill like this before. Anything tier 6 and higher is a high-level medicine. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath. Ignoring the murderous auras emanating from the 49 corpses, he took some time to examine the lake of blood. The blood water in the lake contained a mixture of heavenspan river water and with powerful blood qi. As for the 49 corpses, all of them had been specially selected, and even though they were only pallid zombies, they were all at the peak of qi condensation. Not a wound could be seen on any of them, and they possessed powerful corpse auras. After some observation, Bai Xiaochun was very pleased. He sat down cross-legged, and then used an entire day to meditate and get himself in the optimal mental state. When his eyes opened, he waved his right hand, sending medicinal plants flying out of his bag of holding. As they floated in front of them, he made grasping gestures, causing the plants to break apart and turn into liquid. More and more plants were added to the liquid, and as Bai Xiaochun observed the process, he called upon the all-creation plants and vegetation techniques to analyze and adjust matters. Then he sent the liquid into the corpses around him. The medicinal liquid almost seemed to possess intelligence as it poured into the bodies of the zombies. The corpse pills created by each of the 49 zombies might seem identical, but actually, they all have minute variations. Generally speaking, the pills all need to be intentionally incomplete, with a tiny gap left. The most difficult part of the concocting process is using the gaps in all of the 49 corpse pills to bind them together. Then, their complementary aspects will merge together to form the final major pill. Sweat began to drip down Bai Xiaochun's forehead, but he didn't notice, as he was completely immersed in the concocting process. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. Things were quiet on Corpse Peak, and soon, the cultivators there started to relax. Many of them were starting to think that the cultivators of Middle Peak had really made a mountain out of a molehill when it came to Nightcrypt's pill concocting. There didn't seem to be anything terrifying about it at all. An entire month went by, and nothing at all happened on Corpse Peak. By this point, the cultivators there were all very relaxed. As for the cultivators from Middle Peak, they were all shocked. After hearing that Nightcrypt had gone to Corpse Peak, they had been prepared for a great spectacle. However, after 2 months passed, and Corpse Peak seemed the same as ever, the Middle Peak cultivators were starting to feel a bit resentful. How come we're the unlucky ones? I can't believe it. Nothing has happened at all now that Plagued Evil is on Corpse Peak. Why are there no exploding furnaces? Why is there no diarrhea outbreak? This isn't fair. Don't tell me that Plagued Evil has had a change of character? Another half-month passed. The cultivators of Corpse Peak were completely at ease, and some of them had even forgotten about the fact that Nightcrypt was their concocting pills. But not the Middle Peak cultivators. They continued to stare at Corpse Peak, as if they refused to rest until they saw the place descend into misfortune. It was around that time that Bai Xiaochun finally finished with the first step of the inverse blood corpse refining pill. The 49 corpses had been sufficiently imbued with the proper medicinal plants, and now he began to use the blood flame stones to increase the temperature of the blood lake. Soon the medicinal liquid inside of the 49 corpses began to seethe. Another month passed, and the Middle Peak cultivators felt dead inside. They were furious at the unfairness of the situation, and were starting to think that Nightcrypt didn't deserve to be called Plagued Evil. But then, something happened. The 49 corpses began to slowly wither. As they did, Bai Xiaochun's expression brightened, and he performed constant incantation gestures, which, in turn, caused one gray corpse pill after another to rise up out of the lake of blood. The critical moment has arrived. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath, then sent out a stream of thought, which caused the emerald zombie to open its eyes. Suddenly, 49 green hairs emerged from the emerald zombie, which spread out and pierced into the 49 corpse pills, then began to absorb them. The corpse pills rapidly withered, and soon transformed into nothing more than ash. All of their essence had been absorbed by the emerald zombie, and was transformed into 49 streams of flowing energy. Bai Xiaochun's expression turned very serious as he hurried over to the emerald zombie, where he waved his right hand back and forth through the air. Almost immediately, the emerald zombie became like a pill furnace, and the 49 streams of energy inside it began to form together into the inverse blood corpse refining pill. As he waved his hand, the emerald zombie trembled, and its expression twisted and distorted as violent bursts of energy began to pulse out of it. Bai Xiaochun's hair was in disarray, and he looked very nervous. He waved his right hand, and the emerald zombie suddenly flew into the air and then descended into the lake of blood. The blood lake almost immediately began to bubble and boil. Bai Xiaochun also flew up into the air, where he settled down cross-legged and began to perform double-handed incantation gestures. With every movement of his fingers, the lake of blood would erupt with blood qi, which poured into the emerald zombie. 3 days passed by in a flash. During that time, the 49 streams of energy inside of the emerald zombie seemed incapable of fusing together. Every time they were about to, they would spontaneously separate. The emerald zombie's body was beginning to shrivel, and some parts of it even seemed to be hovering on the verge of collapse. As it struggled, its fangs, claws, bone spurs, and green hair all appeared in full, and began to distort. However, it seemed impossible to restore them to their original condition. How could this be happening? Bai Xiaochun was starting to get very nervous. It seemed that if he kept going, the emerald zombie might be destroyed. However, he wasn't willing to allow this concoction to fail. He suddenly reached up with his hand and pushed down onto his forehead, causing his forehead to split open, and his heaven-span Dharma eye to appear. As soon as it did, he could clearly see the 49 streams of energy inside the emerald zombie, and how they were completely mixed and jumbled. The jumbled energy streams were apparently a result of the blood water in the lake of blood. Although the blood water was a precious material on Corpse Peak, Bai Xiaochun could now see how mixed and impure it was. At this critical juncture, the jumbled energy streams were polluting the emerald zombie and making it impossible for the corpse auras to merge together. Damn it! How come the blood water medicinal liquid is so impure? Bai Xiaochun was getting very nervous. He knew that, to most other people, the medicinal liquid in the blood lake could be considered unusually pure. Actually, the type of liquid most cultivators used in corpse refining was much less pure. But Bai Xiaochun cultivated the undying live forever technique, and his undying blood qi was the most authentic. That was why the blood lake seemed so impure to him. I need to figure out a way to purify it as quickly as possible. There's no time to waste here. I'm going to have to use drastic methods. Seeing that the emerald zombie wouldn't be able to hold on for much longer, he gritted his teeth and waved his right hand. Instantly, 100 different types of medicinal plants appeared. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he made various mental calculations, and then began to fuse the medicinal plants together. By calling upon the all-creation plants and vegetation techniques, he fused the plants, ignited them, and then sent them flying into the lake of blood. As they flew through the air, they transformed into a medicinal liquid. When that entered the blood lake, a powerful expulsion force erupted out, and the burning caused a black smoke to rise up and fill the area. The fire wasn't on the surface of the lake, but down inside. As it burned, vast quantities of black smoke roiled up, which merged into the walls. At the same time, the blood water in the lake was significantly reduced. It was a dangerous, crude method, and the black smoke was not only difficult to get rid of, but also extremely filthy. However, Bai Xiaochun didn't have any time for other considerations. It didn't take long for the burning fire to release more and more black smoke, which fused into the walls and spread out through all of Corpse Peak. As it did, the flame inside of the lake transformed from black to violet, and finally, red. More than 90% of the blood water was gone, and yet, the bit that remained had absolutely no impurities whatsoever. Bai Xiaochun performed an incantation gesture and pointed out, and the remaining blood water flowed toward the emerald zombie. As it merged into it, Bai Xiaochun howled. The 49 streams of energy finally fused together, and the corpse auras began to combine. As they did, they formed a vortex in the Emerald Zombies Dantian region, whereupon the shape of a major pill could be seen. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get excited, and he was staring directly at the pill. He had resolved all of the issues that seemed like they might lead to a failure. It was at that point that he suddenly remembered the black smoke. Probably shouldn't be a big deal, he thought, looking over at the walls. The smoke had contained many impurities, and he felt a bit bad about that. He actually wasn't sure what might happen as a result. However, after reminding himself that he had repeatedly warned the Blood Master and the Grand Elder, who had subsequently guaranteed that there would be no problems, he felt a bit more at ease. He even rubbed his bag of holding, which contained the Song Clan Patriarch's command medallion, and felt even better. I haven't betrayed the sect, he thought. With that, he continued to focus on the concocting process. And that was when the strange things started happening on Corpse Peak. The first odd event to play out occurred with a young cultivator who was currently intently focused on his work refining a corpse. At the moment, the corpse was floating in a blood cistern in front of the young man. He didn't notice it, but a strange aura suddenly emerged from the wall and began to fill the area. Before long, the young cultivator began to tremble, and he ceased with his incantation gestures. Rising to his feet with a look of unprecedented seriousness on his face, he rushed out of his immortal's cave and then blasted a hole in the ground. After leaping into the hole, he began to bury himself with mud, all the way up to his waist. Raising both hands up above his head, he began to slowly sway back and forth. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 228, Excuse me. Are you immortal grass? Chapter 228, Excuse me. Are you immortal grass? Strange incidents like this soon began to occur in other locations on Corpse Peak. Cultivators emerged from their immortals' caves, some of them with serious expressions, some of them howling out loud, some of them seemingly enraptured. A few even waved their arms around and laughed uproariously. One cultivator stood in front of a large tree, expression twisted with rage as he gesticulated wildly and howled, "Halt! If you make a move, I'll kill you instantly." Off in the distance, another cultivator with disheveled hair threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Ha ha ha! I've finally reached core formation. From now on, call me Prime Elder. There was another cultivator who stood stiffly in front of one of his own refined corpse, howling. Apparently, he thought that he was the refined corpse, and that his refined corpse was the master. Strange scenes like these played out everywhere. As for the cultivators who weren't affected, they looked around, expressions of shock and terror filling their faces. What's going on? Heavens! What's happening? Damn it! What happened? The unaffected cultivators almost felt like they themselves were going crazy. The shocking scenes playing out around them soon caused blank expressions to appear on their faces. Xiaochun was in the crowd, flying along in terror until he happened to reach a large boulder. Looking around fearfully, he turned to the boulder and said, "Did you see? Something big is happening. All of the disciples are hallucinating. This is bad, we have to go tell the Grand Elder." After a moment of silence, Xiaochun blared at the boulder. Why aren't you talking? Another moment passed. Why you're a hallucination? Looking terrified, Xiaochun flew off in a different direction until he found a refined corpse. A tremor ran through him and he said, "Patriarch? Sir, you have to hurry. Something big is happening. Everyone is hallucinating." Even as Xiaochun cried out in alarm, another Corpse Peak cultivator off in the distance suddenly threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Looking around with contempt and arrogance, he said, "Trifling bloodstream sect. How dare you challenge me, Bai Xiaochun? Listen up everyone. I am Bai Xiaochun, Heavendao Foundation establishment expert. Yes. Bai Xiaochun. He then proceeded to strut along arrogantly through the crowd, telling everyone he saw that he was by Xiaochun. All of Corpse Peak was descending into complete chaos. The Grand Elder and the Bloodstreak Elders all rushed outside in shock, and when they saw what was happening, they gasped. What's going on? Even as the Grand Elder began to rotate his cultivation base, the Corpse Peak Bloodmaster appeared up above, staring around in complete confusion. They're all hallucinating. The Bloodmaster murmured incredulously. As for the Bloodstreak Elders, they strode out to take control, but then their expressions turned blank. One of them clutched the sides of his head and began to weep loudly. Another squatted down, put his hands on either side of his head, and stuck his index fingers up like rabbit ears. After looking around quizzically, he began hopping around like a rabbit. Another of them ran off at top speed toward a certain immortal's cave where a young cultivator had buried himself up to the waist. The Bloodstreak Elder quickly squatted down next to the young cultivator and stared at him with a serious expression. The Bloodmaster and the Grand Elder felt their scalps tingling in fear. Then they looked over in the direction whereby Xiaochun was concocting medicine, expressions of shock on their faces. Could all this be caused by Nightcrypt's concocting? Even concocting medicine shouldn't cause something as terrifying as this to occur. The Grand Elder gasped, and just when he was about to say something, his expression suddenly went blank. Letting out a piercing cry, he stretched his arms out like wings and flew up into the air. Occasionally, he would swoop down and grab a cultivator, let out an odd cry, and then toss them back to the ground. Apparently, he thought he was an eagle. As he soared through the air, he would use his sharp eyes to spot cultivators down below, and then swoop down and grab them. The Bloodmaster's scalp was tingling so hard it felt like it might explode. He immediately flew high up into the air, unwilling to be anywhere near Corpse Peak, his eyes shining with terror. How could this be happening? The people paying the closest attention to Corpse Peak were the cultivators of Middle Peak. As soon as things started to unravel, they flew over to take a look. When they saw the bizarre spectacle playing out, they began to gasp and back up, not daring to get too close. Plagued Evil finally unleashed the whirlwind. This is horrifying. What's wrong with them? Don't tell me they're hallucinating? Hallucinations like that must draw upon their deepest desires. Heavens! I can't believe one of them keeps saying he's by Xiaochun. What does he want, deep down inside? To become by Xiaochun? Song Ke flew up into the air and looked over at Corpse Peak, gasping. The first person he saw was Xiaochun, who was prostrating himself in front of a refined corpse, calling it patriarch. Shortly afterward, Xiaochun flew off in a different direction, reaching a relatively wide-open section of Corpse Peak, where he suddenly flopped to the ground and stopped moving. The Middle Peak cultivators weren't the only ones to notice that something strange was going on. Soon, people from Nameless Peak and Lesser Marsh Peak realized that something odd was happening, and flew over to check out the situation. When they saw what was playing out, they all gasped. Who is that one lunatic over there? He's actually making a pass at his own refined corpse. Isn't that the Grand Elder of Corpse Peak? Why is he screeching like a bird? Does he really think he's an eagle? Heavens! He's swooping down toward one of the Bloodstreak Elders. He missed him. Does that Bloodstreak Elder think he's a rabbit or something? And look at that guy who buried himself up to the waist. What is he doing? And what is that Bloodstreak Elder doing next to him? He's not even moving at all. The cultivators from the 3 other mountain peaks were flabbergasted. Eventually Song Junwan appeared, and when she looked over at Corpse Peak, she gasped. As of this moment, the cultivators of Middle Peak felt mixed emotions regarding Nightcrypt. For some reason, they got the feeling that he had actually treated them quite well. The worst they had dealt with was some exploding furnaces and a bit of diarrhea. The situation with Corpse Peak was simply terrifying. The Corpse Peak Bloodmaster felt like crying, but no tears would come. He looked around blankly at everything that was happening, and felt like he might go crazy at any moment too. Even as everyone was shaking in terror, Ancestor Peak finally took note of the situation. Meanwhile, the young cultivator who had first been affected, the one who had stuck his hands into the air and started swaying back and forth, suddenly looked at the Bloodstreak elder who was squatting next to him, unmoving. The young cultivator was actually very curious about this. He had noticed the Bloodstreak elder arrive earlier, but after much thought, couldn't identify him. Finally, he decided to ask directly, to dispel his confusion. After a moment of hesitation, the young cultivator asked, "Excuse me, are you immortal grass?" "No, of course not," the Bloodstreak elder replied solemnly. "I'm an immortal chicken egg." Even as Corpse Peak was filled with pandemonium, Xiaochun was down in the necropolis, howling at the top of his lungs. At the same time, his emerald zombie shivered as two medicinal pills appeared in its Dantian region. One of them was the inverse blood corpse refining pill, and the other was a smaller synchronization version. An excited expression appeared on Xiaochun's face. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and the synchronization pill flew out. Capturing it in a medicinal pill bottle, Xiaochun examined it closely, and then got even more excited than before. It worked! Feeling very proud of his work, he collected up his emerald zombie and then pushed open the door of the necropolis. As soon as he walked out of the Immortal's cave, he heard the clamor off in the distance. However, considering that nobody had gathered near his Immortal's cave, he felt very much at ease. Seems the black smoke wasn't a big deal after all, huh? Sighing, he began to walk along the path, but then suddenly stopped in place. Some distance off was a Bloodstreak elder hopping along in his direction. Xiaochun stared in shock, and even wondered if he was seeing things. Heart pounding, he rubbed his eyes and looked over to see a Foundation establishment cultivator laughing maniacally as he attacked a nearby tree. Then he saw a younger cultivator walking along on his hands. There was even one cultivator who he had never seen before, laughing proudly as he declared that he was Xiaochun. Strolling over with hands clasped behind his back, the man glared at Xiaochun and said, "Recognize me? I'm Xiaochun." Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and his scalp began to tingle. As he looked around, he realized that almost all of the cultivators on Corpse Peak were behaving very strangely. Why are they all acting so crazy? Fear rising up inside of him, he was just about to flee when suddenly, he saw Xiaochun lying off in the distance, still and unmoving. As far as Xiaochun was concerned, Xiaochun was a friend, so he hurried over to see if he could help. Just as he reached him, and was preparing to investigate, Xiaochun's eyes snapped open. "Don't move!" he whispered. "Everyone on Corpse Peak is crazy. They're hallucinating. I almost can't believe it, but I was just talking to a boulder a few minutes ago. I even thought a refined corpse was one of the patriarchs. Thankfully, I, Xiaochun, have exceptional latent talent, as well as tons of magical items. That's how I recovered so quickly." "You're not crazy?" Xiaochun asked jubilantly. "Get out of here!" Xiaochun replied immediately. "Forget about me. I'm pretty sure all of this is happening because of that eagle up there. I'm trying to lure it down here, and then I'll kill it. Everything will be fine after that." With that, he peered up into the sky. Xiaochun subconsciously looked up into the sky, his mind spinning. Soon, he saw the Grand Elder, arms spread wide as he soared to and fro, occasionally letting out a piercing cry. Xiaochun looked around blankly. Meanwhile, everyone outside of Corpse Peak saw Xiaochun, and their eyes began to widen. That was especially true of Corpse Peak's Blood Master. He began to seethe with killing intent as he roared, "Night Crypt, dot." As the Blood Master's cry echoed out, blood-colored light surged out around him, and he shot toward Xiaochun like a beam of light. Within the blink of an eye, he was only about 150 meters away. Xiaochun's heart began to pound, and just when he was about to run away at top speed, Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Eyes shining, he leapt up into the air. The eagle didn't come, but a blood chicken did. It was all worth it. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 229, Plague Devil's name spreads far and wide. Chapter 229, Plague Devil's name spreads far and wide. Howling, Xiaochun flew up into the air and slammed into Bloodmaster Wyncliffe. Xiaochun used that opportunity to flee, although by this point he was getting a bit angry. "Wyncliffe," he shouted, "before I started concocting, I told you that there could be problems. You personally said not to worry at all. What do you think you're doing? You might be a blood master, but don't think that Nightcrypt is afraid of you." He was actually very nervous, but he pretended to be simply furious, and even intentionally erupted with a murderous aura. At the same time, he raised his right hand up into the air, within which was a medicinal pill bottle. "This is the Tier 4 inverse blood corpse refining pill you wanted me to make." In the middle of grappling with Xiaochun, Bloodmaster Wyncliffe looked over at Xiaochun, and was forced to suppress the rage he felt. The truth was that he really had uttered such words. Although he had never imagined that the current situation would have resulted, he was a blood master, and was capable of being cold and callous. A moment later, his anger faded, and he smiled so broadly his eyes narrowed. "I was being a bit rash," he said. "Junior brother Nightcrypt, none of this is a big deal. As long as the spirit medicine came out alright, then I'll keep my promise." Ignoring the implied threat in his words, Xiaochun threw the medicinal pill bottle toward Wyncliffe. Wyncliffe grabbed it and opened it, and was immediately moved. A look of joy even appeared on his face. Although Corpse Peak was in chaos, which was a bit annoying, the fact that the medicinal pill had been successfully concocted negated all other minor problems. "Many thanks," he said with a smile. Then, his eyes flashed with cold light as he shot toward Ancestor Peak, where he conferred with the Prime Elders about a solution to the problem on Corpse Peak. Xiaochun watched the Blood Master leave, and laughed coldly in his heart at how unreasonable the man was. Despite how Xiaochun had been helping him with his medicinal pill, the coldness in his eyes had been more than clear moments ago. "Humph," he thought. "It's a good thing that despite being so honest, I'm very intelligent. If he doesn't use that inverse blood corpse refining pill, then it won't matter. But if he does use it, then I'll be able to take command of his refined corpse." Xiaochun was very proud of himself. With the snap of a finger, he had reduced the Corpse Peak Bloodmaster to ashes. Sticking his chin up, he looked around at the crowds. The cultivators from the other 3 mountain peaks trembled as his gaze passed over them, and they quickly backed up and clasped their hands respectfully toward him. By now, everyone was terrified of Nightcrypt. His medicine concocting techniques had long since exceeded the realm of divine abilities. He could cut down his enemies without even touching them. Outstanding people are always the center of attention no matter where they go. What a headache. Even as he was feeling very proud of himself, and sighing inwardly, he suddenly found himself looking into the eyes of Song Junwan. The cold smile he saw on her face sent chills up his spine. Hey, big sis Song." Her eyes went wide. "Oh, back to calling me big sis, huh?" Snorting coldly, she spun around and headed back to Middle Peak. Everyone else in the area exchanged awkward glances and then began to leave. Soon, Xiaochun was left alone, hovering there in midair. He was starting to get worried. Song Junwan had clearly intended for him to see the look in her eyes, and all of a sudden, he was wondering what new tactics she might resort to in her desire to torment him. He sighed. However, he now had no choice but to go back to Middle Peak. He did his best to sneak back into his immortal's cave, where he sat down quietly, stewing in his anxiety. What am I supposed to do? This Song Junwan really knows how to harbor a grudge. All I did was leave the mountain for a little bit, right? Rubbing his forehead, he continued to try to think of ways to smooth things out with her. Over the following days, he continued to ponder the issue. The situation with the hallucinations struck Corpse Peak quickly, but ended just as quickly. As the cultivators there recovered, they looked around blankly. Then they began to think back to everything that had occurred, and soon, angry shouts rang up. Night Crypt! Our enmity is irreconcilable. Arg! Night Crypt! I'm gonna kill you, dot. The fury of the Bloodstreak elders burned especially hot, and all of them went directly into secluded meditation. As for the Grand Elder, as soon as he recovered, he threw his head back and let out an anguished howl. From that day forward, no one would ever dare to mention the word eagle in front of him ever again. He also chose to go into secluded meditation. However, there were even more extreme cases which had cropped up. For example, one young man had been under the belief that he was a corpse, and had tried to refine himself. Upon awakening, he let out miserable screams that echoed out near and far. Many of them wanted to kill Night Crypt, and yet nobody dared to step onto Middle Peak. All they could do was angrily gnash their teeth. Of course, at the same time, Night Crypt's nickname Plagued Evil filled the entire sect. Eventually, word of Plagued Evil spread far and wide. When Xiaochun caught wind of it all, he was actually moved. Although his impression of the Bloodstream sect cultivators as being violent and short-tempered only deepened, he was also deeply grateful for how well the leadership treated him. Whenever he caused huge problems, he never had to deal with any consequences. As far as Song Junwan was concerned, he had finally come up with an idea of how to handle her. The only option is to give her a gift, he thought, sighing. After much thought, he began to concoct some medicine. A few days later, he had produced a single green medicinal pill, which he placed in a pink medicinal pill bottle. Then he left his immortal's cave and began to nervously make his way toward the upper finger. Along the way, any Middle Peak cultivators who he encountered would respectfully clasp hands in greeting. However, he completely ignored them as he made his way along. Of course, the more coldly he treated them, the more it seemed to them that things were back to normal. Had he turned and smiled at them, their hair would have stood on end from fear. Before long, Xiaochun was at Song Junwan's Blood Lake. After making his way across the path to the area behind the blood waterfalls, he clasped hands and bowed. Night Crypt requests an audience with Big Sis Song. The 4 attendants standing guard outside the door exchanged glances, and then one of them went inside to report the situation. Another hurried forward to attend to Xiaochun. By now, there were all sorts of rumors in the sect about the exact nature of Night Crypt's relationship with Song Junwan. However, no one wanted to offend Night Crypt and get on his bad side. Xiaochun waited for 2 hours, during which time the anger and anxiety in his heart built. It was evening before Song Junwan finally agreed to let him in. The door slowly opened, and Xiaochun strode inside, trying to look ice-cold and filled with veins of steel. As soon as he entered, he looked over at the huge hot spring, and yet, Song Junwan was not inside. Instead, she was sitting behind a table in an adjacent hall, staring at Xiaochun with an expressionless face. Apparently, she was still angry. "Didn't you say you would never come back?" she asked coolly. "And yet, here you are, back again. What are you doing in my immortal's cave?" She wore a long, violet gown, with her long hair coiled on top of her head and bound with a phoenix hairpin. Her garment was embroidered with black designs that made her seem particularly dignified. However, tiny droplets of water could be seen on her pearly neck, indicating that she had just bathed. Overall, anyone who looked at her would be hard-pressed to not want to ravish her on the spot. Xiaochun blinked for a moment, then stuck his chest out and waved his sleeve. Expression cold, he frowned and said, "Enough." Song Junwan's eyes widened. Never could she have imagined that Night Crypt would speak to her in such a tone. She slapped the arm of her chair, trembling in rage. However, that only made her seem more entrancing. She seemed on the verge of exploding. Her eyes were icy, and just as she was about to start cursing him, Xiaochun snorted coldly and waved his right arm, sending a medicinal pill bottle flying toward her. Her rage did not lessen. With a cold laugh, she waved her hand, causing the pill bottle to shatter, and sending the medicinal pill flying out into the air. Bai Xiaochun looked her calmly in the eye as the pill landed on the ground and rolled off to the side. Slowly, his eyes seemed to fade self-deprecatingly. I, Night Crypt, returned for one reason only, and that was to give you this pill bottle. I am completely destitute. All of the medicinal plants given to me by the patriarch went into the pills I concocted for the sect. Because of that, I had no choice but to go to Corpse Peak to concoct medicine for Wyncliffe. Only then was I able to build up enough medicinal plants to make this single medicinal pill. It is a special spirit medicine that I concocted for the sole purpose of giving it to a special person. The medicine has been given, so I shall take my leave. Henceforth, you are the Grand Elder, and I am Night Crypt. His voice seemed bitter and filled with pain, as if the shattered medicinal pill bottle was a reflection of the state of his heart, and the fallen medicinal pill had transformed his kind feelings into nothing more than ashes. Clasping hands, he bowed deeply, then turned and strode toward the door, looking completely and utterly lonesome. Song Junwan looked on in shock. She had assumed that Night Crypt would come to fawn ingratiatingly. In fact, the reason she had made him wait outside for so long, other than to give her time to bathe and dress, was to make sure he realized that it didn't matter if the patriarchs liked him. On Middle Peak, she was the Grand Elder, and was not someone to be brazenly defied. To her surprise, however, he had started out by chiding her. Considering her pride and lofty position, it was impossible for her not to have been angered. When he tossed her the medicinal pill bottle, that anger erupted, and she destroyed the bottle. Of course she had noticed the medicinal pill rolling off to the side. But how could she ever have predicted the next set of words that would come out of his mouth? Song Junwan looked down at the pill, and then looked at Bai Xiaochun bleakly walking out the door. For some reason, her heart suddenly seemed empty, which was a feeling that she had never experienced before. Wait! She blurted. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place, then turned and calmly clasped his hands in formal fashion. You have orders for me, Grand Elder? His wording was very polite, without the slightest hint of passion or emotion. His expression was cold and grim, almost as if he had severed away his memories and buried them deep in his heart. Even more telling was that he had addressed her as Grand Elder instead of Big Sis Song. You? Her face was ashen, and for some reason, her heart felt like it was in complete shambles. If you have no pressing matter, then I shall take my leave. Expression the same as ever, Bai Xiaochun turned and left the Immortal's cave. It was only after he was some distance away, and off the upper finger, that he let out a long sigh. His heart was still pounding. This move should work, he thought. If not, then I don't know what else to do. He hurried nervously back to his Immortal's cave, sighing to himself about how annoying women were, especially powerful women, who were far more domineering than the regular type. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 230, What If? She uses force? Chapter 230, What If? She uses force? After Bai Xiaochun left, Song Junwan was left alone in the Immortal's cave, somehow feeling irritated and depressed, all at the same time. And yet somehow, she didn't know how to give vent to her feelings. All she could think about was the image of him walking away, then turning and looking at her with that cold expression. Night Crypt, you ignoramus! She growled through gritted teeth. Then she looked down at the medicinal pill on the ground and made a grasping motion, causing it to fly through the air into her palm. Upon closer examination of it, she was moved. It was a Tier 4 spirit medicine, not designed to improve the cultivation base or heal injuries. Instead, it contained a delicate, sweet odor that was quite pleasing to the senses. A Tier 4 spirit perfume pill, she muttered, shocked. Although she couldn't concoct medicine herself, she was an experienced and knowledgeable person, and could instantly tell that this spirit medicine was a spirit perfume pill, designed for use by female cultivators. Upon consuming the pill, one's entire body would emit a wonderful fragrance. It also caused one's skin to become more fair, and would remove old scars. As for versions which were tier 4 and higher, they would even purify the bones. Although the end results were common in nature, and could not lead to immortal transformations, it was enough to make any woman even more beautiful than she already was. A tier 4 spirit medicine like this, even one that was relatively useless to male cultivators, would fetch an exorbitant price if it went up for auction. Despite the fact that she was from the Song clan, even Song Junwan wouldn't be able to get her hands on one easily. As she looked down at the medicinal pill, her face softened, and she thought back to what Nightcrypt had just said. As she stood there quietly, she realized that her heart was trembling. After a while, the sensation passed, and an enigmatic smile appeared on her face. "You little rascal. You're just making a complicated pass at me, aren't you? That's what you've been doing from the beginning." "Oof. I've seen everything there is to see, you impudent little child. You really think I can't see through your plan?" With a cold snort, she examined the medicinal pill again to ensure that it was pure. After confirming that it was safe, she consumed it. Over the course of the following days, Xiaochun waited nervously in his immortal's cave, unsure of whether his manly show had been effective. One day, Song Junwan arrived outside. He immediately rose to his feet to go out and receive her. He was just getting ready to put on a cold, manly front and step out of the door, when she said, "That pill of yours got dirty, so I threw it away. I'm giving you a task. Concoct me something with sex appeal." Without another word, she turned and left. Xiaochun was a bit taken aback. From the time she had arrived until the moment she left, it seemed like barely a moment had passed. Apparently, she'd only come to say one sentence. "What is that vixen up to? What's the meaning of this latest move?" After a moment, his eyes widened with shock. Then he sniffed the air, and his brows rose in amusement. "That's obviously the fragrance of my spirit perfume pill. I put extra jasmine oil in it. Anyone who ate it would naturally smell that way." He immediately felt relieved. The fact that she had consumed the medicinal pill and then come asking for him to concoct more pills indicated that their previous conflict had been resolved. Man, this vixen really has a lot of demands. What does she want a sex appeal pill for? Isn't she sexy enough as it is? I guess she wants more sexiness. Even as he shook his head, his heart suddenly flip-flopped, and his eyes went wide with a look of terror. Hold on. What does she plan to do with a sex appeal spirit medicine? Is she planning to consume it and then try to make another pass at me? Heavens! This vixen is terrifying. At first he got even more nervous, but after thinking about it for a while he realized that this way, he might not have to actually become the Grand Elder to get access to the relic of eternal indestructibility. If he had free access to Song Junwan's Immortal's Cave, he would surely get a chance to secretly find the relic. Although the thought excited him, it also caused his heart to pound. What a sacrifice, though, he thought. She's a deadly vixen. I have to be very careful not to cause her to flip out. If I really mess up, then what would I do? I can't beat her in a fight, and if she tried to force herself on me, it would be absolutely terrifying. He blinked a few times, then put the matter to some more thought. Finally, he stuck his chin up. Expression one of pure righteousness, he flicked his sleeve. Fine. It's all for the chance to live forever. I'll just have to endure. If Song Junwan turns out to be a true predator, I'll just have to endure. Grieving at how he was willing to sacrifice everything for the chance to live forever, he settled down to concoct medicine for Song Junwan. He put a lot of effort into this batch. A few days later, a new spirit perfume pill came out of the pill furnace. This one was actually a mid-grade medicinal pill. It was specifically designed for female cultivators. Not only would it make the skin more fair and purify the bones, it would make the woman more attractive. Furthermore, she would emit a fragrant aroma that males would find fatally attractive. Holding the spirit medicine in hand, Bai Xiaochun sniffed it, and a fragrant aroma buffeted his face. Instantly, he could tell that it was an aroma a man might lose himself in, never to awaken. "It worked," he said, seemingly drunk with passion. It took him a bit of time to recover, after which he took another whiff of the pill's aroma. By doing so repeatedly, he got used to the fragrance, and even managed to create another spirit medicine specifically designed to counteract the effects. After confirming that he had a powerful resistance built up, he looked at the pill in satisfaction, and he stared up into the sky. Looking profoundly melancholy, he said, "It's all for the chance to live forever." He emerged from his immortal's cave to find that the sky was already turning dark. As he began to make his way toward the upper finger of the peak, he continued to ponder whether or not he would submit if Song Junwan went truly crazy. He was really torn about what to do. After he had been walking along for a while, teeth gritted as he agonized over what decision to make, his expression suddenly flickered as he saw a bald-headed figure on another nearby mountain path. It was none other than Song Quebec. He had absolutely no hair visible on him, not even eyebrows, and was somewhat gaunt. He was just now coming back from a visit to his aunt. Although he had gone to her with some questions about cultivation, he had been criticized and taught a lesson. As such, he was in a foul mood. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun caught sight of him, he also noticed Bai Xiaochun. Their gazes locked, and Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. He hadn't seen Song Ke for quite a few days, and almost did a double take. He couldn't help but curiously blurt, "What's with the new look? You're skinnier and hairless too?" Only then did he suddenly realize why Song Ke looked like this, and then he saw the murderous look rising up in his eyes. Without any hesitation, he said, "You look great, by the way. Much better than before." "Really?" Song Ke's eyes widened, and he subconsciously ran his head along his bald scalp as the hatred in his heart surged. All of the hair on his body had been scorched clean off during the recent incident with the exploding furnaces. Apparently because of the medicines that were part of the explosion, his hair still hadn't returned despite the passage of several months. Because of that, every time he examined himself in his copper mirror, his mood would sink dangerously. If that were the only thing he had to worry about, he might have been able to endure it. But then there was the half-month of diarrhea. On one occasion, he had visited the restroom more than 100 times in a single day, so the words Bai Xiaochun had just spoken seemed like naked provocation. In the bloodstream sect, Song Ke had always been the type of person no one dared to provoke. Considering that he had met disaster 3 times because of Nightcrypt, he suddenly snapped. "That's it, Nightcrypt!" he shouted, stepping forward to block Bai Xiaochun's path. "Ever since you came to Middle Peak, not even the animals can sleep easy. Everybody hates you. I'm gonna..." Song Ke's rage actually sparked Bai Xiaochun's anger. He had just spoken quite conciliatory words. Besides, everything that occurred had been an accident. Therefore, he was forced to interrupt Song Quebec. "Quiet down, boy. Get out of my way and go play or something." Song Ke almost exploded. Nightcrypt was talking to him the way someone of the senior generation might talk to a child. Throwing his head back, he howled and unleashed the power of his cultivation base. Eyes bloodshot, he reached out toward Bai Xiaochun with his right hand. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flashed with cold light. If he were dealing with anyone else, he might have been a bit nervous. However, he had already become familiar with Song Ke and the Fallen Sword Abyss, and even more so after having come to the Bloodstream sect. The instant that Song Ke's hand began to move, Bai Xiaochun took a step forward, reached out, and grabbed his forearm, then threw him headlong down path leading to the foot of the mountain. When the explosive fleshly body power of the undying Heavenly King exploded out, Song Ke felt like he couldn't even control his own body. The air screamed past in his ears, and his mind reeled as he slammed into the ground and then tumbled head over heels down the mountain. "Nightcrypt!" he screamed. He wanted to stop moving and right himself, but the force which had been unleashed was something he couldn't fight against. Bai Xiaochun straightened up his garments, then ignored Song K and once again began to ponder what to do if Song Junwan tried to force herself on him. Such thoughts preoccupied him all the way to her immortal's cave. It didn't take too long for Song K to finally grind to a halt. Without a moment's pause, he shot madly back up the mountain, face ashen with rage and heart bursting with the desire to do murder. Although the terrifying force by Xiaochun had unleashed filled him with a sensation of deadly crisis, there was no way he would let someone of his own generation treat him that way inside the Bloodstream sect. This night crypt is wily and cunning. He's brought disaster to the sect, and is the subject of universal complaint on Middle Peak. He dares to curse people, but doesn't dare to talk reason? I don't care if the patriarchs favor him or if my aunt likes him. He's nothing more than an outsider, with no connections in the sect. I'm the firstborn son of this generation of the Song clan. I don't care what happens, I'm going to find my aunt and make an appeal to justice. She'll definitely drive this guy off. And even if she doesn't, she'll at least make him kowtow to me. Then he'll know who's boss. Gritting his teeth and fuming with anger, Song K raced at top speed toward the upper finger. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 231, The Senior Generation Isn't Perfect. Chapter 231, The Senior Generation Isn't Perfect. Song K sped along at top speed, radiating killing intent, completely confident that his aunt would take the lead in presiding over justice. She would either kill Nightcrypt or force him to submit to Song Quebec. I'm the firstborn of the Song clan. If it weren't for Bai Xiaochun from the Spirit Stream sect, I would have definitely reached Heavendao Foundation establishment. Then I wouldn't have to help Aunt Junwan become Bloodmaster, I would have been able to take the spot myself. He was like a streak of light speeding toward the upper finger. Well, I can't do anything about that now. Besides, Aunt Junwan only wants to become the Bloodmaster for strategic purposes, to make sure that Shuemei doesn't take the spot. Just wait until I'm in late Foundation establishment, then I can fight for the position of Bloodmaster on my own. This piddling Nightcrypt. If I can make use of him in the future, I will, but if he refuses to accept my good graces, I'll kill him and make sure he never gets a proper burial. More confident than ever, he rumbled along through the upper finger toward Grand Elder Song Junwan's Immortal's cave behind the Blood Lake. Once he was behind the waterfalls, he saw the 4 young guards. Instantly, their eyes snapped open, glowing brightly as they observed him approaching. Song K didn't even pause. Just as he was about to enter the Immortal's cave itself, the 4 young attendants threw themselves in his path. One of those young guards was very well aware of the high position Song K occupied. Even still, he didn't dare do anything other than try to block his path. Bracing himself, he said, "Elder Song, please wait a moment for." The fact that the young attendants were blocking his path caused Song K to frown. Then his rage and killing intent soared, and he roared, "Get the hell out of my way! I have something to talk about with the Grand Elder." Usually, he never had any problems entering Song Junwan's Immortal's cave. Considering his status, he didn't technically have free reign to come and go as he pleased, but for all intents and purposes, could. After all, Song Junwan was quite fond of her nephew. But now the young attendants actually dared to stand in his way. Song K snorted coldly, then pushed them aside and proceeded forward. The 4 young attendants' faces flickered, and they were of a mind to try to stop him. After all, they were fairly certain that it was important to keep the identity of the other person inside the cave a secret. However, they were not really capable of stopping Song Quebec. Before they could even react, Song K was inside the door. Usually, Song K wouldn't act so impulsively. However, this was his aunt, and he was also consumed by rage. Because of that, he had completely lost his usual cool. Besides, as far as he was concerned, he wasn't asking for anything outrageous. In the instant that he set foot inside the Immortal's cave, and before he could even get into the main hall, he heard his aunt laughing, a strange laughter that seemed both cheerful and chiding at the same time. Looking surprised, Song K hurried forward. When he brushed the door curtain aside, a sight met his eyes that left him completely and utterly thunderstruck. As his mind spun, his jaw dropped. He almost couldn't believe the incredulous scene which was playing out right in front of him. There was his aunt, Song Junwan, sitting on a chair, laughing lightly, her left hand covering her mouth the way a woman would in front of her lover. Nightcrypt sat next to her, clasping her right hand, studying it closely. He even seemed to be sniffing it delicately as he leaned over. Song K was virtually struck mute. He felt like he might fall over from the shock, and even wondered if he was hallucinating. However, the scandalous image which was now burned into his mind couldn't be mistaken for anything else, and left Song K stunned. The moment Song K entered the room, Song Junwan pulled her hand out of Xiaochun's. Her smile vanished, and she coughed dryly. Expression somber, and looking very much like someone from the senior generation, she turned her gaze toward Song Quebec. "How rude of you to barge in like that," she said. "What's the matter?" Although she was trying to look like someone from the senior generation, her cheeks were still flushed. That combination of flirtatiousness and somberness made her unbelievably attractive. At the same time, she felt somewhat humiliated and angry. If any other person had burst in the way Song K had, she would have punished that person severely. But Song K was her nephew, so there was little she could do. Startled by Song K's sudden entrance, Xiaochun quickly sat up straight and proper. He actually felt a bit guilty for having been caught in the act. After giving Song Junwan the spirit medicine he'd concocted, he had taken advantage of the moment to offer to read her palm. Song Junwan had never forgotten his amazing performance in the spirit stream sect, and had immediately allowed him to take hold of her hand. Then he had showered her with praise and compliments, causing her to laugh in delight. Xiaochun took a deep breath and sat in place, looking at Song K just as somberly as Song Junwan was. Song K stood there panting for a long moment before he pulled himself together. Even still, he almost couldn't believe what he was seeing. In his eyes, his aunt was a lofty and magnificent figure, and yet here she was allowing a virtual stranger to grab her hand. Then she even laughed flirtatiously. Although all of that was completely beyond anything Song K could ever have anticipated, he might have been able to accept it if the person who had just been holding his aunt's hand was someone other than the infuriating Nightcrypt. Song K's anger began to rise to explosive levels, until he could hardly breathe. His eyes burned bright red as he glared at Xiaochun and madly howled, "Nightcrypt!" Taking a step forward, he looked over at his aunt, Grand Elder Song Junwan. Mind spinning with rage, he cried, "Aunt Junwan, ever since Nightcrypt came to Middle Peak, he's caused one disaster after another. All the disciples here hate his guts because of how he's screwed them over. I actually suspect that he's a spy, sent to sow chaos in the Bloodstream sect. Aunt Junwan, please make an example of him and expel him from the sect." As his cries echoed about in the Immortal's cave, Xiaochun's expression flickered, and anger began to rise in his heart as he realized that Song K had come here to complain about him. Unfortunately, Song K was actually right about some of his accusations, which caused Xiaochun's heart to leap in fright. Just when he was about to speak up to defend himself, Song Junwan's face turned grim, and she slapped her hand down onto the table. The resounding smacking sound that rang out instantly drowned out Song K's voice. "Shut up," she said, her expression grim and murderous. As her voice echoed out, the Immortal's cave suddenly turned very, very cold, causing Song K to shiver. From a very young age, he had always feared this aunt of his, and to see her so mad caused him to subconsciously look down at his toes. Seeing Song K react in such a way sated a bit of Song Junwan's anger. He was her nephew, whom she loved dearly. Looking both sincere and also profoundly disappointed, she slowly said, "Kare, you're the firstborn of the Song clan. There are no limits to what you could do in the future. How could you be so muddle-headed and short-sighted? Nightcrypt has a clean background, and has performed great services for the sect. It's true he's annoyed some of the other members of the sect, but none of that was intentional. Neither you nor I know the full extent of the humiliation he endured on the path of pursuing the Tao of medicine for the sect. From the tone of her voice, she seemed to truly lament her nephew's unreasonable behavior. As he sat there off to the side, Xiaochun felt deeply moved. He gazed softly over at Song Junwan, and mused that everything she said was correct. He never intentionally did things to annoy or harm others. He suddenly felt as if Song Junwan understood him on a deep and even intimate level. In fact, he really had nothing bad to say about how the Bloodstream sect had treated him. Even as Xiaochun sighed inwardly, Song Ke stood there trembling. From the time he was young, he had often been rebuked by his aunt, and he had rarely ever talked back to her. But the situation right now was something he just couldn't accept. That was especially true considering the emotional look on Xiaochun's face. Song Ke couldn't help but think about how Nightcrypt had been holding his aunt's hand, and how the two of them clearly seemed to be involved in some illicit affair. Song Ke's breath came in ragged pants as he looked up and said, "Nightcrypt, you." When Song Junwan saw that Song Ke was refusing to acknowledge his mistakes, her expression turned even grimmer, and she angrily yelled, "Care! Back down!" Then she looked at Xiaochun and said, "Junior brother Nightcrypt, please don't take offense. Care just doesn't understand adult matters, the little brat." Xiaochun sighed. Looking like the picture of someone from the senior generation, he nodded and smiled bitterly. "There's no harm in it," he said. Care is young and full of energy, which is normal at his age. Members of the senior generation like us can only do our best to educate him a bit more. When Song Ke heard Xiaochun call him Care, he felt like he was about to go insane. His cultivation base immediately surged with power, and a murderous aura spread out from him. "Nightcrypt, I'm gonna kill you," he howled, and then charged toward Xiaochun. Because he was so close, there was no time for Song Junwan to interfere. Rumbling sounds could be heard as Song Ke performed an incantation gesture, summoning a huge blood-colored hand almost directly in front of Xiaochun's face. The hand surged with energy, destroying the chair and table. Xiaochun's eyes flashed up in thought for the briefest of moments, and he decided not to dodge or evade. The hand slammed into him, causing his face to go pale. Coughing up a mouthful of blood, he staggered backward. Seeing that, Song Junwan was both worried and angry. She waved her hand, causing a wave of power to surge out and suppress Song Quebec incapable of moving forward. Song Ke stood there, eyes bloodshot, trembling physically. He knew that Nightcrypt had intentionally spit out some blood. Even if he had been injured somehow, there was no way he should have coughed up any blood. "Song Ke, what gall you have?" Song Junwan yelled at the top of her lungs. Just when she was about to start reprimanding Song Ke, Xiaochun raised his right hand to stop her. Wiping the blood off of his chin, he looked over at Song Junwan and said, "Care did nothing wrong. I might be of the senior generation, but I'm not perfect. I make mistakes too. It's my fault that Care is now hairless. Therefore, I will immediately go into seclusion to concoct some spirit medicine to help him grow some more hair." He even reached out and squeezed her hand to show how sincere he was. Song Junwan's cheeks immediately flushed bright red. To have her hand squeezed right in front of her own nephew was something that instantly caused her heart to start racing. It was a very odd sensation. Pulling her hand back, she looked over at Song Ke and angrily said, "Care, apologize immediately to your sect uncle." Song Ke stood there trembling, blue veins bulging out on his neck and face. Laughing shrilly, he said, "You too, Fornica." Before he could finish speaking, Song Junwan's eyes flashed with cold light, and she waved her hand. A huge wind swept over Song Junwan, carrying him out of the Immortal's cave. "Song Ke, your impertinence has earned you 3 months in secluded meditation. Don't step a foot outside of your Immortal's cave during that time. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 232, The Power of 4 Ghosts. Chapter 232, The Power of 4 Ghosts. Bai Xiaochun didn't feel that it was appropriate to stay in the Immortal's cave any longer. Looking over at the grim-faced Song Junwan, he gave a soft sigh, then bid her farewell. Song Junwan hesitated for a moment, and then nodded. After offering some more apologies for Song Kei's behavior, she said, "We have a few more months before the war. Middle Peak is going to have its trial by fire for the position of Blood Master. When the time comes, I hope you'll be able to help me." Her eyes shone with keen anticipation. Bai Xiaochun looked back at her, his own eyes flashing. After a moment passed, he nodded, then left. Once outside of the Immortal's cave, his heart swelled with pride. Taking a deep breath, he reveled in his satisfaction at having mopped the floor with Song Quebec. HMMMPHH. From now on, Care, I'm your clan uncle. Feeling wonderful, but expression pale and grim, he returned thoughtfully to his Immortal's cave on the lower finger. Once inside, he stretched lazily, thinking about how he now outranked Song Quebec. Then he waved his wide sleeve. Whatever. As a member of the senior generation, it's my job to help educate the youngsters. Sitting down cross-legged, he put aside the matters of the day and began to practice cultivation. At the same time, he was continuously analyzing the methods of concocting Tier 4 spirit medicines. Although his recent concocting efforts had been a success, he still didn't feel completely content with the results. Must have been problems with the pill furnaces, he thought with a sigh. The more he thought about it, the more he realized that his ideas regarding concocting medicine would cause virtually any pill furnace to explode. The only thing he could do to prevent that from happening was to try to make the medicine less powerful. However, that would limit him to making the medicine about half as strong as he could, which left him feeling somewhat apathetic. What a pity, he thought with a sigh. I guess my medicine concocting will be limited in this way for now. Considering there was nothing to be done about the matter, he decided that he would just have to wait until he got back to the Spirit Stream sect. Then he could ask Li Qingho about the situation. When it came to cultivation, he didn't waste any time. During the following days, he spent all day absorbing blood qi and working on the second volume of the Undying Live Forever technique, the Undying Heavenly King. The first level of the Undying Heavenly King was the 10 Mammoths Berserk Ghost Body, which he had already completed perfectly. The second level was the 10 Ghosts Heavenly Demon Body. Because of his diligent hard work, and also the fact that the Bloodstream sect was a holy land for the Undying Live Forever technique, his continuous absorption of blood qi soon helped him break through to the power level of 4 ghosts. Although he had no way to test out how strong he actually was, based on some basic calculations, Bai Xiaochun was convinced that he was terrifyingly powerful. In fact, he was sure that he was strong enough to beat almost anything that might cross his path. He was so strong in terms of his flesh and blood that he was nearly invincible. Not only were his offensive capabilities enough to rock mountains and rivers, he had colossal defenses as well. Song Kei's all-out attack earlier had felt like nothing more than a scratch to Bai Xiaochun, and the blood he had coughed up had been forcibly pushed out by drawing upon the power of his own spiritual seas. And then there was the divine ability which came with the Undying Heavenly King, the mountain-shaking bash. Although he hadn't come across many chances to practice it, on the few occasions when he had, he could sense how shockingly powerful it was. In fact, he was convinced that if he unleashed it to full effect, he really could bash a hole into a gigantic mountain. When it came to bashing into people, well, it was obvious what fate they would meet. At this point, I think I'm actually more powerful than one of those heavenly demons. He suddenly scooped his hand down into the stone floor, and it felt like he was scooping up some tofu. There was almost no sensation at all as he pulled out a chunk of rock and then crushed it into ash. When he thought about how much more powerful he was than before, his excitement rose. Every time he absorbed blood qi, he felt indescribably wonderful. He also worked on his blood annihilation world, and although he didn't actually notice, he was getting much quicker at forming blood swords. The blood swords he formed were also more powerful. When he absorbed blood qi, he almost felt like he was at one with Middle Peak, as if he himself could shake the mountain itself. Of course, he didn't dare an actual attempt, for fear that things could quickly get out of control. As for his Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, his fundamental technique, and the only truly hidden Taoist magic in the Spirit Stream sect, it was as the saying went, everything is difficult at the beginning, but gets easier as time progresses. Originally, he had needed help with the Heavenspan river water, but after passing into the middle level of the technique, and having successfully absorbed a drop into his spiritual seas, he now had some measure of control over the Heavenspan river water. Directly absorbing water from the Heavenspan river was something completely and utterly domineering, a trait which was now showing through in by Xiaochun's cultivation. Now that he was in mid-foundation establishment, he could actually absorb a full cup of Heavenspan river water. It was there above his fourth spiritual sea, rapidly being absorbed. With the help of some medicinal pills, Bai Xiaochun helped the process along, and could sense that his aura was becoming more and more like the Heavenspan rivers. Bai Xiaochun had the strange feeling that his current level of power didn't quite make him invincible within Foundation establishment, but would surely allow him to crush almost any opponents who came his way. After coming to the Bloodstream sect, he had not unleashed his Heavenspan Dharma Eye on many occasions. However, he continued to cultivate it, making it grow more and more itchy, and at the same time, more powerful. Bai Xiaochun had the feeling that once he opened that eye and revealed its power, it would shake heaven and earth. The only things Bai Xiaochun wasn't very satisfied with were his human-controlling grand magic and proto-magnetic power. After beginning to cultivate the Violet Chi Heavenspan incantation, his strength and control power had grown, but was still relatively limited. He had spent a lot of time studying proto-magnetic power, and had never given up on his plans to develop it. However, he seemed to have reached a barrier that he couldn't pass. It was very frustrating, but there was nothing he could do about it other than spend some time every day on study and contemplation regarding how to progress. There was one other thing that he spent time thinking about, and that was the Middle Peak Blood Master trial by fire that Song Junwan had mentioned, and how she wanted his help. If Song Junwan becomes Blood Master, then it stands to reason that the Grand Elder position will open up. Usually, someone would be promoted from among the Bloodstreak Elders. However, I bet that if someone was famous enough, they might be considered even if they weren't a Bloodstreak Elder already. By this point in time, Bai Xiaochun had suffered enough at the hands of the talking rabbit that he only delivered internal monologues. However, his eyes still shone brightly at the thought of the Grand Elder position opening up. That would be his greatest chance to successfully acquire the relic of eternal indestructibility, and then finally be able to leave the Bloodstream sect. I'm already just as famous in the Bloodstream sect as Song Ke is, which means I'm already above the Bloodstreak Elders. I'm probably not famous enough to directly become Grand Elder, though. In the next few months, I need to do something to make myself even more famous. Whether it's good or bad, I need to convince people that, despite only being in Mortal Dao Foundation establishment, I'm still a shocking and incredible expert. His eyes began to shine even more brightly than before. And that was how the days passed. The war between the Profound Stream sect and the Pillstream sect had already reached the point where both sects had mobilized all of their forces. Rumors about the war swirled. Some stories were true, some were false, but they all left the Bloodstream sect disciples in shock. At the same time, the war preparations in the Bloodstream sect were nearing completion, and disciples were already being dispatched from the sect to parts unknown. Bai Xiaochun could see the blood clouds which hovered over the sect growing larger, and building up pressure to a terrifying degree. Even the blood chi within the sect seemed to be growing stronger. Despite the fact that Bai Xiaochun was in secluded meditation and rarely emerged, stories about Night Crypt continued to spread, and they only grew more fantastic as time went on. For some reason, a lot of people knew why Song Ke had been punished by being sent into secluded meditation. There even seemed to be some hidden force trying to get people riled up against Night Crypt. As time progressed, the cultivators of Middle Peak continued to grow both more hateful of him and more fearful. People even began to talk about how Night Crypt and young lady Shueme didn't get along, and many people hoped that she would eventually put him in his place. Young lady Shueme, please come out and teach Night Crypt a lesson. Night Crypt is so terrifying. Everyone on Middle Peak and Corpse Peak is miserable because of him. Middle Peak's Grand Elder always takes Night Crypt's side. Young lady Xiaochun, please come out and cut him down. Xiaochun got requests like that just about every day. At the same time, stories about Night Crypt continued to spread. Eventually, it reached the point where many people viewed him as something on the level of a devil king. However, there wasn't much Xiaochun could do. Night Crypt was favored by the patriarchs, skilled in the Tao of medicine, extremely famous, and had a reputation that put him on the same level as Song Quebec. A person like that wasn't somebody that Xiaochun could openly make a move against. Furthermore, she could sense that he possessed extraordinary battle prowess, and knew that if she fought him, she wouldn't be able to beat him quickly. So she sat down cross-legged in her immortal's cave, eyes flashing coldly as she contemplated the matter. It wasn't lost on her that someone was trying to provoke her into killing Night Crypt. In the end, she didn't care who it was that was doing such a thing. After all, she already wanted to kill Night Crypt. It won't be long now before the Blood Master trial by fire begins, and that slut Song Junwan and I will finally face off. Song Junwan is probably counting on Night Crypt to help her, so getting rid of him would be a boon for me. Xiaochun chuckled coldly, the killing intent in her eyes growing more intense. Night Crypt never made much of a name for himself before. But after he came back from the fallen sword abyss, he suddenly rose to the top. It's almost like he's a different person. So very strange. There's definitely something fishy going on with him. Definitely. I just need to find out what it is. Since she knew she wasn't a match for him openly, it was time to start plotting. At a point when the sect was just on the verge of going to war, the potential for destructive consequences was even greater. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 233, EE? Why did you stop talking? Chapter 233, EE? Why did you stop talking? As Xiaochun investigated Night Crypt's background, a rumor began to spread through the Bloodstream sect. Supposedly, after getting medicinal pills from Night Crypt, the Blood Master of Corpse Peak had immediately gone into secluded meditation, and still hadn't emerged. However, powerful ripples had begun to emanate from Corpse Peak's Blood Master Temple. Quite a few people noticed those fluctuations, especially the Blood Masters from Lesser Marsh Peak and Nameless Peak. All three of the current Blood Masters were relatively evenly matched, but now it seemed as if the Corpse Peak Blood Master was experiencing a breakthrough. It wasn't likely that he would reach Gold Core, but to Corpse Peak, a breakthrough in corpse refining techniques would lead to a rapid and significant increase in battle prowess. Because of that, the Blood Masters of Lesser Marsh Peak and Nameless Peak started to get nervous. A few days later, the Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak shot through the air in a beam of light to appear outside of Xiaochun's Immortal's cave. He was a tall and well-built man, with a mighty look and a powerful aura of qi and blood. As a body refinement cultivator, he almost seemed like a mountain standing there, emanating powerful pressure. Even his voice was deep and resounding as he said, "It's me, Grand Elder Han Chundong of Lesser Marsh Peak. Junior brother Night Crypt, are you home?" The blood trees outside Xiaochun's Immortal's cave were trembling, but didn't dare to flee. No matter how scared they were of outsiders, Night Crypt was far more terrifying. All they could do was grit their teeth and remain in place, glaring at the Lesser Marsh Peak Grand Elder. Xiaochun was currently meditating in his Immortal's cave. He had been a bit surprised when he sensed the Grand Elder's arrival moments ago. However, he could already guess why he might be here. After a moment of silence, he waved his right hand, causing the cave door to open. Then he ordered the blood trees to clear a path. The Lesser Marsh Peak Grand Elder strode into the courtyard outside Xiaochun's Immortal's cave, even as Xiaochun emerged. As soon as they saw each other, the Grand Elder laughed heartily and clasped hands in formal greeting. "Junior brother Night Crypt, the moment you stepped off of the blood precipice back then, I knew that you were destined for extraordinary things. It's too bad you chose to go to Middle Peak. I would have loved for you to have come to Lesser Marsh Peak. Bai Xiaochun smiled, although considering that he was wearing the mask, it was a very sinister and cold smile. Clasping hands, he said, Grand Elder, your presence brings honor to my humble dwelling. Please, come in. Abandoning any other formalities, the Grand Elder followed as Bai Xiaochun led the way into the Immortal's cave. Once inside, they sat down across from each other, and the Grand Elder said, Junior brother Nycrypt, you have an extraordinary cultivation base, and shocking latent talent. You prepared long and hard, and then made an incredible rise to the top. Middle Peak is truly blessed to have you, Junior brother Nycrypt. Although Bai Xiaochun was very pleased to hear such words, he maintained a somber expression, and didn't even respond to the Grand Elder's words. Even more amazing is that the patriarchs have taken a liking to you. There are virtually no limits to what you can accomplish in the future, Junior brother Nycrypt. The Grand Elder sighed, and then went on to talk about the war between the Profound and Pill Stream sects, as well as various other Bloodstream sect matters, both big and small. He also used a variety of different methods to heap praise upon Bai Xiaochun. From his facial expression, Bai Xiaochun didn't seem to be very impressed, but he was actually savoring the moment. He felt very proud to be the subject of such flattery. Occasionally he nodded, occasionally he shook his head, and occasionally he laughed heartily. After about an hour passed, the Grand Elder apparently felt Bai Xiaochun had been sufficiently warmed up. He was just about to launch into the true reason for his visit, when he suddenly realized that Bai Xiaochun was looking at him with an encouraging gleam in his eyes. He hesitated for a moment, then launched into another round of praise. Junior brother Nycrypt, you are a man of striking appearance and talent, like a mighty dragon among men. In fact, you can count on one hand the number of people in the Bloodstream sect who can compare to you in terms of reputation. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, the Grand Elder's mouth was starting to dry up. At this point, he figured it was probably time to move on to more important matters. However, a quick look at Bai Xiaochun confirmed that he seemed to be completely immersed in the sensation of being praised. The Grand Elder hesitated for a moment. However, he had come here to ask for help, and therefore, he gritted his teeth and racked his brain to come up with new methods of offering praise. Another hour passed, and the Grand Elder finally ran out of words. However, Bai Xiaochun seemed more caught up in the moment than ever. Why did you stop talking? He looked over curiously at the Grand Elder. Lesser Marsh Peak's Grand Elder was taken aback, but he gritted his teeth and forced out a few more sentences. In the end, he sighed at the realization that Nycrypt was profoundly enigmatic, and definitely could never be viewed as an ordinary cultivator. Finally, he clasped hands and bowed. Junior brother Nycrypt, you are truly brilliant and stupendous. I deeply admire you. Truly. Since that's the case, I won't beat around the bush anymore. The reason I've come here today is because I'm simply incapable of allowing injustice in the world. Junior brother Nycrypt, your Tao of medicine is shocking. However, despite the fact that you concocted medicine for Corpse Peak, the conscienceless Corpse Peak cultivators not only refused to be thankful, they actually chose to hate you. When Bai Xiaochun thought back to the things that had happened in the past, his expression turned grim, and he let out a cold harumph. The Grand Elder and Blood Master of Corpse Peak are the worst of them all, the Grand Elder continued, eyes smoldering with righteous indignation. You actually went to concoct medicine for them personally, but they repaid you by venting their anger on you. Completely preposterous. However, you can rest at ease about the matter, Junior brother Nycrypt. The Blood Master of Lesser Marsh Peak has already petitioned to the sect to publicly clear your name. Bai Xiaochun shook his head and sighed. I offer you profound thanks, Grand Elder. And the same goes to the Blood Master. However, the matter has ended. Besides, I actually learned quite a bit from that event. Junior brother Nycrypt, there's no need to be so polite. You reached inverse blood ancestral awakening, and are exceptionally talented in body refinement. You have a berserk ghost defense. You're like family to us on Lesser Marsh Peak. The Grand Elder laughed loudly. Corpse Peak doesn't know the difference between good and bad, so we might as well just ignore them. However, considering that we're basically family, how about this, Junior Brother Nightcrypt? Why don't you concoct some spirit medicine for Lesser Marsh Peak? I guarantee that even if you destroy the mountain, the Blood Master and I won't even frown in response. The Grand Elder even slapped his chest to emphasize his honesty. Bai Xiaochun said, feeling a bit hesitant. Don't worry, Junior Brother Nightcrypt, I know the protocol. He pulled a bag of holding out from his robe and placed it down in front of Bai Xiaochun. After picking it up and looking inside, Bai Xiaochun found a large quantity of medicinal plants and a sizable collection of spirit stones. Feeling very pleased, he was about to agree, when suddenly his expression flickered. The Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak also frowned, and the two of them looked out of the Immortal's cave. Junior Brother Nightcrypt, are you home? It's me, Grand Elder Gung Chinkuan of Nameless Peak. The Grand Elder of Nameless Peak, the dwarf, was right outside. His expression was the same as ever, but inwardly he was very nervous. For quite some time, both he and the Blood Master of Nameless Peak had wavered back and forth about Bai Xiaochun's pill concocting. However, after hearing that the Grand Elder of Lesser Marsh Peak had shone upon on Middle Peak, they knew that they couldn't just sit around and do nothing. That was especially true of the Nameless Peak Blood Master. Therefore, he sent the Grand Elder hurrying over, worried the whole time about whether or not he could convince Nightcrypt to concoct medicine for Nameless Peak. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then rose to his feet and went out to receive the Grand Elder from Nameless Peak and lead him inside. As soon as the Grand Elder from Nameless Peak entered, he saw Han Chundong. When their eyes met, they blazed with a competitive flare. Junior Brother Nightcrypt, the dwarf said, I'm not the kind of person to waste words. If you concoct a special tier 4 spirit medicine for Nameless Peak, then we will double whatever Lesser Marsh Peak has offered you. Our only condition is that you concoct medicine for us first. The dwarf spoke in a very domineering fashion. However, before Bai Xiaochun could respond, Han Chundong snorted and shot to his feet, radiating a murderous aura. Junior Brother Nightcrypt, that bag of holding only contains the initial deposit. If you concoct medicine for us first, then we'll give you full access to our secret body refinement techniques. You can even cultivate the secret magic of Lesser Marsh Peak. The Grand Elder from Lesser Marsh Peak gritted his teeth. He wasn't sure how much free time Bai Xiaochun had, but he knew that it often took many days for him to concoct medicine. Considering that war was looming, he was desperate to get this medicine concocted. Because of that, he would do everything he could to make sure the Blood Master from his mountain peak was first in line. Bai Xiaochun was moved. The truth was that he did want to do some research into Lesser Marsh Peak's body refinement techniques. After all, they seemed connected to the Undying Codex. Off to the side, the dwarf seemed shocked by the other Grand Elder's words. However, as soon as he saw the expression on Bai Xiaochun's face, he gritted his teeth and said, Junior Brother Nightcrypt, Nameless Peak has prepared a gargoyle just for you. We can teach you Nameless Peak's gargoyle refining magics. In response to his words, Han Chundong glared at him angrily. Bai Xiaochun was quivering in eagerness. The gargoyle magics of Nameless Peak were top secret, and cultivators from outside of that mountain peak had to spend a huge amount of merit points to study them. Their incredible value was difficult to put into words. Han Chundong looked at Bai Xiaochun and said, Junior Brother Nightcrypt, the best rule to follow is first come first served. Lesser Marsh Peak was the first to come here to request medicine concocting, so please take that into careful consideration. The dwarf looked over and said, Junior Brother Nightcrypt, Nameless Peak is willing to double their offer. Bai Xiaochun rubbed his forehead, then looked back and forth between the two. Chuckling, he said, it's true. First come first served is the most fair. I'll start at Lesser Marsh Peak. I hope that Grand Elder and Blood Master from Nameless Peak won't take offense. Also, there's no need to offer double. I understand that both of you are here to represent your respective Blood Masters. How about this? I'll promise that no matter who I concoct medicine for, I'll get it done before the war starts. For both of you. I guarantee it. The two Grand Elders were visibly moved. The truth was that neither of them wanted to get into a bidding war. Seeing how smoothly Bai Xiaochun had handled the situation, they felt even better about him than before. Nodding, they proceeded to chat a bit longer before clasping hands and leaving. After seeing them off, Bai Xiaochun returned to his immortal's cave and sat down cross-legged. After a moment of thought, he chuckled to himself. I have the Emerald Zombie from Corpse Peak, and I've gotten the Grand Elder from Middle Peak to fall for me. If I get a Gargoyle from Nameless Peak and cultivate body refinement on Lesser Marsh Peak, then I'll be more important in the Bloodstream sect than ever. I'll be similar to a Bloodstreak Elder. By the time Song Junwan becomes Blood Master, I'll be far more likely to snag the spot of Grand Elder for myself. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 234, It Really Won't Explode? Chapter 234, It Really Won't Explode? Bai Xiaochun had made up his mind, and there was no time to waste. The next morning at the crack of dawn, he left Middle Peak for Lesser Marsh Peak. Lesser Marsh Peak was the pinky finger on the enormous hand that housed the Bloodstream sect. Although it was smaller than the other fingers, the cultivators there all practiced body refinement, and were far more powerful and ferocious than their contemporaries in the sect. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun arrived on the mountain, he could see how much taller and bullier the cultivators there were. They exuded an aura of qi and blood that filled all of Lesser Marsh Peak. Bai Xiaochun was a bit shocked to be surrounded by so many mighty individuals. All of the cultivators were like that, regardless of whether they were male or female. Although he was a bit nervous, he refused to be intimidated. You people think you're as strong as me? Humph. What good is there in being big and burly? I have the power of 4 berserk ghosts. Blinking a few times, he hurried up one of the mountain paths. All of the cultivators he passed had wary expressions on their faces, as well as cold gleams in their eyes. Obviously, the reputation of Plagued Evil had reached all ears on Lesser Marsh Peak, and the people there recognized him immediately. Before long, Bai Xiaochun was on the upper finger of Lesser Marsh Peak, where Grand Elder Han Chundong was waiting for him. After some pleasantries were exchanged, Han Chundong led him to Lesser Marsh Peak's Blood Master Temple. Inside the temple, Lesser Marsh Peak's Blood Master was sitting cross-legged. As soon as Bai Xiaochun stepped inside, he rose to his feet and smiled broadly. Junior brother Nycrypt. The Blood Master was a powerfully built middle-aged man who radiated a power and energy that seemed to surpass Han Chundong. Bai Xiaochun felt almost like he was looking at a giant whose aura caused all of the blood qi in the area to surge into motion. The sudden pressure that Bai Xiaochun felt caused him to pause in mid-stride and look in shock at the Blood Master, who was currently hurrying over to meet him. Bai Xiaochun paid close attention, and immediately picked up on some clues regarding his body refinement technique. It's similar to the second level of the Undying Heavenly King? Despite being shaken inwardly, his expression remained the same as ever. Smiling broadly, he clasped hands and bowed in greeting. Nycrypt offers greetings, Blood Master. The Blood Master looked at Bai Xiaochun with shining eyes, and then spoke in a booming voice. There's no need for such formality, Junior brother Nycrypt. I'm a straightforward person, and hate beating around the bush. I need you to concoct me a batch of Tier 4 blood body pills. Such pills only serve one function, to rapidly propel you to the next level in Lesser Marsh Peak's secret body refinement technique. War is upon us, and everyone is working hard to prepare. Unfortunately, this pill won't be hugely effective unless it's Tier 5, and Tier 4 versions are unavailable for purchase inside the sect. Therefore, what I need is not a single pill, I need at least 100 Tier 4 blood body pills. Nycrypt, are you confident enough to concoct me 100 Tier 4 blood body pills? The Blood Master's eyes glittered as he looked at Bai Xiaochun, his words echoing back and forth in Blood Master Temple. Bai Xiaochun's ears hurt a bit from the blood master's booming voice. Not willing to accept that, he raised his own voice into a virtual roar and replied, "If I have enough medicinal plants and pill furnaces, then 100 pills should be no problem." At first, the blood master was surprised by Bai Xiaochun's roaring voice. He was used to using a booming voice when talking with others, but wasn't used to the opposite happening. After looking Bai Xiaochun up and down for a moment, he started laughing. "Oh, I have plenty of medicinal plants," he said. "As far as pill furnaces are concerned, come, junior brother Nycrypt. I want to show you the one-of-a-kind pill furnace we've prepared for you." The blood master's subsequent laughter shook the entire mountain peak. Waving his sleeve, he swept up both Bai Xiaochun and the Grand Elder, who had been standing respectfully off to the side. All three of them then flew through the air toward a wide open space which had been set aside on the upper finger. It was protected by a powerful spell formation, the fluctuations and aura of which were so intense that even the hallucinatory mist that had appeared on Corpse Peak would not be able to escape it. Clearly, Lesser Marsh Peak had taken many precautions before inviting him over to concoct pills. Seeing all of that, Bai Xiaochun coughed dryly, but didn't say anything. Following the blood master, he entered an immortal's cave inside of the spell formation. It was a newly built immortal's cave, in the depths of which was a vast hall set aside for a single object. Almost as soon as Bai Xiaochun laid eyes on it, he gasped, and his eyes glittered with bright light. He immediately began to circle around the object, and was unable to hold back his gasps as he did. It was a pill furnace of enormous size. It was fully 90 meters in diameter, green in color, and engraved with countless magical symbols. There was something majestic about it that made it seem profoundly and shockingly sturdy. This pill furnace. Bai Xiaochun reached out and touched it, and the awe-inspiring feeling he got left him even more excited than before. One of his main problems had always been exploding pill furnaces, leaving him no option other than to reduce the medicinal strength of his concoctions, and preventing him from unleashing his full skill in the Tao of medicine. The moment he saw this pill furnace, however, he was deeply shaken. Junior brother Nycrypt, many generations ago, a blood master of Lesser Marsh Peak robbed this precious treasure from the Pill Stream sect. The truth is that it isn't the original precious treasure, only a replica. However, it's a replica of none other than the Heaven-Earth Furnace Cauldron. I personally arranged for you to be able to use it today. With this furnace, you can be as bold as you wish in your medicine concocting. Don't worry, a precious treasure like this won't explode under any circumstances. The blood master threw his head back and laughed proudly. He was a body refinement cultivator, but that didn't mean he wasn't a cautious person. He was very familiar with the moniker Plagued Evil, and had prepared a pill furnace that couldn't explode, placed inside of a spell formation so impenetrable that not even the slightest scrap of an aura could escape from it. Only after having made these preparations was he confident that no mishaps would occur. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath as he walked around the pill furnace a few more times, examining it. He was already itching with the desire to go all out, to experiment with medicinal strength that, up to this point, had been impossible for him. And yet, he was still a bit nervous. Looking over at the blood master, he said, "Are you sure that this pill furnace will never explode?" "Of course I'm sure," the blood master replied, smiling proudly. Patting the pill furnace gently, Bai Xiaochun laughed and said, "Fine. If you're absolutely sure, then Nycrypt will concoct your medicine for you." The blood master joined him in his laughter, then gazed at him deeply for a moment before throwing over a bag of holding. Then he turned and left. The Grand Elder clasped hands formally, then also left. Bai Xiaochun was now alone in the Immortal's cave, looking at the enormous pill furnace, his excitement building. After a moment passed, he examined the bag of holding, which was full of medicinal plants and blood flame stones. It also contained a jade slip. In addition to the pill formula for the blood body pill, the jade slip also contained Lesser Marsh Peak's secret body refinement technique. Way of the Blood Fiend Body. Bai Xiaochun immediately set about studying it. By the time he finished, it was nighttime, whereupon he closed his eyes to think. After a long moment passed, his eyes opened, and they shone with enlightenment. The way of the blood fiend body had been studied by generation after generation of cultivators on Lesser Marsh Peak, and was derived from the huge hand that the sect rested on. It was essentially an inferior version of the Undying Codex, an imitation. It derived power based on totem tattoos, and was divided into power levels of the Ancient Mammoth, the Berserk Ghost, the Heavenly Demon, and the Blood Fiend. By absorbing blood chi into one's own flesh and blood, then catalyzing it with the secret technique, the body's basic structure would transform, and eventually be capable of unleashing powerful fleshly body power. Although it seemed to have a lot in common with the Undying Codex that Xiaochun cultivated, the truth was that it was extremely counterproductive. The Undying Codex didn't change one's basic body structure, it directly unleashed inner power to create a powerful combination of offense and defense. However, the way of the blood fiend body does have some redeeming qualities. Maybe I can even use them to make an early breakthrough in the second level of the Undying Heavenly King. After a bit of further examination, Xiaochun's spirits rose, and he even tested out some of the cultivation practices. When he did, rumbling sounds could be heard as blood chi rushed toward him. By using the secret techniques of the way of the blood fiend body, he stimulated his flesh and blood, but instead of allowing his basic body structure to be changed, he used the power to drive the Undying Heavenly King. The night passed. The next morning at dawn, Xiaochun's eyes snapped open, and they shone with delight. That one night of cultivation was like 3 days of ordinary cultivation. So it does work. Ha ha ha. Excited, Xiaochun mused that the bloodstream sect truly was his personal holy land. Looking over at the enormous pill furnace, his eyes shone with a strange light, and he suddenly smacked his hand down onto the furnace. A bang could be heard as the furnace's lid opened up. Without any hesitation, he flew up to stand on the edge of the furnace and looked down inside, which left him even more shocked than before. If this furnace really can't explode, then I think I need to test the limits of the medicinal strength I'm capable of producing. Just when he was about to start, he suddenly paused for a moment. It really won't explode? He thought, hesitating. Whatever. The Blood Master guaranteed that it wouldn't explode. It probably won't. Taking a deep breath, he tossed caution to the wind. A look of madness appeared in his eyes as prepared to concoct a huge batch of pills. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 235, Plague Devils Here. Chapter 235, Plague Devils Here. The last time I used dragon chimp grass, I could only use 1 blade, but this time I'm gonna put in 10. Fire cloud pears, huh? Let's put in 20 of them. So, it calls for starlight leaf? It says half a leaf should do, but with an incredible pill furnace like this, that's definitely not enough. I'm putting in 10. Murmuring to himself, he continued to circle the edge of the pill furnace, tossing in one type of medicinal plant after another. After making minor adjustments here and there, he would add more plants. Blood flame stones poured out of his bag of holding to land underneath the pill furnace, providing intense heat. However, this was no ordinary pill furnace. Other pill furnaces would have turned bright red from the heat, but this one hardly seemed to be getting hot at all. Seeing that, Xiaochun got even more excited than before. He was slowly immersing himself in his medicine concocting, tossing more and more medicinal plants into the mix, doing nothing to prevent the medicinal strength from growing rapidly. At the same time, he was completely engrossed in making calculations regarding the medicine formula. He felt completely and utterly satisfied. He didn't have to worry about the cost of the materials he was using, didn't have to worry about the medicinal strength increasing to unsafe levels, and didn't need to worry about losing control of the pill furnace. The only thing he worried about was how to concoct the pill. His hair was disheveled and his eyes were bloodshot, but he felt wonderful, and more excited than he ever had been before. For 7 days, he continued to add more medicinal plants to the mix. Eventually, more than half of the bag of holding had been emptied. By using the principles of mutual augmentation and suppression, Bai Xiaochun had pushed the medicinal strength to an explosive level. Rumbling sounds began to emanate from the pill furnace, which by this point was changing from green to bright red. By now, it seemed that the furnace really wouldn't explode. Seeing that, Bai Xiaochun threw his head back and laughed uproariously. "A precious furnace!" he exclaimed. With that, he descended back into the medicine concocting. Based on his calculations regarding the medicine formula, he continued to add medicinal plants. As inspiration hit him, and as his train of thought proceeded, he made changes as he saw fit. Combined with the all-creation plants and vegetation technique, he was gradually reaching the medicinal strength he sought. Another 5 days passed, and the rumbling sounds inside of the pill furnace grew more intense. By now, the furnace was bright red, and Bai Xiaochun had added all of the medicinal plants he wanted to. He was sitting off to the side looking very content when he suddenly thought of something. Hurrying forward, he produced a drop of his own undying blood and added it into the furnace. With that, he put the lid back on the furnace and locked it tight. In that instant, any outlet for the medicinal strength was cut off, causing intense rumbling sounds to echo out. The pill furnace began to shake, and the temperature inside began to rise rapidly. Bai Xiaochun was so impressed with the miraculous pill furnace that he didn't even think about any potential problems. As far as he was concerned, it wouldn't explode. Therefore, he decided to practice some cultivation off to the side. Occasionally, he would look over and make a few adjustments as the medicinal strength inside the pill furnace changed. A few days later, he started to get worried. The pill furnace was now bright red, and radiating such intense heat that the area for 3 meters around the furnace was rippling and distorting. Cracks were even visible on the ground, snaking out from the furnace. Bai Xiaochun swallowed, and edged away. The waves of heat battering his face caused his heart to begin to pound with fear. If a pill furnace this big exploded, I would lose my poor little life for sure. Blinking, he thought back to what the Lesser Marsh Peak Blood Master had said. This furnace won't explode under any circumstances. Only then did he calm down a bit. There shouldn't be any problems, right? He was already starting to regret putting in so many medicinal plants. Lack of control was definitely one of his downsides. However, the pill furnace currently didn't seem to be in danger of exploding. He waited for 4 more days. The furnace was still trembling, and the area of distortion had increased from 3 meters to 30. The intense heat was even causing some of the nearby rock walls to slowly melt. The heat seemed to be building up with every passing moment. Bai Xiaochun was sweating up a storm, and his eyes were already wide with terror. He thought about trying to stop the concoction process, but wasn't able to interfere. The spirit medicine inside the pill furnace was already beginning to take shape. He could only imagine how the temperature might increase now that the medicine was actually forming. Bai Xiaochun took a long, nervous breath. He felt like he was sitting on top of a volcano that might erupt at any moment. He nervously edged backward until he was outside of the Immortal's cave. Finally, he put on a lofty, enigmatic expression and walked out of the spell formation as he prepared to leave Lesser Marsh Peak. In his opinion, Lesser Marsh Peak was now far too dangerous of a place to remain in. On his way out, the Grand Elder detected him and flew over to stop him from leaving. "Junior brother Nightcrypt," he said politely, "where might you be headed now? Are you finished concocting our medicine?" Bai Xiaochun was very nervous, but his expression didn't show it at all. Clasping his hands behind his back, he coolly said, "Don't worry. The concocting process is done. However, 100 blood body pills need more time to develop. In 3 months I'll come back personally to extract the pills from the furnace. In the meantime, I'll head to Nameless Peak. After all, I promised to concoct medicine for them too." Despite having been forced to scramble to come up with an excuse, Bai Xiaochun's expression was the same as ever. Lesser Marsh Peak's Grand Elder was still a bit suspicious, but couldn't find any fault with Bai Xiaochun's reasoning. "Well, in that case, Junior brother Nightcrypt," he said, I'll personally escort you all the way to Nameless Peak. He still felt that something was off, but nevertheless, gestured for Bai Xiaochun to follow him to Nameless Peak. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then nodded and followed along. Soon he had reached the border of Nameless Peak, where the dwarf Grand Elder came out to meet him. Only then did Bai Xiaochun finally breathe a sigh of relief. Even as he proceeded on to Nameless Peak, he turned to look back at the Grand Elder from Lesser Marsh Peak. By the way, he said, during the next 3 months, no one is permitted to enter that immortal's cave. And definitely do not let anyone touch the pill furnace. The pill furnace might burst open, and if it does, you'll be responsible. With that, he looked away and followed the dwarf onto Nameless Peak. He also made a decision to never, ever go back to Lesser Marsh Peak. If what the Blood Master of Lesser Marsh Peak said is true, then the pill furnace won't explode. The medicinal pills will eventually be completed. If that pill furnace explodes, it's not my fault. The more he thought about it, the more he believed himself to be in the right. Feeling much better, he followed the Nameless Peak Grand Elder to meet the local Blood Master. In accordance with the previous agreement, the Blood Master gave Bai Xiaochun a gargoyle. Furthermore, they had set aside an immortal's cave on the lower finger where he could concoct medicine. By the time he went in to begin his work, word was already spreading through Nameless Peak about his arrival, leading to gasps among the cultivators there. They already felt like they were going to go mad in the coming days. They knew about Bai Xiaochun's nickname, Plagued Evil, and had heard that the terrors which came along with his pill concocting were like tribulations wrought by patriarchs. All of them felt as though they were heading into a life or death crisis. The Nameless Peak cultivators began to think about everything that had occurred on Middle Peak and Corpse Peak. They weren't as confident as the cultivators from Lesser Marsh Peak, and were thus soon shaking in their boots. Plague Devil's here. The terror he causes with his medicine concocting is unimaginable. Remember Zhao Shuimu from Corpse Peak? He hallucinated that he was a tuft of spirit grass. Even down to this day, he sometimes goes into a daze if he sees spirit grass. That's nothing. You know Joey Biao? When he sleeps at night, he sometimes yells out that he is Bai Xiaochun. Actually, there are quite a few cultivators from Middle Peak who have recovered, but still haven't grown back hair, and still have occasional bouts of diarrhea. In fact, it's been on more than one occasion that I saw someone from Middle Peak get the upper hand in a fight, only to suddenly look very uncomfortable. You know what I mean, right? Discussions such as these spread like wildfire. As for the cultivators who actually resided near the location where Bai Xiaochun was doing his concocting work, their scalps tingled like mad, and many of them simply left. Before long, more than half of the cultivators who normally occupied Nameless Peak had abandoned their immortals' caves and gone to stay with people they knew in the inner sect. Bai Xiaochun was a bit shocked at how quiet Nameless Peak became. Not a trace of a living person could be seen anywhere near his immortal's cave. Clearing his throat, he thought to himself, I haven't even done anything yet. What are these people being so jumpy for? I concocted medicine on Lesser Marsh Peak and nothing happened. A bit annoyed, he sat down cross-legged and looked around the immortal's cave for a moment until his gaze came to rest on something in the far corner. A black shadow floated there, emanating a cold and sinister aura. It was one of the Nameless Peak gargoyles, which were somewhat akin to the evil ghosts that could be found on Ghostfang Peak in the Spirit Stream sect. The main difference was that the evil ghosts weren't intelligent, and didn't grow very large either. In contrast, gargoyles became more intelligent as they grew, and could also practice their own form of cultivation. In terms of power and strength, they were no weaker than evil ghosts, and yet, were vastly more cunning and sly. After they reached a certain level of power, they would develop a bizarre divine ability that allowed them to possess humans and even control them. By becoming something like an inner devil, they could kill people without leaving a single mark, whereupon they would viciously drain them of their blood. Different methods could be used to raise different types of gargoyles. One of the reasons why the Bloodstream sect was known as a devilish sect was because of the devilish gargoyles that they raised. Bai Xiaochun wasn't too sure about the origins of the gargoyles. That was one of the big secrets of the Bloodstream sect. As for the gargoyle in the Immortal's cave with him, it was completely ordinary, with low intelligence. It was even frightened by Xiaochun's murderous aura, and didn't dare to approach him. Instead, it cowered in the corner, trembling. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 236, You Handle It, Shadow. Chapter 236, You Handle It, Shadow. Bai Xiaochun looked at the trembling black shadow, and then pulled out a violet jade pendant and said, "Get over here." The shadow trembled again, then slowly floated over to Bai Xiaochun. Now that it was in front of him, he could just make out a face inside the black mist. With that, he reached out to grab it, only to find that his hand passed through the mist. Apparently, the gargoyle didn't actually have a physical body. Bai Xiaochun was now more intrigued than ever. The Bloodstream sect's gargoyles and the Spiritstream sect's evil ghosts are similar in some ways. Ghosts come from the souls of people who have died, but what about gargoyles? Where do they come from? After pondering the issue for some time, he couldn't come up with any theories. However, there seemed to be some connection between him and the gargoyle, something other than the jade plaque of control that had been given to him by Nameless Peak. Eventually, he came to the conclusion that the gargoyle must have something to do with the giant hand and the undying live forever technique. Even as Bai Xiaochun sat there in thought, the face in the mist suddenly twisted into a ferocious expression, and the mist pounced on Bai Xiaochun. Icy coldness spread out, a coldness filled with intense ferocity. It was almost as if it wanted to consume Bai Xiaochun's soul. The gargoyle's sudden outburst startled him so much that he unleashed the power of his cultivation base and flicked the thing. The gargoyle let out a miserable shriek, and the mist faded a bit. Having no other options, it hastily retreated to the corner where it remained, trembling. "What gall you have?" Bai Xiaochun said angrily. Stomping forward, he aimed a kick at the shadow, which promptly dodged out of the way. Bai Xiaochun gave a cold harumph and looked down at the jade pendant. Not only could the pendant be used to control the gargoyle, it also contained descriptions of the various punishments and rewards that were usually used to train them. The most common method was to feed the gargoyle one's own blood, which would strengthen the connection and also improve the gargoyle's ability to understand orders. As the gargoyle grew, and its own cultivation base improved, it was also common to allow it to kill other things and drink their blood, which also would help the gargoyle grow stronger. The description also mentioned that if the gargoyle showed any signs of misbehaving, it was important to crush such behavior as quickly as possible. Attempts at rebellion would only grow more intense until the gargoyle became impossible to control. "You trifling, newborn gargoyle," he said angrily. "How dare you try to bite the hand that feeds you?" With that, he used the jade pendant to lock the gargoyle in place, then walked over and kicked him a few times. The gargoyle's mist faded even more, until only a bit was left, whereupon he began letting out plaintive shrieks. "You remember this," Bai Xiaochun said sternly. "I'm the top dog here. If you dare to provoke me, I won't hesitate to put you in your place." "Hoof. Now, what should we call you? How about Shadow?" After giving him a name, he ignored him, and focused on the medicine formula that the blood master of Nameless Peak had given him. "Undying blood pill," he murmured thoughtfully. He had heard of this pill before. It had been created years ago by a patriarch who had gained enlightenment of the holy pill wall fragment. It had come to be one of the most useful spirit medicines in the entire Bloodstream sect. Not only could it lead to spectacular results when raising gargoyles, it could help with refining corpses, as well as with the body refinement techniques of Lesser Marsh Peak. Because it had so many varied uses, the undying blood pill had been in high demand in the sect from the moment it was first invented. Unfortunately, it was very difficult to concoct. The Tier 3 version was relatively easy, but the Tier 4 version wasn't easy at all. When it came to Tier 5 undying blood pills, they were far beyond the ordinary, and could be used to summon some of the deepest reserve powers available in the Bloodstream sect. Even Tier 4 versions could be used to try to awaken some of the most ancient gargoyles. The more Bai Xiaochun studied the medicine formula, the more shocked he was. It required 97 types of medicinal plants, each one of which contained numerous transformations that had to be suppressed with heavenspan river water. It even needed spirit blood from the enormous hand. Only after all of that could the undying blood pill be produced. Even the slightest mistake in the ratios of the medicinal plants will result in a failure. Furthermore, when it comes to combining the plants, some aspects of the connections need to be neutralized, whereas some aspects need to be fused together. The result is that 9 different streams of blood qi will be created. One stream of blood qi is a Tier 1 version, and so on. The nameless Peak Blood Master wants me to concoct a Tier 4 undying blood pill, which would contain 4 streams of blood qi. Bai Xiaochun's eyes glittered as he continued to study the formula. As he did, his admiration for the person who had created it grew and grew. No wonder this pill is so difficult to concoct. One stream of blood qi is a simple matter, but even just 2 requires vast amounts of augury and other calculations, along with incredible skill in the Tao of medicine. Working with 3 streams of blood qi is even more complicated, about 10 times more so than 2 streams. And then 4 streams. That's almost ridiculous. Clearly, the only way to succeed is to use the all-creation plants and vegetation technique to simplify matters. Bai Xiaochun's eyes shone with a strange light. Obviously, concocting the undying blood pill in the usual fashion was far too difficult. The only option was to do things backwards. Having reached this point in his train of thought, Bai Xiaochun pulled out a pill furnace and some medicinal plants, and started to familiarize himself with the concoction process. Instead of trying to succeed the first time around, he decided to do a bit of testing first. Time passed. Before long, half a month had gone by. Bai Xiaochun never stepped out of the Immortal's cave even once. He was completely immersed in his medicine concocting. He would concoct multiple batches per day, and whenever he ran out of blood flame stones, he would simply ask for more. It was the same with medicinal plants. It got to the point where medicinal plants were being sent over every day. Thankfully, the mountain peak had deep reserves. Bai Xiaochun became more and more familiar with the undying blood pill, and yet, as he did, he ruined one batch of spirit medicine after another. In the past, he would have simply discarded such ruined spirit medicine, but this time, he hesitated, and looked over at the cowering gargoyle over in the corner. I wonder if gargoyles eat spirit medicine? They're ruined, but they still have some power left in them. After some thought, he tossed one of the pills over to the gargoyle. Eat it, he said, looking on in anticipation. The gargoyle's intelligence was only starting to develop, but he understood what was being said, and pounced on the medicinal pill. Within a moment, the pill had turned into black smoke which the gargoyle quickly absorbed. Wow, he does eat them. Bai Xiaochun was quite pleased. From then on, he tossed all of the ruined pills over to the gargoyle. After absorbing the smoke from each pill, the gargoyle would burp loudly, and then laze off to the side with an intoxicated look on his face. Eventually, he would fall asleep. Ha ha ha. So smart of me. These ruined pills have a use after all. After ensuring that the gargoyle wasn't suffering any ill side effects, he felt more than ever that he'd done something great. With that, he continued to concoct pills, looking over at the gargoyle every once in a while and tossing him a ruined pill. He wasn't stingy at all. Time passed. Gradually, another half a month went by. During that time, Bai Xiaochun concocted many batches of pills, but every single one was a failure. Although he had gained enlightenment of the all-creation plants and vegetation technique, he wasn't familiar enough with it to use it consistently. Problems continued to crop up. However, Bai Xiaochun always came up with ways to overcome such problems. Furthermore, he didn't waste any of the ruined pills, but instead, fed them all to the gargoyle. I don't have anything else to give you, just these ruined pills. Bai Xiaochun was actually quite pleased with the situation. Cultivators couldn't consume ruined pills, but they seemed harmless to gargoyles. In fact, the gargoyle had grown quite a bit in the last month. Instead of looking like a tiny imp, he was now about as large as a 7 or 8-year-old child. Of course, he was pitch black, and surrounded by pulsing black mist. Most noteworthy of all was that the gargoyle seemed a lot more intelligent already. Instead of being completely useless, he was now able to assist by Xiaochun a bit when given simple orders. There were a few times when he seemed reluctant to consume the ruined pills, and yet he didn't dare to defy Bai Xiaochun's orders. On one occasion, Bai Xiaochun made a mistake, and could tell that the pill furnace was about to explode. He immediately backed up and called out, "You handle it, Shadow." Shadow raced over and passed through the outside of the pill furnace. Once inside, he took a deep breath, absorbing all of the spirit medicine. Afterward, he lay down on the ground off to the side, twitching, a glazed look in his eyes. Bai Xiaochun made a clicking sound with his tongue, very impressed by the gargoyle's behavior. "Not bad, Shadow, not bad." Excited, he continued with his concocting. At one point, the pill furnace began to emit pulsing black smoke, which Bai Xiaochun knew would cause some sort of disaster, either acid raid, diarrhea, hallucinations, or something else. Yet again, he called upon Shadow. "You handle it, Shadow." Shadow pounced, breathing in deeply and sucking away all of the smoke. Then he lay off to the side while the smoke wreaked havoc on his insides. If he had saliva, he would definitely have been frothing at the mouth. Bai Xiaochun was moved. "Great job, Shadow. You're awesome." Bai Xiaochun was very excited, and had already determined that he needed to bring Shadow with him whenever he concocted medicine. Shadow was truly outstanding. Whether it was ruined pills, noxious smoke, or exploding pill furnaces, he could solve all of the problems that cropped up when dealing with the impurities in the pills. Bai Xiaochun was so immersed in his medicine concocting that he didn't notice the rising spark of intelligence in little Shadow's eyes. That was apparently a result of consuming all of the impurities. Normally, he kept it well hidden, and always tried to seem dazed and foolish in front of Bai Xiaochun. At one point, Bai Xiaochun eyed a failed batch that had resulted in a strange pill. He had no idea what the pill did, and was just about to put it into his bag of holding, when he looked over at Shadow. Blinking, he said, "You handle it, Shadow." A tremor ran through Shadow, but then he flew over and took the pill. After consuming it, he flopped over onto his side. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 237, A Boom from Lesser Marsh Peak. Chapter 237, A Boom from Lesser Marsh Peak. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide. Just when he was going to go over to examine Shadow closer, Shadow suddenly leapt to his feet, howling as he transformed into a mist. Screaming, he burst out of the immortal's cave. Bai Xiaochun hurried out after him to find that the gargoyle had seemingly gone mad. He was running around, jumping up and down, sometimes collapsing into a shapeless mist, other times coalescing back into form. After a bit of time, he once again collapsed on the ground. From that moment on, whenever he looked at Bai Xiaochun, profound fear could be seen mixed in with the intelligence in his eyes. Things progressed like that for about half a month. Bai Xiaochun worked hard, and the Tier 4 undying blood pills slowly began to take form. He was already able to make pills with 3 streams of blood qi, and was on the very cusp of being able to produce 4. During that time, Shadow continued to consume medicinal pills. Although the quality of the pills improved, they were still ruined pills, and occasionally even toxic, but Shadow generally enjoyed them all. Shadow also enjoyed leaving the Immortal's cave occasionally and flying around above Nameless Peak. When he encountered other gargoyles belonging to other cultivators, it was clear that Shadow's murderous aura was much less pronounced than theirs. The law of the jungle prevailed in the Bloodstream sect, and it was even more brutal when it came to life among the gargoyles. The cultivators had to strictly control the gargoyles under their control, lest major issues crop up. However, there was something strange about Shadow. He got along with all of the other gargoyles on Nameless Peak, and never got into fights with them. Bai Xiaochun was quite surprised about that, but didn't put too much thought into it. He focused on concocting medicine. Another half a month passed, and he finally made a breakthrough and concocted a Tier 4 undying blood pill. When the 4 streams of blood qi finally combined, Bai Xiaochun began to laugh at the top of his lungs. Of course, his excitement came not from the fact that he had concocted the Tier 4 undying blood pill, but rather, because nobody had been affected during the concocting process. There had been no acid rain, no exploding furnaces, no toxic smoke, no diarrhea, nothing. Most exciting of all was that Bai Xiaochun finally felt as if he understood what it was like to be a grandmaster apothecary. Ha ha ha. Now people definitely can't call me plagued evil. I concocted medicine for Nameless Peak, and not a single problem cropped up. Of course, he was just as surprised as he was happy. Also surprised were all the other cultivators in the Bloodstream sect, especially those on Nameless Peak. Although they were still a bit leery, there didn't seem to be any signs of disasters. Apparently, Nightcrypt's medicine concocting truly had proceeded in complete safety. Has Plagued Evil really changed his ways? I can't believe that nothing happened during his medicine concocting. There was one thing that happened which no one noticed, however. Bai Xiaochun's gargoyle shadow had been making the rounds on Nameless Peak, getting to know all of the gargoyles there. The Blood Master and Grand Elder of Nameless Peak were delighted that the Tier 4 undying blood pill had been successfully concocted. Just as they'd promised, they provided generous compensation, along with a ceremony filled with pomp and splendor. They even decided that they would work more with Nightcrypt in the future. Although the ceremony was held on Nameless Peak, Grand Elder Song Junwan was invited to attend. It was held in Nameless Peak's Bloodmaster Temple, where Nightcrypt was lavished with endless praise. Bai Xiaochun felt that it wasn't the time to call attention to himself, so he simply stuck his chin up and smiled coolly. Off to the side, Song Junwan watched the proceedings with a smile, and whenever she looked at Nightcrypt, her eyes would shine. Before long, the ceremony had been going for about an hour. At that point, Nameless Peak's Blood Master laughed loudly and walked over to Nightcrypt. Junior brother Nightcrypt, you are a real genius in the Tao of medicine, a true rarity in the world. In the future, your name is sure to rock the entire eastern reaches of the world of cultivation. If you ever concoct a Tier 5 undying blood pill, you will surely shake the entire sect. I'm sure that day isn't very far off. Nameless Peak's Grand Elder then chimed in, anyone who concocts a Tier 5 undying blood pill will receive a big reward from the sect, and will be credited as having performed a major service. As everyone clustered around Bai Xiaochun, chatting and laughing, he listened to their words with great pleasure. Just when he was about to do a bit of bragging, a deafening boom could be heard from outside. It was like thunder from heaven, and came so suddenly that everyone was startled. All of Nameless Peak shook violently, and cracks even appeared in the ground. There was also a blast of heat that swept over everything. The entire crowd in Nameless Peak's Bloodmaster Temple looked out the door, their faces flickering with shock. Outside, the sky had turned gray, and everything was still shaking. It wasn't Nameless Peak alone, Corpse Peak and Middle Peak were also physically rocking back and forth. The inner sect district was thrown into complete chaos, as was the outer sect district. People were screaming and shouting, and almost immediately, beams of light could be seen as people flew up into the air. Even the Bloodstream sect's grand spell formation activated. What just happened? Don't tell me someone is attacking the Bloodstream sect. The war's starting. Even Ancestor Peak was completely shaken. As the blast of heat passed over it, the shocked Prime Elders sent Divine Sense out to scan the entire sect. Bai Xiaochun's face fell as he raced out of Bloodmaster Temple along with everyone else. The entire group was shaken, and as for Bai Xiaochun, he was panting. Moments later, he was outside. Song Junwan took her place by his side, looking around vigilantly. Cultivators were flying up from all of the other mountain peaks, looks of shock on their faces. Before long, all gazes shifted in the direction of Lesser Marsh Peak. Clouds of shocking black smoke were pouring up into the air from that direction. The source of the smoke was a location right between the lower and upper finger, where massive fissures spread out in all directions from a huge hole. Because of the belching black smoke, everyone soon realized where that huge boom had originated. Lesser Marsh Peak? What happened over there? Xiaochun squinted his eyes as he looked over at the masses of black smoke. After a moment, his eyes went wide, and his heart began to pound. The big boom from moments ago had somehow seemed vaguely familiar, and after taking a look at the source of the black smoke, he realized that it was where he had been concocting medicine on Lesser Marsh Peak. Clearly, the sound from moments ago had come from an exploding pill furnace. In that moment, he suddenly recalled that he had left a batch of medicinal pills brewing on Lesser Marsh Peak. Beads of sweat appeared on his forehead, and his heart began to pound even harder. That was when the wails of anguish began to rise up from Lesser Marsh Peak, and Xiaochun's scalp began to tingle. I'm finished. Kaput. Even as Xiaochun began to tremble in fear, and the rest of the bloodstream sect looked on in shock, several beams of light flew out from Lesser Marsh Peak. In the lead was the Lesser Marsh Peak Blood Master. He was shaking visibly, and his eyes were bloodshot. As he looked down at the chaos on Lesser Marsh Peak, he seemed like he wanted to cry. After a moment, he threw his head back and let out a howl of grief. He knew that everything that was happening was because of Nightcrypt. With that, he prepared to call out by name the person who was at fault, then, to track him down and kill him. However, before the name Nightcrypt could escape his lips, Xiaochun took action. Forcing his eyes to instantly become bloodshot, he strode forward toward the Lesser Marsh Peak Bloodmaster and shouted out in a voice that could shake heaven and earth, "My treasured pill!" Beating his chest with his fists and tugging at his hair, he howled like a lunatic as he then shot at top speed toward Lesser Marsh Peak. Why is this happening? Dear heavens! What happened? My treasured pill! He seemed to be going mad as he flew in a beam of light toward the source of the smoke on Lesser Marsh Peak, which was the center of all the chaos. Lesser Marsh Peak was now completely scorched black, and more than half of the buildings and Immortals' caves were completely destroyed. The cultivators all seemed to be in very bad shape, and flames of rage burned in their eyes. However, as soon as they saw Xiaochun, expressions of fear filled their faces. Xiaochun ignored them as he raced in the direction of where he had been concocting medicine on Lesser Marsh Peak. The entire area was a crater. There was no spell formation, no Immortals' cave. The only things left behind were the shattered chunks of the pill furnace and intense heat. In the air above the mountain peak were the Blood Master, the Grand Elder, and the Bloodstreak Elders. Many of them had blood oozing out of their mouths, and all of them looked astonished. The entire lot had been aware that Nightcrypt could be annoying, but none of them could ever have imagined that he could produce tragic results like this. Nightcrypt! Growled the Blood Master, a shocking level of killing intent burning in his eyes as he flew toward Xiaochun. In the same moment that the Blood Master started moving toward him, Xiaochun began to tremble. Spinning around, he howled madly, "Lesser Marsh Peak Blood Master! I spent 3 months on that treasured pill. I poured my own blood, sweat, and tears into it. It was almost a Tier 5 medicine." Xiaochun's face was twisted as if with grief and madness, and an increasingly murderous aura was building up around him. Damn it, Blood Master, didn't you tell me that pill furnace couldn't explode? Didn't you tell me it was a precious treasure? Why did you lie to me? Xiaochun seemed insane, even more maddened than the Lesser Marsh Peak Blood Master. At first, it seemed like he was simply making wild accusations in his madness. You? The Lesser Marsh Peak Blood Master was incensed, but after he began to speak, realized there was little that he could say. Why? Why did you lie to me? All of my hard work, all of my effort concocting that pill, was based on a lie. You said it was a precious treasure taken from the Pillstream sect, that it wouldn't explode under any circumstances. If you had told me ahead of time that the pill furnace could blow up, then I would never have wasted so many precious medicinal plants. I could have just used ordinary concocting methods. Oh, my treasured pill. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 238, Tier 5 Spirit Medicine. Chapter 238, Tier 5 Spirit Medicine. Do you know how much of my own blood, sweat, and tears I poured into this treasured pill? Bai Xiaochun shouted hoarsely. Damn it! Why didn't you tell me the truth instead of lying to me? Crowds of bloodstream sect cultivators were converging on the scene to watch, and the streams of divine sense from Ancestor Peak were focused on the area. I told you not to get close to the pill furnace. Tell me, did you get close? Did you? Bai Xiaochun finally began to chuckle bitterly, his face a mask of disappointment and sadness. There was no way for the Lesser Marsh Peak Bloodmaster and Grand Elder to offer a retort to Bai Xiaochun's words. The Bloodmaster truly had told Bai Xiaochun that the pill furnace couldn't explode, and had also promised to take responsibility for any situations which arose. Bai Xiaochun's last words hit especially close to home. The truth was that because the heat radiating from the pill furnace had continued to increase, slowly scorching everything on Lesser Marsh Peak, they actually had felt they had no other choice than to approach the furnace to take a look. They were in the wrong, and yet, the losses sustained by Lesser Marsh Peak were so vast that they couldn't restrain their rage. The Bloodmaster gritted his teeth and said, "You jabbering troublemaker. Lesser Marsh Peak trusted you. We asked you to concoct medicine for us, and if you had, I would have taken responsibility. But I don't see any spirit medicine. You destroyed Lesser Marsh Peak, Night Crypt. I demand an explanation." Snorting coldly, the Bloodmaster took a step forward as if to grab Bai Xiaochun, and hopefully gain something from this disaster. Hold on. Bai Xiaochun said. Looking very serious, he took a step forward and breathed in deeply through his nose. Something's off here. That smell. Do you sense that medicinal aroma? The Lesser Marsh Peak Bloodmaster frowned. Snorting coldly, he proceeded toward Bai Xiaochun, but even as he did, Bai Xiaochun flickered into motion, appearing a moment later next to a chunk that had once made up the wall of the pill furnace. Looking shaken and incredulous, he pulled the chunk off to the side, revealing a medicinal pill underneath, which glowed with 5-colored light. It also emanated a strong medicinal aroma which, combined with the 5-colored light, caused the eyes of everyone who could see it to go wide. Their minds began to spin, and many people even gasped or cried out in shock. Is that a Tier 5 spirit medicine? I've never even seen a Tier 5 spirit medicine before. Even the Pillstream sect only has a few people who can concoct them. Tier 5 spirit medicines are all priceless treasures. A 5-colored glow is one of the signs that appears when a Tier 5 spirit medicine is concocted. Heavens! I can't believe it's actually a Tier 5 spirit medicine, but... As the crowd erupted into pandemonium, Bai Xiaochun mustered his courage, reached out, and grabbed the pill. He had never imagined that he would end up concocting a Tier 5 spirit medicine, and wanted to simply take it and run. However, with so many people present, that wasn't possible. Bai Xiaochun wasn't the only shocked one. The Lesser Marsh Peak Bloodmaster stood off to the side, along with the Grand Elder and Bloodstreak Elders, and all of them were gasping. When he saw Bai Xiaochun pick up the spirit medicine, the Bloodmaster suddenly started laughing good-naturedly, and his murderous aura vanished. A misunderstanding, that's all. A misunderstanding. Ha ha ha. I was pulling your leg just now, Grandmaster Night Crypt. The Bloodmaster hurried forward, his face filled with a sincere smile. Bai Xiaochun snorted coldly. However, he couldn't think of anything to say in response, and was already racking his brains as he tried to figure out what to do next. How about this, Grandmaster Night Crypt? Lesser Marsh Peak would like to triple our previous offer of compensation. The Bloodmaster, the Grand Elder, and the Bloodstreak Elders all hurried forward to cluster around Bai Xiaochun. That was when Song Junwan, who had been standing off to the side the entire time, stepped forward and coolly said, how dare you threaten one of my Middle Peak cultivators right in front of me? The hearts of the elders began to pound, and an extremely unsightly expression appeared on the Bloodmaster's face. As the two parties faced off, an ancient voice suddenly rumbled out from Ancestor Peak. Nightcrypt has concocted a Tier 5 spirit medicine, and is a true chosen of the Bloodstream sect. Let him be appointed as a Bloodstreak Elder of Middle Peak. At the same time, a blurry figure appeared in midair, an old man wearing a blood-colored robe. The incredible pressure radiating off of him caused everyone in the area to feel shaken, and they spontaneously bowed their heads and clasped hands in formal greetings. Regarding the pill, it belongs to Lesser Marsh Peak. However, Lesser Marsh Peak shall prepare the materials necessary, and personally craft the Bloodstreak battle robe for Nightcrypt. That old man was none other than the Song Clan Patriarch. As soon as Bai Xiaochun realized who he was, he took a deep breath, then clasped hands and bowed. No one would dare to defy the orders of the Song Clan Patriarch. However, the Song Clan Patriarch wasn't finished speaking. His placid voice continued to echo out through the sect. It's good that everyone is gathered here, as I have 3 important announcements to make. First, in 8 days, the cultivators of the 4 mountain peaks will all sacrifice some of their blood chi to summon the Bloodstream sect's Grand Lich. Second, in a month, the trial by fire for the position of Middle Peak Blood Master will begin. Third, we will be going to war soon. As the Song Clan Patriarch looked around at the gathered cultivators, gasps could be heard, and murderous auras began to build up. War! War! Everyone began howling at the tops of their lungs, causing the entire Bloodstream sect to shake. Although Bai Xiaochun was yelling just like everyone else in the crowd, he was actually feeling very anxious inside. Very well, you're all dismissed. The Song Clan Patriarch looked at Nightcrypt, smiled, and then turned and vanished. Excited at the prospect of the coming war, everyone returned to their various mountain peaks. Although Bai Xiaochun was reluctant to give up the Tier 5 spirit medicine, he had no choice but to hand it over to the Lesser Marsh Peak Bloodmaster. Then, he left with Song Junwan to go back to Middle Peak. Song Junwan didn't say much on the way back to Middle Peak, but her eyes flashed with cold light. As for Bai Xiaochun, he was wrapped up in his own thoughts, and didn't feel like saying anything either. When they finally arrived, Song Junwan looked over at him and said, Nightcrypt, in the trial by fire for the position of Middle Peak Bloodmaster, I want you to stand as Dharma Protector for me, to help me win the title. The trial by fire will be dangerous, so you don't need to give me an answer right now. I'll be going into secluded meditation to prepare. You can inform me of your decision after I come out. She gave him a deep look and then headed toward the upper finger. Bai Xiaochun watched her leave, complex feelings twisting his heart. Eventually, he found himself back in his Immortal's cave, sitting there cross-legged, more worried than ever. Based on what the Song Clan Patriarch had just said, Bai Xiaochun realized that all of the discussion amongst the Bloodstream sect patriarchs had led to a decision. The war with the Spirit Stream sect would happen, and in only a few months. The next 7 days passed relatively uneventfully. Early in the morning of the 8th day, the sound of tolling bells filled the Bloodstream sect. Bai Xiaochun took a deep breath and strode out of his Immortal's cave to find that virtually all of the Foundation Establishment cultivators from the 4 mountain peaks were flying through the air toward the upper fingers of each of their respective mountains. Then, 8 figures appeared, flying out from Ancestor Peak. They were like giants that caused rumbling sounds to fill the area, and shone with dazzling light that made it impossible to see anything more than their outlines. As soon as those 8 figures appeared, the cultivators all dropped to their knees to kowtow. Greetings, patriarchs. Bai Xiaochun was immediately shaken. Those 8 figures were none other than the 8 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect. Patriarch Limitless and the Song Clan Patriarch were among them. There was another among the group who wore a violet robe. He seemed to surpass all of the other patriarchs as he hovered there in midair like a brilliantly shining sun. Intense pressure immediately weighed down on the entire area. Everyone, release your blood chi, open the blood portal. The voice rang out to fill the entire hand that the bloodstream sect rested on, shaking everything as a huge spell formation appeared. Blood chi exploded out, starting from Lesser Marsh Peak. As the blood chi streamed from the tip of the finger, it formed a blood-colored pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Next, the same thing happened on Nameless Peak, Middle Peak, Corpse Peak, and finally, Ancestor Peak. Ru-yu-yu-umbul. 5 beams of blood-colored light shot up, staining the entire sky the color of blood, and creating an enormous vortex. The cultivators of the bloodstream sect were shaken, and could feel their blood chi seething as they unleashed the power of their cultivation bases. At that point, one of the patriarchs stepped forward, a middle-aged man who was strikingly handsome. There was something entrancing about him that made anyone who looked at him want to admire and trust him. "I am Droughtflame, and I will take the lead in summoning the reserve powers of the bloodstream sect. I need the help of 9 disciples to help refine the chi and blood. Su Xiaochun, Song Ke, Xueme, Han Dong, Zhou Zhengfeng." Although he was speaking in a calm tone, he was a patriarch, which caused even ordinary words spoken by him to carry vast pressure. Every time he called out a name, that person would fly up into the air to stand in front of him. Soon, 8 individuals had been called forth, and the sight of the assembled group caused the other bloodstream sect disciples to gasp. Every single one of the group of 8 were Earthstream Foundation establishment cultivators with the power of multiple tide flows. All of them were top chosen in the bloodstream sect. Then, Patriarch Droughtflame's eyes came to rest on Middle Peak, and he uttered the last of the 9 names. Night Crypt. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 239, Should I Help Myself to a Bit? Chapter 239, Should I Help Myself to a Bit? Although Bai Xiaochun was a bit taken aback, he quickly put a somber expression on his face and made sure his murderous aura was on full display. Then he shot up into the air to appear in front of Patriarch Droughtflame along with the other 8. Not a single bloodstream sect disciple was shocked that Nightcrypt would be part of the group. In fact, for Patriarch Droughtflame to call him out was exactly what many people had expected would happen. Not a single person even felt like commenting on the matter. Obviously, Plagued Evil was one of the most famous people in the bloodstream sect, and everyone recognized that he was a powerful chosen, but not only did the crowds of disciples on the mountain peaks feel that way, Song Ke and the other chosen didn't dispute his qualifications at all, although brutal gleams did appear in their eyes. Bai Xiaochun had already been in the bloodstream sect for a few years now. To mortals, that might be considered quite a while, but for cultivators, that amount of time would flash by very quickly. Even still, it couldn't be considered a very short period of time. Bai Xiaochun had worked hard, and step by step, reached the stage in which he was the focus of all attention, and had secured the approval of the entire sect. Bai Xiaochun could sense that fact, and although he had been prepared for this day to come, even he couldn't help but gasp inwardly at the status he had attained. It filled his heart with contentment and pride. HMMMMPHHH. Wherever Lord Bai goes, he ends up shining as brightly as the sun or moon. AI, who made me this outstanding? Although he felt wonderful inside, not a trace of those feelings showed on the outside. He looked as cold and dangerous as ever, with a powerful murderous aura that rivaled all of the other 8 chosen. The 8 patriarchs were all blurry and difficult to make out clearly, but when they looked at Nightcrypt, it was clear that they were nodding in approval. Some of the patriarchs even studied him more closely than the other chosen. The fact that a Mortal Dao Foundation establishment cultivator could rise up in the fashion Nightcrypt had was so strange that some of the patriarchs had grown suspicious, and had secretly investigated him. However, because the mask he wore was a true precious treasure, throughout the years, not a single clue had ever slipped out that might reveal his secret. Furthermore, his skill in the Tao of medicine was so important to the bloodstream sect that none of the patriarchs took their own suspicions too seriously. The 9 of you will sit in meditation in front of these blood altars, Patriarch Droughtflame said. He waved his hand, sending 9 beams of blood-colored light flying out, which transformed into 9 blood-colored altars. Transform Qi into blood to help me open the portal and summon the Grand Lich. Bai Xiaochun and the others all settled down in front of their respective blood altars. In truth, there was no need for special help from these 9 cultivators to summon the Grand Lich. However, after some discussion, the patriarchs had decided that because of the upcoming war, they should get a first-hand look at the power at the sect's disposal. Among the 8 patriarchs, Patriarch Droughtflame was the one most insistent on going to war, and therefore, he took charge of summoning the reserve powers of the sect, as well as looking over the 9 cultivators who were being tested in the process. His gaze seemed to contain intense pressure that left Bai Xiaochun shaken inwardly. It was almost as if he could see the secrets of everyone he looked at. Even the other 8 cultivators surrounding Bai Xiaochun averted their gazes humbly. Eventually, Patriarch Droughtflame looked away from them, turning his gaze up into the sky. He then lifted his right hand and waved it through the air. In response, the blood-colored beams of light shooting up from the 5 mountain peaks all rumbled and began to grow larger. Simultaneously, the blood-colored vortex grew larger, and in the very center of it, a huge blood-colored eye became visible. As the eye opened, the sky dimmed, and a massive wind kicked up. Intense pressure filled the world, and a blood mist spread out in all directions. All of the Bloodstream sect disciples down below were shaken, and prostrated themselves toward the eye. Look up, and see the power which lets the Bloodstream sect dominate the other 3 sects. Patriarch Droughtflame's voice seemed to contain a bizarre power that forced everyone who heard it to look up into the blood eye in the sky. Bai Xiaochun was deeply shaken. However, it was at that point that his undying live forever technique stirred, and gradually seemed to form a resonance with the blood eye. Song Ke, Xueme and the others were all mentally shaken, and yet none of them dared to look down. They forced their heads up to look at the blood eye in the vortex above. Many people cried out in shock. Even Song Ke and the other chosen, despite their high position and deeper understanding of the secrets of the sect, couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and his mind felt like it was filled with crashing lightning. Within that blood-colored eye, just outside of the very pupil, were 4 shadowy figures, one of them being an enormous, violet-colored skeleton. The skeleton was covered with crackling lightning, as well as a swirling aura of death. Although it wasn't moving at all, it emanated a powerful pressure that left anyone who could see it completely shaken. Bai Xiaochun knew a bit about Corpse Peak, and based on that, he quickly came to the conclusion that this was a Grand Lich. On Corpse Peak, there was nothing more powerful than Grand Liches, which surpassed even Flying Ghouls. Flying Ghouls are comparable to core formation cultivators, but Grand Liches are like nascent soul patriarchs. The second blurry figure within the eye was a black mist that seemed to be filled with tens of millions of faces. All of those faces seemed to belong to old men, and radiated a powerful sensation of time. Within that mist was a gargoyle, and from the powerful pressure it radiated, it didn't seem to be any less powerful than the Grand Lich, but the third shadowy figure was nothing more than a pile of dried-up skin that was so old it was impossible to determine its age. It radiated a terrifying aura that was even stronger than that of the Grand Lich or the gargoyle. Just looking at it filled one with a sense of wonderment. Many of the Bloodstream sect cultivators who saw it were left gasping. Shaken, Bai Xiaochun looked over at the 4th shadowy figure, which was actually a sword. It was a blood-colored sword, upon which sat a crimson imp. The imp had no hair on its head, and although it was only about as big as a person's hand, it radiated an intense murderous aura that surpassed the other 3 shadowy figures. Corpse Peak's Grand Lich, Nameless Peak's Million-Faced Gargoyle, Lesser Marsh Peak's Totem Canvas, Middle Peak's Ancestral Sword. These are the signature relics of the Bloodstream sect, and they are actually defending what exists in the pupil of the Blood Eye, another of the Blood Ancestors' powerful reserve forces. Behold the complete sacrificial Blood Dao formation. Patriarch Droughtflame waved his right hand, and the pupil in the Blood Eye began to expand to slowly reveal a 5th shadowy figure. Clearly, it was being protected by the 4 figures outside of the pupil. The sight of the precious 5th resource of the sect caused Bai Xiaochun to begin panting, and his eyes to widen as he slowly came to see a scarecrow. It was bizarre in appearance, with a patch of human skin held in one hand, and a steelyard balance in the other. A monstrous smile covered its face that made it seem as if it were sneering at the world. When Bai Xiaochun looked into the scarecrow's eyes, that smile seemed to fill his entire heart and mind. Within moments, though, the Heavendao aura within Bai Xiaochun spread out, driving the image of the scarecrow out from inside of him. As he sat there panting in recovery, he noticed that Patriarch Droughtflame seemed to be looking at him with approval. The other 8 chosen around him were in all still in a daze. Xiaochun was the next to recover, followed by Song Quebec. One by one, they drove out the image from within their minds. "These are the reserve powers of the Bloodstream sect," Patriarch Droughtflame said, speaking to the sect as a whole. "Unleash your blood chi. As for the 9 of you chosen, begin the refinement process. Help me summon the Grand Lich." After summoning the Grand Lich, the other spirits will eventually awaken of their own volition. After they have all woken, the sacrificial Blood Dao formation can emerge from within the world of the Blood Eye. Immediately, the innumerable cultivators in the Bloodstream sect who were below the core formation stage all began to rotate their cultivation bases. Foundation establishment cultivators, inner sect disciples, outer sect disciples. Tens of thousands of cultivators all called upon the power of their cultivation bases to send blood chi streaming out. A blood mist formed, rising up into the air toward the 9 blood altars, into which it merged. Bai Xiaochun was seated in front of the 5th of the blood altars, and a tremor ran through him as the powerful blood chi began to merge into the altar, and through it, into him. Before he even had time to think about what was happening, his undying live forever technique sprang into operation, absorbing the blood chi. He looked around, and saw that Xiaochun, Song Ke, and the others were all absorbing the blood chi. Apparently, they were using their own bodies as vessels, combined with a Bloodstream sect's secret magic, they were transforming the chi into blood. Xiaochun was the first to succeed. A drop of blood emerged from the top of her head and floated up to rest above her. Song Ke was next. Bai Xiaochun quickly followed suit, using his special undying blood refinement technique to transform the blood chi inside of him into a drop of blood, which then floated up out of the top of his head. Soon, blood had emerged from all 9 of the chosen. Time passed, and the drops of blood grew larger. After enough time had passed for an incense stick to burn, Xiaochun's eyes snapped open. The blood above her head, which was already the size of a fist, flew over toward Patriarch Droughtflame. Patriarch Droughtflame's eyes flickered, and then he nodded his head slightly. The blood then transformed into a red beam of light that shot up toward the Grand Lich and the Blood Eye. A moment later, it touched the bones of the Lich, which caused it to shake slightly, and a faint aura of life force began to emanate out from it. 8 more drops of blood. Patriarch Droughtflame said coolly. As massive amounts of blood chi continued to pour into the blood altars, Bai Xiaochun looked on with a somber expression. However, inwardly, he was shaken. So much blood chi, he thought. Should I help myself to a bit of it? If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 240, I'm just too honest. Chapter 240, I'm just too honest. At first, Bai Xiaochun was a bit hesitant. He looked around at the other chosen in front of their blood altars and saw that, other than Xiaochun, who had already succeeded, everyone else was still working with the blood chi. After confirming the situation, Bai Xiaochun was actually starting to get a bit angry at the excessive actions of the others. Take Song Ke, for example. He had a foundation of 8 tide flows, and although it seemed reasonable that he would be slower than Xiaochun, he shouldn't be that much slower. However, he was clearly only about 70% finished. Everyone else was in a similar situation, with the slowest of the group being only 30% complete. Apparently I'm just too honest, he thought. I can't believe I'm still trying to figure out what to do, while those other jerks are already helping themselves to the blood chi to further their own cultivation. Feeling more righteous than ever, he looked over at Xiaochun and mused that she really was a fool. Apparently, her honesty was almost at the same level as his own. Whatever. I guess I'll just give in to the peer pressure. Since I'm undercover here, I don't want to do anything to stand out too much. I need to fit in, that's for sure. I really don't want to do this. Sighing inwardly, he took a deep breath, and then began to siphon away about 90% of the blood qi. Because of the suddenness of his action, the blood sphere above his head, which was already about half formed, suddenly withered. Although nobody down below noticed, Song Ke and the others did, and their eyes burned with rage as they cursed him inwardly. Patriarch Droughtflame hesitated for a moment, and gave Bai Xiaochun a closer look. Strange expressions could be seen on the faces of the other patriarchs. Actually, in addition to calling upon these 9 chosen to help summon the Grand Lich, the patriarchs had also intended for them to take advantage of the opportunity to increase their cultivation bases. As for exactly how much they could improve their cultivation bases while simultaneously not drawing too much attention, that would be up to each individual. Because Xueme was focused on becoming Bloodmaster, she disdained such actions, and the patriarchs ignored that. But then Nightcrypt, despite being half finished, suddenly began to siphon away most of the blood qi for himself. If Nightcrypt were the only one to do such a thing, it might not have mattered. However, a few moments later, Song Ke, Xiaochun, and the others all followed suit. The patriarchs couldn't allow such a thing to go on. After all, an underworldly fire had begun to burn around the Grand Lich and the Blood Eye. Whoever delays the summoning of the Grand Lich by not completing their blood sphere in the time it takes an incense stick to burn will be personally transformed into a lich by me. The Song clan patriarch snorted coldly and then spoke out in a voice that could only be heard by Bai Xiaochun and the others. Bai Xiaochun's heart trembled. The blood qi he had just absorbed had already helped him significantly. His undying heavenly king had already climbed up to the power of 5 ghosts. So stingy, he muttered to himself. However, he didn't dare to defy the patriarchs, and immediately restrained himself. Everyone else bowed their heads, and soon, the allotted deadline approached. By this point, Bai Xiaochun and the others all had blood spheres that were about 90% complete. The final 10% would require full concentration all the way down to the last second. After all, no one wanted to complete their spheres early. The best thing to do was wait until the last possible moment, and thus take advantage of the unbelievable opportunity that had been presented to further their cultivation with the help of the entire Bloodstream sect. In the short amount of time it takes an incense stick to burn, Bai Xiaochun's undying heavenly king made another breakthrough. His fleshly body power now was equivalent to 6 berserk ghosts. He was tingling all over, and had to resist the urge to look up and howl at the top of his lungs. Can't keep this up, unfortunately. Time's almost up. Although he was reluctant to stop, there was nothing else to do. Sighing inwardly, he was just about to take advantage of the final few dozen breaths of time to complete the blood sphere, when suddenly his heart thumped. I wonder, if I put a bit of my own undying blood into the mix, would I be able to control the Grand Lich? The thought excited him, and if it actually worked, could be considered an incredible service for the Spirit Stream sect. But then he thought about how well the Bloodstream sect had treated him, and was torn. Song Junwan, the Song clan patriarch, as well as the other Grand Elders, have all treated me pretty well. Although they're a bit brutal, overall, they're not bad. Sighing, he also considered the fact that with his current cultivation base, it didn't seem very likely that he would be able to control a Grand Lich. And yet, he still couldn't make a decision. Well, I might as well try. Whether I succeed or not will be up to the will of the heavens. Bai Xiaochun's eyes flickered, and he looked down. As everyone continued to transform the qi into blood, he did the same. And yet, he also extracted a bit of blood qi from his undying blood, and mixed it into the blood qi being provided by everyone else. A few dozen breaths of time passed, and Patriarch Droughtflame's eyes flickered as he announced that the process was now ending. At that point, a blood sphere flew over from Song Ke, Xiaochun, and everyone else. Bai Xiaochun nervously opened his eyes as his blood sphere also flew over. His blood sphere looked exactly like everyone else's, but also contained some authentic undying blood within it. they shouldn't notice, he thought. After all, my undying blood is true and authentic. Any other kind of undying blood is only a replica. Even if they do notice, they'll just think it's because I'm stronger than everyone else. After all, I did perform an inverse blood ancestral awakening. As the 8 blood spheres flew over, Patriarch Droughtflame studied them briefly, then waved his hand, sending them flying up to the Grand Lich and the Blood Eye. Bai Xiaochun breathed a sigh of relief as the blood spheres merged into the Grand Lich. Moments later, a powerful life force erupted out, and the underworldly fire in the Grand Lich's eyes began to burn even more brightly than before. Then, the Grand Lich slowly rose to its feet, threw his head back and roared. That roar shook heaven and earth, and caused all light to dim as a shocking energy radiated out. A gale force wind sprang up, sweeping across everything, casting everything into murky darkness. As the Grand Lich awoke, the million-faced gargoyle, the withered patch of skin, and the blood sword all trembled. Apparently, they were now heading toward the point of awakening. Cracking sounds echoed out in all directions as fissures began to fill the pupil of the Blood Eye, as if a magical seal were being broken. Before Bai Xiaochun had time to assess whether or not his idea had worked, Patriarch Droughtflame waved his sleeve, as did all of the other patriarchs. Eyes glittering, they all flew toward the Blood Eye. The last to reach it was the Song Clan Patriarch. Turning to look at everyone down below, he said, "In a month, the trial by fire for the position of Middle Peak Blood Master will begin." Even as his thunderous voice continued to echo back and forth through the sect, he stepped into the Blood Eye. In that instant, the million-faced gargoyle awoke. The patch of withered skin suddenly began to radiate life force, and the imp on the blood sword opened its eyes. At the same time, more and more fissures spread out over the pupil, and it began to collapse. It was as if a door were being opened, that the 8 patriarchs of the Bloodstream sect were now entering. Rumble! The sky suddenly seemed to fade, and the Blood Eye vanished. Down below, the cultivators of the Bloodstream sect looked up from their meditation. The sect leader and the Grand Elders then dismissed the crowds. However, many questions remained in the minds of all present. They had all seen the reserve powers, and yet, were unsure why the patriarchs had entered the Blood Eye. For some reason, no matter how they considered the matter, they couldn't help but assume it had something to do with the war. Bai Xiaochun was more nervous than ever. In the end, he'd been unable to determine whether or not his idea had worked. He pondered the matter as he headed back to his immortal's cave, where he stabilized the increase in power of his fleshly body. In the blink of an eye, nearly an entire month passed. Soon, it was only 3 days before the appointed day mentioned by the Song Clan Patriarch, the trial by fire for the position of Middle Peak Bloodmaster. By that point, everyone in the Bloodstream sect was talking about the trial by fire. Every generation of the Bloodstream sect always had 4 Bloodmasters, who would eventually become Blood Rippers, a position higher than the Prime Elder. In this generation, the Middle Peak Bloodmaster was the last spot that needed to be filled. Now that war was looming on the horizon, the trial by fire would finally be held to select the individual to become Bloodmaster. After the Bloodmaster was selected, the battle prowess of Middle Peak as a whole would be increased. It was an important matter for the entire Bloodstream sect, and even more so for the cultivators from Middle Peak. After all, in theory, any Foundation establishment cultivator from Middle Peak could eventually become Blood Master. Of course, it was common knowledge that this generation's Blood Master would be one of 2 people. Either it would be Xiaochun, or it would be Grand Elder Song Junwan. Discussions raged as the trial by fire neared. It will definitely be young lady Xiaochun. She's at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment with 9 tide flows. If she doesn't become Blood Master, that would be a big loss for us here on Middle Peak. I think the Grand Elder also has a good chance of succeeding. After all, she's in the great circle of Foundation establishment. Xiaochun might be at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment, but that's still only mid-Foundation establishment. She's not quite on the same level as the Grand Elder. The Blood Master trial by fire doesn't just come down to cultivation base power. There are other factors, such as the strength of the Dharma protectors they bring along. The night before the trial by fire was to begin, Bai Xiaochun was meditating in his immortal's cave, when suddenly, Grand Elder Song Junwan appeared outside. She was cloaked in moonlight as she came to stand outside the door, and when she smiled, she looked more beautiful than ever. "Junior brother Nightcrypt, are you well rested?" she asked softly. "If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc. please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible." Chapter 241, The Blood Devil is the Blood Lord. Chapter 241, The Blood Devil is the Blood Lord. In the days preceding Song Junwan's arrival outside his immortal's cave, Bai Xiaochun had pondered what to do regarding her request. He knew that after she emerged from seclusion, she would come looking for him, to ask for his help during the trial by fire for the position of Blood Master. For many days, she hadn't come. Just when he was trying to decide whether or not to take the initiative to go see her, he heard her voice. At that point, his eyes glittered, and he cleared his throat. Instead of immediately opening the door of the immortal's cave, he decided to take advantage of the situation to make her wait outside, thus increasing his own perceived value. In truth, he wasn't sure which decision was correct. After all, if he didn't join her, he could take advantage of her absence to attempt to sneak into her immortal's cave and acquire the relic of eternal indestructibility. If he succeeded, then it would definitely be unnecessary for him to participate in the trial by fire. However, that option was also inherently dangerous, so dangerous that it was hard to decide if it was a better choice than the trial by fire. Even as he sat there thinking, the door of his immortal's cave swished open quietly, and Song Junwan stepped inside. "You!" Bai Xiaochun was so startled he jumped up and walked backward a few steps. His immortal's cave was protected by a defensive spell formation, and yet Song Junwan had somehow entered despite it. She smiled enigmatically as she looked Bai Xiaochun up and down, almost as if her gaze could pierce into his heart. "I'm the Grand Elder of Middle Peak, and I currently stand in for the Blood Master here. I control every blade of grass and every rock. If I want to go into an immortal's cave, nobody can do a thing to stop me. Besides, why would junior brother Nightcrypt refuse to let me into his immortal's cave? Instead of making you say the words, I just decided to take the initiative." With that, she sat down in a stone chair and rested her chin on her palm. Although her gaze wasn't seductive, there was something enticing about it, something that tugged at Bai Xiaochun's heart in shocking fashion. His expression turned somber, and he growled, "Is becoming the Blood Master really that important to you?" Song Junwan looked back at him quietly for a moment, then nodded. For many years, the Song clan has administered Middle Peak, and generations of Blood Masters have all been chosen from our clan. But this time around, things changed. Our patriarch made a deal with Patriarch Limitless, and one of the conditions was that the slut Xueme would have a chance to compete for the position of Blood Master. In exchange, we got information about Heavendal Foundation establishment. Unfortunately, Song K failed to live up to expectations, and didn't reach Heavendal Foundation establishment. Even worse was that the slut Xueme unexpectedly reached 9 tide flows. As of this point, Kair is no match for her. Therefore, I am the only person left who has a chance at becoming Blood Master. And that is why I need your help. With you as one of my Dharma protectors, I think I have a hope of actually succeeding." With that, Song Junwan waited for Bai Xiaochun's response. Bai Xiaochun didn't say anything at first. After hearing about the details of Xueme's involvement, everything made a lot more sense. However, he still felt that the competition for the position would be very dangerous. A long moment passed, and Song Junwan continued, "I wouldn't ask you to help me if it wouldn't benefit you as well. Considering that you're already a Bloodstreak Elder, if I succeed, I will strongly recommend you to be the next Grand Elder." For some reason, she blushed slightly, and the charming seductiveness in her eyes seemed to intensify. It was almost like she were casting her vixen-like claws into Bai Xiaochun in an attempt to drag him in. Bai Xiaochun coughed lightly and averted his gaze. Inside, he was still trying to decide what would be best. If he didn't participate in the trial by fire, there was always the chance that he could secretly acquire the relic of eternal indestructibility. Although making that attempt would be a big risk, participating in the trial by fire would be equally risky. In one situation, he would have almost no control over how things played out. In the other, he would have a bit of control. In one scenario, here was a high chance of success despite the danger. In the other, the chances of success weren't as high, but were still good. It took some time, but he made his choice. Gritting his teeth inwardly, he looked at Song Junwan and said, "If you want to become Blood Master, then of course I'll help you. However, I'd like to know a bit about the trial by fire. How exactly does the process work? How do you become a Blood Master?" He had already decided that, even though he would attempt to help Song Junwan, his own safety was paramount. Perhaps by being careful, he could reduce the dangerous elements. Song Junwan was already glowing with excitement. Eyes shining, she looked at Xiaochun, a smile growing on her face that she covered with her hand. Expression softening, she said, "To many people, the details of this trial by fire are a big secret. But I won't hide anything from you. To begin with, I have to be clear, in every trial by fire, death is a common thing." Although Xiaochun had been prepared for news like this, it didn't stop his heart from suddenly beginning to pound. Every time he heard the word death, he would get anxious. One reason for that is that the trial by fire isn't held in the outside world, but rather, in the world beneath our feet. Although she was speaking quietly, her words struck Xiaochun like lightning. Beneath our feet? Stunned, Xiaochun looked down at the ground. It only took a moment for it to dawn on him what she meant, whereupon his eyes widened, and he gasped. Song Junwan smiled at his reaction. "Back when you first arrived at the Bloodstream sect, you noticed how the sect itself resembles an enormous hand, right? The Bloodstream sect really is built on top of a huge hand. That hand belongs to a giant that is submerged beneath the surface of the Heavenspan River. Over the years, the various techniques of the Bloodstream sect were all created after studying the hand. We also came to call the giant our blood ancestor." A passionate, worshipful gleam appeared in Song Junwan's eyes, as if the matter she was discussing was the most important thing in the world. She wasn't the only person who would view the subject in this way, virtually everyone in the Bloodstream sect did. Xiaochun blinked, but didn't say anything in response. The blood ancestor was a giant, but just like us, possessed flesh and blood, a skeleton, as well as the 5 yin organs and 6 yang organs. Anyone who wants to become a blood master must gain the approval of the blood ancestor. That approval comes in the form of crystals, which grow in the organs of the blood ancestor. On Middle Peak's Blood Master Temple, there is an entrance that leads to the interior of Middle Peak itself. By following the blood vessels inside the finger, we can enter the body of the blood ancestor. Each of the mountain peaks corresponds with one of the 5 yin organs, with Middle Peak connecting to the heart. The blood crystals there are the goal. The first person to get the blood crystal wins the approval of Middle Peak, and can call upon the power of the blood chi of the entire peak. They will gain the ability to suppress the cultivation bases of all cultivators there, and even more impressive, raise all cultivators' battle prowess. That is a blood master. Xiaochun took a deep breath. He was more shocked than ever by what he was learning. Although he had understood a bit about blood masters, as of now, he realized how truly high of a position they occupied. The difference between a mountain peak with a blood master and a mountain peak without one was so vast that it couldn't be put into words. "I heard a story once," Xiaochun said. "You mean the legend of the blood devil?" Song Junwan replied immediately, smiling. Xiaochun nodded. "That legend stems from conclusions reached over generations of research by the patriarchs. They all believe that somewhere in the blood ancestor's body is a legacy blood crystal. Whoever gets that legacy won't become a blood master, but rather, the blood devil, a position far higher than the blood masters. In fact, that position is even above the patriarchs. Because the bloodstream sect practices spirit blood cultivation, if the blood devil appears, speculation states that a single thought on his part could reduce the cultivation bases of the entire sect by 50%, from the outer sect all the way to the patriarchs. At the same time, a single thought on his part could increase the battle prowess of the entire sect by 30%. Simply describing a person like that as the blood devil isn't quite sufficient, so another term exists, a term known only to a select few in the sect. In fact, only the patriarchs of the top clans in the sect are aware of it. Blood Lord. She spoke the words softly, but they seemed to contain great power. But legends are just that. Legends. Throughout the years, generations of patriarchs have searched through the body of the blood ancestor. Despite having searched most of the locations, they haven't found any legacy. I hope that one day while I'm still alive, I'll be able to see the Blood Lord rise up. Even the patriarchs are well aware that once the Blood Lord comes, he will either lead the bloodstream sect to unheard of glory, or drag it down into ruin. Because of that, some of the patriarchs hope the Blood Lord never comes. As for my Song clan patriarch, he is not among that group. Song Junwan smiled. But enough about legends. Let's talk about the trial by fire itself. Your main purpose in coming along is to help me get the blood crystal. The most important factors leading up to that point are battle prowess and speed. Along with the other Dharma protectors, you must protect me, and help me beat Xiaochun to the heart cavity. As long as I can get to the heart cavity first, that blood crystal will be mine. Song Junwan's eyes gleamed with self-confidence. How many Dharma protectors will there be? Bai Xiaochun asked. Both Xiaochun and I can bring up to 20 Dharma protectors. Song Junwan replied placidly. That many? Bai Xiaochun said, a bit shocked. What if one of the Dharma protectors gets to the heart cavity before you? Theoretically speaking, any of the Dharma protectors could become a blood master. All they would have to do would be to get to the heart cavity first, take the blood crystal, and absorb it. Bai Xiaochun blinked. If what Song Junwan said was true, then how could she prevent that very scenario from playing out? Presumably, she would have some method of retaining control other than being very particular about which Dharma protectors she selected. Song Junwan chuckled lightly, but didn't offer any further detailed explanation. Much as Bai Xiaochun had suspected, both she and Xiaochun both had methods of retaining control, special command medallions given them by their respective patriarchs. Only someone with the command medallion would actually be able to enter the heart cavity. After a moment of contemplation, Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth and looked down at the ground. He wasn't interested in fighting to get the Blood Master title. After all, he wasn't even a real disciple of the Bloodstream sect. He just wanted to get into the Grand Elder's Immortal's Cave. Therefore, he needed to help Song Junwan become Blood Master, so that he could become Grand Elder. That would solve all the problems perfectly. Bai Xiaochun had already been in the Bloodstream sect for years now, and at long last, his goal was in sight. With that, he looked up and said, I'll be there tomorrow morning at Bloodmaster Temple. Song Junwan took a deep breath and looked at Bai Xiaochun, her eyes glittering. Covering a smile with her hand, she took a step forward, then leaned forward and spoke into his ear, her lips nearly touching him, her warm breath caressing the side of his face. If you become Grand Elder, there are many things that could happen between us. Suddenly, her face flushed, as if she weren't sure why she had suddenly spoken those words. With a final piercing look at Bai Xiaochun, she glided away. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 242, Trial by Fire for Bloodmaster. Chapter 242, Trial by Fire for Bloodmaster. The vixen makes another move. A fragrant, silky aroma entered Bai Xiaochun's nose, causing a mysterious sensation to pulse through him. Anxious and more on guard than ever, he watched Song Junwan leave. This isn't gonna work, he thought, sighing. One of these days, that vixen is going to go in for the kill. I might have incredible willpower, I might be an amazing fighter, I might have numerous, uncountable outstanding qualities, but this vixen is just too dangerous. After taking some time to calm down, he sighed again. Whatever. Once I get the relic of eternal indestructibility, I'll go back to the Spirit Stream sect, and then things will be fine. Besides, I've been missing Xiaomei lately. Settling down cross-legged, he meditated until the following morning. Then, his eyes snapped open. His cultivation base was at its peak, and he was full of energy as he emerged from his immortal's cave. 1. Everything comes down to this. Chin stuck up, he proceeded along proudly. As he did, many cultivators saw him, and bowed their heads deferentially. This was his first time appearing in public with his Bloodstreak battle robe, which had been sent over a few days earlier from Lesser Marsh Peak. Only Bloodstreak elders could wear Bloodstreak battle robes, which had built-in magical devices that could defend against an attack from a core formation expert. Such robes could only be produced at significant cost. Nightcrypt's handsome face combined with the Bloodstreak battle robe created quite an eye-catching scene. Many people looked over with awe and reverence on their faces. Bai Xiaochun enjoyed being treated in such a way, and even slowed down a bit as he flew through the air toward the upper finger. Eventually, he landed in front of Bloodmaster Temple, where a large group of people had already gathered. Song Junwan and Xu Mei's groups were clearly separated, and the two women were staring at each other coldly. Xu Mei had 20 cultivators backing her, all of whom were awe-inspiring late Foundation establishment experts. Their expressions were placid, but they radiated intense, murderous auras. Not every person in the group was considered chosen, but they were all practiced killers who were famous even outside the sect. The reason why people like this would be Dharma protectors for Xu Mei actually had a lot to do with the fact that her father was Patriarch Limitless. Song Junwan also had a formidable group gathered behind her, including Song Quebec. Most were direct bloodline clan members of the Song clan. All of Middle Peak's Bloodstreak elders were gathered, as were many other ordinary cultivators. Once the trial by fire began, they would all be waiting for the new Bloodmaster to come out. Several blurry figures could be seen floating up above, and from the pressure that weighed down from them, it was obvious that they were patriarchs of the sect. There were 4 of them, 2 of whom Bai Xiaochun had only seen once before, during the Grand Lich summoning ritual. The other 2 were more familiar, the Song Clan Patriarch and Patriarch Limitless. When Bai Xiaochun arrived, the Song Clan Patriarch saw him and gave him a glare. Shivering, Bai Xiaochun ducked his head and hurried over to Song Junwan. As he did, Song Ke looked at him and chuckled coldly. You can't do anything right, can you? You even managed to show up late for the trial by fire. If you're scared of dying, why don't you just stay home? Yawning, Bai Xiaochun looked over, making sure to drag his eyes slowly over Song Ke's recently regrown hair and eyebrows. As naughty as ever, aren't we, Ke? You! Song Ke growled through gritted teeth. Glaring at Bai Xiaochun, he was about to say more when Song Junwan intervened with a cold snort. Enough! She said. Both of you shut your mouths. If you want to argue, I'll personally arrange for it to happen, after the trial by fire. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times. Considering the somewhat oppressive atmosphere at the moment, he decided not to say anything else. Up in midair, the Song Clan Patriarch and Patriarch Limitless exchanged a bemused glance. Then, Patriarch Limitless looked over the crowd and said, "Let the trial by fire for the position of Middle Peak Bloodmaster begin." Patriarch Limitless then performed an incantation gesture with his right hand and waved his finger toward Bloodmaster Temple. Bloodmaster Temple began to rumble, and then a huge crevice opened up in the square outside the temple. Strong blood chi erupted out, along with intense, pulsing coldness and blinding blood-colored light. It almost looked like an enormous mouth ready to consume anything that came near. However, closer inspection would reveal that the blood-colored light was anything but ordinary. It was possible to see other worlds inside of that light. Apparently, if you stepped inside of it, you would be sucked into one of those blood-colored worlds. The instant the crevice opened, one of Xuemei's Dharma protectors stepped forward, his cold eyes radiating killing intent. After looking over derisively at the people gathered behind Song Junwan, he stepped into the crevice and vanished. One after another, all of Xuemei's Dharma protectors stepped forward and entered the crevice. Last to enter was Xuemei, who cast a cold glare at Song Junwan and her group before vanishing. As the others were stepping into the crevice, Song Junwan lowered her voice and gave her Dharma protectors more information about the endless world of blood. The first stage of the Blood Master Trial by Fire is called the Endless World of Blood. Xuemei and I will not be able to pass through the first stage. It is only for you Dharma protectors. The body of the Blood Ancestor is a place that not just anyone can enter. The first stage tests the qualifications of the Dharma protectors that the two of us have selected. It will also determine exactly how many Dharma protectors will be able to proceed to the second stage. In order to enter the body of the Blood Ancestor, you have to become one with him. Although he is dead, there are still parts of him which contain life force. You must convince those living systems within the Blood Ancestor that you are one of them. Only then can you avoid being expelled. Within that crevice are numerous worlds, each one of which can only be entered by 2 people at a time. Xuemei's Dharma protectors have taken the initiative to select which worlds they will go into. As for you all, when you enter the crevice, you will automatically be dragged into one of those worlds with them. Once inside, you and the other Dharma protector will vie for the approval of the world. Those who succeed will be able to proceed to the second stage. Those who fail will be ejected. Not only must you be on guard against Xuemei's Dharma protectors, you must also watch out for the blood beasts within the world. They aren't intelligent, but they are completely and utterly bloodthirsty. I'll be waiting for you at the entrance to the second stage. With that, she clasped hands and bowed to the assembled group. Song Ke nodded back at her, his expression somber. Then he looked at Nightcrypt, snorted coldly, and strode over to the crevice. Moments later, he was gone, and the rest of the group began to enter. After a brief moment of hesitation, Xiaochun gritted his teeth and leapt into the crevice. Almost instant, a beam of blood-colored light swept over him, and he felt a massive force tugging at him. He completely lost control of his own body as he was sucked into the light. Although the light didn't necessarily seem impressive from the outside, once it wrapped around him, he felt as if he were floating in a huge sea. As he was sucked along, he moved toward the end of that sea, where he saw an enormous, blood-colored sphere. There were other spheres visible, all of which had people floating toward them. As the people neared the spheres, they were swallowed up. Xiaochun was frightened, and looked away from all the spheres. However, it was in that moment that something strange occurred. All of the blood spheres suddenly trembled, and then sent out even more blood-colored light, all of which shone onto Xiaochun. Xiaochun wasn't sure if he was mistaken or not, but it almost seemed as if the blood spheres all wanted to be able to select him in particular. There were even some blood spheres which were empty, having not been selected by any of Xuemei's Dharma protectors, which were also quivering, as if with anticipation. Xiaochun felt his nervousness mounting, but before he could react, the first blood sphere to have reached out to him seemed to go mad. Before he could get close, it actually flew toward him, then slammed into him, seemingly delighted. Xiaochun's vision went black, and he was sucked into the body of the sphere. When things began to clear up, he found himself in a strange world. The sky was the color of the blood, the ground was the color of blood, everything was the color of blood, even the mountains and the plants. So weird, he thought, looking around vigilantly. The more he considered what had occurred, the stranger it seemed. After some thought, he decided it must have had something to do with his undying live forever technique. Could it be that I'm like a god in this place, and that's why all the blood spheres seem to go crazy? His eyes turned up in thought, and he cleared his throat. Then he cast his senses about, and was sure that he could sense the presence of a powerful will, a will that seemed filled with desire, something that was calling out to him. One of Xuemei's Dharma protectors is also in this place. I need to be careful. All of them are in late Foundation establishment. He looked around again, vigilance mounting as he flew up into the air. The more he flew along, the stranger things seemed. It was almost like he didn't need to use any cultivation base power to fly. The wind simply carried him along. He didn't even see any blood beasts, to the point where he started wondering if they even existed here. 1. By Xiaomei. He's referring to Ho Xiaomei. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 243, Night Crypt, I'm Jiaolai, and you're dead. Chapter 243, Night Crypt, I'm Jiaolai, and you're dead. The entire world, including the sky and the land, was the color of blood. Plants, trees, mountains, everything was crimson as far as the eye could see. Off in the distance was a blood-colored desert, and the very end of which was an oasis which was also the color of blood, that led to an ocean. In the middle of that ocean was a mountain, the peak of which pierced the clouds. That mountain was where the will of the world was located, and whichever cultivator climbed it first would win the approval and blessing of the world. That person would then be able to leave, with the approval of the blood ancestor, and qualify to enter the second stage. There were countless worlds inside of the blood ancestor, but Xiaomei and Song Junwan had both brought 20 Dharma protectors. Of the total of 40 Dharma protectors, in the end, only 20 would be qualified to proceed. Obviously, the number of Dharma protectors who Xiaomei and Song Junwan ended up with would determine who had the advantage in the second stage. Xiaomei's Dharma protectors had entered the crevice first, and the one who had selected this particular world was a gaunt, middle-aged man with cold eyes. His cultivation base fluctuations were those of late foundation establishment, and overall, he looked like a viper ready to strike at any moment. Clearly, whoever ended up in his sights would likely end up dead. This man was Jiaolai, and in terms of battle prowess, he could be considered among the top 3 in Xiaomei's group of Dharma protectors. He was completely and utterly confident of being able to dominate any of Song Junwan's Dharma protectors, with the exception of 1 or 2. Although he appeared to be middle-aged, he was actually over 100 years old. However, because of the unique techniques he cultivated, his fleshly body was at the ultimate peak. Furthermore, he'd been able to add a full 60-year cycle to his longevity during his foundation establishment trial by fire. He had reached 5 tide flows, had an incredibly powerful cultivation base, and was an adept killer. This world is like a blessed land for me, he thought, looking off into the distance. He was currently gripping a blood-colored sea snake by the head. No matter how it struggled, it couldn't free himself, and if Jiaolai wanted to, he could crush it to death in an instant. Jiaolai completely ignored the snake as he looked at the towering mountain not too far off in the distance. He already felt somewhat amused by this first stage of the trial by fire for Blood Master. He'd only just arrived in the huge world, and yet, he was already relatively close to the location of the world's will. The reflection of the vast ocean and the towering mountain could be seen in his eyes, as well as the pulsing fluctuations which spread out from the mountain. Even if Song Junwan's Dharma protector gets lucky, there's no way he could get as close as I am. I might as well just take control of the will of this world right now. I won't even need to kill the other Dharma protector. I wonder who it is. Night Crypt, maybe. He chuckled coldly. Originally, he had planned to kill Song Junwan's Dharma protector and then earn the approval of the will of the world. But now it seemed that might not be necessary. Blurring into motion, he sped out over the blood-colored ocean, quickly closing in on the cloud-wreathed mountain. He proceeded along with caution, and as such, wasn't taken by surprise when an intense roaring sound shook everything in the area. A moment later, a huge blood-colored dragon sped out from the other side of the mountain, fixed its eyes on Jiaolai, and then sped toward him rapidly. It was more than 30 meters long, and bristled with a murderous aura. A sense of intense crisis gripped Jiaolai, and beads of sweat popped out on his forehead. Eyes widening, he exclaimed, "Impossible. How could a blood beast like that be in this place? Foundation establishment cultivators can't fight something like that." Even as he gasped in shock, more roars could be heard, and the auras of more blood beasts exploded from the vicinity of the mountain. Something like a powerful wind blasted out, causing the blood ocean to churn and seethe. Moments later, countless murderous eyes appeared beneath the surface of the water. There were so many that anyone who saw them would be shocked. Before Jialai could proceed any further, the blood beasts beneath the surface of the water joined the blood beasts from the mountain to attack him. The sheer number of blood beasts Jialai saw caused his scalp to tingle in shock and fear. Not daring to proceed, he actually fell back. After he retreated by about 3,000 meters, the enormous dragon slowly turned around, the auras of the other blood beasts slowly faded, and even the creatures beneath the surface of the water disappeared. Jialai's face was covered with sweat, and his breath came in ragged pants. Despite the supreme confidence he had in his cultivation base, to be stared at by so many blood beasts left him scared out of his mind. After a bit of time passed, he frowned anxiously. With so many blood beasts here, it won't be easy to go any further. I guess I'll just need to wait for the right opportunity to present itself before I move onward. Gritting his teeth, he backed up a bit more, and then found a place to conceal himself and let time pass. During the 7 days which followed, he saw quite a few blood beasts coming and going. Finally, the killing intent in his eyes flared. Forget it. Things aren't going to change here anytime soon. Instead of waiting around, I might as well go find Song Junwen's Dharma protector and kill him. Then I'll have plenty of time to wait around. Maybe if I'm lucky, my opponent will be Nightcrypt, and I can save a bit of effort by getting rid of him now. Looking at the ocean of blood which stretched out behind him, he chuckled coldly. Being an adept killer, he was naturally a skilled hunter as well. He had keen senses, and although the world he was in was large, he was confident that with his cultivation base, it would be no difficult task for him to track down the other Dharma protector. Blurring into motion, he flew off to begin the search. Before he got very far, though, the sea down below seethed, and a huge blood beast burst out from the depths. It had the torso of a human and the tail of a fish, and as soon as it appeared, it attacked Jialai with bloodthirsty violence. After a short battle, Jialai killed the blood beast and proceeded along. However, before he could get very far, 2 more blood beasts burst out from the water to attack him. Meanwhile, Xiaochun was flying through the air, marveling at how strange and quiet the world was. Despite having been flying along for a few days, he hadn't seen a single blood beast. Everything around him seemed to be completely empty. He didn't even need to use his cultivation base. The winds simply pushed him along. Of course, the strangeness of the situation put him more on guard than ever. Something really weird is going on with this place, he thought. And where is Xueme's Dharma protector? I wonder if he set up an ambush for me since he got here first. He continued to look around vigilantly as he proceeded. Eventually, he reached the desert. By that time, Jialai was fleeing in terror across the blood ocean, chased by several thousand maddened blood beasts. His face was pale white, and his expression was that of terror. Damn it! Why are there so many blood beasts? I didn't provoke them, and yet they're showing up one after another. They're like a flood. Before long, the 10th day passed. The more time that passed, the more Xiaochun felt as if something really strange were going on. He still hadn't even seen the slightest trace of a blood beast, but distinctly recalled Song Junwen saying such bloodthirsty creatures existed here. At this point, he was starting to wonder what exactly was going on. Eventually, he caught sight of the end of the desert, with the blood-colored oasis and the blood-colored ocean. His astonishment grew, as did his caution. By now, Jialai's hair was disheveled, his skin sallow, and his eyes bloodshot. At long last, he burst out of the ocean region and into the oasis. After numerous dangerous encounters, he had finally made it out alive. When he thought back to everything that had occurred in the ocean, he was filled with a sense of awe and dread regarding the world around him. It's a good thing I had all those life-saving magics and items, otherwise I probably would have died. However, if things were that difficult for me, then it's probably the same with Song Junwen's Dharma protector. In fact, maybe he already got eaten by the blood beasts. He looked back out at the ocean, heart still thumping with fear. Just when he was about to sit down and rest, his heart trembled, and he looked off into the distance, where a beam of light could be seen flying lazily through the air. A cold light flashed through Jialai's eyes, and he quickly reined in the power of his cultivation base. At the same time, he produced a pearl, which let out a soft, warm light that completely concealed his aura. Unless he suddenly unleashed the power of his cultivation base, that pearl would make it almost impossible to detect him. It was one of the life-saving items that had enabled him to make it out of the ocean of blood alive. After activating it, he stood there unmoving, looking up into the sky. Night Crypt? Ha ha ha. It's really him. Eyes flashing with killing intent, he began to chuckle. Although Night Crypt was very famous, Jialai felt nothing but disdain for him. So what if you can concoct some medicine and please the patriarchs? You really think you're a chosen? Even with your inverse blood ancestral awakening, you're only in mid-mortal Dao Foundation establishment. I can kill you as easily as flipping over my hand. By cutting you down, I can accomplish the mission assigned to me by the Blood Master of Lesser Marsh Peak. Completely calm and confident, he pulled in his murderous aura and decided to wait for the right moment to attack. Xiaochun proceeded along cautiously. He didn't move very fast, and kept his divine sense spread out in all directions. As he got close to the blood-colored oasis, he was about to fly over it when he looked down. Although he hadn't opened his third eye, his intuition told him that the place harbored danger. Without the slightest hesitation, he backed up. Jialai was surprised that Night Crypt would have such acute senses. He gave a cold laugh. Considering how powerful his own cultivation base was, he decided that there was no need to hide any longer. He leaped up into the air, shooting directly toward Night Crypt, his murderous aura exploding around him. Night Crypt, I'm Jialai, and you're dead. Laughing loudly, he shot forth accompanied by rumbles like that of thunder. His right hand flashed with an incantation gesture, and he waved his finger, causing a huge blood-colored hand to appear, which sped directly toward Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop-up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 244, Pure Malice. Chapter 244, Pure Malice. Xiaochun's eyes widened. Jialai had stuck out among Xu Mei's Dharma protectors earlier, so he recognized him. His attack burst with powerful energy, and it only took a moment for Xiaochun to realize that this was a formidable opponent. Your cultivation base is higher than mine, but you were lying in wait to ambush me. He exclaimed loudly. How shameless! Despicable! I hate your type. People like you should be struck by lightning. Xiaochun was very angry, and was just about to unleash an attack, when suddenly his eyes widened with disbelief. Jialai likewise was completely astonished by what happened next. Almost as soon as the words left Xiaochun's mouth, Jialai had laughed in response, and sent his blood-colored hand shooting forward. But then, without any warning whatsoever, a deafening boom filled the sky, and a bolt of lightning appeared, as thick as a bucket. Before Jialai even had a chance to react, it slammed into him. As the boom echoed out, Xiaochun's jaw dropped. Jialai cried out in alarm, and the blood-colored hand was destroyed. Before Xiaochun could do anything, a second lightning bolt appeared, then a third and a fourth, all of which shot directly toward Jialai. Jialai screamed at the top of his lungs as the lightning smashed into him, causing blood to spray out of his mouth. At the same time, a look of utter incredulity could be seen on his face. What's going on? He bellowed in rage, simultaneously backing up as fast as possible. What divine ability is this, Night Crypt? Then he glanced up into the sky, and his scalp almost exploded from shock when he realized that a whole string of lightning bolts had appeared, over 100 of them, and they were all beginning to descend toward him. No! Jialai screamed miserably and abandoned any thoughts of tangling with Xiaochun at the moment. He slapped the top of his head, causing an ancient, dilapidated buckler to pop out of his mouth, which provided a modicum of protection as he fled. However, the more than 100 lightning bolts continued to slam down, and although the buckler managed to block them, Jia Lai was still left coughing up blood. The last dozen or so lightning bolts were too much for the shield, which shattered. Coughing up more blood, Jia Lai withered visibly. At that point, he pulled out a paper talisman, which he ignited, increasing his speed dramatically. With that, he sped off into the distance. Bai Xiaochun hovered there, jaw hanging open. He hadn't even had a chance to unleash an attack. All he'd done was say something. It was a completely shocking and unfathomable scene. In the mere moments in which Jia Lai closed in on him, he was struck by over 100 bolts of lightning, and then fled with his tail between his legs. Despite that, Bai Xiaochun chose to do the cautious thing and just let him run. Taking a deep breath, he looked up into the sky, and then looked at Jia Lai fleeing into the distance. Blinking, he suddenly started to get excited. Could it be that, without even my knowledge, my cultivation base has reached the point where I can kill someone with a mere word? The idea excited him, but the more he thought about it, the more he realized it wasn't very likely. After some more thought, he decided that it was either a coincidence, or something to do with the undying live forever technique. In fact, he was actually hoping Jia Lai would show up again so that he could analyze the matter further. Filled with curiosity and anticipation, he slowly flew out over the ocean of blood. Meanwhile, some distance away from Bai Xiaochun, Jia Lai finally came to a stop in an area close to the ocean. He had blood dripping down his chin, and his eyes burned with madness. However, within that madness could be seen fear, and even terror. As of this moment, he was absolutely convinced that the lightning which had struck him was not one of Nightcrypt's divine abilities. How did he do it? Damn it! How exactly did he do it? How did he get so much lightning to strike me? Wait, I know. Nightcrypt is also known as Plagued Evil. He's vicious and merciless, as well as a profound schemer. He must have realized that I planned to ambush him, then figured out a way to cause anyone who neared him to get struck by lightning. Even after more thought, he decided that this was the only possible theory that made sense. Although he wasn't absolutely convinced, he was having a hard time coming up with other ideas. Maybe it had something to do with that oasis. The area where it borders the desert had some unstable fluctuations. Maybe my sudden appearance and the unleashing of my cultivation base disturbed some natural law. As an apothecary, Nightcrypt knows a lot more about those kinds of things than me. Maybe he took advantage of that to cause the lightning. Jia Lai gritted his teeth, and his killing intent began to rise even higher than before. I refuse to believe that if I prepare well enough, you'll escape my next attack. I'm going to hack you to pieces. You'll die in complete and utter torment. Jia Lai had never suffered in such unlucky fashion, and it took him quite a bit of time to calm down. I'm going to sacrifice a bit of my cultivation base to completely conceal my life force and aura. With that level of concealment, nobody in the Foundation establishment stage will be able to detect me without getting within 300 meters of me. He gritted his teeth, and suddenly his face turned red and his body withered. Then he began to slink forward stealthily. It took him about 3 days to track down Bai Xiaochun, who was currently flying around over the ocean. As he flew, his passage kicked up gentle waves, and yet, not a single bloodbeast could be seen anywhere. Bai Xiaochun was actually very interested in what the bloodbeasts looked like, and yet, still hadn't had a chance to see one. As he flew along, bored out of his mind, he suddenly noticed the air rippling and distorting about 300 meters to his left. Even as he turned his head, he saw Jia Lai suddenly materialize. Jia Lai threw his head back and laughed uproariously. Eyes bloodshot, he summoned a blood mist that completely covered him and then transformed into a gigantic, vicious head that lunged toward Bai Xiaochun as if to consume him. Time to die, Nightcrypt. Considering how close he was, it only took a moment for the blood mist head to be just up ahead of Bai Xiaochun. Before Bai Xiaochun could react, and before the blood mist head could actually reach him, brightly colored light flashed through heaven and earth, wind screamed, and rain began to pour down. Then, an indescribably powerful gale sprang up right in front of Xiaochun. The wind even caused the ocean water to rise up in shocking fashion. It smashed into the blood mist head, which shuddered for a moment before exploding to reveal the screaming Xiaolai. Impossible! How are you doing this, Night Crypt? He was completely helpless as the mighty wind swept him away, shredding his clothing, ripping at his skin until blood flowed. In that critical moment, Xiaolai pulled out a life-saving magical item which teleported him away just before he was torn to pieces. Xiaochun took a deep breath. Moments ago, he had only been about 60 meters away from Xiaolai, and yet the mighty wind and the surging ocean hadn't even moved a single hair on his head. That 60-meter distance was like the gap between heaven and earth. Xiaochun watched mutely as Xiaolai was swept away in terrifying fashion. If he didn't understand what was happening by this point, he wouldn't be Xiaochun. This world is protecting me? We're related because of the undying live forever technique, so it's helping me? Moved, he looked around at the world, and was more convinced than ever that this was the case. Excited, he stuck his chin up and then swished his sleeve. With the snap of a finger, Xiaochun, can reduce measly foundation establishment cultivators to ashes. The pride he felt cleansed him of any nervousness. With that, he flew in grand fashion up into the air, sighing emotionally. Meanwhile, quite a distance away, Xiaolai was coughing up mouthfuls of blood. By this point, he was on the verge of going crazy. Damn it, damn it, damn it. Enraged to the point of trembling, he simply couldn't accept the situation. First there was the lightning, and then that wind. Just how is Night Crypt doing it all? Don't tell me this world is actually taking care of him? I refuse to believe it. I refuse to accept it. Then he coughed up another mouthful of blood. Eyes completely bloodshot, he looked down at his injured and damaged body, and was relieved to see that his bag of holding was still clutched tight in his right hand. He put on a new set of clothing, killing intent surging. His hatred for Xiaochun had reached the point where he couldn't bear to live under the same sky as him. Gritting his teeth, he pulled a small statue out of his bag of holding. The statue depicted an evil ghost, completely vicious in appearance. After a moment of hesitation, Xiaolai bit the tip of his tongue and spit some blood onto the statue. The statue immediately melted, transforming into a black liquid that then took the shape of a magical symbol, which flew up and branded itself onto Xiaolai's forehead. Xiaolai shuddered, then let out a piercing cry as the magical symbol spread out from his forehead, transforming into a black suit of armor. In the blink of an eye, the armor covered his entire body, healing his wounds, and causing his gaunt figure to suddenly ripple with muscles. Closer inspection would reveal that the transformation was partly corporeal and partly illusory. The Lesser Marsh Peak Blood Master gave me this ghost body. It will temporarily restore my cultivation base, and even advance it a bit. Night Crypt's bizarre abilities won't do any good against the ghost body. I already understand his lightning, and although I don't really get that wind, I can now attack him from under the water. Plus, the ghost body can pass right through the wind. Night Crypt, I refuse to believe that this world is taking care of you. And even if it is, I can defy the heavens and kill you. Gritting his teeth, he reined in his cultivation base and then dove down into the water, where he sped along at top speed. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 245, This Isn't Fair. Chapter 245, This Isn't Fair. 3 days later, Xiaochun was still flying around over the blood ocean. He could sense that, off in the distance, there were strange fluctuations which were obviously coming from the location of the world's will. I wonder why that Xiaolai hasn't shown up over the past few days. Xiaochun actually missed him a bit. Every time he showed up, it was a chance to see how the world would protect him. Because of his anticipation, he made sure to fly along even more slowly than usual. On the evening of the third day, when the blood-colored sky was starting to grow dark, the sea water beneath Bai Xiaochun suddenly exploded with a shocking aura. Water showered up into the air, along with raging killing intent and a powerful roar. "Prepare to die, Night Crypt." It was a voice filled with indescribable hatred, and along with it, a black armored figure appeared. It was Jia Lai, who seemed to flicker between corporeal and illusory. As he flew out of the water, he rapidly increased his speed, shooting directly toward Bai Xiaochun. All of the power of Jia Lai's late Foundation establishment cultivation base exploded out. That, coupled with the boost provided by the ghost body armor, put him incomparably close to the great circle of Foundation establishment, and caused intense pressure to weigh down in all directions. Bai Xiaochun was delighted, and as Jia Lai closed in, he stuck his chin up and waved his sleeve. Pointing at Jia Lai, he said, "Back off." To see Bai Xiaochun posing in such a way enraged Jia Lai even more, and caused him to accelerate even more rapidly. By this point, he was already about 9 meters away from Bai Xiaochun, and not even a lightning bolt could intervene quickly enough to stop him. As far as he was concerned, Night Crypt was going to die, beyond the shadow of a doubt. Mouth twisting into a vicious smile, he cried, "Like hell I'll." However, before he could even finish his sentence, a blood-colored hand suddenly shot up from the sea down below. It moved with indescribable quickness, forming a palm that slapped Jia Lai like a human would a mosquito. A resounding smack could be heard. Jia Lai's black armor shattered, and blood sprayed out of his mouth. The bitterness of his scream would shock to the core anyone who could have heard it. "No!" Despairing, Jia Lai coughed up a mouthful of blood as he tumbled away. His body was already on the verge of exploding, and his recently recovered cultivation base power was instantly damaged. He was now weaker than ever. Bai Xiaochun gasped and blinked a few times as the enormous blood hand sank back down into the water. As Jia Lai spun away off into the distance, Bai Xiaochun's expression turned into one of admiration. "You're really persistent, aren't you?" Sighing, he proceeded along, looking forward to the next time Jia Lai showed up. Off in the distance, Jia Lai hovered above the ocean water, looking confused, tears of frustration welling up in his eyes. Throughout all his years of cultivation, he had always shed blood, never tears. And yet, here he was, crying. In his perspective, this world was completely and utterly evil. All he wanted to do was kill Night Crypt. As a result, he had been struck by lightning, flayed by wind, and then slapped by some terrifying blood beast. By this point, he was starting to think that it would take a miracle for him to get out of this place alive. My cultivation base is higher than his. I've been in the bloodstream sect for much longer. Why is this world treating me like this? Tears continued to flow down his cheeks. From the moment he had entered this world, he had felt like he was in a living nightmare. By this point, he was completely and utterly terrified of Night Crypt, and couldn't have been convinced by anybody to try to provoke him. Furthermore, he completely hated the Blood Master of Lesser Marsh Peak, as well as Xu Ma. The only reason he was here was because of Xu Ma. Otherwise, he would never have been forced to tangle with Night Crypt, nor would he have accepted the mission from the Lesser Marsh Peak Blood Master. He wouldn't have attempted to kill Night Crypt so many times, and wouldn't have ended up in this state, targeted by the very world around him. This isn't fair. Jia Lai was actually quite close to the mountain peak, and the will of the world. However, there were so many blood beasts on the mountain that he obviously had no hope of even getting near it. As Jia Lai despaired, Bai Xiaochun was flying casually through the air some distance away. Looking at the mountain in front of him, he felt the strong sensation that all he had to do was head up to the top of the mountain, and he would be able to pass the first stage of the trial by fire. However, even as he closed in, the same huge dragon from before stuck its head out from behind the mountain and stared at Bai Xiaochun. At the same time, countless terrifying auras surged out from the mountain itself, locking down onto Bai Xiaochun. Apparently, if he got any closer, all of those blood beasts would charge into action. Bai Xiaochun stopped in place. Earlier, he'd only caught a glimpse of that huge hand, but now that he could actually see the blood beasts face to face, he realized that they looked very much like the kind of wild beasts you might see in the outside world. The only difference was that they were completely the color of blood. Actually, they seemed similar to Bane beasts in certain ways. Unexpectedly, the blood beasts were looking at Bai Xiaochun with animosity, which caused the despairing Jialai to suddenly go wild with joy. Panting, his eyes widened, and hope gleamed therein. He can't get onto the mountain either. Jialai exclaimed excitedly. At last, his chance had arrived. Quickly covering up his aura, he fixed his eyes on Bai Xiaochun and began to search for another opportunity to snatch victory. Bai Xiaochun felt a headache coming on as he looked at the mountain full of blood beasts. After a moment of hesitation, he decided that the best thing to do would be to test out how much the world would protect him. Having made his decision, he carefully proceeded forward. If the blood beasts reacted too violently, then he could always retreat. He slowly got closer and closer, until he actually stepped onto the mountain itself. That was when he really started to get nervous. However, the nervousness quickly began to fade as he realized that the blood beasts were just looking at him, and none of them were moving to block his path. Joy rising, he began to stroll forward, completely unhindered. Meanwhile, Jialai hovered over the ocean, eyes wide with shock. Moments later, a thoughtful expression appeared in his eyes, and then hesitation, and finally, an intense glowing light. I get it now. Although there are a lot of blood beasts here, as long as you don't exude any killing intent, the blood beasts won't interfere. That's definitely how to do it. For example, here I am floating on the surface of the ocean, right next to the mountain, and yet none of the blood beasts under the water are attacking me. It's obviously because I have no killing intent. Jialai still felt a bit hesitant and unconvinced. However, if he gave up at this point, his newfound hope would be dashed. Therefore, he clenched his jaw and flew up into the air with an expression of determination. Making sure he had no killing intent, he proceeded forward with the utmost caution. Soon he was nearing the mountain, and the numerous blood beasts turned their gazes upon him. Jialai stopped in place, scalp tingling, limbs trembling. However, he forced a smile onto his face. No ill will here, he said. I'm just passing through. However, in the instant he opened his mouth, the enormous, blood-colored dragon suddenly howled, flying up into the air and then charging down toward Jialai. At the same time, the countless other blood beasts erupted with murderous auras and flew toward Jialai. Eyes snapped open down in the ocean water, and countless blood-colored giants rose up from the depths, howling as they surrounded Jialai. Jialai let out a blood-curdling scream, and tears streamed down his face. This isn't fair. You're cheating. Jialai wept at how the world around him was toying with him. As the blood beasts pounced, his screams echoed out far and wide. Bai Xiaochun's heart was trembling. The sudden outburst among the blood beasts had startled him so much that he almost took to flight. But then he realized that the blood beasts were merely attacking Jialai. He had been worried about Jialai in the beginning, but after realizing his own importance to the world around him, he stopped paying much attention to him. However, as of this moment, he started to feel a bit bad. When he heard Jialai accusing him of cheating, he coughed dryly, but didn't attempt to make any explanations. After all, Jialai was actually right. After arriving in this world, he hadn't done a single thing except fly around. Even on the mountain, the blood beasts just let him pass by. Bai Xiaochun really felt that the world had treated him well. Looking back down at Jialai amidst the blood beasts, he considered throwing an aphrodisiac pill down. I shouldn't. I'm a good person, after all. Sighing, he proceeded on toward the peak of the mountain, where he found a stone stele, which emanated pulsing light that seemed to be calling to him. After some thought, he approached the stele and placed his hand onto its surface. Instantly, his divine sense seemed to spread out to fill the entire world. It was as if the world had somehow become a part of him. In that moment, the blood ocean began to seethe, the sands of the desert floated up into the air, the sky trembled, and the lands quaked. plants, mountains, everything in the world began to shake with joy, with approval, with worship. The blood beasts kowtowed, roaring as they acknowledged allegiance to Bai Xiaochun standing there on the mountain. His life having been spared, Jialai trembled and looked up at Bai Xiaochun, and knew that he would never, ever be able to forget this experience, nor the image of Nightcrypt standing there like the emperor of the entire world. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 246, Second Stage. Chapter 246, Second Stage. This was Jialai's first time serving as a Dharma protector in a trial by fire for Blood Master. As such, he was completely unaware of what others who were participating in the trial might have encountered in the worlds they entered. However, he was convinced that his experience was completely unlike the experiences of anyone else. In fact, he had the feeling that throughout all the trials by fire the Bloodstream sect had held from ancient times until now, no one had ever done what Nightcrypt was doing. He had no way to confirm whether his theory was correct, but when he looked around at the world trembling, and all the living things prostrating in worship to Bai Xiaochun, he impulsively followed suit. As Bai Xiaochun stood there on the mountain top, he was suddenly struck by the strange sensation that he could actually destroy the entire world with a single thought. As of this moment, his undying live forever technique was in full operation, and after a moment passed, he realized there was a voice whispering in his ear. Come, come, come. Snapping out of his reverie, his eyes shone, and he took a deep breath. Then he pulled his hand back from the stone steel. Everything in the world began to shine with bright, blood-colored light, which all shot toward Bai Xiaochun, surrounding him. The crimson light transformed into a door, which slowly opened right in front of him. He looked at the door hesitantly for a moment, aware that if he stepped through it, he would be able to enter the second stage. Looking around at the world one more time, he stepped forward and vanished into the blood-colored light. At some unknown location within the body of the blood ancestor, there was an open space that seemed to have no beginning or end, and was as quiet as death. The only thing visible were numerous cone-shaped pillars which rose up from the darkness below. At the top of each pillar was a platform. Two of those platforms were much taller than the others, but not very far away from each other. Xu Emei was on one, and Song Junwan the other. Both of them sat cross-legged, staring at each other. They had been sitting there for less than 2 hours. Because of the command medallion each of them possessed, they didn't need to acquire the approval of the blood ancestor the way the Dharma protectors did. They had come directly to this place to wait. Time flowed differently in the endless world of blood. In the 2 hours that had passed for Xu Emei and Song Junwan, an entire month had gone by inside. Based on the analyses of both women, they would need to wait several more hours before any of the Dharma protectors began to emerge. In any case, the second stage of the trial by fire could not begin until both women used their command medallions to open it. Neither of them would be willing to do that until their Dharma protectors were all accounted for. The two of them had been exchanging barbs back and forth the entire time, and after a short respite, it was Xu Emei who resumed the conversation. Chuckling coldly, she said, Song Junwan, why fight with me over the Blood Master position, considering how old you are? Is it really true that the Song clan couldn't find anyone better, and was forced to let an old woman champion their cause? Song Junwan frowned, and she was just about to respond in kind when suddenly, her expression flickered, and she looked up into the air. Xu Emei also looked up, her pupils constricting. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the shape of a huge door slowly took form. Someone got the approval of the world will so quickly. Xu Emei thought. It's only been 2 hours. That's about a month in the endless world of blood. Xu Emei's eyes widened, and her heart filled with shock. She was very familiar with how the Blood Master trial by fire worked. Supposedly, the most quickly a Dharma protector had ever obtained approval in the past was 3 hours, which was a month and a half on the inside. Who is it? Song Junwan thought, equally shaken. Who overcame the other Dharma protector in the endless world of blood, dealt with the countless blood beasts, and still managed to get the approval of the will of the world. The fighting must have been intense for this person to have finished so quickly. Whoever this person was, if it ended up being one of her own Dharma protectors, she would obviously be thrilled. However, if it was one of Xiaochun's Dharma protectors, that would pose a big obstacle in her attempt to win the position of Blood Master. After mentally reviewing all of her Dharma protectors, she couldn't think of any who could pull off such a feat as such. Her expression began to darken. And yet, Xiaochun had the same reaction. As she reviewed her own list of Dharma protectors, she wasn't confident that any of them could do something like this. Along with Song Junwan, she stared up at the illusory door. A moment later, a blurry figure appeared within the door. It only took a few breaths of time for both women to see exactly who it was, and they both cried out in surprise. Night Crypt! Night Crypt! Xiaochun's eyes flickered with killing intent, and her heart trembled with shock. She couldn't imagine how Night Crypt had possibly acquired the approval of the world will so quickly. After her initial shock, Song Junwan's heart swelled with delight, and her beautiful eyes were glued to Bai Xiaochun. When Bai Xiaochun first stepped out of the door, his vision was swimming, and he couldn't see clearly. It only lasted for a moment, though, and then he saw all of the countless platforms around him, as well as Xiaochun and Song Junwan. Junior brother Night Crypt, come on over here, Song Junwan said, smiling. Her voice was full of both tenderness and joy. Xiaochun snorted coldly, clenching her hands into fists. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times, then headed over to Song Junwan. As soon as he touched down onto the platform, he walked over to her side. I'm the first? He asked quizzically. Of course you are, Song Junwan said, smiling sweetly. How did you do it? Who was your opponent? To Bai Xiaochun, her smile only seemed to reveal her inner vixen. However, he didn't allow his true feelings to show. He stuck his chin up, clasped his hands behind his back, and tried to look as proud and murderous as possible. Oh, it was simple, he said in a calm, deep voice. I just walked through the world. As for my opponent, I never asked his name. From his wording and posture, he seemed completely proud and aloof. As for how he called the endless world of blood simple, both Xiaochun and Song Junwan could well imagine him summoning his blood sword and slashing his way through the world. He likely ignored the countless attacking blood beasts, not even deigning to look at the world around him as he slaughtered his way to gain the approval of the world will. Song Junwan's eyes glowed even more brightly before when she looked at Bai Xiaochun, and as for Xiaochun, she couldn't help but stare at him. Moments later, both women realized that he wasn't wounded at all, and their expressions flickered. Just when Song Junwan was about to ask about it, Bai Xiaochun flicked his sleeve and coolly said, I'm tired. Please let me know when the second stage is about to begin. With that, he walked off to the side, where he sat down cross-legged, looking as arrogant as a wizened pine tree on top of a mountain. When he closed his eyes, his cold, cruel face and murderous aura caused Song Junwan's words to stick in her throat. Inwardly, Bai Xiaochun was laughing, and felt very proud of himself. As far as he was concerned, he was completely outstanding and utterly superior to everyone. Wait, I need to do something to make it seem a bit more realistic, he thought. With that, he slowly lifted his head and looked off into the distance, eyes filling with a look of melancholy and introspection. That left Song Junwan and Xiaochun even more shaken, although they weren't sure exactly what it meant. Time passed. 2 hours later, the air up above once again began to ripple and distort, and the door appeared again. A burly, dangerous-looking man appeared, seemingly out of breath as he emerged into the open. As soon as Xiaochun saw him, she broke out into a smile. The burly man clasped hands and bowed to her in greeting, then approached the platform and sat down next to her. When he saw Bai Xiaochun over on the other platform, his heart filled with shock. He had assumed that he would be the first to emerge, and would never have even guessed that Night Crypt would be faster. As the hours passed, more and more Dharma protectors appeared. Song K was one of them, although he looked exhausted, and his body was riddled with wounds. Clearly, it had been a difficult task for him to win the approval of the world will. 10 hours later, the final Dharma protector appeared, and the first stage was officially over. Both Song Junwan and Xu Ma had selected their Dharma protectors carefully, and all of them were extraordinary in some way. Unexpectedly, the two groups had been quite evenly matched, as there were now exactly 10 Dharma protectors on either side. The two women exchanged a frosty glance, and then both of them snorted coldly. Turning to their Dharma protectors, they began to explain the second stage. During the first stage, Song Junwan began, "You Dharma protectors fought for the approval of the world, and I did not participate. In the second stage, the fighting will be more brutal, and I will participate. The second stage is called the Blood Wasteland. It is a road without end, over which a deathly wind blows every 14 hours. Once that wind blows, every living thing within the Blood Wasteland will be killed, reduced to nothing more than a skeleton. That is the path that leads to the heart cavity. Put simply, we have exactly 14 hours to search the Blood Wasteland for the keys which lead to the heart cavity." Off in the distance, Xu Ma was making a similar explanation to her Dharma protectors. Every 2 hours, a key will appear at a random location within the wasteland. Anyone who gets one of the keys, and holds onto it until the 14 hours have passed, will be teleported to the ancient blood path which leads to the heart cavity. Of course, Xu Ma and I don't need keys to enter the ancient blood path. There are a total of 7 keys, which means that only 7 Dharma protectors can enter the ancient blood path with Xu Ma and myself. Bai Xiaochun's expression flickered, as did the expressions of everyone else except for Song Quebec. One of them, a middle-aged cultivator, lowered his voice and asked, "What about the people who don't get a key?" Song Junwan looked at the man for a moment, and then replied, "We are fighting as a team, and whichever party gets the most keys will be the winner. The disciples on the winning team who don't get keys will not be teleported to the ancient blood path, but neither will they be killed. They will simply be ejected. As for the losing team, whoever among them don't get keys will all be killed after the 14 hours are up. Those are the rules, and not even the patriarchs can interfere to save the losers. Therefore, this is not the time for infighting. If a key falls into the hands of one of Xu Ma's Dharma protectors, feel free to attack them. If your own teammates get them, however, you are prohibited from competing amongst yourselves. Infighting will not only increase our chances of losing, it could also lead to your deaths. The lot of you are either members of the Song clan, or here because of certain promises I made. If I become Blood Master, your future prospects will be limitless. Everything that I have promised you, I will see done. If I lose, and Xu Ma succeeds, then all of us will meet a grisly fate." With that, Song Junwan clasped hands and bowed deeply to Bai Xiaochun and the other Dharma protectors. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 247, What's that? Chapter 247, What's that? The 10 Dharma protectors, Bai Xiaochun included, all had different reactions to Song Junwan's words. As for Song Ke, his expression darkened slightly, but other than that, didn't change much. Because of his position in the Song clan, he actually knew more about the Bloodmaster trial by fire than most did. After all, if he hadn't failed to reach Heavendao Foundation establishment, he would have been the one taking the lead in this trial by fire. However, because he wasn't a match for Xu Ma, the Song clan had chosen Song Junwan as the one to vie for the middle peak Bloodmaster position which the clan had held for generations. Because of how things had played out, Song Ke was on the bad side of many of the older generation of the Song clan. In turn, the rise of Night Crypt had put even more pressure on him. That was especially true considering that Song Junwan had come to favor Night Crypt. Song Ke was left with few options. The Song clan had deep roots in the Bloodstream sect, and had many direct bloodline clan members. Song Ke was the face of the current generation of direct bloodline descendants, but that only meant that there were plenty of people hoping to see him fail miserably so that they could then replace him. He needed to blaze a path for himself, to go all out with everything he had, to try to make sure his aunt succeeded. Only in that way would he be able to prove how valuable he was. That was also the only hope he had of eventually succeeding his aunt as Blood Master in the future. Suppressing his revulsion for Nightcrypt, he was the first one to speak up after Song Junwan finished talking. I will do everything in my power to gain victory in the Blood Wasteland, and I will definitely not allow any infighting to occur. Grand Elder, please rest at ease. If anyone dares to cause problems, then if we get out alive, and that person also survives, then I'll teach him what it means to live a life worse than death. Song Kei's eyes shone with intense light, and were filled with killing intent. As for the other Dharma protectors, they were left with little choice of what to do. In the Bloodstream sect, cultivators loved to fight each other. But in this case, if they lost, they would all die. Therefore, they had to band together as a team to fight and defeat their opponents. After a moment of silence, the Dharma protectors began to speak out. Grand Elder, as long as you can fulfill your promise, then I won't hesitate to put my life on the line. The Song clan has treated me well, and I'll definitely repay the favor, but... Already, they were less on guard against the people standing next to them. Bai Xiaochun was starting to get anxious, and couldn't help but feel that Song Junwan had conned him. He had been aware that the trial by fire would be dangerous, but never could he have imagined that the danger would be completely out of his own control. If the entire team failed, he could end up dead. Even as he was sighing inwardly, he suddenly realized that the whole group was looking at him. Without any hesitation, he tilted his head back arrogantly, a cold look in his eyes as he said, "For Junwan, I would go through hell or high water. It's my duty." Strange looks could be seen on the faces of the other Dharma protectors, and Song Kei gritted his teeth. However, he knew that he had no choice but to let go of his hatred for Nightcrypt. Snorting coldly, he looked away. Song Junwan glanced at Bai Xiaochun apologetically, but didn't offer any words of consolation. Instead, she offered one final warning. There are 3 people you need to be especially careful of. They are Yang Hangu, Xiaochun, and Zhang Yunshan. Of those 3, Yang Hangu and Zhang Yunshan likely possess powerful magical items. As for Xiaochun, her expression suddenly flickered with dread. He should have reached core formation long ago, but hasn't. In the past, he served as Patriarch Limitless personal attendant. With that, she went on to give more details about the group of 3 cultivators. Bai Xiaochun's nervousness was mounting. About the same time that Song Junwan finished speaking, Xu Mei also finished explaining matters to her Dharma protectors, who all seemed to be bursting with killing intent and murderous auras, and were looking over menacingly at Bai Xiaochun and those around him. Of course, Song Kei took the lead in doing the same, and Bai Xiaochun was more than happy to join in. Even back in the Spirit Stream sect, he had participated in such staring contests. HMMMPH. I'm not afraid of anybody in competitions like these. Although his eyes widened into a glare, he couldn't stop thinking about the 3 people Song Junwan had just described, and after finding them in the group, he fixed their facial features in his mind. He would well imagine that he might run into them in the Blood Wasteland, and end up fighting bloody battles over the keys. Only a total of 7 people would be able to enter the 3rd level, the Ancient Blood Path. Whoever those people ended up being, they would have a profound influence on who became Blood Master in the end. At this point, Xu Mei took a deep breath and said, "Shall we open the door, Song Junwan?" She waved her right hand through the air, and a bright red light appeared in her palm, which flew out into the air in the form of a blood-colored command medallion. That command medallion instantly became the center of all attention. Even Bai Xiaochun took a closer look. Both Xu Mei and Song Junwan possessed such medallions, which not only let them bypass the 1st level, but ensured that they didn't need to get a key to enter the Ancient Blood Path. It's like all the decisions about this trial by fire were made behind closed doors, and everybody knows it. Sighing, he looked over at Song Junwan. Song Junwan's eyes flashed as she also extended her right hand, causing the 2nd blood-colored command medallion to appear in her palm. Blood-colored light spread out from the 2 command medallions, flying up into the air above the platforms. As the light spread out, everything was bathed in crimson, and at the same time, the outline of a huge door appeared. As the door opened, pulses of heaven-shaking, earth-shattering energy rolled out. Two beams of blood-colored light then shot toward Song Junwan and Xiaochun, connecting with their command medallions and merging into their bodies. The second stage is starting. Follow me. With that, Song Junwan flew into the air, followed closely behind by Song Quebec. The other Dharma protectors flew out into formation around Song Junwan, by Xiaochun included, and the entire group shot toward the blood-colored door. They managed to beat Xiaochun into motion, and even as the 11 of them flew into the door, Xiaochun and her group sped into motion behind them, transforming into beams of light that also shot toward the door. Soon, not a single person could be seen on the platforms. The blood door slowly faded away, and within a few breaths of time, was gone. The blood wasteland looked exactly as its name implied. It was a huge desert, filled with crimson sand and grit. Just looking around, it seemed like a completely barren wasteland. Hot, screaming winds gusted, sending sand flying around everywhere. It seemed bleak and destructive, a place devoid of life. Within the swirling deadliness of the desert sands, bleached bones were occasionally revealed, the remains of people who had died in previous trials by fire for the Middle Peak Bloodmaster position. Bai Xiaochun instantly sensed the aura of death which pervaded the entire area. Then he saw a nearby skeleton, and his pupils constricted. He wasn't the only one who had such a reaction. After the time it takes an incense stick to burn, the first key will appear, Song Junwan said. Whenever a key appears, it will send a huge pillar of light up into the sky, a pillar of light that will not disappear, not even when the key is attained. Everyone split up. When that first pillar of light appears, head in that direction. Remember, fighting each other over the keys is not allowed. Whoever gets it first must be offered protection by everyone else. I plan to offer myself up as bait to Xiaochun. Knowing her deviousness, she won't wait until the ancient blood path opens up before trying to kill some of you. She'll definitely start here, and will probably ask for help from her Dharma protectors to kill me. Even if she wasn't planning to do that, I'll try to goad her into it. If she did have that plan all along, well then, I think she'll be surprised at how things turn out. For the next 14 hours, everything is up to you Dharma protectors. With that, she flew off by herself. Some distance away, she called out in a powerful voice that spread out in all directions, Xiaochun, do you dare to come out and fight me? Not too far away from Bai Xiaochun and his group, Xiaochun and her team were just now appearing. When she heard Song Junwan's voice, her eyes flickered coldly. Don't worry about me, she said to her people. You go get the keys. I'll handle Song Junwan. With that, she flew in Song Junwan's direction. It only took a moment before they were closing in on each other, eyes bursting with killing intent. Apparently, Patriarch Limitless and the Song Clan Patriarch had reached an agreement. Song Junwan had a higher cultivation base, but didn't possess any spectacular precious treasures. As for Xiaochun, her cultivation base wasn't quite as high, but she had many precious magical items, and was at the peak of Earthstring Foundation establishment. As such, they were relatively evenly matched. In the blink of an eye, explosive combat was already underway. As the two began to fight, booms filled the sky, rumbling out in all directions. Everyone else looked on with serious expressions. Song Ke was actually shocked that Song Junwan would be so daring. However, after only a moment of hesitation, he picked a direction and started flying. Everyone else followed suit, their admiration for Song Junwan growing. Bai Xiaochun blinked a few times as he watched Song Junwan, then quickly picked a direction and sped into motion. I never would have thought Song Junwan would put herself up as bait to get Xiaochun to fight. She must be well prepared for this. But then again, so must Xiaochun. Presumably, it won't be easy to secure a complete victory in the second stage. I bet the two shrews are just trying to feel each other out. Shaking his head, he sped along, already having decided that no matter what happened, he would not try to fight for the first key. Let them fight over the first key, I don't care. Whoever gets it will have a bitter struggle keeping it until the end. Although this trial by fire didn't seem as intense as the Fallen Sword World, there was a time limit. Furthermore, the threat of death hung over everyone's heads. The fighting to come would surely result in bloody carnage. HMMMMPH. Whoever runs into one of those keys first is going to have some bad luck. No, wait, bad, horrific luck. As he sped along, he pondered the best way to hide safely off in the distance. Occasionally, he would look around, sighing. That was when, all of a sudden, right up ahead of him, a blood-colored light appeared. "What's that?" he said, taken aback. Within the space of a few breaths of time, the light grew so intense it hurt his eyes to look at it. Then, it turned into a pillar that shot up into the sky. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 248, Get away from me, stop following me. Chapter 248, Get away from me, stop following me. Bai Xiaochun's jaw dropped at the sight of the pillar of light, especially considering that floating right there in the middle of it was a key, right within arm's reach. He took a deep breath. How could he ever have imagined that the random direction he picked to run in would turn out to be the exact location where the first key appeared? Simultaneously, the appearance of the pillar of light caused Xu Emei and Song Junwan to stop fighting for a moment and look over. Also, the Dharma protectors from both sides, regardless of where they were, all stopped in place and looked over. The people who had been selected as Dharma protector for this trial by fire were all outstanding individuals. Obviously, they all knew that the first person to get one of the keys would automatically be put in a very difficult position. Every single one of them seemed to hesitate for a moment, but then they all started flying at top speed toward the light, bristling with murderous auras. Anybody who fights with me over that key had better not blame me for killing them. Song Ke howled, the battle prowess of 8 earth string tide flows surging around him. Everybody else might be afraid of you, but not me, Zhou Hua. Snatch that blood key. As the voices of the Dharma protectors rang out, it heralded the beginning of the fierce fighting that was destined to take place in the blood wasteland. When Bai Xiaochun heard the voices rising up, he shivered and said, "Damn it! I gotta get out of here." By that point, more than a dozen figures were already heading in his direction. Bai Xiaochun gasped and quickly began to back up. However, the instant he began to move, to his complete and utter disbelief, the blood-colored key began to move straight toward him. Heavens, how could a key move? Bai Xiaochun was about to cry. Currently, one of Xu Emei's Dharma protectors was closing in, and as soon as he caught sight of the blood-colored key, his killing intent surged. Clearly, his first goal was not to get the key, it was to kill Bai Xiaochun. He was in the late foundation establishment stage, and held a blood-colored greatsword in his hand. When Bai Xiaochun saw the man's deadly-looking blood sword, and his violent killing intent, it was obvious that the man wanted to kill him. Bai Xiaochun immediately got angry. Why you're pushing things too far. I just saw the key and didn't even touch it, and yet you're gonna try and kill me? His eyes narrowed, flickering coldly. Although he hadn't fought much in the Bloodstream sect, his battle prowess had increased to a dramatically terrifying level. Even as the sword slashed down toward him, he planted his right foot down onto the ground and then sprang forward with all the power he could muster. He instantly blurred into motion, leaving nothing for the sword to slash through other than afterimages. In the blink of an eye, he had bashed directly into Xu Emei's Dharma protector. It was none other than the mountain-shaking bash. It was backed by the power of Heavendal Foundation Establishment and 3 crystallized spiritual seas, which meant he was in mid-foundation establishment. It was powered by the second level of the Undying Heavenly King, the fleshly body strength of 6 berserk ghosts. The mountain-shaking bash was a secret magic of the Undying Codex, and when fueled by such multiple levels of incredible power, it ensured that Bai Xiaochun was now like a vicious beast. A bang rang out in all directions, low-pitched but shocking to the extreme. It was hard to imagine that a collision between two people would produce a sound as tragic as this. Xiaochun's Dharma protector screamed, and then blood spurted out of his mouth. Much of his body was already shattering, but that wasn't the end of things. His back bulged out, and his face turned violet as cracking sounds rang out from inside of him. He began to spin backward through the air, his expression blank, his mind rapidly emptying. At the same time, the dozens of other cultivators who were converging on the area looked on with tingling scalps as the Dharma protector who had just been bashed by Xiaochun exploded. Bones, flesh, and blood spattered in all directions, and the man's soul was transformed into ash. Even as his scream continued to echo about, he was killed in body and soul. In any other sect, what had just happened would have left everyone too stunned to do anything. But this was the Bloodstream sect, and its cultivators were cruel and merciless. Xiaochun's other Dharma protectors quickly overcame their shock, and 3 of their number were the first to fly toward Xiaochun. 2 of them were in late Foundation establishment, and 1 of them was in the Great Circle. As they flew forward, 3 blood swords appeared, causing everything in the area to rumble. Most shocking among the group was one of the late Foundation establishment cultivators, a middle-aged man with a long beard. Shockingly, he held an illusory stick of incense in his hand. The incense was already burning, creating an aura that filled Xiaochun with an intense sensation of deadly crisis. It was like every inch of his flesh and blood were screaming at him that this incense was completely and utterly dangerous. Xiaochun wasn't the only one to have such a reaction. The faces of the others in the area instantly fell. That's Yang Hanggu. He's the one Song Junwan said to look out for. Xiaochun gasped, but what happened next caused his scalp to almost explode. There were about 4 or 5 people who, apparently because of the stimulation of the mysterious incense, began to emit auras, either from within their own bodies, or their bags of holding, that were all terrifyingly dangerous. Apparently, they were on the verge of joining the attack on him. Xiaochun had a profound cultivation base that enabled him to kill a late Foundation establishment cultivator with a single bashing attack. However, to face 3 at the same time, one of them being in the Great Circle, and in possession of a shocking magical treasure, left him shocked and terrified. More than ever, he felt that the older generation in the Bloodstream sect were all fear-inspiring individuals. All of the Foundation establishment cultivators who Xiaochun and Song Junwan had called upon to act as Dharma protectors were either chosen of their generation, or other famous individuals from the past. That was especially true of the one terrifying cultivator Song Junwan had mentioned, Xiaochun, who, for some mysterious reason, hadn't broken through into the core formation stage. Regarding magical treasures, the fact that Bloodstream sect cultivators were fond of robbing and pillaging meant that they tended to have a bit more of them than disciples from other sections. Considering the danger he was facing, it was no surprise that Xiaochun's scalp crawled with terror. However, none of that showed on his face. Backing up, expression cold, he said, Nightcrypt doesn't have time to fool around with you people. I'm warning you, don't provoke me. Combined with his icy, cruel expression, Xiaochun was under the impression that his words were completely domineering. Turning, he pushed forward with a burst of speed and vanished. Even as he sped off, the 3 blood swords descended in a net of death. They missed him, but the smoke from the incense swirled around, filling the area with terrifying fluctuations. Even the mere sensation of those fluctuations caused Xiaochun to pick up speed. Even as he left the first key behind, intense fighting broke out in his wake. However, not everyone joined the attack. Some stood off to the side, and some merely left, clearly thinking the same thing that Xiaochun had, that fighting over the first key was too dangerous. Xiaochun flew off into the distance, looking over his shoulder occasionally. Considering that everyone was in the late Foundation establishment stage or even more powerful than that, the fighting was clearly a life-or-death matter. Nobody was holding back, and some people were already resorting to their life-saving magical items. Heaven-shaking, earth-shattering explosions rocked the area, and fluctuations that bordered on core formation could be felt, leaving Bai Xiaochun completely shaken. With the undying Heavenly King, I might be able to take them on one by one, but fighting so many people at the same time, I might lose my poor little life. Picking up speed, he sighed emotionally as he thought about how coincidental it was that the key had appeared right in front of him moments ago. Assuming he kept on flying as he was now, there shouldn't be any more such incidents. As far as the fighting went, Bai Xiaochun felt that maybe after the fourth key showed up, it would be a bit safer to start participating. After flying along for the better part of 2 hours, he had put quite a bit of distance between himself and the last location, and finally decided to look around for a place to meditate for a while. I've flown far enough away that I shouldn't run into anyone else, he thought. As for the keys, whoever wants to fight over them can have at it. He was quite pleased at his own insightfulness, and was just musing about how bright and intelligent he was when the third hour in the Blood Wasteland arrived. In that very moment, Bai Xiaochun's eyes went wide, and he let out an exclamation of shock. There, right in front of him, was a bright red dot of light. Within the space of a few breaths of time, it began to grow so brightly that it turned into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky. Anyone in the Blood Wasteland would be able to see it. It was a very strange thing, and all of a sudden, Bai Xiaochun thought back to what had happened in the endless world of blood. No way. He thought. I'm not the one trying to become Blood Master. How could this be happening? Staring at the key in the pillar of light, he sighed, and then turned to leave, only to find that the key was flying toward him. Get away from me! Stop following me! Thinking about how the group of people had been fighting earlier, he wanted to cry. The terrifying ripples that had spread out from that fight were enough to send him running in the opposite direction. However, the key behind him picked up speed, chasing Bai Xiaochun relentlessly through the Blood Wasteland. Soon, cultivators on both sides of the conflict realized what was happening, and their eyes went wide with disbelief. The first key appeared right in front of Bai Xiaochun. That could have been chalked up to chance. But for the second key to do the same, they gritted their teeth and told themselves that it was another coincidence. And yet, they were completely dumbfounded at the sight of the key chasing Bai Xiaochun. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 249, I can't believe he ate it. Chapter 249, I can't believe he ate it. What's going on? Am I seeing things? That blood-colored key is actually chasing Nightcrypt? This. Although people were shocked, it didn't take long before them to react, and they began to speed toward Bai Xiaochun to start fighting for the key. Meanwhile, up in midair, Xu Mei and Song Junwan saw what was happening. Song Junwan looked angry. She had seen what had happened with Bai Xiaochun earlier, and felt it was a true pity that he had passed up the first key. Now here he was flying along while the key chased him, refusing to grab it. Song Junwan was furious. Nightcrypt! She yelled. The key is right behind you. Take it immediately. Everybody else, protect Nightcrypt. Bai Xiaochun hesitated for a moment, but when he considered that if he wanted to become a Grand Elder eventually, he would need Song Junwan's recommendation, and that she had just openly given him an order, he gritted his teeth, stopped in place and reached out to solemnly grab the key. In that instant, the second blood-colored key suddenly erupted with dazzling light and shot into his hand. For some reason, Bai Xiaochun was certain that, as it did, he heard something like a cry of joy. Come help me! He cried. There was no time to think. He immediately began to back up as Song Junwan's other Dharma protectors arrived to intercept the enemy. A moment later, magical combat erupted all around him, causing resounding booming sounds to shake heaven and earth. Not everyone was present, in fact, not even 10 people were here. However, magical items were unleashed, and terrifying fluctuations spread out. It was in that moment that someone shouted out in alarm. Wait a second, why is the blood-colored light so faint? The person to shout out was one of Xu Emei's Dharma protectors, and currently, his face was a mask of incredulity as he stared at Bai Xiaochun. As his voice echoed out, everyone else looked over, and soon, all of their minds were reeling. Bai Xiaochun had actually noticed what was happening before anyone else. As soon as his fingers closed around the blood-colored key, the light that had been bursting out of it began to flow into his mouth. Once inside of him, it surged through his body, causing his undying heavenly king to operate at full function. The blood-colored light emanating out from the key immediately began to grow dim. It almost looked to everyone else as if Bai Xiaochun were eating the key. The effect was so pronounced that everyone could clearly sense the key growing weak. He's actually drawing on the power of the key. That's not just drawing on some of its power, he's obviously eating it. Nightcrypt, stop that immediately. Heavens! I've never heard of anybody doing such a thing. If he completely eats it, will its teleportation powers still work? People were so taken aback all they could do was stare in shock. Even Song Junwan and Xu Emei, who were still locked in combat in midair, were staring at the blood-colored light fading away. Within the space of a few breaths of time, the light was completely gone. What was left in Bai Xiaochun's hand didn't look anything like a key anymore. Even as everyone stared at Bai Xiaochun, his aura surged, and the power of the undying heavenly king exploded ferociously inside of him. He was about to try to explain, but when he opened his mouth, a burp echoed out loud and clear. Burp. I didn't burp, do it on purpose, burp. Bai Xiaochun was so scared he was about to cry. Clasping his hands over his mouth, he looked around at the incredulous stares being leveled at him, which rapidly began to fill with killing intent. More nervous than ever, he began to back up. He actually ate that key. The key's gone. That's 1 spot out of 7, gone. Kill Nightcrypt. This is his fault. Kill him. The first and second keys both showed up near him. If the third one does the same and he eats that too, we'll lose another spot. What if he eats all the keys? If that happens, we'll all be losers. As their minds spun with the thought of what could happen, they howled and charged toward Bai Xiaochun. As for Song Junwan's Dharma protectors, they hesitated for a moment, but then refrained from interfering. The scene which had just played out was simply too bizarre. Another of Xu Emei's Dharma protectors was a bit further off in the distance. After watching the depressing scene play out, and then hearing everyone crying out, his own anger surged, and he shot after Bai Xiaochun. By now, 8 or 9 people were chasing him, the weakest of them being in the late Foundation establishment stage, with more than one being in the Great Circle. Most shocking of all was that several of them were clutching powerful magical treasures. Bai Xiaochun was trembling in fear, but thankfully, was fast enough to evade them as he fled for his life. Before Song Junwan and Xu Emei could even react, a whole group was after Bai Xiaochun. They were completely taken aback. You can eat those keys? Song Junwan murmured. Xu Emei was equally stunned. Bai Xiaochun flew through the blood wasteland at top speed. Some among the pursuers were faster than the others, but all were slower than Bai Xiaochun, and before long, there was quite a distance between chaser and chased. Nightcrypt, you will die beyond the shadow of a doubt this day. Damn it, I can't believe you completely absorbed that key. You. Various divine abilities and magical techniques were unleashed, leaving Bai Xiaochun so frightened he felt like his scalp would explode from terror. He felt completely wronged, and even more so, angered. He almost thought about turning around and fighting, but there were just too many opponents, all of them with higher cultivation bases than him, and many with powerful magical treasures. Although Xiaochun wasn't among their number, Bai Xiaochun had the feeling he might show up at any moment, and thus devoted himself fully to fleeing. Before long, the 3rd and 4th hours had passed, and the 5th hour was approaching. In that very instant, the group of pursuers were shocked to find that the 3rd dot of red light had appeared directly above Bai Xiaochun's head. Even as he moved along, a blinding beam of blood-colored light shot up, which continued to float along with Bai Xiaochun as he flew along. What exactly is going on here? Damn it! Why is this happening? I can't believe the third key appeared right above him. Nightcrypt, you will die this day. Xu Mei's Dharma protectors were going mad. Were Jia Lai here, he would tearfully tell them that this was nothing. Had they been by his side in the endless world of blood, they would have been driven to complete despair. Bai Xiaochun was really starting to get pissed off. Looking around at everyone, he gritted his teeth, reached up, and grabbed the third blood-colored key. Rumbling sounds could be heard as massive amounts of blood-colored light poured into his mouth. Yet again, Bai Xiaochun seemed to be gobbling it up. He ate another one. There are only 7 keys, and he already ate 2. If he keeps this up, then he'll end up eating all the keys. We have to kill him. Everyone was starting to get anxious. Song Junwan's Dharma protectors were starting to hesitate, unsure of whether they should help Nightcrypt or try to kill him. Up in midair, Xu Mei's eyes glittered with cold light, and she suddenly waved her right hand, causing the bracelet wrapped around her wrist to flash with blue light. Instantly, a blue beam shot out, and even as she was about to send it flying toward Bai Xiaochun, Song Junwan swished her sleeve, sending out a blast of power to block the way. Xu Mei glared at Song Junwan. Song Junwan? Something weird is going on with him. I refuse to believe that you can't see it. Song Junwan refused to respond, and simply launched another attack. Xu Mei grinned malevolently. Since she was being prevented from doing anything about Bai Xiaochun, she unleashed her full power upon Song Junwan. By this point, the two of them weren't simply feeling each other out, they were fighting with everything they had, including their secret weapons. At the same time, just as murderous auras were beginning to rise up, the mad absorption of the blood-colored light by Bai Xiaochun caused cracking sounds to ring out from inside of him. The undying Heavenly King was operating at full speed with the nourishment that was being provided. Fleshly body power was rapidly building up, and clearly, Bai Xiaochun was rapidly reaching the point of breaking through from the level of 6 berserk ghosts to 7. Although he was being chased with murderous intent, the fact that his fleshly body was powering up so rapidly elated Bai Xiaochun. He could sense his power rapidly growing, and his battle prowess increasing. If I could complete the second level of the undying Heavenly King, and form the Heavenly Demon body, then even if I run into one of those cultivators with the powerful magical treasures, I could still fight them. It's too bad I can't reveal my identity, otherwise I could definitely beat those old Foundation establishment experts, Considering how things are at the moment, what should I do? Moments ago, he had sensed that Xu Mei had been about to unleash something incredibly dangerous on him, and as a result, was only getting more nervous. He looked over at Xu Mei and Song Junwan briefly, then looked away. His head was starting to ache. Even as he tried to think of a way to resolve the situation, another sensation of imminent crisis filled him. This time, it didn't come from Xu Mei, it came from behind him. One of Xu Mei's Dharma protectors had been quietly closing in on him. It was none other than Yang Hongwu. His eyes flickered with cold, merciless light, and his hand clutched a burning stick of incense. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible. Chapter 250, Die. Chapter 250, Die. Song Junwan had said to pay special attention to 3 of Xu Mei's Dharma protectors. One of them was Xiaochun, who was on the very cusp of core formation. Perhaps because of certain conditions in the blood wasteland itself, it was difficult for him to break through here. However, one could imagine that even after half of a breakthrough, he would still be powerful enough to dominate anyone else. The second person Song Junwan had mentioned was Zhang Yunshan. The third was the very person who was closing in on Bai Xiaochun at this very moment. Yang Hongwu. Yang Hongwu's cultivation base was in the late Foundation establishment stage, and he had a powerful magical treasure. It was essentially a precious relic that could unleash terrifying power that exceeded his current cultivation base realm. With that item, he was virtually invincible to anyone in the same realm as him. Up to this point in his cultivation, Bai Xiaochun had never possessed any powerful magical treasures other than the turtle walk. Had he remained in the Spirit Stream sect, he would definitely have been bequeathed one by the sect itself when he reached late foundation establishment. However, he had left when he was still in early foundation establishment, before he qualified for such a reward. After all, such powerful magical treasures were generally not given to anyone under late foundation establishment. Not only would such a person have difficulty unleashing the full potential of the item, there was also the risk that it could be robbed from them. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted, almost as soon as the smoke began to spread out from Yang Hongwu's incense. It filled his mind with a sense of imminent crisis. His fleshly body power was incredibly high, which lessened the sensation of danger, and yet, he was still jumpy with fear. From what he could sense, if that power continued to build up, then it could seriously affect him in a negative way. By this point, his eyes were completely bloodshot. There are too many people and too many eyes in this place. So many techniques that I just can't use. Bai Xiaochun gritted his teeth, and then began to draw upon the undying Heavenly King. His hands flashed in a double-handed incantation gesture, and moments later, a bizarre power surged out from the palms of his hands. It was the power of gravity and repulsion, which he could just barely unleash. He had only ever scraped the surface of proto-magnetic power, but was still able to call upon it when needed. Bai Xiaochun let out a hoarse shout as the two streams of power burst out, then converged together to form a powerful force of repulsion. He was immediately pushed backward at top speed, and in the blink of an eye, was speeding off into the distance. Even as he did, the smoke coming from Yang Hongwu's incense sliced through the air into the spot he had just occupied. Considering how it seemed to slash rifts everywhere it went, it was obvious that if Bai Xiaochun had been even a bit slower, he would have been cut to pieces. Xu Mei's Dharma protectors frowned, and killing intent flickered in Yang Hongwu's eyes. Bai Xiaochun had already evaded him twice, even with his powerful magical treasure. That was something he found to be highly unusual. Measly mortal Dao mid-foundation establishment. I can't believe he actually evaded me twice. Seems like he's harboring a lot of secrets. Yang Hongwu took a deep breath, and then his chest caved in. Suddenly, his speed skyrocketed, pushing him past all of the other cultivators, transforming him into a beam of light that shot directly after Bai Xiaochun. He breathed in, but never exhaled, and then, a few moments later, he took another deep breath. Yet again, his chest caved in, and his speed increased, closing the distance between himself and Bai Xiaochun. Seeing Yang Hongwu speed up toward him, Bai Xiaochun's eyes grew even more bloodshot than before. You think I'm so easy to pick on? He shouted. Suddenly he spun in place, and instead of fleeing, barreled toward Yang Hongwu. He shot faster than a bolt of lightning, appearing directly in front of Yang Hongwu and unleashing a punch with his right hand. Killing intent flickered in Yang Hongwu's eyes as he extended his own right hand. The incense burned, and smoke swirled out toward Bai Xiaochun. So, you wanted to lure me out to fight alone? Fine, take your shot. Yang Hongwu laughed coldly as his powerful magical treasure spewed out even more smoke, creating a web of death that caused Bai Xiaochun's scalp to tingle so hard it felt like it might explode. And yet, he didn't dodge to the side. As the smoke bore down on him, he poured even more power into his fist strike. Rumbling sounds could be heard as the energy of the second level of Bai Xiaochun's undying Heavenly King erupted out. The power of 7 berserk ghosts could shake mountains, and at this moment, it caused sonic booms to echo out. The massive outpouring of power even caused a massive wind to spring up. From a distance, the scene playing out was completely shocking. As Bai Xiaochun punched out, the image of a berserk ghost appeared behind him. This was no ordinary berserk ghost, it was like the king of all berserk ghosts, and it howled at the top of its lungs as Bai Xiaochun punched out. Shockingly, the smoke which filled the area immediately began to shrink back as if it were about to be destroyed. Although all of this takes some time to describe, it actually happened in the time it takes a spark to fly off of a piece of flint. Rumbling sounds echoed out as the massive blast slammed into Yang Hongwu. Blood oozed out of the corners of his mouth as he was shoved backward. His eyes suddenly shone with intense fear. Obviously, he had been aware that Nightcrypt possessed shocking battle prowess, but had still been confident enough to fight him alone. As of this moment, though, he could see that Nightcrypt was even more terrifying than he had realized before. Blood also sprayed out of Bai Xiaochun's mouth, and he felt like his body was about to be torn to pieces by the web of death. The power of Yang Hongwu's magical treasure slashed into the image of the berserk ghost, and yet, the power of Bai Xiaochun's undying heavenly king ensured that he wasn't seriously injured, much less ripped to shreds. It took some effort, but he managed to wrench free from the smoke, destroying it in the process. Even as the wisps of smoke dissipated, the air not too far away from Bai Xiaochun distorted, and someone materialized. It was a young man with a fan in his hand. His expression was dark and somber, and his eyes flickered with killing intent. Without any hesitation, he waved his fan in Bai Xiaochun's direction. Wind screamed, transforming into a tornado that connected the sky and the land as it raced toward Bai Xiaochun. Zhang Yunshan. Bai Xiaochun's pupils constricted from the sensation of imminent crisis. Throwing his head back, he roared, and his energy began to rise as another berserk ghost appeared behind him, then a third, and a fourth. In the blink of an eye, 7 berserk ghosts had appeared, causing heaven and earth to shake violently. All of them threw their heads back and bellowed. Although the terrifying energy they were releasing wasn't quite enough to form the heavenly demon body, it was enough to create a giant hand. It was a giant, pale white hand, not the clawed hand of a ghost, but rather a heavenly demon hand. It was as pale as death, and the outlines of scales could just barely be seen on its surface, as well as vicious-looking bone spurs. As soon as the hand appeared, it smashed out toward Zhang Yunshan. The first thing it hit was the tornado. A huge boom echoed out as the tornado shattered, and at the same time, the heavenly demon hand flickered and faded a bit. However, it wasn't destroyed. Another boom could be heard, and blood oozed out of the corners of Zhang Yunshan's mouth. Even as he flew back at top speed, the heavenly demon hand faded away. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen, and he coughed up another mouthful of blood. His eyes were crimson, making him look cruel and vicious to the extreme. With a quick glance at Yang Hongwu and Zhang Yunshan, he turned and sped off into the distance. Yang Hongwu hesitated for a moment, wiping the blood from his mouth. At the moment, he was too shaken to chase after Bai Xiaochun. The power that had just been unleashed, especially in that last attack, left him with the sinking feeling that Nightcrypt hadn't even called upon his full battle prowess. Even Zhang Yunshan's sneak attack had done nothing more than cause Nightcrypt to unleash even more power. Just how many secrets does this guy have? Yang Hongwu took a deep breath. As for the youthful-looking Zhang Yunshan, his face was equally grim as he watched Bai Xiaochun flee. The rest of the pursuers were completely shocked, and all hesitated. After a moment passed, though, Zhang Yunshan and Yang Hongwu exchanged a glance, and then their eyes flickered as they led the group in pursuit. Bai Xiaochun's face was ashen as he sped along. On the outside, he seemed vicious and cruel, with his clothes stained with blood. However, inside, he was listless and panting. What a bunch of bullies. If I didn't have to be careful to keep my secret identity, I could wipe the floor with them. Damn it. There are still 6 more hours left before this thing is over. His anxiety increased as the 7th hour neared. This time, he was mentally prepared. At the top of the hour, when the key was just about to appear, and he was just about to flee, he heard one of Song Junwan's other Dharma protectors crying out. Nightcrypt, don't absorb any more keys. Give them to us. Nightcrypt, stop it. Song K howled. It was at that exact moment that the 4th key popped out, and immediately began to speed toward Bai Xiaochun. It was almost as if he were a magnet, and no matter what he wanted, the keys would fly in his direction, transform into blood chi, and incite his undying heavenly king. Nightcrypt, are you looking to die? Song K was furious, and the other Dharma protectors felt like they were going insane. Once they saw Bai Xiaochun starting to absorb the fourth key, they couldn't hold back any longer. After all, they weren't sure if the keys still counted as being won by their team if Bai Xiaochun absorbed them. If they did, then things were fine. But if they didn't, then when the wind of extermination swept through the wasteland, well, Song K and the others didn't dare to gamble on the outcome. I don't want this either. Bai Xiaochun wailed. His original plan had been to hide somewhere in the blood wasteland and let everyone fight it out, then snatch one of the keys toward the end. But now, all of his plans were laid to ruin. If you find any errors, ads pop up, ads redirect, broken links, non-standard content, etc., please let us know. Report chapter so we can fix it as soon as possible.